section of two flats, like both surfaces would have to be flat. If one has textures, then the surface
Sure,
distance, right, it isn't going to be the same.
sure, but kind of a tangential point that's irrelevant to what I'm trying to say.
Yeah,
If
it wouldn't
you're
map
trying
one to one. Is my point.
if you're trying to map the outlines of continents, which irregardless of the topography or the elevation of the terrain, then it should be a one-to-one thing. That's one of the unique properties of a flat Earth.
Have you ever
Okay,
heard of the coastline
go ahead.
paradox? Sorry.
No, no, you go ahead, Flashy. I'm going to take a break. I've been out for quite a while, so I'll take a break for a couple minutes.
Oh, I was just asking him if he's ever even heard of the coastline paradox.
Yeah, how you try to measure the coastline, and the finer the ruler, the more longer the coastline becomes.
Right, exactly. So
Yeah, that's right. It's a fractal problem.
yes, exactly. So doing some sort of rough outline isn't going to be a representation of the terrain. You're never going to be able to do that.
I mean, think that wouldn't
not quite the
be
same thing, but sure.
Yeah, I don't. The reason why that wouldn't be the same thing is, I mean, we would know how, like, for instance, if you were going to measure the coast of the UK to find out how the UK exactly looks here and there, whatever method they use to measure, whatever scale, whatever measurement they use, could be applied elsewhere, right? The only problem with it is just that different countries, like in reality, is that different countries sometimes use different sorts of methods, and so sometimes if you were going to use one method another country uses, one coastline might seem a bit longer, one might seem a bit smaller. But either way, we know the rough dimensions of all countries. On their coastlines, at least, and certainly on their borders, right? Because nobody pays taxes twice, right? The two different countries, that is. So that wouldn't exactly create a problem for understanding the configuration of land masses.
It would for mapping. Well, it would for, because that's what he said, mapping the edges of continents. So what is that? That's coastline, right?
Specific problem is that the lengths of the coastline is dependent on the unit of measure that you're measuring it with, but the area is not. The area remains the same, so it doesn't matter.
The area can't remain the same, obviously.
Well, that's what the math is. I don't know what to tell you.
Well, I mean, if the coastline extends in distance, then obviously the freaking area has to extend in distance because
it's counterintuitive.
It's the perimeter, right?
You would think, but it's not true. You can have infinite perimeter with finite area.
Okay, sure, dude. How would you even do that equation?
It's
how are you going to calculate the area in the first place?
The topic that you need to read into.
Well, how are you going to calculate the area? That's what I'm asking you.
I don't know. So this is where I'm out of my own depth.
Okay.
I just know that I've watched videos about this very topic.
But we don't need to worry about infinite.
I'll tell you, I solved this. Hold on.
In mathematics,
I can solve this.
Horseshit.
I can solve this. It's so freaking easy. Here's how you solve it. The perimeter of any area is 1. You can then subdivide 1 with an infinite amount of subdivisions. It doesn't change the fact that the perimeter is still the same actual distance, 1.
Yes, and then you multiply 1 times 1, and then the area is 1, and everything is 1. We are all 1. We are the monad.
Yeah, I think. I think, India, your final proposition, it's certainly a good challenge, and I have been having fun trying to figure something out. The one I gave you has been, I mean, the actual argument was made quite quickly, but then when I spoke to Heretic,
the second premise is flawed, dude.
Yeah. Well,
the second premise is MC Dixit, dude.
When I spoke to Heretic, I'm not going to get into an argument about the thing because we already did it earlier, but I spoke to Heretic about it, and obviously he introduced the idea of some sort of, it's kind of a vague objection with alternative possibilities, and so I had to start doing truth tracking to figure out what do you guys claim that has to imply some scope of what kind of Earth we're talking about, or possible Earths. But I don't think it's possible though to actually do it in 2 premises. I think that's a big ask. It's like I don't even think the black swan.
Bro.
I don't think the black swan does either.
What are you talking about, dude? You trying to commit the fallacy of 4 points?
No.
Oh, you didn't know that one?
No, I'm not.
I think you do 2 premises, right? But you'd have to so to prove the final 2 premises, you would probably need a series of propositions to even get to that, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. I think just having 2 premises alone without, having. I mean, synthetic claims are always going to have that sort of nature, where you're going to have a lot of evidence and reasoning for a lot of support for each premise, right? And it's a lot. So.
Okay, so let me tell you what the problem is. The problem with the whole thing, why it can never be done. I'm going to tell you. I'm going to give you the cheat code to stop trying. Because it's an inference. Because looking at the sun and drawing a conclusion about something else that's not the sun is always going to be an inference. They're inferentially connected. They're not intrinsically connected. It's extrinsic, so they can't. You can never actually make a deductive syllogism.
No, it's more useful the other way, where you have a model that would predict an observation, and then you correlate.
Utility's great, dude. I'm not against utility. Believe reality is whatever you want if it's useful. I don't care.
Yeah, I'd agree that if I was going to. So the point of my argument, without all of the other stuff, just the argument alone, was designed to force the person I'm talking to present the debunk, right? Because that's at least how I understand where the burden of proof changes in a debate, right? Obviously, some people disagree, but that's how I understand it. If you present something, you give support for it, then it's the person who's objecting's turn to then, support their objection. But the reason why I did it that way was because I thought that it would be the case that someone would do that. Then I realized that isn't the case, right? Obviously, no one's going to do that. So the next, when I started to do the warrant of the argument, it was to then say, well, look, if you're not going to tell me what are the what is the available possibilities, then I will do it for you, right? Based on things that you've said before. And so that in that case, these can be falsified and can be done deductively.
And that's kind of frustrating to me. If the flat Earth is in a position where they're saying we won't make claims that are falsifiable, then what's the point of even believing in a flat Earth?
Believing?
I mean, but if it's not falsifiable, you're basically admitting that it's just not. Reality doesn't matter to you.
It's the inconceivable flat Earth.
But the observation wouldn't have falsified a globe either. But you don't have a problem with that. It would only have falsified the heliocentric model. That's all it could ever do. It could have only falsified the heliocentric model. Because whatever the sun does, ostensibly, is a heliocentric model prediction that's independent of a globe or a flat Earth or any other thing. Now you can say flat Earth doesn't work within the heliocentric model. Fine. You just come up with some other fucking stupid model.
So, I want to know, why would it bother anyone that we don't want to make claims that we can't back up? It's so weird to me. It's bizarre that the frustration comes from the opposing side because we don't make claims that we cannot back up.
It didn't used to be that way. The thing that initially drew me into flat Earth, the one that, I saw some videos initially. It's like, wait a second, I don't have the answer to these things. This is interesting. They're making claims
totally
about provable claims. The most famous video at the time was 100 proofs of the flat Earth or whatever, right? By the Eric Dubé. Right, that was the line of thinking of most flat earthers, as far as I could tell from back then, is everybody had a pursuit of truth. And then somewhere along the line, people stopped saying that, say, hey, actually, we don't support a model. We don't care to make claims. We just observe the thing is flat, and we're cool with just leaving it there. And that's weird to me, because that's not what was interesting to me. I guess it's fine to other people, and that's whatever. But
that's complete mischaracterization.
I'm just giving you my anecdotal personal perspective.
Okay, well, my perspective is that your way of thinking is weird. So we could go back and forth like, no, not me, you, or you, not you,
that's
me.
Because, so this is what you don't understand, Dan. We think it's over. We thought it was over 2 years ago.
Okay.
There's nothing left to investigate. We've done the tests. We've measured the surface of the Earth. Nothing the sky can do, or any freaking concepts you guys can come up with in the sky, could ever falsify it. It's not even possible. Yeah, but as a logic, all you could ever do is go out and say, "Hey, we actually went out and we measured curvature of the surface of the Earth.
Okay, but
your measurements must be wrong, or we'll do a third measurement and split the difference or something. Like,
yeah, but to your point about it not falsifying the globe, you're right. It would disprove our heliocentric model, but I would find that just as interesting. You're right, but that's awesome. You guys should be just as excited about learning more about the flat Earth model. It's like, okay, accept that it's flat. You believe it's flat, but now what's next? Why isn't that next question interesting to you?
Why isn't what he
My
just
next
what
question-
you just said interesting to you?
So
Sorry.
it'll always, anything we can say about the sky will always forever be an inductive inference. We can believe whatever, right? We can come up with any number of models, right? We can come up with an arbitrary number of freaking models that will fit any arbitrary data set. And you know what? We're still no closer to the truth. We just have a model that works. Great, fantastic. We can always fucking jerk off to that. But we're not going to know the truth because those things, sun, star, moon, planets, I know you think they're accessible, but I don't think they're accessible. Stars certainly not. Even within your paradigm, ain't no human being ever going to a fucking star and hanging out. Okay? So like that, you can never actually know. You can believe in whatever the fuck you want about them, right? The stars. Think about it. For all of human history, we've been telling stories about the stars. No one's ever going to know. No human being is ever going to fucking know. If whatever story that they heard through all human history, any individual, they grew up in Rome or they grew up in Greece or they grew up in China, whatever story they told that or at any period of time, they're never going to know if that story was true. Even though they could believe it with all their fucking heart. And we could have all these fucking, predictions and models and fucking explanations or whatever, they're never going to actually know. It's never going to be able to be proven because they're never going to be able to go there and test their theory. You see what I'm saying? It will never be falsifiable. So I figure it as a waste of time. That's why I don't care. Sun can do whatever. I don't care because I can never actually know. I've accepted. I know the idea is like the spirit of exploration, and we're human beings. We can discover everything. I don't believe that bullshit. That's a bullshit story. We can't know everything.
No, I think you're right. Like models are useful in that they could extend beyond what is actually observable, right? So into the place where it's it works. It's not necessarily falsifiable outside observation, but it does. If it does apply to observation, you have the great thing about models is that they are supposed to be a reflection of reality in some sense. There are things you can say about reality from models.
Hey, Dan, have you started with observing curvature?
Yes.
Really? All right, let's start with that. All right.
Do you want to? I'm not interested in this. I've done this 1,000 times.
It's a bit of an old thing. I'm enjoying this conversation we're doing already. I don't think we need to.
You're doing the thing that always happens in flat Earth, where you will drag through the whole. I've done that conversation thousands of times. I'm not interested in that one.
Oh, you're into theoretical shit. Oh, okay.
It's important to point out that there is some sort of agreement here where we all agree, I think, that you can use deduction to get closer to the truth, right? Even if you're not going to say the Earth's a sphere, you can definitely discount what definitely can't be the case, right? With falsification, like any falsified claim, we can eliminate as possibility and get closer to the truth down that method. Now, obviously, what me and Fesler seem to be agreeing on is that when nothing is presented and nothing is falsified, that a flat Earth, basically will never move anywhere because you're not presenting anything for us. Like, even if you do inevitably become a glober because of all of this, all these presentations that you could give us, if we never even get a chance to look at them, then you're never going to get closer to the truth.
What are you talking about, dude?
Yeah, no shit. So let's start with observing curvature.
Well, what I'm saying, AI.
Dan doesn't want to talk about it.
What I'm saying, AI is that the whole point, the whole principle of science is that, when you affirm something, you're trying to support something or confirm, it's all tentative. But one thing we can do pretty confidently, not completely, but is eliminate possibilities, specific possibilities. And flat earthers seem to not give us the opportunity to eliminate, not flat earthers, people in this sphere don't give us the opportunity to eliminate their possibilities because they never present anything.
Well, dude, who cares? Why would you want to put forth possibilities that are conjecture to be eliminated on the fact that they're conjecture in the first instance? You don't need to eliminate them. You could dismiss them out of hand.
Well, I'm not asking for
Exactly.
conjecture. I'm asking it would have to be supported, right?
This
So
is
that's
this
the
is
way
the
you wanna go.
problem with this conversation.
Yeah, I did one. Yeah, go ahead, Flatsy.
Sorry, I just want to point this out, and then you can have it. So this is the problem with this discussion. It's like everyone is always expecting, like, what's next? Flat earthers are flat earthers, so what's next? See, that's not the way that the flat earthers are thinking. We don't take for granted the basics and fundamentals. So we go and master those because those are taken for granted and aren't mastered by the majority of people. So we're not looking for what's next. We're looking to hone our fundamentals, our axioms, our like logic, the principles of logic, the laws of nature, the scientific method. These things we've mastered.
Yeah, well, look, what I would say is if it is the case that the things you're examining seem to point in the direction of a flat Earth, and whenever you try to build on that, each time you try to build on it, it seems to always contradict reality or fall apart, then maybe what you're taking from those fundamentals is misunderstood, right? And then maybe it was never flat to begin with. You're in for.
Oh, you mean like when people make claims?
Fundamentals.
I mean like when people make claims about 17 pixels that are supposedly 17 trillion light years away, and then they say, "Oh, this is a water-bearing planet." You mean like that baloney?
I'm not here to defend any of that shit, but I don't know.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to either.
I'm specifically talking about how you would go about narrowing down whether or not flat Earth is true or not, and it certainly isn't going to be by establishing if the globe is true or not.
Oh no, it's establishing that the surface is not curved. It's establishing that the surface isn't curved. That's the entirety of the proposition. There's nothing more to it than that.
Well, AI, I've been here for about maybe a year and 2-3 months, right? So not as long as you guys, but I've heard basically all of the basic arguments, right? From Black Swan to water is level and so on. At this stage, right, I still find it all interesting, and I like watching the debate. But at this stage, I know that there'll be nothing new that could possibly change my mind, because those are the limits of the debate, right? And so, why is it the case that lots of people can cycle through this conversation, hear the same thing, and not be persuaded by it? It's because they know. I mean, whatever you're imagining is a good reason for flat Earth isn't sufficient.
They get persuaded by shit Goldberg arguments. Listen, from what I've seen and people I've talked to, that first started they started trolling flat Earth. That's how they started. So they heard a bunch of shitty Goldberg arguments and the inability to form fucking logical statements and to have like literally zero fucking rational basis for their statements. And they're lying, which is also a factor. And they're actually having no evidence for the stories, which is also a factor. So, like, it's the Globers that make flat earthers. It's not us. We're not doing anything. We're just trying to teach people how do you even determine what truth is in the first place? As you've seen from the final proposition, these fuckers don't even know how to discover what is the truth.
I agree. I think Globers have one thing I've discovered is that all of these science nerds, and I don't like science, I think science is for losers, I've said this many times, a lot of these science nerds don't know how to string a logical syllogism together or anything like that, right? Or even, if I asked them what a proposition was, they probably wouldn't even be able to tell me, right? That's true. And it certainly has made me realize it certainly has made me realize that maybe the boundary of who I consider intelligent is maybe a bit more, I don't know, like, I used to think scientists were all knowing, but now I know they're quite limited sort of in scope of how much they can tell me, right? They have their own sort of lane, let's say, right? Whereas I thought before when I was a kid, they were in every lane. You know, science could tell you everything, which I don't think is the case anymore. But their pursuit, the reason why there are people like even me who don't like science and other people who are interested in science and they come here every day to have the same conversation day in, day out, knowing they won't be convinced, is because I think that they want to test
whether or not their test whether or not their arguments are good, and so in that sense, at least they're moving towards that direction.
Not even close, dude. Not even close.
There's a bit of entertainment in it as well.
Let me tell you what I think it is.
Psychosis.
They want to feel comfortable that we are not proving it to them in the sense that they could say, I'm trying, but I'm still believing what I believe. It's essentially a coping mechanism because they don't like the idea that flat earthers are convinced that the earth is flat against their worldview. So just like butthurt atheists that show up to Christian things to be like, how dare you tell me that your God is God and I can't, this or that. It's like, it's all the same thing. They're just a bunch of copers, dude.
Well, I mean, I'll tell you what I've experienced on my side, right? You remember GF6 when that was the thing? Like, there was a whole, we sort of meme about the fact that we would be, discreet and, just not tell everyone what we're doing, but make it seem like we're doing something. All we would do is we would hear an argument from a flat earther, we would go back and we'd try and find a new way to argue against it, right? How could we argue against it in a way that they haven't heard before? And that was the fun for us, that was the fun of it, right? It wasn't so much like some sort of insecurity about whether or not you guys think the Earth's flat or not, right?
Look, you Glover's been doing that for years, man. Back in the day, like back in 2018, end of 2017, motherfuckers had a spreadsheet on a Google Sheets, and they would come into the other Discord, and they would do trial balloons, right? So they would come in with an argument, report back to all the idiots on Jump here in the server, be like, yeah, this is what they said about it. And they would come back the next day, another person on another stock account with a modified version of that. That's why we have it in every argument, because we've heard every argument and every iteration of fucking every argument and every change and little manipulation here and a change here and change a word there and then present it this way. We've heard it all. At least I have. And
I don't know. I think
just heard it all.
I don't know. I think
the majority, before you go on, the majority of their argumentation is fallacious non-contingents. In other words, even if they prove their point, it's completely irrelevant, but they're using fallacies to try to do it. So the majority of the globe arguments are presuppositional loops. They're not even good arguments at all. They're completely arguing from the assumption that the Earth is already known to be a globe.
We all agree that most globes can't string a logical sentence together, though. There's no problem with that, and that's part of the fun as well, right? But it's not. But I don't think it's anything to do with trying to convince you that the Earth isn't flat, because I personally don't think I have the ability to do that. No matter what I could say, how smart I am, I don't think that's possible.
You could with the empirical evidence.
Yeah, empirically direct surface curvature measurements rather than excuses of why it's not to be found.
So I have a lane, right? And science and maths isn't my lane, but I do. So what I have heard is that people like Shoebill and Jesse have both different methods for showing the curvature, like measuring curvature. And
whatever, dude.
As far as I'm aware,
Jesse path of light, dude.
Yeah, just give me a second, because I think this is going to I know what you're going to say, and I think I'm going to anticipate it. The way that Jesse prepares his tools for that measurement seems to be the thing in contention. But what I've heard is that the way that Shoebill does it is too, but they seem to be doing exactly the opposite of each other, which would make at least one of them correct.
Well, they both could be wrong.
I was about to say they could both be incorrect.
Probably are.
What's the measurement that they're doing? I'm curious. I haven't heard of it.
You'd have to. I'd have to link you up with them. I don't know exactly how they do it.
Well, we do.
So they make these fundamental presuppositions about what the flat Earth should see and what a globe Earth should see, right? And they just make these presuppositions about, hey, man, everything should be at this elevation. If, my crosshair on my theodolite should be here if the Earth was flat, and there if the Earth was a globe. There's no basis for them saying that. But because we know from observation that things off in the distance, the further away it is, the more compressed it looks. This isn't like a theory, because you have things like flattening of the sun. So the sun is observed when it sets to flatten out. It distorts, right? So why is it flattening out? Why isn't it being picked up like they say with refraction? Hey, it's being picked up over the curve. Well, it's not getting picked up over the curve. It's being fucking smushed. Vertically smushed. And but it's not just that. We have actually measurements of this, right? So we have long distance observations. Mount Jacinto, where you can measure items or features on the mountain, and you can put it into GeoGebra and measure them out. And then you look at the features, and then you look at how they should be in proportion to each other, like counting the pixels, and it doesn't match a globe or a flat Earth. Or fucking the infrared photography we got, where you compare the vertical, so you can count, like you can, because there's features, you can say, okay, these two features, they're 2 miles apart. Oh, 2 miles apart? Okay, that's freaking, 100 pixels. So, okay, so 100 pixels should be 2 miles high. Right? That's how it should be. 100 pixels are horizontal, right? So this is 2 miles horizontal. This is 2 miles vertical. Off in the center of the image, all that crap. And then we see that they don't match. The vertical's 10% missing. Why is 10% missing? It isn't because of Earth pair, because you're not comparing it to like what you don't see. You're comparing it to what you do see, and then what you do see, if you count the pixels, is 10% smaller than what the pixels say it should be. So we know, and then you compare infrared to visible light, and then you go, okay, here's a photo they took of the same thing, same time, visible light, infrared light. One appears smushed, the other one doesn't. We know things appear smushed in the distance. So his conclusions, based upon a presupposition, which is known to be false.
I think just because I'm about to mute up in a second, just want to say one last thing, which is whilst I can say Globers, so most of the time, 99% of the time, can't string a logical sentence together, I do think the emphasis on the Black Swan, I think it is a trash argument. I think it doesn't even come halfway into persuading or being convincing or even doing what it's supposed to do.
Well, I mean, that's fine. But there's more than just one Black Swan. There's a shitload of them. I think the most irrefutable argument is reflections. Really.
The whole point of the Black Swan was to get Globers to say refraction so they'd give up their geometric horizon.
It's funny that you say that. I was just telling this dude that. Like, he didn't really understand the Black Swan. Like, refraction, that's a concession. That's admitting that fucking we're right. Like, literally, you're conceding the argument as soon as you say refraction. You concede it.
I mean, it would be conceding if like you're someone like me who's never said otherwise, right? It would be more just like, that would be my response to it. But I understand the rhetorical device, right? If you're saying that it is designed for those people who do assert that the horizon is geometric and that there isn't any refraction every single time you look at the horizon, there is this distance which is you could never see it further than this. This is the distance, right? And then in which case that would be a good use of the argument. But I don't think it doesn't debunk the globe. It's like the final conclusion doesn't really follow.
Well, you need to go on X, right, and look around, because I swear to God, 10 times a day someone says ships go over the geometric horizon. Like, every day. Like, some of you guys are hip on the Black Swan, but the vast majority of Globers have never heard of it. They still say ships go over the horizon. They still say the same stupid shit that's on, if you Google flat Earth debunk, ships go over the horizon. They still been spewing their shit out. They haven't stopped. So, like, you may know about it, and maybe the people in this server may know about it, the Globe Earthers, but the average normie has no freaking clue about any of that. If I say to them, they go, ships go over the horizon, I go, oh, so is the horizon geometric again? They're like, what? They don't even know. They never even heard the Black Swan.
And it's just an example of how the rhetoric of the paradigm that we're given today, that we're taught, and I mean, there are people that go against it and they're still believing in the globe Earth, but we still have a narrative of claims that aren't substantiated, that are being put out to the public as information.
Yeah, so I could talk to this dude. I could talk to you about the Black Swan or the geometric horizon or the horizon, whether it's refracted or not, or where it's supposed to be. And you know what it is. But, like, these dudes I literally have to start from scratch every time. Oh, ships go over the horizon. This horizon is geometric physical. I have to explain what that means. Then I have to explain that the horizon moves around. I have to explain then what it can't be physical. Like, I literally have to start from scratch every single time I talk about it because they have no idea about what the argument even is. They don't have that clue.
I wouldn't mind that. Like, I think that's fine. But I do take umbrage with one thing, and that's that when people do sometimes explain the Black Swan, they present it as if it's like, okay, this is all there is to it, right? And this is the debunk. And they wouldn't even, like, if I was going to have that debate, I would say, okay, now you've heard the Black Swan and you're confused. Now's the part where you talk about, right? And sort of, because it would just seem dishonest if you know what the objection is, but you just never say it. You know what I mean? I don't know. That seems dishonest.
Well, also, like, they've tried to model. So Walter Bisman has the Black Swan, like the oil rigs, and he's tried to match to his model, and he's had to fudge his model, right? So what he does is he puts a fog in past the oil rigs because he has to use such a custom refraction that the water appears like it's a fucking waterfall. So if you take away the fog that he obscures that with, it's literally, there's water that's higher than the oil rigs, behind the oil rigs. CJ made a little graphic with somebody surfing down it. Dude, it's ridiculous. And the camera's tilted, and there's a bunch of other problems. And the rays in the ray tracer, they invert, right? So the image should actually be upside. It's actually an upside down image of a fucking waterfall, right? This is to get it to even look like the way it looks like, right? They have to model a ray trace that is just absurd and non-physical. But nobody talks about that. They just say refraction, as if that explained anything. It doesn't mean anything. They can't even model refraction using essentially what Bisman, a lot of people use, Bisman's calculator. And he has a ray tracer part of it, and the ray tracer can't model it like no matter what you do. So you can create custom gradients.
It definitely doesn't predict anything.
To get it to work, and you still can't get it to work.
Yeah, and it definitely doesn't predict anything. It uses already existing, observations.
Well, I mean, you can't even post. What I'm saying is, though, Patsy, is that you can't even post-dict it. Well, think about that. You can't even post-dict it with fucking refraction sliders.
Right. Yeah, because even when they try to replicate the observation in the model, it doesn't match it at all. It's so warped and disfigured.
And we're supposed to take refraction as a plausible answer. I mean, it's bad enough they're using like some freaking ray tracer, but like they can't even get that to work.
It's not based off of prediction either. So that should be an alarming factor for you to push on us, because we don't have to claim that.
And then there's other oil rig videos, right? So there's an oil rig video. It's taken at dusk, so the lights of the oil rig are on, and they're reflecting off the surface of the water. So how are you seeing the reflection off the surface of the water that's supposed to be on the other side of the curve? Now, you could say, yeah, the water's refracted up so you can see the water because the water's a mirage. But what is the light reflecting off of? The light has to reflect off a real surface. It can't reflect off a refracted surface because the angle of incidence equals the angle of reflection. So how can it reflect off a real surface to your eye when the surface you see is an optical illusion of the surface and not the actual surface? So that angle can't exist. That means you're seeing actual water. You're not seeing the refracted image of water. Then there's the Bolivian sulflex and their reflections. Like no one can answer any of the reflection shit. There's no. I've never even heard a Glober even try.
What reflection stuff?
The
symmetrical reflection.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. So you like if you have the Bolivian salt flats, the Salt Lake salt flats, when they fill with water, they make a mirror, right? And that reflection is perfectly symmetrical. I should say perfectly. perfect. Probably I hate. Nobody should be using that word, but it's symmetrical. Symmetrical, within you can't tell that it's not symmetrical. Well, if it's a curved
you're saying that
surface,
if the Earth was curved, it would be bent.
yes,
it would be compressed.
And you can calculate how much, like the rays would diverge and when they would start diverging, like what distance, right? So I got the sky and the reflected image of the sky, right? And I can compare them.
Do you have a photo? Okay. I've never heard of this one. I'd love to look into it. Is there a specific photo?
The Bolivian salt flat? There's tons of them, dude. If you just go on Google, if you type in Bolivian salt flats and click images, you'll get hundreds of images.
I mean, just thinking off the top of my head, I would need to know what the field of view was of the camera, because the narrower the field of view, the less curvature would be present in the shot.
No, I'm talking about with distance, right? So you're looking at the reflection of the sky in the water.
Okay.
Right, and you can go, hey, that's the reflection of the sky. There's the sky. There's a dividing line that makes them look like they're a mirror image of each other, and you can compare them. Compare if they're symmetrical, right? Is if the clouds are bigger, distorted in the reflection versus in the sky, right? You just compare. Hey, do the clouds in the reflection look the same size and proportions as the ones in the sky? And they're identical proportions. So it should, like, distortion should begin as something like should start to be visible according to the globe. And you go by the angle resolution AI, which is 0.02, right? So with 220 feet, that's when the 0.02 limit is hit. So after that, that angular distance increases. The Bolivian salt flats are 30 miles. You can see 30 miles. So if you can see 30 miles, the difference in angle is like half a degree. So that means you have a cloud. You have the top of a cloud and the bottom of a cloud. Its rays hit your eye. Well, the reflection of that cloud will reflect off the water, and because the rays are going to diverge because of the curved surface, that difference will be like 1 degree difference from what or half a degree at 30 miles from what you see in the sky. It should be easily visible. And the thing is, it gets worse with distance. So you would see an increasing distortion as it got further and further away because the surface is curving exponentially, and you have like I said, the angle of incidence equals the angle of reflection. So you're always the angle of the ray hitting the surface is constantly changing. It's increasing and increasing and increasing. But we don't see any distortions like that. So this is like one of the things. And people say, "Oh, that's just the Bolivian salt flats. Like that's some magical place." But you can try to find other images of like calm water, lakes, ocean, even ocean, a calm ocean in a bay in, I think it was Iceland, maybe it's Finland or something. But that has like a perfectly symmetrical reflection in the sky. It's like these are other indicators, like refraction. Like an indicator of refraction is not happening is lack of dispersion, no chromatic aberration. None of those things that should happen because refraction's wavelength dependent. You should be observing some of those optical effects as well, right? Especially the more refraction it is, the more dispersion there is. So if something's being super refracted, you should see, this dispersion effect. You see it in astronomy, but you don't see it terrestrially, which is like another, big question.
Yeah, and with your what you were talking about with reflective surfaces, you can go around any surface of your house and find the angle of incidence where you see the reflective properties of any surface, even asphalt. You can go out there and find a reflective surface on asphalt too at the angle of incidence. You have to get low to the ground.
That's called a Fresnel.
But just you know that everything has a reflective property at an angle of incidence. That is happening out there at the horizon as well.
Cool. This gives me a lot.
Angle. Anything, no matter how rough the surface is, there is an angle where it will be reflective. Now that angle might be so exceedingly small you can't ever reach it, or you can't resolve it, but it will have an angle where the light reflects off it, even if the surface is rough.
Yeah, I would like to try to find. There's so many things that my mind went to in this moment. Like, first of all, like double checking if the claim is true, that it would be, at first blush, it seems true what you're saying, that a curved surface should compress the reflection. But so I'd have to think more about that. I'd have to think if the scales are such that it would be apparent. Then I'd have to find a photograph that I can trust that accurately reflects reality. Because a lot of these people that take photos of things like the sky reflecting beautifully on they're photoshopping afterwards to
I know.
You know, so I don't know. There's a lot of
also some videos of it, right? So there are some videos. There's a particularly good one on YouTube. I think it's called "The World's Largest Mirror," and a particular segment of that.
Bolivian salt flats.
Yeah, so there's a particular segment of that where it's like at sunset, right? So you got a pretty good. So they're like in a Jeep. They're like outside the Jeep looking at the sunset, but you can see the sun and then the reflection of the sun. But because, you know, sometimes the sunset's got shitloads of colors, right? And kind of like some streaming clouds. Like, it's a very good image for like comparison because there's a lot of features that are really easy. Like, you can go, man, that is like literally like a perfect reflection. And it's from a video, so it isn't even from like a Photoshop photo. Now, of course, they can, you know, color correct a video and do a bunch of bullshit. But I don't. It doesn't seem like they did that. Though they might have. I don't rule that out.
My thought,
it is
though,
like, you know,
thinking out loud though, is that the distortion would be so far away, given the scale of the Earth, that the distortion would only be apparent at the very near the horizon. And would that even be noticeable? Right, the vast majority of the reflection near you would certainly not be noticeable. So, like, the question is like how much is a reasonable angular distance from the horizon to even be able to perceive this distortion that you're looking for on the scale that we're claiming it? I'd have to do some math.
I mean, all I know is if you do the math right, if you go, like, okay, they say the globe is 24,000 miles in circumference, right? So 0.02 degrees of that circumference is like 220 feet.
Yeah. Wait, did somebody already do the math on this? Can you link me to?
No, I mean, no. I can just give you what's in my head. What I just gave you. That's it. So if you like to subdivide, you know, it's like 69 miles per degree, right, or whatever, right? So you just subdivide that, you know, to 1/100th of a degree.
Wait, say that again. What is your assumption? What per degree at the beginning?
It's like 69 miles per degree.
But wouldn't that be? That's not a constant, right? Per angular degree, like for every degree towards the horizon is going to have more and more miles towards it as you look into the distance.
No, what I'm talking about is like the difference in angle, right?
Uh-huh.
So the difference in angle between I have a spot 220 feet away. The difference in angle, like the normal to that surface, is going to be 0.02 degrees.
Right. But yeah, so that's not quite the angle I'm looking for. I'm looking for like the projected angle, like how much of how far from the horizon down into the reflection would the distortion be even apparent to the naked eye? You know, does that make sense?
Yeah. It makes sense to me.
Like, because if it's less than a degree, like if it's in like point something degrees,
I'm just thinking there's an angular difference, right? That's the way I'm thinking of it. There's an angular difference. So one ray, so say both rays come in at the same angle, right? And one hits in one spot and one hits in a spot 220 feet away. Their reflection angle is going to have a difference of 0.02 degrees. Because the intersection angle is 0.02 degrees. So they have to have a reflection angle. There's going to be a difference. Now, something I've thought about, but I'm not sure. Does that get worse if like the source of the ray is like more parallel to the surface, right? Because you have it like that, like I don't know how to describe it. I'm getting tired actually. So, you know what I mean? You like there's a difference between the ray coming straight down versus coming from the side, right? So it's coming from the side of the sphere. Yeah, like, is that? I think there'd be more distortion, like if it's coming like tangent to the surface as opposed to kind of like at a 45-degree angle or something.
Maybe.
I just think it would be worse because of the surface area thing.
Yeah, all I'm saying is like for every pixel of the image from starting from the horizon, every pixel is gonna closer to the horizon is going to encompass more miles, right, vertically.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Than the pixel below it. So obviously, like the pixels in the bottom half of the image are just going to be, you can't tell like the 0.02 you said. Nobody, you're not going to be able to tell that in the bottom half. You're only going to be able to tell in the last few pixels next to the horizon. I mean, is that going to be enough?
Yeah, I was thinking you could probably tell. Well, because the angle. I mean, I think a normal human being could see like a tenth of a degree difference, and that wouldn't be that far away.
I mean, and then also you have to deal with the fact of all of the horizon effects, right? With refraction and stuff, it's going to be distorting shit anyway, right there at the edge.
I mean, it's best. I would just look at the images and judge for yourself if that looks like a curved surface. I mean, really, that's really. I mean, yes, you can go in. You can probably model it or something in 3D, maybe.
I'm just trying to say, like, think this through with you because you said nobody's even attempted to, and I don't know. The more that I'm thinking about it, the more it's not even an issue.
Yeah, well, everyone says scale, right? So, yeah, scale is an argument, but, like, no one can actually quantify it. Like, what is the scale?
Yeah.
All I know is
it's worth
I can go by what the Earth is, right? And if we have a difference of within the resolvable angle at 220 feet, it seems logical to me that, say, 2,020 feet away, so now you're going to have 10 times that difference, right? At a spot, and that's not even a mile away. That's a quarter mile away. And you could see across this salt flat 30 fucking miles.
Yep. Well, I'll try to do some math and see what comes up.
So, Indio, AI wanted you to see something in the chat. He asked something to start a discussion. How is it possible the water in Half-Life 2 looks better than modern games?
Oh, yeah, I brought that shit up. They flipped the level or something. Fuck, dude.
It was because of they had to render the image twice because of the reflection.
Yeah, that's how they did mirrors in Doom as well.
Mirrors is that the main character is a female doing like all of this parkour stuff, right?
That's Mirror's Edge, but yeah, I just meant mirrors, like literal mirrors.
Mirror's Edge. I played that back in the day. I forgot what it was.
Mirrors in Doom, in the Doom engine? I remember Build, like Duke Nukem had it. Like, you know what?
Maybe I might be thinking of Duke Nukem, not Doom.
Thinking of what's his name's Build engine. Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks for correcting me.
No worries. What's
John Romero?
They made Build. That was really amazing when it came out.
Yeah.
Because he also had like an editor. They like the dev tools they used to make Duke Nukem were his. Like it was boxed with the game too. All those tools. Ken Silverman, was that it? I don't think it was his name.
I thought wasn't it Carmack?
One guy developed that all on his own, you know. One guy.
I thought it was Carmack, but maybe I'm getting that mixed up too.
No. I'm talking about the Duke Nukem engine.
Oh, right.
That was John Romero.
Oh, that's right. Because he left. They were working together, and then they left. They split.
Yeah, and then he made Katana, which is fucking horrible. And I remember Duke Nukem. They used to call Duke Nukem Never because this fucking shit took 15 years to come out.
Right. It was Vaporwave. Or
I wasn't even gonna unmute I'm here to kick ass and chew gum, and I'm all out of gum.
Duke Nukem resembles Quake.
Yeah.
Remember that old game?
The graphics engine's more akin to Doom than Quake, because it didn't have 3D models. The enemies were still sprites in essence, right?
I remember Quake, Quake 2, Quake 3, Quake 4.
Oh yeah, I love Quake.
That's how I feel about God of War. Like all of those games, I played them all. I had the cherry red PSP to play the 2 PSP games that God of War released.
I met
It had
those.
it had a Kratos on the back of it. It's so cool.
Mesquite, Texas. A bunch of friends of mine went down there. One of my friends went down there to play for John Carmack's Ferrari. A bunch of people I knew from Victoria, British Columbia.
What do you mean play for his Ferrari? He was doing a contest?
That's right.
Dude, who was it that won? I think I know the
Mike
Thresh.
J. Or Thresh won against Mike J.
Dude, Thresh. I know Thresh. He is a startup here in the Bay.
I know Mike J.
I had to come on to let you guys know
the tools that were used to make Half-Life. He was also
wait. I'm still not over this. You've met Thresh. You were in the same competition with him?
I wasn't in the competition. No, I wasn't good enough to fly down to Mesquite. I didn't meet the cutoff, so I was 42nd at that time.
I had to come on. I had to come on to correct a major error going on here. Right?
1 month in the late 90s, I hit
Doom was not a true 3D engine. Duke Nukem was, okay? They're light years apart.
I don't even know how to draw the line between what is true 3D and not, right? Like, all of it is fake 3D to me. So I don't know.
Is Paper Mario 3D?
Yeah. I suppose. You're using a 3D engine.
Yeah, but see, if you go back to the way they had the...
Oh, go ahead.
If you go back to the way they created Doom, like it was like a 2D integration represented as 3D, whereas Duke Nukem was an actual like floating point 3D Z points and stuff. Like it's completely different. And to say that they're the same is to discount.
I think you're wrong, buddy. Like you're confusing the models of like objects like enemies.
No, dude, I'm not, dude. How about go back and watch how they had to do it to make Doom, dude. They had like this 2D layout that the computer saw as 2D, and then they had this this effect that they did to do it as 3D. It's a huge achievement, dude.
But that has to do
call it 3D.
That has to do with like the sky and.
I don't know, dude. You're just gonna have to go research it, dude. It's hard to explain.
Okay.
Well,
it's not a true 3D engine, and the way that it looks, like a true 3D engine isn't a change.
Neither are true 3D engines.
Yeah. They're both saying that they're iterations of the 2.5D, the BSP format, the binary space partitioning render.
That's
right. Though not true 3D, it simulates overlapping rooms. So it did improve upon it because it did overlapping rooms. Doom could not do second story stuff, whereas the build engine could. That is, if we trust ChatGPT here. It could be wrong as fuck.
Dude, the AI told me that a 10 square metal roof you can install for $1,000.
Are you paying for the pro, or are you just using the free shit?
Dude, the metal itself costs more than that.
Yeah, I know, but the dumb one, the free stuff is really dumb. Like the people who don't pay for AI they're missing out.
Anyway, the more of the story is, if you're interested in graphics, don't listen to some stupid ChatGPT. Go back and watch the documentary that they did on Doom and how they made the engine, dude. It's amazing.
I think how they made gravity in Super Mario Galaxy is fucking amazing.
You guys You guys know that John Carmack was trying to do the same thing that Elon Musk did?
What?
He had a space company and he was trying to write the software to be able to land rockets or whatever. What's that?
Recently or a long time ago?
No. This is the late 90s.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, 20
he
something.
started a rocket company back in the day. Yeah.
He was trying to solve the problem that SpaceX solved with the boosters returning, right?
Who did Carmack partner with? Who was his freaking partner in crime? He didn't do it by himself.
I thought it was
He spent a lot of his own money on it. He spent a lot of his own money on it, but he did have some people that threw money at him. He just didn't have enough money.
Was it Gates or I'm trying to remember? Was it Gates or fucking?
I don't think so. I'm not sure.
It might have been a hedge fund guy. Fuck, I can't remember.
Something like that. Yeah. God, is it ever?
Because back in the day, man, like especially in those days, there was two kinds of rich people. Rich people that, well, other than like athletes and shit, but the rich people that started like freaking tech companies, and then like the fucking hedge fund thieves that like worked at Enron and shit, and like they were all in cahoots are ripping everyone off. And Walmart, so the Sam Walton, and all that crap. So they were rich. There was just so much money flowing back then, man. I could tell you why, but you think I was lying. They changed the Federal Reserve Act. That's your clue. It's okay. You're still paying for it. Now everybody go sleep, man. Go back. Put yourself back into the Matrix, man.
The other guy leave? I was going to ask him a question about AI and game development. Oh, he left. Too bad.
Who? Me?
Oh yeah, you.
What's up?
How is AI influencing game development and software development?
Well, that's literally what my startup is trying to do right now. So you're asking. It's weird because there was a gold rush. There was a lot of investment dollars thrown at everything AI. That included games. But games has always been a tough thing for VCs. It's like one of the most risky VC type investments.
Oh yeah, it's like funding a motion picture, right?
Yeah, it's stupid, and in a lot of ways, VC funding for games does not make any sense. But that's what I'm trying to pursue anyway. So, but what happened is everybody kind of exhausted their funds. They threw all of their money at all these different things, including games, and there has not been a success story yet. So now the money is kind of like dried up. So most of the money that's still going out there is for development tools, like things that can make images faster or animations faster or whatever, but not so much into game companies, which I'm more interested in the latter. I'm not as interested in the tool side stuff because I like handcrafted stuff myself, but I'm more interested in making new types of games that weren't possible before.
So in other words, like large language models connected to NPCs?
That's what I'm doing. Yeah. So you can have the game that we're working on is, you can think of it as kind of like a Sims-like sort of game, but the NPCs are just way more intelligent. They can talk to each other, have real conversations. They're motivated. Their personalities are driven by the language model. What was that?
It can drive the storyline, kind of like a Which Way book or something like that.
I mean, yeah, it's emergent narrative, but I wouldn't say it's driving the storyline. It's doing it emergently through the decisions of each agent, right? They're reacting to each other in real time based on who they are, what they want, and everything.
So if you ran the game again, you could get a completely different outcome.
Yeah, it's completely different every single time.
I believe in strong emergence.
Yeah. I love narrative emergence, and it's exciting to me. In games, there's very few games that do even attempted emergent narrative stuff. Like RimWorld, for example, was probably one of the best examples, but it's so inaccessible to most people.
What game?
Sorry, I said RimWorld. Dwarf Fortress is what I mean.
Okay.
If you haven't seen it, it's like
you're talking to an old boomer here. So when you said RimWorld, I think Larry Niven's RimWorld, which makes me think do a Polarium game on the C64.
Yeah, no, not RimWorld. RimWorld. That is another game that does emergent narrative stuff. That's similar, but more casual. But Dwarf Fortress is all just ASCII art. It's like the deepest, like craziest game. The stories you hear people tell from that game are insane, and then you go and look at it. It's like, how the hell is this even possible? But yeah, now with language models, you can do much more accessible emergent narrative in a way that is just really compelling to me.
So,
here's one that since I read Eudora, Neil Stevenson, when do you think the first AI celebrity is going to emerge, or like, is it going to be a Korean pop star?
It's already happening, dude. If you just spend some time on freaking Instagram, like half of my suggested feed are just like these stupid AI models.
Really?
And they have huge followings. It's insane.
Really? Are they Korean pop stars, or they're just like Instagram babe?
I think they're more in the realm of just
Instagram babe.
Pretty. Yeah.
Right. Well, those ones aren't interactive, though, right? Outside of passively being able to look at the imagery and perhaps some pros.
So what are the AI skanks, basically?
Yeah, that is the biggest market for AI right now, and that tends to be the case with all of technology. Porn comes first.
The internet wouldn't exist without porn.
Totally true.
I think AI is like, I mean, right? Like my biggest. I mean, I don't like the AI art. I mean, like, look, I don't mind it sometimes, but generally, I'm like, there are whole YouTube channels dedicated to and Twitter profiles dedicated to showing you AI art, which I could very well generate myself if I wanted to. Don't need to look at them. But one thing I find really annoying is that people, and I think it's going to have like a long-term problem, that people have stopped thinking and have started to ask ChatGPT, like to a degree where, you know, it used to be the case you'd have to Google something, which doesn't require much thinking, but you'd have to read something, you know, think about it, source it, all those sorts of things. And now it's like people default to ChatGPT for their reasoning, you know, just to think about anything beyond surface level.
That's frightening. Do you think that cargo cults are going to form around these AIs down the line? Like humans worshipping like a cargo cult kind of dynamics?
I have a friend that's kind of going off the deep end, and he's holding AI to be almost to the status of deity. So, like, if it's happening to somebody I know personally, I could totally imagine that happening at scale.
Is he an EAC or is he a D-cell?
I just thought of a new grift. Thanks for that, man. I'm going to just fake being an AI, right? So if AI is going to fake being humans, I'm going to fake being AI and just grift these dudes.
Honestly, like if flat earthers like had like a serious,
because AI is so real.
Yeah, like if flat earthers want to like make a real critique about the state of people's sheep mentality, just like how someone can ChatGPT something and just believe whatever ChatGPT said on the fly is kind of like, I mean, it's kind of like demonstrating sort of like that most people do have that sort of inability to.
What about, yeah, it's interesting stuff, the sociology and psych going on with all this. But when do you guys think it, like the moment then humans are the majority or a sizable percentage, see these AIs as being truly objective, that there's no bias, right, in it?
I don't think they'll ever. That can't happen. Even if it was.
I know. I agree. But that's the fear for me. As maybe I'm a D-cell. I'm not sure though.
But our psychology doesn't even allow for that, right? We wouldn't, like, even if it was perfectly objective and told the truth and whatever the prevailing thought was, it would tell us that then like you'd still have a sizable group of people who would be skeptical of it. I mean,
it will never be objective in the sense that it was only trained on the subjectivity of all the input data that it was trained on, right? So, but I would say it's probably, at least it has the capacity to be, the most objective source of information we have, right? Because any one source of information that is somewhere on the internet, it has some individual specific bias. It was tainted with a specific bias, whereas an AI is the conglomeration of all subjective biases. So what it could be delivering is something that is the most unbiased thing that we can do, even though it is biased. However, they train it out of the same things.
Let Dan finish.
They do these post-training things. What do they call it? The fine-tuning stage. They train out the objectivity and make it more liberal, for the lack of a better term.
Seems to be the case.
The funny thing about ChatGPT as it is right now, because some people already do think it is like. I mean, we've all seen someone in a debate post what ChatGPT has told them, right? And the one thing that ChatGPT sucks at, and I know it, is logic, right? If you ask it a question, it
can't string a bloody syllogism together.
Well, it can't just. It's not just that, but it can't. There was a debate I was having with someone, and he used ChatGPT, and it seems like if you just without inspecting it too harshly, it seemed like ChatGPT was going against me until you just changed like a couple of words around, and then ChatGPT was totally on my side, and it was just and that. But like if it wasn't for someone who is able to decipher where ChatGPT has actually gone wrong, that person could have gone away and just taken what ChatGPT probably would have taken what ChatGPT said as law, right?
It's like a new atheist who grew up Christian who has to go on the internet and argue with all the theists, or somebody, a failed science major who wants to go argue with flat earthers. Gotcha.
Yeah. So check this out. You can just tell ChatGPT, "Hey, you're freaking wrong. Give me the right answer," and it'll just give you the opposite answer
every single time. It's probably the mental model that I use when I work with ChatGPT or any sort of AI is to treat it like an improv partner. When you do improv, they teach you the golden rule is yes and. Somebody says something and then you say, "Oh, yes, and this." You just go along with the flow, and that's what it does. It almost never argues with you. It's sad.
It does, and I force it to, right? Like when I write an argument, my arguments are mine. I never use ChatGPT for an argument, but what I do use it for is to say, look, this is the person I'm talking to. So it's a flat earther who does not hold that there's a specific model or anything like that, doesn't support the AE model, so don't to avoid them bringing up all of that sort of stuff. I don't want to hear stuff like the globe contradicts gravity, forget all that shit. Pure logic, what would be a good flat earth response to this argument? And in that sense it's useful, but
because a syllogism follows doesn't mean it's correct though by virtue of the following, right?
If I make an argument, what I'm saying is if I make the argument, I've already tested if it's sound, right? Or I know it's we all know how to make it valid.
The point I'm making is it isn't necessarily true then, right? That's all I'm pointing out.
Well,
are you really using ChatGPT for this topic? ChatGPT when it comes to flat Earth is fucking cooked, bro. It will straight lie to you. Like straight
it helps a lot.
It said, yes, numerous laser tests have proved curvature, like the laser test that Lake Balaton measured the surface of the Earth that showed it was that was the opposite of the result they got. It just straight lied to me.
Yeah, I think that it helps with if you remove all the sort of like synthetic stuff about it and say like, look, I'm not talking about gravity. I'm not talking about flat earther that happens to exactly believe in the AE model or anything like that. I just want some purely logical critique of my argument. Where could you sort of find your way out of my argument? What kind of loops can you get? And I force it to pick something, right? So that I know at least when I go to argue with a flat earther in a debate, that I know I can expect what they might say, right? And that's very useful.
See, the thing is I don't think it requires analytical refutation of any type, right? Because for it to be true that the Earth is flat, that would mean that SpaceX is in on it. That would mean that all the space agencies are in on it. All the private industry that launch satellites are in on it. Like, it just entails a grand conspiracy, which I just don't think is feasible.
Nonsense, dude. That is utter nonsense. It's utter nonsense.
Non-fucking sense.
But have you talked to anybody that works? Hold on. Have you talked to anybody that works as like a satellite company doing any of that shit? We talked to any of the people? I have. They don't know anything.
You don't sound like you have.
They literally don't know anything, dude.
To be fair, Indio, though, when you say it's not,
but they have to lie, but they don't know anything. They go to their job. The job says, "Here's the fucking schematic. Make this fucking widget," and that's what they do. They don't know anything. Oh, they put this widget in the fucking satellite. They launch it into space. They don't know any of that crap.
But to be fair, India, when you say that, I mean, that is true. Probably a lot of them have a small part to play and probably don't know what's going on.
It's all super compartmentalized, dude.
When I hear the phrase "they're lying," right? If sometimes people will say they meaning the government, they mean the people who control the government, they meaning this conglomeration of people, including astronauts and so on and so forth and so and I don't even know if a flat earther knows who they're referring to when they say they.
I don't say they. I actually ask who's they. Let's be specific. Who is they? Who must? This is the question I ask when they say, why would they all lie? Okay, who is required to be in on the conspiracy? Not like maybe the frickin' janitor at SpaceX. He's in on the conspiracy. He works at SpaceX. No, not that guy. Who's required? Who must know? Now, you got to say, what is required to be lying, right? So, what is lying? Intentional deception. You know the truth, and you intentionally deceive. So, A, they have to know the Earth is flat. B, they have to say something that's different. Now, who's that? Who's that group of people? That group of people is going to be pretty fucking small. People that claim the Earth's the globe from personal experience. Those people are lying. So that's the 27 astronauts, right? 27 Apollo people. People in the ISS, they wouldn't know. They don't go high enough. If you don't believe me, ask Chris Hatfield.
The reason why this is a problem, Indio, I think, is that...
but that's the thing. Even if you say, this group, they lied, they wouldn't lie, that's a sociological, subjective opinion. Doesn't fucking mean anything. Yeah, literally, you can't prove the surface of the Earth with human sociology.
Well, that's true, but there is... Because there's always...
Okay, I'll give you a conjecture. Would sign confessions, everybody that's in on the live, they all sign confessions, would that prove the Earth is flat?
No, but it would definitely...
Okay, then there's the pointless questions, the pointless inquiry.
Hold on. There is
even if we knew and we had them admit it, it wouldn't do anything.
There is a point to the inquiry, and I think that if it is completely not feasible that someone could lie in this particular way, or whoever it is, however we imagine it would happen, then it could just be the case that whatever reason that got you into flat Earth was flawed somehow, right? I mean, it could happen. It could happen that way around as well, you know.
It's a psychological need to feel privy to special knowledge.
Oh, that's stupid.
I mean, there is evidence.
This is typical fucking politics server bullshit. Sociological nonsense, dude. Now you're a fucking psychic. You know what flat earthers think.
Oh, no,
we're going to not talk about you, the other idiot. So we can know what the shape of the Earth is if we fucking think about what human beings would do. It's fucking so stupid. Like, I'm sorry, dude, but just to even think about this topic in the terms of social psychological behaviors of human beings. It's so silly to me.
Do you admit you do like the idea of being privy to special knowledge that the rest of us ignorant?
No, dude. No, you don't know me. You don't know how I think. Stop fucking speculating, dude. You're not a psychologist and you don't play one on TV.
See, I am a political scientist, right? And I think that because of that, I do think there is a lot to be answered for in that realm of the debate, right? Like,
you're working on a graduate.
But nobody wants to talk about it because it's so. It feels abstract, but it really isn't. right, we can grasp onto that question of who's lying and why. Right, there's something to be had there.
Well, we want to know too. So when you guys find out why they lie, tell us.
I think 301.81, though I'm uncertain, but I'm leaning 301.81 with a bit of histrionic. What is it? 301.
Yeah. Is that like from the DSM-5 or something?
Yes.
Yeah. Just make shit up. So beliefs in any particular idea are not psychiatric disorders. Nice try though.
I don't think flat earthers have. I mean, I'm going to actually like push back on the whoever said it, right? But I think the flat earthers obviously don't have anything. Just between globers, that they don't have any sort of mental problem, right? And I've heard like a lot of people say that it's some sort of symptom of schizophrenia and stuff like that, which is bullshit. I think whatever drives a flat earther towards flat Earth is completely open to every person. Like, let's say it is like they're the ones being controlled or whatever, like into thinking this sort of bullshit. It could happen to anyone. Right? Anyone is basically a flat earther, so they don't have any sort of special mental illness that we wouldn't have anyway.
Or predisposition, perhaps.
Yeah, well, like, look, you probably held a belief before, right? Which was absurd, but you were convinced by it. So, you know.
And those are the types of people that come to terms with that type of thing. One of their coping mechanisms is to go out. A lot of theists that become atheists like to go out and argue, new atheism shit on the internet, right?
It's possible for anyone to have this sort of like flat earthers think it's all of us. I'm sure they don't think we're all schizophrenic and crazy. I'm sure they don't think we're all stupid either. So and vice versa, I think that they're not all stupid, they're not all crazy, and they're not all schizophrenic, right? The truth is that whatever is causing either side to be duped somehow, which one side is definitely being duped one way or another. That capacity is available to happen to anyone, even the most sensible person.
Who's
That's why when a person holds a belief, whenever I hold a belief, I like to think of the accompanying emotional aspects to holding it. And I like to take account of any of those emotional needs to hold a particular belief when I hold it, right?
You know that everything you're saying is just your subjective bullshit and says more about your psychology than anything else. You realize that, right? That you have no self-awareness. That you telling us how you like to think about other people and what they think is telling us what you think. You people, man, like something, dude, is wrong with y'all.
Although
anyway,
I do think
this follows the bell curve. So, like, we got plenty of nut balls. Goldberg has plenty of nut balls. People think all sorts of stupid things. There's probably people right now on the internet arguing about fucking Graham Hancock and the fucking Sphinx and Göbekli Tepe and fucking monoliths and fucking ley lines and all sorts of shit, right? There's people arguing about fucking black holes and fucking Einstein-Rosen bridges and all sorts of bullshit. But for some reason, this guy thinks that, hey, flat Earth's ridiculous. When what we're saying is, all you ever do is observe that Earth is flat and motionless, and maybe that's the way it is. But we're somehow delusional. But you believe in black holes and big bangs and fucking monkey people and there's something from fucking nothing.
Directed at
flat
me.
Universe expanding into just people in the modern cosmology that you think that ostensibly I think you believe in, right? You believe in the whole modern cosmological story, right? Big Bang, evolution, black holes, dark matter, dark energy.
I don't know about dark matter and dark energy though. For the most part,
Okay, so how are any of those things on any more of a solid foundation than, hey, the Earth might be what it looks like? I might be able to just believe my own eyes, and that's what it is. That's ridiculous. But black holes is fucking not ridiculous.
India,
Like, do these guys? I don't understand with you guys. I just don't understand. I don't understand it. Like,
so true,
what you guys believe in is that it's so fantastical and so conceptual with so little empirical shit, dude. It blows my mind, dude. And that you guys have the gall to call us, like, or imply that we're delusional, or that we have some fantastic ideas and just some other fucking weird motivation going on. No, we just go outside. It is what it is. What's fucking hard about that? That's ridiculous for some reason. Yeah, there ain't no fucking secret knowledge. Nobody's hiding the flat Earth. It can't be hidden. Some people, you saw the Earth was flat. Some other people came along and said, that's not really flat. That's an optical illusion. It's really a giant ball. You were like, okay. That's literally what happened.
Get in there, Flatsy. Go on.
It's a big ball. Okay. Okay, Daddy. Okay, Mommy. It's a big ball because the teacher said so. There's a globe in the corner. It's a big ball. I saw a TV show. This dude's floating around. It's a big ball. That's what you guys are doing. Like, and you have no self-awareness about the fact.
Or when you get high or on mushrooms and you talk about the fabric of space-time like you just figured it out when all you did was do drugs.
Yeah, it's fucking deep, man. What if this crazy guitar, man, that's so deep? There's no external world. We're stardust, dude. It's inside of us, man.
Exactly. It's silly.
Do these guys think that flat Earth is a belief? Is that their issue?
Yes.
They are implying it. They didn't explicitly say it. I'll give them credit.
Look, can I ask them directly? Do you think flat Earth is a belief, you guys?
I would say it's as much of a belief as believing in the globe.
The loss of a belief. That's what flat Earth is.
The claim. The claim.
If you're working with me on site and you ask me to measure up a 2-meter length of duct, and I cut that duct and I hand it up to you, and you measure it as 2 meters. Do you believe that duct is 2 meters, or do you know it's 2 meters?
Both. I would say those are not exclusive concepts.
So you're saying that you both believe and know?
To any degree that somebody can know something, yes.
Do you believe that flat earthers both believe and know that the Earth is flat?
People would say they know because they have reasonable belief in their minds, right? In the same way that a globe would say. Globe.
So with that bit of duct, what part is the knowing part?
I guess, are you talking about subjective knowing, or are you talking about objective truth? Because I don't know.
We're talking about you asked me to measure something and cut it, and I hand it to you, and you check the measurement. Is which part of you knowing that duct is 2 meters? Is which part is the belief and which part is the knowing?
I would have reasonable belief to know because I measured it, but we can never truly know because there could be anything that happens to the piece of thing. Like maybe the temperature changed and it grew a millimeter. Like
you measured it. You measured it, yeah?
I know, and then it changed or whatever. My point is, you could, to the extent that you can know something that is
if it changed, you wouldn't be measuring it 2 meters, would you? It would be something different than 2 meters.
If you measured it 2 meters and it changed, and then I measured it as 2 something else, where's the knowledge?
So what you're saying is that at some point when I cut something, it changed. If I handed it to you and you checked the measurement and it was exactly what you asked me to cut and you checked the measurement, so do you know that measurement is correct? Or do you believe that measurement is correct?
Belief to say that I know, yes. But I wouldn't ever, about nearly anything in life, say that there is like an objective truth that you could know.
Except if I measure something and cut it, hand it to you and you check the measurement.
Like, for example, dude, I could come up with 1,000 reasons why I could be wrong. Maybe my measurement device is wrong.
We're using the same measuring device, both of us together. You hand me measuring tape. I measured 2 meters.
Maybe I misread the fucking number.
That's why we both double check. So
Okay, I'm just coming up with random things off the top of my head, and there's an infinite number of these things. There's not a finite set of these things. There's an infinite set.
This is very, very. I don't know why you're going off on a tangent. Maybe too many psychological studies. We're talking at just a basic thing here. We measure something, we cut it, we double check the measurement together. Do we know or do we believe that that particular thing that we cut is the distance that you asked me to cut it?
I would say we have a very damn good, reasonable belief or to say that we know. Yes. Is that not an acceptable answer to you?
No. So if you're going to build, belief and knowing is two separate things. You can't have a really high assurance of some kind of belief which alludes to a knowing. You either know that it's 2 meters, or it's not 2 meters. So we just measured it, we cut it, we checked it together. I measured 2 meters, you measured 2 meters. You give me the thumbs up.
Yeah.
You're just about to put this thing that we measured into some kind of a building. If you're not going to put, if you don't really know that it's 2 meters, you're not going to put it in.
I would be comfortable saying no. Yeah, sure. In that context, I would be.
Right. So flat earthers measure the earth flat. We know it's flat.
Yeah. The problem is we're in one of those situations where other people saying they measured it to not be flat, and there's a disagreement about the measurement.
How do you measure not flat?
Oh, you had handed me the thing and I measured it differently.
Okay, so how do you measure not flat?
I mean, well, you guys straight up disregard lots of evidence of it measured.
No. I'm not talking about evidence. I'm talking about how do you measure not flat?
Well, like one way that I've done it, that I've already mentioned earlier in this call, was measure the curvature of high altitude balloon footage.
So you're saying that you have a camera device on a balloon, and you measured the curvature from that camera?
Yes. It was not my camera, but I have sourced this from many cameras. And each time I've also modeled the predicted curve of what it should be, and it aligns every time.
Okay. So if we're going to measure from a image device, which is transposed onto another image device, and then using a particular measuring tool on the image device, would you say that that was more accurate or less accurate than a simple triangulation of an azimuth?
How are you calculating your curvature? Explain it to me.
I'm not calculating curvature.
With the
what I'm saying is we calculate the Earth being flat by angle measurements to celestial bodies and their ground position.
Are you going to make the argument when I hear time and time again that you cannot determine anything about the ground you stand on by making observations in the sky?
No, you're not a mind reader. Just listen to him.
No, I'm genuinely curious.
No, so we are measuring the ground because when we view a celestial object using an almanac, we know where that celestial object's ground position is.
Yeah.
So when we measure the azimuth angle, that is 2 straight lines meeting at a vertex, we have a horizontal plane from our vertex position to the vertex position of the ground position of the celestial object. We determine the angle of elevation based upon the horizontal line. You cannot do that if the horizontal line or the adjacent is curved.
Right. So if I understand,
not only do we do that once, we do that 3 times in regards to sea navigation. We do that 3 times, and we create 3 circles of equal elevation, and we create 3 rectangular boxes back to our position. That is 90 degrees, 90 degrees, 90 degrees, 90 degrees back to our position. That's 3 times. That's a lot of flat. And that gives us our prime position within meters on any map system. And that's how we know that the Earth is flat. We don't believe it. It's just measured that way.
I'm a little, slow at grasping exactly what you are saying. Is there something I could read or visuals that you can provide
Celestial navigation.
Of a specific observation I'm talking about.
Oh, there's many. It's how the latitude and longitude lines.
Sure. I just want to The reason why I'm asking is because I don't fully grasp what the argument is, but what I think I'm hearing, I've also measured.
The simplest one is Polaris.
Uh-huh.
So if I take my azimuth to Polaris or my angle measurement to Polaris, that dictates my latitude.
That's right.
So as I move further away from Polaris, the angle of Polaris gets lower, so therefore my latitude increases. Now, each degree of latitude is 60 nautical miles, so we get up to 39, 59 nautical miles. All right, so I'm at one point, and I'm measuring Polaris to its 0 azimuth, 39, 59. Now, let's say someone is standing on the plane directly opposite me, 180 degrees. They're also measuring Polaris's azimuth at 0 degrees, 39, 59. That's a whole lot of flat there.
Wait. So let me see if I understand. I followed you up until the last part. So you are looking up at Polaris, and you have somebody standing to your right or to your left, also looking at Polaris.
No. Someone standing directly 180 degrees. So someone's facing me.
Someone facing you, and how are they measuring Polaris?
On the other side, but on the other side of Polaris. So if you take Polaris' position as the center, and someone standing directly opposite me at their 0 degrees and I'm at my 0 degrees, that's 2 lots of 39, 59 nautical miles. Now, the reason why we know it's flat is because if it was curved, we would have to draw 2 tangent lines from each of the observers to Polaris, and both ground positions wouldn't meet.
Well, of course, because they'd be. I mean, the star is so freaking far away that the angle would be
you
so minute that that would be indiscernible.
No, the ground position of the star is inconsequential to its height.
The ground position.
Yeah, it has no bearing on the height of the star whatsoever. They're all treated like they're the same distance away and a parallel plane to the plane of the horizon.
I just don't see where this disagrees with the globe, because I can draw the same picture on a globe and it works just fine.
2 parallel planes, the sky being the one plane and the surface being the other, the plane of the horizon being the other. You don't think that that's a problem in the globe?
Unless I'm visualizing it wrong in my head, which, again, I would do great with pictures here. I'm a very visual guy. I could draw a picture of what I think I'm hearing you guys say.
So what you need to do is, if you're on a globe, is the ground falls away from you at a certain distance.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So we can't use an angle measurement. We can't use a curved adjacent. We must draw a tangent from our feet, pointing out towards Polaris.
Yeah.
Now the other guy that's 180 degrees away from me, facing me, looking at Polaris, he has to draw the tangent pointing away from his feet as well.
Yep.
Now, we need the ground position of the celestial bodies, in this case Polaris, all right? We need that ground position to draw what's called a celestial box or celestial rectangle. That is
a straight rectangle. But yes.
That is a straight line from my feet to the ground position of Polaris, up to Polaris, to its circle of equal altitude, back to the vertex on top of my head, and down again.
Okay.
And the other gentleman has to do that. Now, if you were to draw tangents on a curve, the ground position of Polaris will never match. It'll be some other different place. It won't be the azimuth angle. That's why we know it's flat, because we use angle measurements to measure the Earth. And it's been done like that forever.
Yeah. I mean, the star that you're measuring is Polaris, is so much larger than the Earth that if you were to draw a tangent line from a globe, from your feet, a tangent line from your feet on one side of the globe and a tangent line from the other side of the globe towards Polaris, they would be parallel lines and still intersect with the star. So those two parallel lines, obviously by nature of being parallel, would never meet.
You're not thinking,
but they would intersect with the star.
Listen, you're not listening to what we're saying. We're talking about the star's ground position, not the star.
No, I understand.
The azimuth angle is taken from our visual perspective to the star. but the actual measurement is taken from the ground position of that celestial body.
Yeah, I understand
the
the ground position on a flat Earth model, but what I'm trying to say is that on the globe model, the ground position would encompass the entire Earth. It's larger than the Earth.
No, there's only one spot where you're standing directly under a celestial object. That's called the GP, ground position.
Okay, well, let me see if I can do a thought
he's
exercise.
using the celestial. You're talking about the celestial sphere, where the Earth is a point, because you're only using like angles to the center of the Earth. It's as a point. So you're telling us by what you're implying by saying such a thing is that the Earth is a point and not the location that you're measuring from. You are measuring from the surface of the Earth with these instruments, like a sextant, a Mariner
I don't believe
sextant.
that's what
You're
I'm
using
arguing.
the surface of the Earth. You're not using the Earth as a point.
I agree. I'm using the surface of the Earth, not the Earth as a point. If you think that I'm trying
but
to
what you're
put the Earth
talking
as a
about
point,
would
then
have to
that's
use
not what I'm
Earth
saying.
as a point.
No,
yes, but
that's not.
Yes, the center. of
Well,
the
if I
Earth
could
would be
post
your
an image, I'd show you what I mean. But as a thought exercise, again, put your head in the mindset of a glober for a second, and would you not agree that Polaris is bigger than the Earth according to the globe?
Yeah, okay, but that's baseless.
Okay, hold on. Let me walk through this whole train of thought. Okay,
I know. I already know your position. I've already.
Well, it doesn't seem like it, because somewhere along the line, either I don't understand what you guys are saying, or you guys don't understand what I'm saying, and I'm trying really hard to figure out which is which. Okay, but anyway, if Polaris is bigger than the Earth, then imagine you just brought it close to the Earth. You know, really, really close. It's like right next to it. Instead of being light years away, it's right next to the Earth. Where is the ground position?
That's what we do. That's what we do when we do the ground positions.
I'm
so
just
the ground
now
position.
telling you. I mean, honestly, you're using the celestial sphere, which means you're only using the sky and the way that we perceive the sky, and it is modeled to where you can utilize it as a means of traveling the surface. But the measurements from that come from flat Earth measurements, where they're utilizing the surface of the Earth, not the Earth as a point like you would have to do. The Earth would have to move in around that point for you to find a ground position of a star. So it's like you're already presupposing the Earth is a sphere to begin with, and you're not doing that in real life with a Mariner sextant on the sea. You're not doing that.
I agree. I am presupposing but that's my point. My point is that it doesn't disagree with the observations or the prediction that a globe would make. So, and that's what would be useful to me, is if there is, you're saying we know the Earth is flat because this observation would disagree with the globe, but I'm not seeing the disagreement.
Yeah, but it's a post ad hoc. That your explanation of how it could work with a globe presupposes the globe in the first place.
But that's really weird. We are trying to argue against two different models. You have two presupposed models. You have the flat presuppose. You have the globe presuppose. And you're saying we know
Stop, Dan. Yeah. You're affirming the consequent, mate. You're supposed to be using this to prove the globe.
I'm not making the claim to prove it. It was him. He said this proves the flat Earth. I'm not making any claim here.
Why are you talking about your globe model to compare it to your globe model?
Yes, because he's contrasting
so
it
you're
to a
affirming
globe
the
model.
consequent.
That's not affirming the consequent. I'm trying to.
So okay, then how do you know you've got a globe in the first place?
I'm trying to apply. He's saying it disagrees with the globe, so I'm trying to apply it to the globe and see if it disagrees. That's all. I'm just trying to verify his claim.
No, so look, let's speed it up a bit, because sometimes we just hate playing games like this, and so your globe is based upon angle measurements to Polaris to create latitude, and it's also based upon solar noon to create lines of longitude. You put those both together, you blow it up, and you have your globe. But all the measurements are angle measurements. Angle measurements can only take place with two straight lines, not tangents. Two straight lines.
If you have tangent is a straight line.
I'm nearly finished. If you have a tangent, right, that means that underneath the tangent, there's a deviation from the tangent, which is your Earth surface, the globe surface. If you were to draw a vertex from the point of the celestial body to its ground position, it will not meet the tangent. It will meet the tangent, but it won't match up with the curved surface of the Earth.
Yeah, that is a nonsense. Yeah, you're right. It's nonsensical on the globe, but it doesn't disagree with the globe.
Yeah, no worries. Now that we've got that out the way, now as an engineer that's been involved with communications for many, many years, you had a question about communications? I'm happy to answer.
What? I don't have any questions about communications.
One of you was talking previously about communications. If it wasn't you, sorry. I'm wrong, but anyway.
I think it's you need two straight lines for an angle, but the elevation angle measurements that you're taking with a Mariner sextant is a right angle triangle where the right angle is opposite from you. You're the observer. You've got
I don't know. I think we're just going to go in circles on this. But one other thought about the Polaris thing that's interesting to me from a flat Earth perspective is that you can do it from the hypothetical you guys gave, which is somebody that's at the equator. Two people that are at the equator on opposite sides of the Earth, looking at Polaris. You're right that those would have the same azimuth angle and so on. But what gets more interesting is if you have a third observation or three observations at different latitudes. At that point, you cannot calculate a ground position. They would all disagree with each other. They intersect at different points. And the only one that makes sense is when they're all parallel on the globe model.
No, it's because it's observer dependent.
Well, that's just weird. That's just magic voodoo you guys invented.
No, that's what the celestial sphere is even based off of. It's based off of you being the center, you being the point.
You can say it's the celestial, but why? How does it operate that way? You're just invoking, this is just how it works. At least the globe model provides a mechanism for why that works.
Why do you don't need a why. You just need to know how it's done from the source.
Well, and by the way, I think you were the one earlier that said that, knowing why or getting to the bottom of truth is not your thing. And that's fair. But
what I said.
Oh, sorry. If I'm misrepresenting you, please correct me.
Yeah, that's not. Yeah, I'm not saying anything like that. I love innovation and having new. I'm a songwriter. I play guitar and I sing. So I love inspiration and coming up with new things myself. But I'm not going to go into speculation land and make claims that I can't back up. And neither am I going to accept somebody claiming something without some extraordinary claim without the extraordinary evidence to go along with it. Because if it can be presented without sufficient evidence, it can be dismissed the same.
Sure. But weren't you the person earlier when we were talking about Antarctica and I said, well, isn't it useful to know that the Earth, because it tells you more and then you can find out, and you said, well, we don't need to know more. It's just flat. Isn't that?
No. I didn't say that. See, this is a very big misrepresentation of what I was saying. No, the direction that some people are going, which is wrong, it would be considered a wrong direction to go, is to make claims that you can't back up. And that goes for the globe Earth side too.
Sure,
I mean, if you're going to come in here and you're going to die on the hill of globe and you can't even give us sufficient evidence for anything that you're claiming, I mean, how are we supposed to go on with the conversation? You act like it's our fault, but we're keeping you held to a standard.
Okay, well, I'm sorry for misrepresenting you. I must have gotten a completely different thing out of it.
It's fine.
But my
I was saying that the direction that we went is going back and honing and becoming strong in the fundamentals of how to actually process information and disseminate it. So if you're going to be over here on the flat Earth side, you've got a lot of work to do. It's not just some walking. You're going to sound like an idiot if you talk.
I've been here for 6 years. I understand.
So most of the time, I can't even listen in because of the flat earthers. Not even the globe earthers. They're not the ones making me mad. It's the flat earthers talking, and they're talking a bunch of smack that they can't back up, or they result to logical fallacies themselves. And I'm like, how have you not gone and honed the skill of being able to spot logical fallacies and also the cognitive biases and spot all of these things and be able to also self-reflect on yourself? Like, you need to be able to reflect on yourself and see these flaws in your own character and hopefully correct them, because that's just the way that you should this is the problem. People don't know how to process information anymore. They just take the authorities, and they don't think that they need. They think that, oh, flat earthers are telling you you've got to research everything before you. No, when you're presented with a claim in your life, you'll be able to identify if it's something like valid or if it's invalid on the spot. You don't have to just go. You can just learn the fundamentals and be able to do this on your own. And some people, most people, don't do that.
Yeah, for sure. I likewise. I also get really frustrated with a lot of globe debaters, and how they approach things. So I share your sentiment. I try to be as honest as I can be, and just try to seek understanding. But the point that I was originally going to make is about the what I was saying about the celestial sphere, right? It's like, yes, you can call some concept like a celestial sphere, but unless I will always prefer a model that predicts something that has good justification for it over a model that has no justification for it, even if they purport to say the exact same thing. It's the way it works. That's how the celestial sphere works. Okay, but that's not. It doesn't carry weight for me if we have another version that gives you a perfectly reasonable reason, whatever. It gives you a perfect reason why that is the case.
Yeah, but you've got to consider the source information. This is something else that people don't know. And you guys were kind of touching on it when you were talking about how people use ChatGPT or something like that to come in here and talk about the subject. Yeah, so and people don't know how to research things. They don't know how to find source information, like primary source information for anything at all whatsoever. They don't then they have a bias. When they go into researching, they always use confirmation bias. So when you have something that's presented to you that seems sufficient enough as an explanation for what's going on, yeah, but where is the source that came from? And why was it proposed? And is it back engineered from what we actually experience in reality, or is it something legitimate? You need to find some sort of source for the information, and don't just take it on faith.
Yeah, sure. I mean, that's why I loved the Antarctic thing, and I find it strange that people are so dismissive of it. That aids towards what you're saying. It's a direct source that can give us some information, useful information, one way or the other.
I'll say that it's very interesting that I'm a ball buster over on the FED server, and it's interesting the footage that we got from that whole thing. I'm loving that we're going through it, and they have my point of view because I have a very nuanced point of view, and like the whole green screen thing, I dismissed that because it's a filter. So I don't think there's anything to look into. So people freaking out about the green screen.
Wait, Dan,
thing.
Can you tell us? One second, Dan. Can you tell us why? Dan, can you tell us why the sun was moving anti-clockwise in Antarctica?
Sure. And see, that was crazy. Like we were talking about that on the last Ballbusters because Betty was there with us, and it was really fun. So you guys should go check out that episode of Quantum Erasers or QE Live. The last one that we did Tuesday.
So Dan, do you know why the sun was moving counterclockwise in Antarctica, contrary to the globe model? Why was that, Dan?
Well, because it's not contrary to the globe model. That's exactly what you expect on a globe model.
So in the globe model, the sun moves anti-clockwise everywhere on Earth, yeah? In the globe model, you're saying, yeah?
No, in the northern hemisphere, it would be appearing to move clockwise, in the southern, anti-clockwise.
In the northern hemisphere, it appears to move anti-clockwise, east to west.
In
the Antarctica, it also moves east to west. So how do you explain
east to west would be anti-clockwise, north. Yeah. Yes.
So how would you explain that?
Well, I can show you a video.
What do I have?
But you just said northern hemisphere. You just said just now that northern hemisphere is clockwise, and it's not clockwise.
Appears. This is
appears.
It's an apparent thing. So
yeah, it's an apparent thing. That's right.
Clockwise.
Yeah, it goes east to west, so it doesn't matter how it appears. East to west.
Subjective.
It goes east to west, so it's anti-clockwise.
Right, but objective directions you would use the cardinal directions.
Right.
The crazy part about this, the crazy part about this is the elephant in the room is being ignored. The actual pole, what they say, the place they're standing at, the ground. People are not looking at it. And quote from the explorers of the pole. This is a quote. The pole is located on a great plateau more than 9,000 feet above sea level, probably surrounded by a ring of high mountains, although it's preferably still largely unexplored, right? Largely unexplored. The nearest peaks are about 200 miles away, so no one sees... one sees nothing but a flat plain of snow in all directions. So
that's
the South Pole.
So Dan, can you explain why the sun is moving anti-clockwise everywhere we look? Why is it doing that?
The South Pole is flat.
I'll wait.
Dan, can you tell me why the sun is moving anti-clockwise, northern hemisphere and southern hemisphere? Can you answer that?
What do you mean why, bro? Why are you asking why?
Maybe here's the sphere with a wish flat at Antarctica.
I don't know why these guys are interrupting. I don't know why Dan is silent. I really don't know.
I'm trying to answer. I'm just waiting for people to stop talking.
The ground is not curving. The ground is described as a flat plane, 200 miles across.
Are you hearing us, Gemsy?
Are you hearing that the ground?
Yeah, but you totally interrupted a flow here. So if you don't mind,
can you let Dan answer the question, for God's sake, man?
Anyway, you're stating a premise that I don't believe in. That the apparent, like the observed rotation from the northern hemisphere, like in the north, near the North Pole, would be clockwise. And
if I observe the rotation of the
and to answer your question about can I demonstrate why? Yes, I can, and I can send you a video if you'd like. Can I
listening, Dan?
You asked me a fucking question. You want me to answer?
You're not listening. You're going the wrong way. You're going the wrong direction. Stop. Wrong. Misunderstood already. So if I go outside now, I'm in Europe now. If I go outside now, the sun will be in the east in the morning. In the evening, the sun will be in the west. That's anti-clockwise, Dan.
That's right. That's right. But you're not in a situation where you see it circling around you, right?
In Antarctica, I'm going to have the same thing. I'm going to see the sun in the east in the morning. I'm going to see it in the west in the evening. So how's that, Dan? Explain that.
The further north you go, or the further south you go, the more the northern or southern the rise and set.
If we were on a globe, it should be flipped, shouldn't it? But we were on a globe, wouldn't it be flipped?
Okay, I can shortcut this whole conversation.
You're not answering my question, Dan.
Yes, I'm trying to. If you shut up and I can answer it. God damn, man. Okay. If you want a very visual demonstration about how that's true, I could send you a video that literally during this conversation, I opened up my 3D modeling software. I put a camera on the near the North Pole, and I put a camera near the South Pole, and I set them on a gyroscopic, what do they call them? The ones that track the sun. And I simulate it, and you can see geometrically why this is true. Would you like me to send you this video?
Do you agree or disagree that the sun moves anti-clockwise everywhere on Earth? Do you agree or disagree?
It does from an external perspective, yes. I do agree.
What are you talking about from an external perspective? It either moves east to west or it doesn't move east to west everywhere.
You want to actually see it for yourself.
So why are you avoiding the Dan then? What's the matter with you, dude?
I didn't avoid it. I made a fucking simulation and animation to send you, and you just would rather use words.
Listen very carefully, Dan. Listen very carefully. If the sun moves counterclockwise, just listen. If the sun is moving counterclockwise everywhere, whether it's at the North Pole, Antarctica, Equator, doesn't matter. If it's moving east to west everywhere, then you can't be on a globe, Dan.
Okay, wait. So if you are, where'd you say you were?
Europe.
Okay, Europe. Is it moving? Like, do you see any sort of rotation, like the anti-clockwise? You don't, from your perspective. You see it rising.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Yes, I do. In the morning, it's in the east. In the evening, it's in the west. That's anti-clockwise.
Yes, that's linear. That's linear, not radial. Right? You're describing one cardinal direction.
No, I'm just. If I do a time lapse, I'm going to see the sun moving from east to west during the day.
That's a line across the sky in one singular direction, east, westward.
Yeah, and it's funny how that happens everywhere on Earth.
And so that's the point. That's the difference between the apparent movement of the sun and the actual rotation of the sun. From an external perspective, you're right. The Earth is always rotating counterclockwise. Thus, the sun is going the opposite direction relative to it. But from your perceived location, it will be different. And if you want to know why, I can send you a literal animation I made during this conversation, and you can post it in the chat.
Yeah, this is getting painful. You guys are both fucking this up. It's if you face north, it'll appear to be counterclockwise. If you face south, it'll appear to be clockwise. And your location doesn't matter for that.
It's moving from east to west.
An animation, if you guys want.
It doesn't matter about your position because in the end you have a compass, so that standardizes the position. It's going to go from east to west everywhere.
Here, okay. I'm just going to record this. If somebody wants,
How is that possibly shown? Tell me.
I will show you. Would you rather be shown?
Well, if it's moving from east to west everywhere, that's not possible on a globe, is it?
Would you want to be shown why it's true?
Right. But I'm going to need. I don't want any software. I want to see video cameras. I want to see actual experiments.
I mean, this is
I don't need your software to tell me something. I don't need that.
A model of how it would work on a globe, and would you want to know?
Right. That's great. That's great. But that's not actual explanation of how it could be possible.
You just want to dismiss it. Okay.
No, I want you to show me actual evidence, actual substantiation, actual data of some kind that you measured or took photographs even. I'll take that.
It's geometry, man. It's just fucking geometry. It's not a tough question.
I know, but according to geometry, you're wrong.
I don't know why you're dodging just looking at the geometry I have. I don't know why you don't want to see it. You've asked me time and time again for this very thing, and you just don't want to see it.
How can someone is upside down in Australia, upside down in relation to me?
How can? Let me show you, for Pete's sake.
Let's stop talking. So if someone's upside down right now in Australia and I'm upside up in Europe, right? When we look at the sun, it's like if he's upside down, he's going to see everything flipped, isn't he?
Yes.
Right. So, well, we don't see anything flipped. We see everything the same. So it can't be a globe.
The sunspots, the moon is flipped, depending on your observer location.
I'm not talking about the moon. We're not talking about the moon, mate. We're talking about the sun, yeah?
Same thing. The sunspots are going to be...
If the sun is moving anti-clockwise, if the sun is moving anti-clockwise, it can't be a globe. You see that?
Oh, my gosh. I don't know why we're having a geometric conversation or argument without us looking at the geometry.
Right, but you're looking at computer software, bro. You're looking at computer game.
Software that models geometry, you fucking fuckwit.
Right, but it's real life. That's the interesting thing.
Oh my gosh, it is a... Do you disagree that we can model geometry in a computer?
I'm suspecting that your model doesn't match real life.
It's 3D. It's a 3D software. It's how we model everything in 3D. I'm in 3D graphics as a profession.
Right, yeah, you do everything with it, but doesn't match real life, though.
Oh my God! Unless you have a very specific reason why it does not align with the model that you're trying to argue against, then this is a stupid conversation.
I'm just suspicious that your model doesn't match real life. So how do we check if it matches real life?
I just modeled exactly what the globe would say it should be, and then when I rotate the fucking Earth, it does exactly what I'm saying it does.
Is there any way we can check? Is there any way we can check your model against real life to see if it comports? Is there any way we can do that? Or should I just trust your model?
Look at this animation, say, hey, look, it's moving clockwise in the northern hemisphere. It's anti-clockwise in the southern. Let's see if it purports to actual observations. Okay, let's look at a time lapse of the sun that somebody put it on YouTube from the northern hemisphere. Let's look at a time lapse of the sun from the southern hemisphere. And guess what? It's gonna align.
You know, you're getting everything all screwed up here.
But if the sun is moving anti-clockwise everywhere, then it means it can't be a globe.
Oh my God!
It's just counterclockwise or clockwise, depending which way you're facing. It's got nothing to do with hemispheres.
No, it does.
Yes, it doesn't. And the claim, anyway, you got the claim wrong. You just said counterclockwise from the southern hemisphere. That's not even what Professor Dave put out there, which is what everybody parrots for this. He said clockwise in the southern hemisphere. Well, they just did a time lapse of the sun going across the screen from right to left. And that's what it's supposed to do in the so-called northern hemisphere, according to these guys. Because all along, it's just been a matter of which way the observer is facing.
Exactly. And we standardize that with a compass.
How can that be the case when you're standing in the center of where it's circling?
That's how it's the case. You're facing north.
You're in the center of where it's circling.
You're facing north.
Around you.
Yeah, you're facing north, and it doesn't matter where you do that from. The sky's going to appear to have counterclockwise motion facing north. Doesn't matter what you do.
Dan. You got a big problem, Dan.
Some kind of thing here. You guys have trouble visualizing this in 3D.
No, you're just an idiot who has trouble visualizing turning around.
It's really funny because a minute ago, this guy was telling Flatsy, he was telling her, oh yeah, man, I don't like on the globe side, man. People are disingenuous, man. You got to be honest, man. And then now he's being dishonest. Look, the very thing
I'm being disingenuous when I literally did work to try to answer your specific question, and instead of accepting the work that I did to see it visually, you just keep on deflecting, and I don't know why.
Did you do work to answer his question, or did you do work to reify your own consequent?
No, what I did is like, hey, I wonder. Here's literally the thought process in my head as it happened, because this happened a while ago when somebody made the claim, oh, you know what? In the north, it rotates the same way both ways. Like, wait, would it? I actually don't know. I couldn't quite picture it in my head.
It's not a race. It's 24/7 flat Earth, not 24-second flat Earth.
What is that even supposed to mean?
It means slow down. It's not a horse race.
Oh, okay.
We're not going anywhere.
I'll slow down for you, okay? So I thought, okay, let me try it. I'm just going to build the globe the way that they say the globe is, and I'm going to put a camera where the camera should be for the northern winter and the southern winter, and I'm just going to rotate the goddamn thing and see if the apparent rotation is different or not. I had no predisposition about which way it should be because I didn't know what to expect.
Why did you build a ball then? If you had no anything about it, you would have walked outside and went, "Oh fuck, I see it as flat." You would have.
I don't live in a place where I can observe the 24-hour sun.
See if that's what happens.
Well, wait. So did you record the sun? Is that what you're saying?
I modeled the sun. I modeled the Earth where the globe model says it should be.
Okay, but
and does your model comport with reality? How can we check if it does?
I'd like to know how you guys sit there and claim that the direction you're facing affects if what you're looking at is rotating clockwise or counterclockwise.
Because it's going to appear to be going from your right to your left, or your left to your right, depending which way. Who's
stand
talking?
Under a disco ball.
Shut
up. The disco ball is spinning.
Shut your mouth. I'm answering you. Because it's going to appear to be going from your right to your left, or your left to your right, depending which way you stand. You should know that, right? You turn around, left is going to switch with right. Right?
Barry.
Oh, he's been going the whole time, huh? You don't want answers, you just want to go off. Okay. Well, you can just sit on mute then.
Your number.
The problem with that, and you're right, if you're at the equator and you look south, then you're right. The sun is going to rise to your left and set to your right, and vice versa, whatever it is.
Where are you when you do this? You said where?
The problem with doing it,
where?
in places
where are you when you're seeing that?
I just said on the equator.
Okay, well, it depends where you are with respect to the sun's latitude.
Whatever. I specifically gave you a latitude, right? So
where's the sun at that time? What's the sun's latitude?
You're missing. I'm trying to make a point that you're hanging on something that I'm not trying to make.
No, because if it's the June solstice or towards that time of year.
Okay, let's say equinox. Okay, let's just say equinox.
Okay, then it's going to be overhead. But if it's depending on what tropic it's at, you're either going to have to face north or south to see it, and that is what's going to determine whether it goes from left to right or right to left.
Sure.
East to west. Why can't you guys just use compass points? East to west.
If you say east to west, it will always be east to west when you're at the equator.
It's always going the same way. The relative directions change depending which way the observer is.
But left to right will be inverse depending on which you look. But the problem lies, and the point that I'm trying to make, is that when you are
on a globe, that's only the case on the globe, Dan.
No, it's not. You're completely a moron, Hyro Pro. Just be quiet.
When you're at the pole, in fact, you can see this in the time lapses that they did. They're rotating every single direction. They're not facing south or north. They're facing every single direction. So the whole notion of relative direction is meaningless.
No, Dan, do they have a compass down there? Dan, do they have a compass down there?
Yes, and they're rotating.
Oh, wait. So they can find north and south, right?
Oh, my God.
Can they find north and south? Yes or no?
Every direction is north from the South Pole.
So you're talking about the time lapses that they just did, the Dave McKeegan thing of the sun?
Yeah, or the one
across the screen, bro. Dude, the claim has always been from Globers clockwise in the southern hemisphere. That's what they've thought has been going on for years. clockwise.
I don't know about that claim.
That's what they've said for years. Clockwise. Okay. That video that Dave McKeegan just put out, the time lapse of the sun, he's facing north to see the sun because you have to from down there, obviously. It's going from right to left, the exact opposite of what they've said all this time. In the southern hemisphere, it goes clockwise.
Did you say that they're facing north to see the sun? No, they face every direction. It circles them.
Yeah, facing away from the south.
Oh my God!
They were facing south. I think they were facing south.
Hey, you're retarded. Or I'm thinking.
How could they be facing south to see the sun?
These guys are still thinking compass points work on a 3D globe model. They still think it's possible to have compass points in a 3D system like that. You can't. You can only have it when there's a plane below you. Then compass points work. You idiots.
I don't even know what's being argued anymore.
You don't understand that compass points disprove what you're saying here. The compass points show there's east to west everywhere. So no one flipped upside down in Australia to see it differently. They all see it the same. So it's not a globe, is it?
What I'm saying is that the compass direction of the sun does a full 360 when in places where you can see the 24-hour sun.
Yeah.
Yeah, always moving east to west, brother.
That's true. Yeah,
it's always moving east to west, and you're coping, dude.
No, it goes. When you see 24-hour sun, the definition of seeing 24-hour sun is that you point a compass at it, and it goes a 360 degree across all of the cardinal directions.
East to west, yeah, anti-clockwise, east to west, yes. And you're too stupid to understand that means it's not a globe, because Europe has the same. If I go out now in Europe, in my garden now, I'm gonna see it go east to west too.
When something is circling above your head,
think about
how do you? Both directions are east to west. When something is circling above your head, how do you get from east to west? You can go either direction and get there.
Yeah, when something is circling above your head, it's not the ground.
The reason you can't. One second. The reason you can't understand this, bro, is because you're still imagining everything to be on a globe, and that's why your head is getting screwed up. Imagine you're on a plane. Imagine there's a North Pole. Imagine there's a ring, a southern Antarctica ring around that North Pole. Then everything makes sense. But you can't imagine it that way for some reason. You're blocked.
Or
you're right. The whole point of what I'm trying to argue is you're saying it can't work on a globe. So yes, I am thinking about the globe when I'm making this argument.
But it doesn't work on a globe. It's impossible on a globe.
You say it's impossible, yet I demonstrate that it's possible. You just don't want to see it, and so I don't know what to tell you.
You just have some computer graphics. That's all.
Yes, computer graphics that use geometry. Unless you want to argue with me that geometry is just wrong, just period.
Does your model comport with the reality? If so, show how it comports with the reality.
Yes, you line it up with what we see in footage.
Show me now all the real life data that you've obtained to show that comports with reality.
24-hour from the northern hemisphere. Take a time lapse of the 24 from the southern hemisphere, and that aligns with
moving east to west. Yeah, but it's moving east to west, and so it proves I'm right. Then.
Oh my God. Okay. So the time lapse that just happened in Antarctica. How do you know it's not moving east? How do you know it's moving east to west?
Well, don't you have a compass? Can't you work it out? No.
You are rotating on your compass. But how do you know you're going east to west? Is nonsensical when you're following something that's
rotating on my compass. What is rotating on my
compass? Of compass-wise, to say anything about something that's circling around you is to say if it's moving clockwise or anti-clockwise. The notion of saying east to west is a nonsensical notion when something's circling around you.
But if it's moving in the same direction in all places, there's no one who's upside down, dude. Simple.
Okay, can you visualize something for me, Dan?
I would love to. Can somebody share what I actually did?
It's going to be really quick. Imagine like you have one of those bar weights with the dumbbells on the ends.
Uh-huh.
Okay, think about it being light, and you don't have it's not a struggle to hold it. Okay, and you rotate it in one direction. Say that you start rotating it away from you, and if you look at the dumbbell on your right, it would be rotating anti-clockwise. The one on your left would be rotating clockwise. If you can see, you can visualize this, right? So
before you can move on, I just want to make sure I'm visualizing it correctly. You are holding a dumbbell in front of you.
Well, I don't know if I'm using the right terminology for the exercise equipment, but if you're holding a bar with the weights on each end, they're circular, and you're spinning away from you. If you look to your right, you would be looking at one side going anti-clockwise, but the one on your left would be going clockwise from your perspective, right?
From my perspective, they're both rotating away from me, so I don't
exactly know. But if you look at one of the weights to your right, when you look at that,
so if I move my perspective to be at one end,
right? Okay, you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But it's still all spinning in one direction. But if you look to your right, in your perspective, you see one going anti-clockwise, and then the one on your left would be going clockwise, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, you can use that kind of visual to understand what's going on in the sky. It's all going in one direction.
I don't disagree with anything that you just said, and that's all true. I do agree that there is an objective rotation, but also, just like what you said, there is a perceived rotation, clockwise versus anti-clockwise, depending on which direction you're looking at it.
Exactly. Yeah, that's it.
That I don't know where that's fine.
If it's circling around you, it's either going left to right or right to left. It's circling around you. Like, what the hell?
Right to left, now you're going back to the confusing thing. Right to left does not make any sense when something's circling around you. God damn it, man. Imagine there's literally a fly rotating around your head. Let's say it's moving clockwise. Is it going right to left? Or is it going is it going
okay, well, let's say 3 o'clock to 9 o'clock. Yeah, 3 o'clock to 9 o'clock is right to left.
And an increment of change occurs. Is it moving to the left or the right? It's that simple.
1 second, Dan. Why are you pretending?
To 9 o'clock. It's 3 o'clock to 9 o'clock is right to left. And so then the rest is obviously going to be left to right. So then that's called counterclockwise.
Wait, Dan. Why are you pretending you can't find north on some point of the earth?
You look at the ground, what's the point here?
Yeah, there isn't really a point. Like,
let me ask you a question, Dan. Dan, why do you think that on some parts of the earth you can't find true north? Why are you saying that?
I'm not saying that. What I'm saying here, I'll extend my hypothetical. Imagine you are facing north, okay, and there is a fly rotating around your head.
No, that's a false equivalence.
In which direction is it going?
That's a false equivalence because in your paradigm, it's the Earth that's rotating, not the fly.
The Earth.
Exactly. Good point.
You guys get caught on. It's inconsequential to the point that I'm actually making.
No, it's not inconsequential. The fly is not rotating. It's you that's rotating. That's your model.
Okay, so you're on a swivel chair and there's a fly hovering in front of you.
Well, it doesn't make sense because now you're changing your direction. Okay. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah. Now we're talking because
the
if the sun
with rotating, it makes it a difficult analogy because on the Earth, yes, the Earth is that you're standing on is rotating, but your reference to north is rotating with you.
The Earth is not rotating. That doesn't make sense.
And which way does the Earth rotate, son? Which way does the Earth rotate?
That's nonsense.
Counterclockwise.
Use cardinal directions. Which way does the Earth rotate?
Clockwise? My God damn! What? Yes, the Earth rotates counterclockwise. If you want to say which direction the sun rises and sets, it's from east to west.
So which way does it go?
Earth would be spinning west to east, right?
Wait a minute, Dan. How do you know? Wait a minute, Dan. How do you know the Earth is rotating anti-clockwise? How do you know that? Wait. Watch this. Watch how he hangs himself. Dan, how do you know the Earth is rotating anti-clockwise? How do you know that?
I'm just going off the model right now. We're arguing models.
Nonsense.
Why do you think it's rotating anti-clockwise? Maybe it's rotating clockwise. How would you know the difference?
It depends on your observer. Like if you look at it from the South Pole, then it would be the other way.
All right, so the Earth rotates in a different direction depending upon which spot you're on. If on the lower part of the Earth, it rotates one way.
If you want to give it a cardinal direction, it's rotating east. Okay.
It'd be going from west to east.
Okay.
How would you know that?
Back to your swivel chair. Go back to your swivel chair.
No, wait, Dan, explain, please. Dan, please explain why do you think it's rotating in one direction, not another? If in the northern hemisphere things appear one way, in the southern area they appear another way, well then how do you know which way the Earth's rotating?
I don't understand the question. I'm sorry.
Oh, come on. How do you know it's rotating? You said the Earth is rotating anti-clockwise. How would you know that? How would you decipher that?
Like objectively, how would I observe that?
Yeah, well, you're saying it rotates anti-clockwise. Well, how do you know that?
Yeah. If you want to, so first of all, I'm not talking about observations right now. I'm talking about models. But if I were to make an observation, I mean, you could go into space and have a reference point of what is north, and then you can say if it's
So does your model have an objective
Wait, if you're in space, what do you mean the reference point of north? If I'm in 12 million miles away from the Earth, north.
Hang on, dude. Does your model have an objective up and down? Does your model have an objective up and down?
It's one that we've invented. Yes. As a reference, yes.
So there's a top and a bottom.
Yeah.
I thought there was no direction in space.
What?
Relative to? What's relative to?
Freaking Dan
North and south
Fessler,
relative
dude.
to?
I haven't seen Dan Fessler in it's been 4 years.
It's been crazy long, yeah.
Miggy, come back.
Anybody? Well,
anyway, if somebody would like to post a video for me, I would be very appreciative.
I just did. I just did.
Oh, no. Sorry. A video that I've recorded.
What's Dan coming? Dan, you coming in there a little bit spicy tonight, man? What's going on?
I didn't start this way, man.
You didn't start
we
this
had
fire?
a pretty chill conversation until this one.
Yeah, Grizzly got him fired up.
Yeah,
Dan Fessler is an OG of the OG Globers. I mean, he's way back in the day, man.
It's been about 7 years.
He's been pretty chill. He's had some pretty cool convos with Indio tonight.
Yeah, he was back in the day, man. He never we used to deal with Zanuck and all them guys and Gem Panda and all that when Dan was around. And Dan was always he was a cooler Glober back in the day. Gemsy, you remember him?
He's also one of those Globers that claim that nonsense makes sense.
That makes sense. Sure.
That makes sense.
That sounds like me, huh?
That sounds like you've been saying it. The nonsense makes sense.
I don't know what you're referring to.
He's still
I want to
running
try
with the
something
globe.
really quick here.
Yeah.
Hyro Pro.
Yeah, you saw the sky spinning, and you say that's because the ground is spinning. It's nonsense.
I'm going to try something really quick. I just got to ask Hyro Pro a question. Which way do the stars go in the northern hemisphere?
Who are you asking?
What do you mean by go? Do you mean the rotation clockwise or counterclockwise?
Yeah, that.
It looks counterclockwise to me.
Okay, now go to 119 in the video I just posted and tell me if that's clockwise or counterclockwise.
What video?
What's that?
Labeled northern hemisphere.
Moving stars of the northern hemisphere.
Okay, I'll check it out. Give me a sec, though. I'll
Thank you.
share the video too that you can check out.
I've seen that. Oh, no, I haven't seen that one. Never mind.
Are you guys having a party in here or what?
So northern hemisphere.
Yeah.
Counterclockwise.
It's actually been pretty fun, Miggy. It's a good time to come in.
Gemsy.
Well, at
Gemsy,
119. Well, anyway, I'll let him do his research. Never mind.
Oh, Gemsy and Heretic.
Yeah, I'm here.
Buy the dip.
I'm going for it.
Get you, just a little some of Pepe. Just saying, man. Just a small little, Anyway.
Hedera.
Yeah, I was just gonna come in real quick and just tell you guys on a side note. Yeah, buy the dip.
What, Bitcoin?
Altcoins in general. A few meme coins. Man, I didn't want to.
So Dan, tell me, why do you think the Earth is rotating anti-clockwise?
On the northern hemisphere?
How can the Earth be rotating in two different directions, Dan?
Are you going to ask the same question that I already gave you an answer for that you refused to?
Say we've got a ball spinning like what did they call that? The kids used to play with the ball on the end of this rope with a ball. Anyway, you got a ball spinning, right? This ball's spinning. You're not changing the way it's spinning. It's spinning on an axis. You look underneath it, it spins clockwise. And then if you look at it from above, it's counterclockwise. What's there to comprehend?
What? What are you talking about?
God damn
the
it.
ball is spinning. It's spinning in the same direction in all places. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but see, Hero, you're forgetting something, bro. You're looking at the object, not away from the object. Is that correct or not correct?
Yeah, we're looking at the object.
Yeah. So in the case,
location, its handedness.
I know, Hero, but in the case that you presented, you're looking at the object. You're not looking away from it. And then when you're standing on the earth, you're looking away from the object. So you're not looking directly at the object saying the object is moving. You're looking at other things moving and then assuming that the object is moving, if it is one, like the globe you think it is. So like on the one, your analogy doesn't
moving. It's relative to your position.
I know, but that's not the Hero. That wasn't the analogy. Right. That wasn't the analogy you gave us with the globe spinning. You're looking directly at the object spinning.
Right, and in particular from on looking at it down on its axis.
Yeah, I know that
southern axis.
I get it, but what I'm saying is
northern axis.
What I'm saying is, I mean, I understand what you're talking about, but you're looking directly at the object moving. The object is moving, in your scenario. Now, when you're standing on the earth, you're looking away from the thing you think is the object. See the problem?
No.
You can just extend it. You can say, yeah, you're looking at the object, but think about if there was another shell that was somehow connected to that ball that you're spinning.
Yeah, we're not assuming. We're not assuming in this case. Like his analogy was not assumptions. No assumptions made. We're looking at a ball from the bottom.
Ladder. How about
you just
an analogy?
Hey, you know, just no, not yet. No. I'm going to keep doing that until you stop talking. So when you're looking at the object and your analogy, you're looking top down at the object spinning. And then you said, well, let me look from underneath the object. And then you saw, well, look, it's spinning in the opposite direction. But you're looking at the object. Now, you need to concede that it's not analogous to being standing on the earth looking away from the thing you think is an object, right? Concede, please. It's not analogous.
Who, me?
The other guy. Are you saying that too, Dan? What his argument was?
What if you got trouble? If you got trouble that you're looking in at?
I don't mind getting a twofer. Go ahead.
If you're concerned about doing this, that you're looking at an object instead of looking away, then why not just stand on a 6-foot ladder? Draw a line, a circle on the ceiling with an arrow on as to how you traced out the circle, right? Right? And then do the same thing standing on the floor in the same direction. And then look at how the two of them are relative to each other.
Yeah, once again, you are looking at something, not the earth. Now, in this regard, you have to look at the earth, and then you have to look either at something that is spinning. So something that you're saying that is going to equate to the thing that you think is spinning is going to have to both be shown to be spinning. The earth is supposed to be shown to be spinning conclusively, and the thing that you're showing is supposed to show as an analogy that it's conclusively spinning. So the first analogy should have been correct, but you didn't have the earth to be spinning to make the analogy correct. So now I need a concession that it wasn't analogous. Because on the one hand, the first one was conclusively determined by the object is spinning. The second one, it wasn't determined conclusively that the object is spinning. It was inferred. So I need your concession, please. I'm waiting.
Moving away.
Garbly goop.
Moving on away.
Yeah, your concession, please.
Fucking cowards.
Still waiting.
Narcissistic supply for me, man. And what you said was just
well, no, it's not gobbledygook, dude. You're one of those guys who really doesn't want. You're prideful. You have ego.
You this, you that. I'm not. Did I say you or anything like that? I just all I said is it sounded like a bunch of garbly-goop. But now you guys get into, as you usually do. You this, you that.
So
you're this, you're that.
concede, right? Is that what I'm taking? So you're not gonna concede that it
you're a
wasn't.
narcissist, just like that fucking English guy.
Yeah. Who cares? Are you gonna concede that you were wrong?
I would then concede, bro.
You should.
You're not
It's intellectually honest.
Apply from me. I told you.
Yeah, it's intellectually honest, sir. In a conversation where you were wrong, you should say, my bad, I was wrong. Let me redo that. But you're not even doing that. So you're being disingenuous.
Can I attempt to extend the analogy to something that might be
only if you are attaching yourself to his argument? Yes, I'll let you come in.
I am
but if you're not,
somewhat, I agree with you. I know what he was going with for his analogy, and I agree with you that it's not quite the same because you're looking at the ball versus.
Well, Dan, you know what? I'm gonna let you go ahead and talk because see, that's all I wanted from him.
All you have to do to make the analogy work is instead of imagining the ball in front of you, inflate the ball such that you are inside the ball.
Interesting.
That's the only thing you need to do.
Yeah, interesting. But like you have a different way of thinking about it. He didn't. And see, because
he could have brought out the ladder and told you to draw on the ceiling and the floor that it was analogous to standing inside of a ball.
You didn't say that.
Analogies is hard, man.
You didn't say that. Plus, you're actually, well, even if you were to agree with Dan on this one, you're not really inside of a ball because in this case, you're standing on top of it. So still not analogous. Sorry.
No, I'm not. No, you're floating inside this ball.
Yeah, but
I see what you're saying. Sure. Imagine that you're standing on a ball inside of this. It doesn't fucking matter, dude.
It does matter. It does matter. It matters because the thing that's in contention to be spinning is the thing you're standing on top of, not the thing that you're inside of. That's the difference.
Relative, but it could be either way. You know, like you can
I don't think it's either way. No.
You can either be standing on something that's rotating, or the thing around you could be rotating, and it's the same perceived effect.
All right, let's see if both of you gentlemen are going to be intellectually honest. I know the other guy, Heroes, is struggling to be intellectually honest. But if you say you can conclusively know that the Earth is spinning, then I need to know that right now. Can you conclusively say, standing on the Earth, that you can say that the Earth is spinning conclusively?
No, it's just one data point.
Well, I'm talking to Hero now. You and Hero, actually. Hero, can you conclusively? Can you conclusively know that the Earth is spinning?
You can make observations that suggest that that's the case. Yeah.
Suggest. You're. See, I don't know why, dude. Like, all you gotta say is like, no, you can't be conclusive. Why is it so hard for you to say that you cannot be conclusive to say that the Earth is spinning?
Why is there such a need for you to believe in absolutes and that
because when you make a statement, it's either conclusive. Yeah, it's either conclusive or not conclusive. So is it conclusive that when you stand on the Earth, you can tell if the Earth is spinning?
Man, stand on a ladder, get a 6-foot ladder and a shelf.
See, this is disingenuous of you.
Ladder, and if you have
disingenuous.
If you have trouble,
I notice one thing.
At a basketball and imagine it rotating, or holding a tennis ball in your hand and rotating. If that's trouble to you because you're looking at it and you're looking inward, not outward. If you want to imagine the same thing looking outward, get yourself a 6-foot ladder and a Sharpie pen, okay? And stand on your fucking ladder and draw a clockwise circle on the ceiling with arrows as to how you drew it out.
What are you talking about,
and then do the exact same thing when you're standing on the floor, facing the floor. In both instances, you're facing out from this imaginary point, which is 5 feet in the air, standing on the ladder. And then tell me,
it's interesting that he just keeps going and going.
Relative to each other when you look at both of them.
Look, all of that to say that it's inconclusive, right? All of that to say that it's not conclusive. Yeah? Look at that. Crickets, bro. What the fuck?
Talking about
I noticed one thing, right?
You got your
noticed one thing earlier. I noticed when I was talking to Dan earlier, right? He was saying, I've got this model. I was like, well, how do you verify that it comports to reality? He dived out of that question. We're back on this question again. How do we know his model's accurate? Turns out it's just a data point. Either way.
I answered the question.
Model, it could be either way.
Well, interesting that the other guy, Hero, didn't say, because I mean Dan was quick to say that it's not conclusive, but the other guy is still, he's struggling to actually get that point across that it's not conclusive. And that's what I want him to say. He needs to confess that it's not conclusive. When he doesn't do that, he still thinks that he can say that he can do something to actually make up some kind of model or analogy. Look, man, you're gonna absolutely know that the Earth is spinning by standing on the Earth, or you're not going to be able to tell me conclusively that it's spinning by standing on the Earth. Which is it? Conclusive or not conclusive? Really?
I don't know who you're.
Hell, dude. Both. If you want to speak up, then I'm speaking to you. But if he wants to speak up, I'm speaking to him. Both of you and him.
Sure.
Is it conclusive or not conclusive?
It's not conclusive on its own.
All right, you said that. Thank you, Dan.
Follows the previous statement that I said that all motion is relative.
You don't have to belabor. You don't have to belabor, Dan. You've already said. I'm waiting for him to say whether it's conclusive or not. We got one Glober confessing.
Same thing that Dan said.
No, don't say what. Now, Ditto isn't going to work in this chat.
I know you're just a troll.
No, Ditto doesn't work in this chat.
Well, shit, I don't believe you. I don't believe you.
See,
no good
listen,
reason to believe
you know what I'm doing? You know what I'm doing right now?
And you think you're clever and smart. You're not.
No, it's not that I'm clever. It's that I'm outing some of the disingenuous people who want to come in here and act like they're in good faith, and you're not. You're not in good faith. So, either you're going to admit intellectual honesty right now, or we're just going to bypass you because you're not one who's going to be able to have a conversation and say, you know what? It's not conclusive. I will say that I believe in the globe, but it's not conclusive, that I know that it's spinning when I'm standing on the surface. Go ahead. Admit it. Really? That's how it's got to be, huh? Guess that's how it's got to be. The guy is willing to go into his shell and not say it's not conclusive that the Earth is spinning, that I can tell standing on the Earth.
No,
it could be either way.
The internet stranger who's got NPD. Pointless.
In their model, it could be either way. That was his words. It could be either way in my model. That's what he said.
Yeah, and so he should then easily say it's inconclusive, right? Easily.
He's saying it with just not the same words that you want.
Dan,
to say. I mean,
Dan, you know why? Do you know why he's struggling to say what I'm saying that he should say? Because he's dishonest, and it's a chip off of his ego. It hurts to say that you're not conclusive. It hurts, Dan. You don't have that kind of like perspective. He does. He's got a bit of ego involved.
It became conclusive when we went into outer space and looked down at the Earth spinning beneath us. Okay.
Did you do that? Did you do that? Did you do that?
So that's what this comes down to. Your whole argument.
No, it comes down to with you. Everything. This.
I haven't personally been in outer space.
It comes down to a person being able to be intellectually honest and say what we can discover by our own personal experience, and say this is primary experience. I know that the Earth is spinning, or I don't know that conclusively that the Earth is spinning. You can't say that. Why? Why? Tell me why. Go on, tell me why. I'm waiting. This is a psychological, like, it's really got into your mind, right? So it hurts. Psychologically, you can't admit the things that you don't know. And this is the part where the ego death happens. Either your ego is gonna like take a fall, or you're gonna ride this thing all the way down to the very end, probably till you get muted or banned or whatever. Because you're just gonna be in here trying to like make your point, thinking that you're smart, but you don't have anything to stand when it comes to like proving something conclusively. This is all you have, man. All you have are your feeble analogies. Things that you think that are you can manifest in reality, but you can never prove that the Earth is a globe conclusively. Whether it's the curve, whether it's the spin, whether it's the vacuum of space being the place that people can travel to. And the words that I'm telling you are real because you can tell me that it's conclusive. If it was, you would be telling me with bells on, this shit is conclusive. We can do X, Y, and Z. That's how we prove it. You can't do that. So all I hear is crickets when I give you the floor. Interesting.
Hey, if you're interested, I shot you a friend request, and this whole debate is regarding clockwise or anti-clockwise apparent motion of the sun.
Did you hear what went down this past week, or actually today, or it's still going on? I'm not really sure.
You're talking about the final experiment stuff.
Yeah.
That's why we were talking about this. Anyway, I modeled it in 3D. And I don't have privileges to post anything here, so if I can send it to you.
What do you have you have level 2 or some shit? Let me see.
I have.
Yeah, you're a politics journeyman level 2. All you got to do is just type words.
Dan, but when you provide your model, you've already said that it could be either way. So your model assumes it could be either way, yeah?
Inconclusive.
This is assuming a very specific heliocentric model. Yes, this is assuming that.
We've had conversations before, but he's always said that. The problem I have with the other Globers is that they don't say that. They're standing on a bit more of ego when it comes to they think that they know. They think it's conclusive, and it's you can't say any of those things, and it bugs them, and it rubs them the wrong way, and then they start spiraling and shit.
So Dan, you accept that you just have a speculative model that could be either way. It's just speculation, yeah? You accept that?
I would not say speculative. I mean, I would say substantiated. The whole point of a model, its utility as a model, is how well it can predict things, and it predicts things very well. And this is one such case where I'm trying to show that it would predict what we observe.
Dan, how well you predict things is not a good test for a model. The good test for a model is
the only test for a model. What the hell? Dude.
No, let me tell you another one. Right, let me tell you another one then. Another one is whether it comports with reality with direct measurement.
That is saying the exact same thing. I don't know what I'm missing.
No, it's not the same. No, it's not the same.
If it makes predictions, that is
that's not enough.
aligned with reality. That's what it means.
Dan, that could be that could be an untrue model that makes correct predictions. That's possible.
Yeah. What are you predicting with this model that you made, Dan? I know people say predictions, but we can talk about what you think predictions are. But sure. I mean, in the sense that you're saying it predicts things, give me one example of the thing that you made, the model that you made. What does it predict?
Sure. There was a notion, a stance that I forget who Gemsy is saying that the apparent rotation of the sun in the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere, when we're in regards to capturing the 24-hour sun, right, should be the same direction. It should be either both clockwise or both anti-clockwise. But what we have observed is that they are opposite. And so that's a prediction that a flat earther is positing to me. And I'm saying, okay, well, that's interesting. I never thought about that. Let's try to model it using the globe model and see what it would predict it to be. And I did, and I made a video of it. And I've been trying to share it, but nobody wants to see it.
Dan, so one could make a flat Earth model, plug in all the numbers, and they'll make accurate predictions as well.
Please do. Please do.
Do you think that people were actually predicting the 24-hour sun in ancient times, Dan?
I have no idea. That's not what I'm about predictions.
But I'm actually bringing something to light, or at least to your mind, that you never thought of. Mm-hmm. The ancients, a long time ago, they were basically sky gazers, right? So they were sky gazing for the most part of their life, and they were cataloging things that happen in the sky. Now, were they doing this with the notion of the oblate spheroid?
Probably not. Depending on how primitive.
No, let's get historical context, right?
Yeah.
If you're saying that in a way this globe model it helps us predict things, do you think ancients needed that globe to predict things?
No, I think models are as useful as they can predict things, and that would be a model. You're right, yeah, but does it predict? Which one predicts more things? Is really what it comes to.
No. What I'm saying is, prior to the advent of that model idea or what conception existing.
I think I'm saying the same thing that you are. That before people had a notion of a globe, and they're just making observations of the sun in the sky, and then you could call that a model, in that they can use it to predict what will happen. And I would say that is a true model. It is a useful model. Models are only as true as they are useful.
But they were making accurate predictions, Dan. They were making accurate predictions.
Yeah, you can't put lipstick on a pig, Dan. You can't say one's good enough and the other one's actually true. No, you're not gonna. You can't do that.
I don't think any model is true.
No. I'm saying, okay. So, what difference did the ancients have versus now the globe? The advent of the globe. What do you think was the difference between those two? The model they had prior and then the globe. What's the big difference? You think we got better at predictions?
Not in specific predictions. Like maybe, just hypothetically, maybe let's say that they can make perfect predictions about the sun position. Just without even any notion of the globe. And that could be equivalent to the globe one. And in that sense, in that specific sense, it is as true of a model as the other. But the great thing about the globe is it makes more predictions that wouldn't be
like that's arbitrary. You're just saying that, Dan.
Like what? Like what? Give me one extra thing that it did that the ancients couldn't predict with the globe. Go ahead.
Take
your time.
Okay, sure. Let me take some time on this.
Yeah, go ahead. Chew on that a little bit and then come back.
Dan.
In the meanwhile,
exactly, Dan. You're going to be thinking. Hold on, Dan.
Can you?
Dan, you're going to be thinking a long time about that.
We're here 24/7, Dan. You know this. Just come back whenever you have the other extra bits that were taken from the globe versus what the ancients knew already by sky gazing. I'd like to hear what you have to offer because this is interesting. I think.
Hey guys, how are you doing? By the way, Maggie, good job, man. I'm really waiting, to see what he's going to make, to come up with. Even though, we know, he's gonna create it up. It's crazy.
Okay, that's what I'm.
No, he said, according to Dan, there's extra things that the globe has brought into the minds of people that were looking at the globe model that the ancients couldn't do by sky gazing. So what he's going to present is going to be the things extra outside of what the ancients couldn't do.
Yes, extra stuff which adds predictability. Yeah, extra stuff which makes stuff more predictable now. There's now more predictability, more utility, he's going to say now with the globe. I wonder what this will be.
Extra, hear all about it, right? So let's see what he's got. But he's going to chew on that for a bit.
I'll chew on
there's no hurry, man. Really, there's no hurry. Take your time.
Meanwhile, did you get my friend request?
Let me see. Shit, I'll have to look into it, man. But my bad. I will.
I just want to send you the video for you to post, if you could.
Shit. I don't know, percentage. Don't ask me, brother. Why are you asking me? I don't know anything about that. Anyway.
By the way, Alpha, I just realized Dan already admitted. He said his exact words were, "I don't think any model is true." So that means his own as well. Then I'm assuming. So then he just admitted his model is false.
But yeah, he's. I don't think Dan's ever. He doesn't have a dog in the fight. He just likes to kind of talk about ideas.
I'm not sure if you actually are interpreting what I mean to say when I say that I don't think any model is true. That's not to say that
I looked at things. It means. Hold on, but I looked at things. It means you don't think any model is conclusive, including your own, no?
I think that they can be more true than other models. Is what I believe.
Yeah,
believe that there is.
Wait. Now you're entering an epistemological problem of saying truth is a spectrum. That's going to be a problem for you, Dan.
Okay, I can use a different word than true. If that word bothers you, I can say they're more useful.
I got one for you, Dan, and I'll say it this way: it's at a higher percentage. How's that?
It's more accurate, right?
Higher percentage, more accurate. I don't know. Accurate is it's more precise. I don't know. Maybe
more useful. I like the word useful.
Maybe that.
Alpha, he's trying to make truth into a spectrum. He's trying to make it gray, so that then it can say, but they were gray too. We're gray now.
I'm not liking the word truth.
I know. Listen. Well, now that you kind of rephrased that, I mean, just I really just want you to focus on what extra bits are, because Cole Murray is kind of like he went to go make something to eat, so he's going to come back and listen and. maybe
Yeah, I wonder
catch
what
you
you'll
on.
present then.
Yeah, inquiring minds want to know, Dan. So go ahead and see if you can bring that forward.
Yeah.
But like, so Flatsy's here. We got Grizzly in the house. Hero still in the wings. Having a tough time really just coming to grips with being truthful in this conversation, which is fine. I mean, there's a lot of hardened globers that are coming back and, you know, they don't want to admit, no way, no how. I'm not going to admit that anything is not conclusive when it comes to the globe, because you can imagine, I don't know how old he is, but for as many years as he's been alive, he's had this belief in the globe, and there just can't be anything wrong with it. So it must be true, and what we're saying is completely false. So in his mind, when I'm telling him that things are not conclusive, it's really irritating his mental state. He's having some type of epistemological breakdown. Like something's going on.
By the way, and Alpha, you know, he said he's already landed himself in so much shit, because he's already said, for example, predictability judges the veracity of the model, right? How predictable it is. I'm like, predictions. Well, wait a minute. But the ancients of like South America, Egypt, whatever, they could predict eclipses. Like they found calendars that.
I agree with you. Those are also useful.
Wait, hold on. Let me finish. That predict eclipses even as accurately as we can predict them from today with the globe model. So their predictability was just as good as the current astronomers with the current globe model predictability. So he's already in the shit there. Because they must have been right back then. They were predictable, but they were making predictions back then.
Well, you know, the dirty little secret is that NASA is actually borrowing the Saros cycle from the ancients, you know, from the Chaldeans and the Babylonians and so on and so forth. So they're basically using that today, and it's kind of like, because people don't look into this topic, so don't really know like what the depth of like where things are with like in reality, like historical context, what kind of maps we're using. They think that, well, we got the latest technology, we got LiDAR and satellites, you know, taking pictures of Earth. They don't know that Google Earth is using a Mercator projection, a web Mercator projection. Like, it's so fantastic, the amount of information that they don't know, that it just bewilders their mind. They're in a state of like awe, maybe, and they're caught off guard.
Also, they think those ancients were just bumfuck Stone Age, like, you know, like coconut traders. That's all they think. They don't understand that they were very, very like understanding of like things like astrology and stuff like that.
Bro, can you imagine, Grizzly? These guys spent their whole entire lives just sky gazing, cataloging, like putting stones at certain locations and accurately positioning things. And dude, they had such an in-depth knowledge of the sky that we probably couldn't even get near, man. You got some normie that has
Bro, and not only like the lineups, or not only just like the configurations and the patterns which they recorded, but also how it reflects upon your soul and the earth and meaning and God and all that important stuff too.
It's fucking like, okay, imagine the the casual astronomer right now, the suburbanite that he goes out into every night in his rich little palace that he has there in suburbia, and he takes out his nice little telescope. And he's looking through the telescope and seeing all kinds of stuff. And he's like, I know what the whole universe looks like now. And he's got his head's filled with like nonsense. But those ancients, bro, compared to him, fucking had so much knowledge about the movement of stars and everything that pales in comparison to what this guy bringing forth his little feeble telescope coming. I mean, he thinks he's got it all down pat, doesn't he? He's got the best telescope the money can buy. And come on, dudes.
Because remember, there's two things, bro. There's like the positioning of it, like the astronomy of it, so where everything is and when. And then there's the second part of it, which is why is it there? What are the stars? Solar luminescence and how they affect us and all that astrology, all that important stuff. There's two massive things there hiding. So where it actually all is and why, and then how it affects us. So they've given us this crappy space model where they think it is billions of miles away. They've disconnected us from the true meaning of these stars and what they do.
Yeah, so the positioning of stars and the retrograde of the wandering stars, there's a lot of things that are happening that we couldn't even. I'll be honest, man, you couldn't have a conversation like that in here. They're just not ready for that. They're not ready for a conversation of that depth, because it would go way beyond. It would go way beyond their capacity to. They're like, dude, what are you talking about, man? We have science. Like, so there's no way. To them, everything is more materialistic. You know, oh, we got
Exactly, and if you start telling them stuff like
quasars,
and if you start telling them, even a lot of flat earthers, if you start telling them that the stars are very special, that astrology actually has meaning, it's not just a bunch of horoscopes, it has actual deep meaning which is being hidden from us. Even that's massive for a lot of people. Don't want to take that. A lot of religious people, they'll deny that. It's really scary, really taboo. Things like astrology and what it means.
There was this I know of historical context where people were relying on stars for different things of seasons and stuff, and they knew that storms were reading of the clouds. There's a lot of stuff, man. There's some ancient tribes. What's that tribe that could travel the ocean without even looking at stars, and they could find their way? One of those.
Never heard of that one, man. Jeez.
Yeah.
What was that one?
They were called wayfinders. It's kind of like the guys from Moana, the Disney movie. What was the name of those tribes that the seafaring tribes?
No idea, bro. No idea. I've never heard of this before. I'm interested.
Yeah, the freaking what's the McCollums? I forgot their name. But
they were Polynesians.
Polynesians. Thank you very much, Polynesians. But the Polynesians, there was even I don't know, say like in the 1970s, the last remaining guy who was actually handed down the information. Something that blew me away, dude. I couldn't even, when I was watching, I was like, this can't be real. But the guy could read waves, dude. He could read waves. Like certain waves, like as he was traveling the ocean. And I'm like, how the fuck can you do that? Like read a fucking wave. Like there's no...
Well, the important thing is what information is he sourcing, Maybe it's possible, but it depends what information. Is he sourcing phone numbers from the waves, or is he sourcing like deep metaphysical?
Because there was a type of navigation with the stars that he had, right? And so he would use that when it was available to him. But when it was super cloudy and there was no way to tell like where anything in the heavens was, he would go by reading waves to like where he was, because depending on the type of waves that he was seeing coming at him, he would be able to tell you where to navigate his boat. What direction, dude? And
that sounds fantastical, to be honest.
Dude, you think I was blown away, dude? I was like, this is no way. And reading of the clouds, so certain type of clouds will hallmark what type of journey he's gonna have or which way to go, depending on the clouds he sees off in the distance. Dude, it's like.
But to me, this is entering like shamanic level. So it's not really like reading that. It's a system that can be like categorized and modulated. So you're like, right, here's a device.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is the ancients had special, because like imagine if you always looked up at the sky and you always see the pattern, like the sky had different types of patterns, right? Like when before a rain, certain clouds start gathering, different types of clouds start gathering or like forming. Then you would be able to tell, like, okay, I know that this is going to be a storm or whatever. Like there was like telltale signs of something happening. Like even today, you have like the old wives' tale, like before it gets like a winter storm or something, the old people get like their knees started to hurt, or you know what I'm saying? Like there's certain things.
I agree, there's information that you can like pick out from the natural world, like through intuition and all these various other methods. But like navigation from waves, that's like whoa, bro. That's like
I don't know.
Possible. That's going to be incredible.
Well, no, I mean, like I'm not saying that it was like something I was like, oh man, he's doing it. But I'm like, that's what he claimed. He claimed that the ancients would pass down information of like how they traveled from one place to the other, and when they couldn't see any of the stars, like it was really cloudy, they would do this. There was like a part of like they had to train the future generations to actually travel this way, because they couldn't see the sky at all times. Like, you know what I mean? So.
Because there's a lot of tales like that. Like, for example, there's people, like even animals even show it now. Like before earthquakes and tsunamis, animals will flee. They'll know something bad's coming before any tectonic like measurements has been made or any like seismic readings have been done. So they kind of feel shit before it happens. And technically, a human could have that or could be able to do that and could kind of feel.
But do you think we're out of tune with our natural senses?
I think so, yeah. I think so, 100%.
Now, how far out of tune? Because like if you're saying that people could be, if we really tapped into that, we could be more like
It technically should be possible for humans to tap into that. Whatever animals are tapping into in order to feel these energies, which give them this information, we should be able to do that if we're in line and in tune with the natural world.
I've heard of things like that sound a bit woo-woo, but I mean, it's like, well, certain aspects of like connecting to the earth, like letting your bare feet touch grass, and how that's healthy for a human to actually do that every now and again. I don't know if you've heard of that before.
Yeah, stuff like that, like connectivity and all this kind of stuff. Yeah, like this is going to be part of it.
Can I just chime in on that? It's
no.
That particular grounding planodynamics. I do it all the time. I've got severe knee pain. So when I get home from work after a 10, 11-hour day, I walk the dog on the grass with my bare feet, and it's the only thing that alleviates my knee pain. But going back to seafarers, in Irish mythology, you're correct. They didn't use the stars to travel. They used the various techniques to travel. That is the temperature of the water, the direction and size of the waves, and they did cloud reading. And and if you went back to Brendan, who sailed in 600 AD, supposedly to the US, he did that sailing not by celestial navigation, but by all the other methods that you were just talking about. So, yeah.
And a lot of people...
I was just going to say the method...
You go ahead, Grizzly. You go ahead.
I'll just go listen 10 seconds. I was going to say the methods you just mentioned, that sounds like very localized navigation. So like within...
No.
Like you're within 1,000 miles, basically, because you're using local weather patterns.
I get what you're saying. But some of these Polynesians, man, traveled for thousands of miles, and so they wasn't
then
just.
They would have needed the stars. Then they would have needed the stars.
No. They utilized.
Reckoning.
Yeah, they utilized. Hold on. They utilized everything at their disposal, which was partially they did have a system of celestial navigation. I'm not gonna lie. That's what I've seen. They did have a system that way, but when that wasn't reliable, and they had to like rely on just the water itself, they could. And they were still traveling in that direction.
That would never be the case, bro. That would never be the case because the waves are changing and the stars are not.
You, bro.
That would always be the fixed point of the day. If it was really cloudy for days upon end, right? They would want to, as soon as it clears, as soon as they could see the stars, they would have a more accurate position. And
we're way off. No, I'm telling you, Grizzly, like if you have never researched any of this, what opens your mind to this is that you hear these ancients talking about exactly how I'm doing a poor job at actually explaining how they did it because I just heard about it and I'm like, dude, this is crazy, man. How the fuck can you do that? Wouldn't you need to look at the sky at some point?
No, from what that guy was saying, it sounds like with localized navigation and really far distance navigation because you don't know what you're going to be going into because it's so far away.
I'll let you listen to it.
Area will be. You see.
But the Polynesian who was doing it was, I think he was like the last remaining of the tribe of the ancients. Do you remember who he was? Yeah, that's him, bro. Fucking hell, dude. And I don't know if he's still alive or not, but I know he was in like 70s, I think, when he was trying to teach the younger generation, but they weren't having any of it, bro. Like they were already corrupted. They wanted the easy way and shit like that. And he was like teaching them the ancients, like all their methods and everything. And it's a bit more meticulous and tedious. And I think the young people are just like, yeah, but we got like new ways to navigate and such. So I don't know. A lot of it was like dying out or lost because who actually really wants to know that information and who's going to utilize that specific information? Because nobody's traveling the oceans that way or needs to anyway, because it's we don't know, bro. We don't know what risking their life anyways.
We don't know what the actual history was before the fall, so to speak, before all the imperialism and all the deception and all the propaganda came in. We don't know how it was before that. What the communities were like, what they were sized like, how they traveled, where they moved. A lot of that has been changed, and we've been given fake history now.
But you can hear. But you can. Yeah, go ahead, Crit.
Okay, I've actually been sitting here trying to get a word in, but I didn't want to interrupt. I got two things for this. It's like this came up not too long ago in real life, talking to people. Like this epic of not really medical, okay? Like this is not medical advice, but people talking about like weird symptoms that everyone seems to have, like balance or like nausea. Like people like, oh, I feel nauseous and whatever. Because like riding in cars or all your commute, drive here, drive there, like it somehow throws off your system. And then I had that at one point a couple of years ago. This is like when I first got into flat Earth and everything. I can't remember who I was talking to. I think it might have been Daisy, Daisy mom, or crap. I can't remember. She's not around anymore.
I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, it's something like that, right? Like Miss Daisy or something. But okay. So anyway, I was talking to her, and I said like, oh yeah, like what's going on? And I'm like, oh fine, but sometimes I just get this weird nauseous feeling. They said to do some sort of mace head movement because you got these like crystals in your inner ear, and you tilt your head a certain way, and it clears them out. And she's like, oh yeah, like don't do that. Drink like ginger soda or something like that, and like basically touch grass. Yeah, you'll walk on grass for bare feet and stuff. When you feel dizzy, like touch your ear. And it was like magic. I don't know if it was like self-fulfilling, but it was like, yeah, just a little bit of resetting your senses. And that's all it took.
Yeah, bro, these are shamanic techniques, bro, you see. Natural, ancient shamanic techniques, which don't require artificial medicine, you see. They've been hidden from us, too.
Yeah, just a little bit of centering. You just got like people who do yoga and stuff. I mean, you see them, sometimes like, damn, how do you just like, like bend over and move like that? It look like you just contortionize yourself. I mean, the person's like not even that in shape, They're like they're just really self-aware of their body position, and they can just like move in a way that you're like, huh.
Hey, Crit, it was Mary Mom.
Mary Mom, there we go. Yeah. I guess did I say her real name? Is that how?
No, Dandelion is.
Oh, Dandelion. Okay, yeah.
She went by Dandelion and Mary Mom. Yeah.
So I said Daisy because it was a flower. Okay.
Yeah, the flower. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So Dandelion.
Importantly, bro, the stuff you're talking about, techniques like this, like self-help techniques, very natural, good techniques. These are the sorts of things they were calling people witches for, right? So when people, women or men would be doing these techniques, people would ride into town back in the olden day, like the Roman purges, whatever, and they say, oh, that's a witch. You're not following the Bible that we're forcing down their throats. No, that's a witch. Burn them at the stake. Because this person will be saying, no, I'm just going to stick with my techniques. Thanks. I know my natural, ancient, pagan techniques. I don't need your new Bible. I don't need your new way of pharmakia, right? I say, no,
pharmakia,
you're a heretic.
Oh, burn them. From Enoch.
What's going on?
Yep. Pharmakia.
Yeah, I should have remembered it was Dandelion because that makes perfect sense. Why should you pick that name? Because there's like this, there's like books and stuff about like the miracle plant or whatever, like dandelions and
the
reefer one. I'm forgetting it now. Oh, cannabis. Yeah, cannabis. Yeah. Like, these things have always been with us.
The devil's weed.
The devil's lettuce. Yeah. So it's there's a lot of things that are hidden. Like, dude, if we had access to what the ancients knew, I think all of us could live long, healthy lives. Like, because of the fact that everything now is so twisted and backwards, and like, dude, like none of it's here to help. It's none of it's here to help us, man. So like the reason why like flat Earth has really been taking off, because it's rooted in truth. All of it is to deal with like how we can like access our ability to discern and understand the real world, not this fake world that they're trying to force down our throats, dude. Like with images and videos and these guys in here that come in here.
Yeah, and the most incredible thing is it used to be different back at like thousands of years ago. They're lying to us about this, but thousands of years ago it was truly a golden age when all these true techniques and non-pharmakia and all the good natural stuff, people lived in peace with each other. There was a different way. It was possible. It was existing, and then it fell over and it's been taken over into this slave system farm.
There's a small. You can call what the truth is today like a small little candle. It's just lighting its way in the vast darkness of like all the people think they're right now in the enlightened age. I don't think so, bro. This is the dark ages. If you ask me,
exactly.
It's the dark ages, bro. Like this is completely. You're like, dude, we got science. Yeah. What has it given you insight on when it comes to the real world? When like the science that you think of when you look at the night sky, like what has it? If you call that science, like because none of it makes sense, right? It's all nonsensical. The real science takes place when things are actually being proven with a cause and effect relationship. Now, this stuff that they're talking about, when you look up at the sky and you say, well, that's a quasar about 10 billion light years away. Like, dude, that doesn't even concern reality in one small bit. But it just, yeah.
Exactly. And if people are walking around thinking that in their heads, they're just basically ignoring the true reality, the natural reality of God, meaning, and stars and astrology, and they're ignoring all that and just basically going on with their mundane lives, you see? And that's the whole point of the game, get them to ignore the reality, get them to focus on some fantasy bullshit.
But they come in here and they don't want to admit that any of the information isn't conclusive. Like, that's what gets me. It's like there's some kind of psychological barrier there that they don't want to admit that they don't know what's going on, because they have this prideful state of mind where they come in here and they're like, no, I'm correct, man. These flat earthers, they're just joking around, man. They're memeing on the internet. Like, I know what truth is because, astronaut whatever figured it out when he looked down and said, man, it looks like a globe. So I'm trusting that guy. So it's it's a faith-based belief system, dude. A whole lot, everything,
bro. It is a true, dude. It is a true. The emperor has no clothes. In reality, like the true, it's in reality now. That tale. You ever read that? The emperor has no clothes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Some of the people, like sometimes new people to this conversation add interesting things. Here's my example. I went to last night to another channel, because they're like saying, oh, I can't take it. There's too many people there. Everyone's over talking. And I'm like, okay, sure. What do you want to know? Right. So I went to talk to him, and the guy was pretty open, like not really open, but like the earth is flat, but like, hey, what's going on? And yeah, we talked about what science is, the definition of science. And he's like, oh yeah, I kind of agree with that. And, with people identifying with science as a noun. And he said one of the most insightful things, like it fits this. He goes, he thinks they destroyed science because the Renaissance age brought an end to the king and queen, like education, people understanding that they own themselves, they own their thoughts, they own what they do with their life. So then they got shit scared. You had France, America, a couple other countries, but those two particular who changed from a virtual, kingdom to like self-ownership, and using sort of science and logic and reason, especially for government. And so what they had to do was they had to take that back. They had to take, somehow power back. And now you've got basically emperor, like, God emperor, for president.
The one thing they'll never allow, Chris, and the one thing they'll never allow is self-governance. They'll never allow that. They'll always make people think that's crazy, loony, stupid. But self-governance is the only justified governance. All the other governance is unjustified. And the one that is justified, self-governance, they're always going to refuse it, never going to allow you to talk about it, never going to even allow it to be on the table to be discussed. But that's crazy.
There's something people don't want it because they're showing them that the people in power, the people in the ivory towers, they have the answers. You don't.
They monopolize the information that gets delved out to the masses. So when the monopolization has taken over, it's complete. When the person has willfully given up their state of ability to discern any part of reality, and they're just nodding their head like yes men to anything that's been said by any information that's given to them by authoritative figures, right? So as a young person grows up, right, all of us, we go through this stage where people are handing us information and we have no way to discern whether or not that's real, because as a young impressionable person, you just, okay, you telling me, okay, you take it in, teacher or mom or dad or whoever. So any information that gets told to you, just accept it. But there's a point where you start to ask questions, right? You want to know like how things are true. And that's usually around the age where you start being accountable for your thoughts, right? Where you actually start thinking, hey, I want to do this thing. And so when that age comes about, you can start saying, hey, I don't think that's true, or I want to know more or whatever, ask more questions. But when that happens and then you get told to just get in line, then you start to get discouraged because everybody's like that, dude, we learned that back in second grade. Why you saying this? Why are you asking these questions?
Exactly, man.
So, yeah, it sucks because now when the mind it becomes an adult, like the ones that come in here, when the mind's already as an adult, it loses. It's like a dog that's been whipped so many times it already knows that at the moment it asks that it wants to break free, it's going to get whipped again. So it just goes back into like hiding again. Like, so it doesn't. It's afraid.
They don't have enough self-esteem. Not enough self-esteem. Not enough self-worth. Whatever you want to call it. And in the end, they just prefer to go with the crowd, even though they don't really know what the fuck's going on at all. They just hope that the crowd knows.
Yeah, but it's almost like you and me and everybody in here, like we're fighting for them. Like they think that we're against them. We're not. We're actually fighting for you. We want you to get out of that state of cognitive dissonance, man. We know how it feels like because we were there once. And if we broke free, so can you. It's possible that you can too.
Remember, in their minds, in their brain, if we were to teleport into their brains, what are they feeling in there? They're feeling comfort. They're like, I'm comfortable. All my friends believe the same as me. So even if I'm wrong, well, we're all wrong. All my best friends are wrong. So then we're all in it together. And that gives them warmth and comfort at night. That's thought. Just that thought. That. Even if I'm wrong with all my friends. So who cares? That's what I really care about. My friends and my comfort, being popular, having lots of stuff to try out and have fun with. In the end, that's more comfortable. That's warmer than oh shit, is this true or is that false? Oh shit, is someone lying to me? That way of thinking isn't going through their heads, dude. You see,
that's what they, because you look at it and they take, like, you tell them, okay, sure, don't trust what I say, do your own research, and they take that as an insult. Dude, think for yourself, come to your own conclusions. Don't use me, don't use anyone else. Like the quote from Tyson. I'm not gonna, well, paraphrasing. He said, if I ever told you something and you don't know how I got to that conclusion, and you still believe it, I failed at my job. He said something very, very similar to that. Not exactly, but really close. Yeah. Like, my job is to tell you how to get the answer, not to give you the answer.
Well, Alpha, as you create as well, have you seen experiments done by a guy called Solomon Asch? He was a psychologist in his 50s and 60s. Have you ever seen his experiments? They're the conformity experiments. Have you ever heard about those?
It sounds familiar. Like I've heard of like something that experiment.
I'll run you through this experiment really quickly. But it's about conformity. Yep. They get one test subject at a time. So imagine I'm getting subjected, right? I'll go in and there are 9 actors there, right? So there's 10 of us and there's 9 actors, and they all ask a question. They're like, guys, which line is longer, line A or line B? And line A. Right, and line A is double the size. It's not just a centimeter, so you're like, oh shit. No, it's double the size. And you can use a ruler if you want. You can use a shoelace if you want, if you're retarded. But it's double the size. It's obvious which line is longer. You literally got to be a retard not to get it right. Anyway, so then they ask everyone, guys, which line is longer? And if you do the experiment enough times, right, the experiment basically was, if we get all the actors, if we get 9 of them to say the shorter one is longer, we're just going to try that. We get 9 of them to say, because they're actors, say the shorter one is longer, to see what the test subject would do. Is he going to change his answer? Because they all got it right originally. But then when they change their answers, what's the guy going to do? And 3/4 of the time, the person would change their answer and go with the wrong answer because he saw the 9 people doing it. And he's like, oh shit, I'm just going to, I don't know why they're doing it, but it's better that I do it too.
Yeah, conformist.
He gives the wrong answer. Conformity, he proved it in a psychology experiment. You can read it up, Solomon Asch. Look it up.
Yeah,
and when they repeat the experiment, it comes up the same. When they repeat the experiment, it comes up roughly the same number. 3/4 up, between 75% and 90% of people conform.
Yeah, I agree. That's absolutely true. Absolutely.
And it's the same thing with anything, like with flat Earth, for example, right? Even if it rings true, even if the longer line looks longer, and we show them the flat Earth, the flat water, the this, the that, the vacuum, everything, you explain it all. You show them, look, line A is longer, the ruler, we measured it, look. They're still going to say, I'm picking line B because all their friends have picked it.
And they say it outwardly too, Grizzly. They say, well, all of the scientists agree on my side that they would say the Earth's a globe, so I'm just going to have to go globe. That's partly why, dude, because conformity. But I want to just touch a little bit what Crit was saying earlier about how they get upset because you don't tell them the answer or something. Don't they always ask, well, why don't you tell me how the Earth is flat? Like, you need to tell me. Without doing any research, they want you to spoon feed them every answer because that's what they were used to. They were used to getting answers that way, where somebody's just going to be helping them along, and it's enabling a feeble mind. Their mind is crippled, dude. Like, and what you want them to do is you're like, dude, I'm going to throw you at the deep end of the pool, and you're gonna somehow make it. Like, don't worry about it. And there's just no. Don't. I want you to tell me. And so they're scared. They don't know how to, like, when you're coming up, right, as a young person, nobody teaches you this, how to think. They're only telling you what to think. Every time you go somewhere, well, yeah, this is how it works. This is what we explored. This is, the world around you. So everything that they're getting is just all information being fed to them. And so,
and the other disingenuous thing that happens, this is the other disingenuous thing that happens. They say, for example, well, tell me how the flat earth works, whatever. Imagine with some of those people, you explain it, right? But in the end, it's all disingenuous, because in the end, they don't see you as an authority. And remember, for them, authority and consensus, or a combination of both, is the highest pinnacle of truth, epistemological truth, like detection, right? So you don't have that. You don't have authority or consensus. So when you bring them anything, flat earth, anything, even 1 + 1, whatever, anything you bring them, if it's not currently said by an authority or by a consensus, they won't believe you. So when they say, oh, show me, they basically ask, no matter what you show them, they're not going to believe you because you're not an authority. So even that's a bit of a clanger. Even that's a bit of a philosophical boo-boo they're doing. They're stepping on a landmine immediately. Then it's not, they're basically saying, convince me of something of which I can't be convinced of. They're basically telling you that.
Yeah, it's like when I used to call it, like, they're not thinking because of a high caloric, low nutrient diet. Cheeto dust and, Mountain Dew. But yeah, maybe there's a second part of that they are shit scared of drawing the conclusion of their own because they want to be part of that consensus, that tribe.
Oh, yeah.
They don't want to be an individual. That's also, too, why they say we all the time. We, because they're so scared of standing out on the limb because they're afraid of failure. They're afraid of being wrong because they've added in some kind of like moral claim to things that are right and things that are wrong. There's people who are wrong for the right reasons and right for the wrong reasons. They lost any nuance in their life, any sort of flair, meaning of life. You're like, we're kids, but just basically, like, you're going. This is why they throw Tyson under the bus so much. Tyson said kids make the best scientists because they're not afraid of failure. They're trying to figure it out.
I can never understand the throwing Tyson under the bus thing, dude. I don't get it. I don't get it, man, because he's an advocate for the best way to actually talk about the Earth as a globe. He's the one that would be, if they followed after Tyson, I think they would have a much easier time in this room. I'm telling you that right now. They don't do it. They do not do it. They don't do it because
Tyson is uncontrollable, bro. Tyson is unpredictable and uncontrollable. So because of that, he's not. They're like people who follow orders and they are predictable, not people who are like.
He says sort of off-the-cuff things. Like
he does say off-the-cuff shit, dude. They're
like, hey,
he's a maverick.
Because he said that flat earthers, right? Chuck Nice said, so how do you explain flat Earth? He's like, well, we got a country that loves freedom, free expression, free speech. Everybody gets to say what they want to say when they want to say it. And that counters the globalist claim that flat Earth is a harmful conspiracy theory, driving humanity to a halt. Because when he said, hey, people can say what they want to say if you're the one who's adding some kind of victim status to that. And the second part, he's like, well, then also it shows that Americans' education system is abject failure. And these guys believe, like a lot of these lefties who are anti-flat earthers, these left-wing atheists, they think a mass education program was going to improve education. So they got Tyson hard countering not only their thinking process about how to articulate for the globe, he's also hard countering what they think the solutions are. He's proven they're wrong on so many levels.
Bro, you should hear Robot Polishers, Neil deGrasse Tyson's video that he had with, I think it was Star Talk, with that other gentleman that he has a conversation with. Every time he talks to him, the other guy sounds like he's all surprised.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, Chuck Nice, he's a comedian.
Chuck Nice.
Yeah.
So
adds a little comedic flair to the conversation.
So the other guy and him, when he was discussing about if the Earth was like, because he said, I have to, what did he say? I had to redo an argument that I was saying something a long time ago that you would weigh differently in different parts of the world. He's like, that's not true anymore. He's like, that what I said back then was that it doesn't matter where you go, you like the equator and stuff, you would weigh differently. But he's like, no, you'd weigh the same, dude. He was like, he walked it back. I don't know if you heard this or not.
No,
Robot Polisher. Yeah, Robot Polisher. If you look him up on YouTube, he has a video that has a conversation. At the end of that conversation, dude, he has that other comedian guy that you said his name, saying that the Earth is flat. Because he gave him a scenario that if the Earth was to be spinning equally all across the surface, it would stretch out. He was like, the way he was saying it, dude, and everybody would weigh basically nothing, on the Earth. And then the comedian guy goes, well, there you go, flat earthers. Like, I was like, what the fuck, bro? I know he didn't just say that shit, but yeah. I mean, if I could dig up the video, I'll probably put it in the text chat, but it's under Robot Polishers.
Yeah, bro, there's lots of physics problems. Like, if the Earth was spinning, all the water should congregate around the middle band of the Earth, like around its like toroidal middle. So to speak. Like across the axis. So whatever the axis is, whatever the bulge, around the bulge that's perpendicular to the axis, it has to go there. Like, that's where the physical force will drive it, right? Because like get a tennis ball, make it wet, and then make it spin, and you'll see all the water collect around the middle band.
Let me address. So we were waiting for Dan Fessler to kind of finish getting his little statement. Dan, if you want to go through that statement that you just put in the text for me, I read the whole thing, but did you want to read it out for everybody? That way you can kind of put your own spin on it, or points or whatever, because you have little bullet points on that thing.
Yeah. I mean, just the one thing I read up on is, well, the accuracy of things. Like, we talked about eclipses, but the accuracy improved with understanding the globe.
We'll talk about that. We'll talk. I think we can get into that, but I want you to just read the statement if you don't mind, because I think
want me to read it word for word rather than summarize it.
Well, I don't care. Do what you want, man. It's your statement.
I don't want to sound like.
Listen, it's your statement. It's your statement. If you want to be clear on what you're saying, I would personally read the whole thing if it was mine. But you can just do a summary, I guess.
I'll read it. Okay, so the easiest one to explain or to point out is just the accuracy of eclipses. From what I'm reading, they could predict the day generally from just pattern observations, but not the precise time and location of it. But the ones that I find more interesting after thinking about it is just anything that would rely on non-inertial reference frames. That is like the rotating body of the Earth, right? So pretty much anything about Foucault's pendulum effects or Coriolis effects, or whatever, pattern matching. You could probably do pattern matching observations to predict these as well, but they would all be separate, right? There'd be a separate prediction for this, a separate prediction for this, that are in no way connected to each other. And I think that's important for judging the value of a model. If you have one model that can predict multiple things rather than separate models can predict separate things, then that's one indicator that you have a more accurate model. Right?
What you said is nonsense.
What was that?
You just said it's nonsense. You haven't shown how there's more predictability. You said, it's all together and homogenized, and they're all separated and individualized. That's all you said. You've not said how it's better, though, at all. You just dive out.
I did describe one way where it's better. And I also don't know the history of people trying to predict effects of Coriolis or Foucault's pendulum. I would assume they didn't even try. But I don't know.
Hold on, Grizzly. Give him some space. We want him to read out his idea. Okay, you push back after he gets the whole thing out. All right, thank you.
Anyway, and then there's things that are not quite exactly like we're talking about, specifically the shape of the Earth, and orbital mechanics are not just the shape of the Earth is a prerequisite for orbital mechanics, but it's not necessarily about the shape of the Earth. But anyway, our understanding of orbital mechanics enable us to predict planetary motions more accurately. First with Kepler, then Newton, then Einstein, right? Which famously pattern observations could not do. People tried. That one is very well documented through history of people making and constantly trying to improve their predictions for that. And then the only other point that I listed was just, aside from just, I know earlier I said that the only value of a model is its predictive powers. After thinking about it a little bit more, I want to walk that back a little bit. I think there is another value of a model, which is its ability to explain why something happens. Not just that it happens, but a reasonable reason for why it would. So like pattern observation, any sort of observation will never give you the reason why. So it will never give you deeper understanding of a thing. It will just predict based on patterns. But models can give you the reason, which is more useful.
Well, I think that was the end, wasn't it?
Yep.
The end of your point. All right. So Grizzly, did you want to open up, man? I was going to talk with him, but I'll let you since you wanted to.
But he hasn't actually shown, as I said earlier, he doesn't show any actual more predictability. He just said they can predict eclipses more accurately. That's not the case. They could predict eclipses thousands of years ago. They could predict eclipses for the next million years because they worked out the mathematical. Hold on, let me finish. I wasn't done. I wasn't done. I didn't interrupt you.
Sorry.
So they could work it out for them if you wanted to. You could ask a Mayan, show me when the next eclipse will be in a million years, and they could do it. It's a mathematical system which they worked out, and they know how it is through observation and through deduction and through all their methods they had. So they were doing that back then already. They didn't improve in any way. If anything, the modern techniques learned from the ancient techniques and improved their techniques. So they actually integrated some of the ancient techniques and to make their own techniques better. So if anything, the ancients taught them a few things. So again, he's just all over the place by saying his set of models are better and more predictive, when actually they're not. And when he says, oh, why it happens, no, they're not measuring anything, not showing anything. So we don't know why at all. They're not even actually providing any, like with the model they're showing, it doesn't actually correlate with reality. So therefore, how are you possibly knowing what's causing what? Why your model is complete speculation? And he's not going to answer any of that. He's just going to say it's sufficient, blah, blah, blah. So it is what it is.
Okay. I mean, when it comes to the first thing that you said about it, just simply you just disagree that it was more accurate with, and I don't know what to tell you there other than what I'm reading says that accuracy improved on the eclipse predictions. Specifically, they said that they were able to predict the day, but not the exact time and location, and that's what we gained. If that's false, then it's false. But I don't know I don't know how to argue with you on that point.
Yeah, I think the macroscopic was that the ancients were predicting the geographic locations wherever they were of the cyclical nature of the heavens. So they cataloged these cyclical timings, right? Like when things were going to happen, and then because of how they happened, it's called a postdiction. It's not a prediction, Dan. So everything that's made after the fact is a postdiction. So the thing that you think is a prediction is actually a postdiction. Because if it's something that has already occurred and is in a cyclical nature in and of itself, then it's not a prediction, it's a postdiction. Because the people that are actually putting this information out are giving you information of things that are already occurring and that will occur in the future. So there's something that have already happened and will happen again.
Based on will happen the prediction?
No, it's a postdiction. A prediction
will happen is a postdiction?
Yeah, well, it's the will happen is because it's already happened, and it will happen again. So yeah, so let's take for example eclipses, right? Okay. The eclipse happened, right? And let's just say geographically you're in one location, you're whoever from ancient times, and you're like, okay, this happened today. I'm gonna catalog it. You mark the day, the time, the season, everything. You put all that information in there. Next thing you know, another 12 years rolls by. Guess what? That same phenomena occurs. What you're going to do is you're going to make sure you catalog that exactly how it happened, taking nothing away and only putting what you see, right? When you do this, you put that information down. It seems to line up with the occurrence that happened at that same time. So what happens is you start to draw these patterns, and maybe that guy's forefather did the same. So he's putting together like a over time kind of a system. So he sees the bigger picture, the macro, right? He sees like, okay, this happened this year over here, this year again. Guess what? If I know this is going to happen, or it has happened in this many days, this many years, it will happen again. And the future comes along, and then another 12 years happens, and guess what? Same occurrence, same thing. Taking nothing from, like, he's not putting into it anything, taking nothing away. He's just writing down exactly what he sees. So that becomes not a prediction, but a postdiction, because it already occurred and it will occur again. So the thing that he says, okay, I know in every 12 years, this eclipse will occur at this specific time, this season, this day, he's got everything down. So all you got to do is in the future, make it better, right? Because the other guy that did it before you did it only in a sense of like saying, I had this much information to work with. Now you have a lot of information from the ancients. And so getting all that information, you can fine tune it a little bit. But all that's happening is just building upon what they've already done. But it's only a post-diction and it's not a prediction, because the prediction would mean that something that hasn't occurred that you think will occur, you would say like, well, I'm not really sure, but I think my prediction is that this will occur. And that's a prediction. A post-diction is something like a post-diction is something like, I saw an eclipse 12 years ago and 12 years before that, and before that my forefather who was recording it did as well. So my post-diction is going to be that this will occur again in about 2 more years. And voila, 2 years pass by, here comes the eclipse. So it's a post-diction, not a prediction.
And also one more thing to that. Remember, you're talking about the more longer cycles of like 12 years. It needs record keeping, and it needs like handing down, let's say, across generations. Yes. But then there are also shorter cycles. In order to get them to even care about the longer term cycles and to even be committed to be recording all these events, they would probably need what? Shorter term cycles to really prove the point, the proof of concept. So they'll be like, oh, wow, the shorter cycles are working, then we're going to look for the longer cycles. And the shorter cycles would be, for example, things like the moon cycle. So they'd be looking at the moon and they'd see how that affects menstruation in humans and how it affects life and wildlife around them and their own moods and emotions and all that sort of stuff. And they would record that as well in personal diaries and also what the moon's doing. And then they'd realize, wait a minute, the moon actually dictates menstrual cycles. It actually dictates for men and women, by the way, right? So that actually drives that. And they'd work that out. That's a much shorter term cycle. And that's what would get them into the concept of astrology, looking up at the sky. Because they'd be like, wait a minute, if this big bright thing affects this, what do all the little bright things affect? What do they do? And then they realized they all do something. And then that's why they all started gazing at the stars so much, because they realized it's reality. It affects the real world on the ground in terms of their life.
And I'm getting into the prediction, post-diction side of the argument because of the fact that a lot of people who believe that these things are predictions, and we've gotten more precise because of our new ways of like detecting things and maybe looking at things. I think that you're a bit conflating the fact that you think that post-diction and prediction are the same thing, and they're not. They have value, right? A prediction from a post-diction has value. But something that's
what you just said, I actually agree with. Everything previously to what you said, I disagree with. I disagree with your terminology. Like I don't know. I just don't think that word means what you think it means.
Okay, so
anytime that you yes, I agree with you that post-dictions are a thing, and you could it's justifying of past events. If you look it up even online, that's the definition of it.
Sure.
But it's the moment that you say, I also believe because of this, I will make a prediction about something that has not yet happened but will happen. That's a prediction, just by the definition.
No. Because a prediction.
No, but it is.
Yeah, a prediction would be something like I want to pick, my winning lotto numbers, and I predict that I'm going to win, or something like. Yeah, or something like my team.
I would call that a guess.
Yeah, listen, my team did really well this year, and I think when we go up against the Wildcats, we're going to win. That's my prediction. So there's something that you're using that you don't have any prior knowledge to of moving forward. But this information, the information that you're actually that's supporting the premise of your prediction has already been supplied by either you or previous people that have done some work in the same type of field. So when you're saying I'm predicting this will occur, well, you can't say predicting anymore because it already happened in a cyclical nature. It has a cycle that repeats. So the cycle that repeats, you say this is going to happen again. It's not you predicting it. It's just what's going to happen because the cycle will repeat again. It's cyclical in nature. So I think you're not understanding
that the cycle must repeat.
No, because it always has. It's like a law of nature, right? Yeah. So the law of nature stands to be reasoned with that when we see something occur, a naturally occurring phenomena, and that happens, if it happens again and again, and these patterns that happen, right? These specific patterns, they happen with accuracy. They don't just happen randomly. They happen again on a timely manner. So when they occur, they're cataloged. And when they're cataloged, they're actually spaced out. And so like what I'm telling you is just like what Grizzly was saying just a while ago. We have smaller ranges of things that occur, like the cycle of the moon. You got the sun moving across the sky throughout the year. We have the stars changing in the seasons. So there's a lot of things that occur that will happen again and then happen again and again and again. So those things that you say are predictions are not predictions, because if you're going to say, well, I predict the star is going to be here, you don't know if they are by saying that. But if you're saying, well, it's happened before, and that like 12 years prior to that, and my forefather said that he saw it again 12 years and 12 years past that. So if you keep going back and back and you're standing on the shoulders of people who have already cataloged this, then you're not going to be able to say that the thing that you're going to say is going to occur in 2 years is a prediction, because it's cyclical nature. Nature has its cycles. And so all you're doing is saying that this will occur based upon prior information, not based upon, I don't know if it's going to happen, but I'm thinking that because, for example, because the Earth is a globe, this will happen again. No, you can't say that. The only thing you can say is that it's occurred in a cyclical, timely fashion. And that's it. And then if you say, well, I'm thinking if it happens again, I will say this. I will say that this thing that I'm saying that will happen again is on a cycle, because the cycle repeats. And therefore not making a prediction, but also telling you that the thing that will happen has happened because it already happened before. Do you get what I'm saying? A prediction has a very special connotation.
Largely this is just an argument of semantics, so it's kind of
and that's important.
Argument.
It's not. Wait up, because I like to say it like this, right? The model, the observation the modeling is based upon is the very thing that you then claim to predict using the model.
Okay.
Observations. The modeling is based on observations that you're then claiming to predict using your model that you used the observations to build. Doesn't make any sense, dude.
All right. Yeah, when it comes to the terminology.
Guys, one second. Are we like at some point we're gonna assume? I don't want to say the word assume, but we're gonna have to postulate one of the following. Either we're gonna postulate natural laws stay constant, or we're gonna say natural laws are not gonna stay constant. So we're gonna have to work with one or the other. Because if at any point you can say, well, the natural laws can just change, well, in that case, then that's like saying I can just throw the chess pieces off the board at any moment. I can come and throw the, you got to pick one or the other stream. We're going to swim down. You know what I mean? You can't be switching streams. You know what I mean? If you want to assume the rules can change, okay, then let's start that from the beginning and assume that all the way through. Or the rules of the natural law are not going to change, and let's assume that all the way through. But you can't change streams, boys. That's not going to be fair.
The way you describe your so-called postdictions, I have no disagreement with, other than the word you're using. So I don't find it that interesting to talk about. I mean, I would call it a prediction. Google, like if you Google the definition, it would call it prediction. But whatever, we can use postdiction. I don't.
So can you use the word prediction in a very different way contextually?
Well, like, for example, you gave a definition for prediction that I actually disagree with. You said, okay, so I'm predicting that I will win with these Powerball numbers. I would not call that a prediction. I would call that a guess. Prediction is, a justified reason for making a
justified reason. I'll tell you, Dan, my justified reason is that I had a good night's rest at a Holiday Inn. So I'm waking up today feeling lucky. I'm waking up feeling lucky, so I'm justifying my lotto numbers that are going to win. That's my predictability.
You call that a prediction? I'd call it a guess. Maybe at best it's a bad prediction. But your other
come on, man. Guys, you're talking about the level of certainty.
Sure, I know. We're talking about semantics here, which is largely uninteresting to me. But
no, it's not uninteresting. But it's just the fact that you had qualms with it. But I don't think you should, because if you're saying that something repeats in cycles, because I even broke it down to you that way too. I'm like, if something broke down in cycles and it's repeated, right? How can you say that the thing you're going to predict is something like, well, I predict, I'm going to tell you this way. If I predict that the sun will be in this part of the sky tomorrow, I'm going to wait to see if it's going to happen. You don't need to. It's already happened year after year. So the thing that you're going to do, hold on a minute, Dan. Hold on. The thing that you're going to do is affirm, because of its cyclical nature, that it will be in the part of the sky that you say that it will be, based upon prior information. So it doesn't matter what you say. Oh, I predict it's going to be right here. Yeah? So did everybody else prior to you, because that's a law of nature. It has done so for eons, and it doesn't need your prediction to give it validity, to be like, well, it's going to be up here in the sky. It doesn't need you there. Minus you, it's still going to be in that part of the sky based on its repeated patterns.
I just can say the same thing about any prediction. Like any good prediction.
Oh God, dude. Yeah,
Dan, wait.
You don't need to be. No, dude, you don't need to be of a high level of certainty. It's going to happen because that's the law of nature. It repeats, it cycles, dude.
You even call that 100% certainty, right?
Yeah, this is where we distinguish the difference between science and pseudoscience.
Everybody is talking at once. It's hard for me to.
Wait, one sec. This is where we distinguish the difference between science and pseudoscience, where a prediction in natural science is a legitimate prediction based on information you've gained and garnered from research, and then using that to predict the cause of an effect that you've observed in nature, and then manipulating that supposed cause to see if it develops the effect that you observe.
Right, guys, before we do
in theoretical physics, in astrophysics, in astronomy, you can't do that, can you?
Hold on, dude. Before we start doing science, we have to do the philosophy of science. We're going to have to assume either laws are going to change or they're going to stay fixed, right? One or the other. Because in order to do science, we're assuming blindly, we're just skipping past this, but we're assuming the natural laws are going to stay constant. So that's why we can rely on experiments. We can rely on outcomes. We can rely on repeatability. Repeatability only exists if some stuff stays constant, yeah? Because if everything is variable, there is no repeatability. So we're going to assume natural laws are constant, which is why Alpha is so certain the sun's going to be in a certain position, and why we should all be certain of that, because the laws are going to stay constant, right? Because if they're not going to stay constant, then all bets are off, boys. All bets are off then, isn't it? Then who knows what will happen tomorrow.
Yeah, and then you could say, I might win with my lotto numbers tomorrow.
Can I get...
Never know.
Here, maybe I can skirt past a lot of the disagreement and say, I will say that those two types of things are different. I wouldn't use the same words that you're using.
Okay, so if you're using prediction interchangeably, then you're using it incorrectly. How about that?
Sure. Let's just move past the semantics. It's really
dude. It's just like you saying the word. It's like you saying the word experiment. Let's just move past it. It doesn't matter how we use it. No, it does matter how you use it, specifically when it regards natural science. So if you start saying something like, "Well, words," come on, let's not quibble about these things. We have to. That's the whole reason why we're here. If we're not quibbling about the
has on what the point we're actually trying to talk about.
And if you don't realize the implications of words and terms that they mean something of value, then you and I and everybody else in here are going to disagree on the term of a single word. You're going to think I mean something else. I'm going to think you mean something else. We'll never meet eye to eye.
I will accept your definition, which is not the same as Webster's.
And that's not what I'm saying either.
Whatever. I don't care. I will accept it. It's fine. For the purposes of this conversation, we can call them different and we can move forward. So let's keep going.
Dan, I want to get in here on something. Earlier you said when Alpha gave you an example, you turned around and said, "Oh, I wouldn't call that a prediction. I'd call that a guess."
Yeah.
Well, dude, I mean, when you can pick and choose when something is a prediction versus a guess, and swap both terms, willy nilly. In reality,
I have a definition that I would be running off.
In reality, a prediction is a form of a guess. So you are correct in that, but to minimize the term in any particular context, because to you it doesn't seem to satisfy whatever qualities of an actual prediction, because for some reason, like, you're not going to get very far with that. And a post-diction is also in a way a form of a guess, but it has prior, like you were saying, it has prior occurrences.
Sure.
See what I mean? So you're reducing it down to just a guess, or you're using the term a guess, as if it doesn't mean as much.
You're absolutely right that using absolute words is always going to be a disservice. I mean, it might be better for us to say bad prediction, good prediction. Okay.
No, I have no problem with using absolute terms here. What we're quibbling on is actually trying to figure out which absolute term is appropriate in which context. My point being, you reducing what he said down to just being quote unquote just being a guess, so as to minimize his position,
No. Not his position. Just that one specific example he gave of guessing lotto numbers.
Yeah, well, it's a form of prediction. It's very crude, right? Like he said, all the prior information I have on that is X, Y, Z, and in his head, for example, he might see that as being, reasonable.
Sure. To be fair, he didn't say that till after I said guess, and then I refined my definition of guess to be bad prediction. Right. So, like, look, this is such an argument.
Or Dan, let me ask you a question, Dan, quickly. Dan, what if I was the lottery operator and I put magnets in the balls I want to win, right? And then I tested the machine the night before, and then on the night when the lottery takes place, I'm going to pick the numbers. So is that going to be a prediction? Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, you have really great reason to believe that you'll get the numbers you want because you're picking them.
Dude, he just showed you that he has it rigged to win. He knows He knows he's gonna win. He's not guessing anymore. The guessing part left the building.
Say guess. You think prediction means guess. I do not think prediction means guess.
Okay, so if prediction doesn't mean guess, then you're using it in the term to say that it's something that happened in a repeated cycle, right? Is that how you're using it?
To mean it could include repeated cycles. I'm using the term.
No, you can't.
Anything of substantiated, of a nature of being substantiated. It's well reasoned to believe that's true.
Well reasoned to believe is true. How about something that occurs always?
Sure, that's like 100% well reasoned to be true.
Okay.
Virtually.
So if you're saying that something happened before and it will happen again, and if you say that prediction can be interchangeably used as something to reason with someone to say, well, I'm going to use this word now today to mean like, well, what's your prediction for the Lakers and the Bulls? Well, I don't know. I think Lakers are going to take it, whatever. Like you're using the word interchangeably. And what I'm saying is a lot of people contextually can't tell what you're saying. Yeah. So in regards to when you start to speak, like when you use the words like level, when you use the words like experiment, when you use anything to deal with something that has to have a definite meaning, and you're using it interchangeably, you're never going to get understanding contextually. Do you get what I'm saying? Because to you, you're like, well, that's not what I mean by when I say prediction. I'm saying it in this way. How can somebody outside of you know what you're saying? Yeah, they're not going to know.
We can use a spectrum if we'd like. Like I could say really good prediction, like 100% certain prediction, whatever. I think predictions are a spectrum.
Well, I mean, yeah, I don't think that you can. Go ahead.
Just a quick second, Alpha. Isn't a prediction have a foundation, like you're basing your prediction upon like a foundation, prior evidence, right? And then a guess has no substantiated foundation. You're just proceeding forward with something off the top of your dome with no foundation upon it. That's my understanding, guess versus prediction.
That was mine as well.
Yeah, but this is where we get into the idea of words meaning stuff, right? When you say, somebody asks you, okay, how did you arrive at this? You have to substantiate your foundation that you're standing upon. Otherwise, you're just literally farting in the wind with your thoughts coming out of your mind with no subjective foundation.
Interestingly,
that I 100% agree with.
Interesting. Well, if you agree with that, then you should agree with that fact that the globe Earth, or the oblate spheroid, was a new creation, not only but a few centuries ago. So you would say that the globe Earth is making better predictions than the ancients were when they were sky gazing up at the night sky.
Yes.
But how can something that was not around when these viewings of the sky were being done, how can something that wasn't around then be doing something better today for people?
I don't understand. Can you rephrase more?
So, yeah, the globe was the new kid on the block. It wasn't around when ancients were sky gazing. What was it?
I mean, some ancient people, like Rome, for example.
You can point to some really niche group of somebody who didn't have the full articulation of the globe as you have it today.
Yeah.
So when you say the globe makes better predictions, how could that be the case if it's something that was newly created and not something that was actually known by people long ago, because they were already working with things in the sky and being able to have value for things that they see and that reoccur over and over again?
I don't know what the problem is there, because that's
the problem is you just came up with an idea and say, hey, let me come to you with this new idea of this thing called a globe. I know you got all those ancient all that ancient knowledge of like where these celestials are going to be, but let me just throw this in the mix and let me say that this does a better job than the way you guys were viewing the sky.
Yeah.
So what you just brought in it has to be a totally new thing, right? But the thing that they were doing was already doing the job exactly perfectly, like the way it should.
That part is what I'm contending with, is that this new one was more accurate.
No, but you didn't state how. That's the problem. You didn't state how.
Well, so with the Coriolis stuff, I did.
No, but see, that's an assumption. Once again, you're going into things that you think are already a foregone conclusion. Coriolis insinuates a derivative understanding that the Earth is already in motion. You didn't prove moving Earth yet. You're insinuating. Yeah, Coriolis is an insinuation that the Earth is spinning on its axis already. So this is how
is an explanation of the effect that we see.
No. You need to prove that the Earth is spinning on its axis for Coriolis to be happening. It's not happening if you haven't proven that the Earth is in motion, spinning on its axis. You're jumping the gun. You're going to the thing that's already talking about happening while the Earth's in motion. Well, we have Coriolis. We have Coriolis because the Earth is spinning. Duh. That's what you're saying. No.
Not how I would phrase it. No, not at all. I'd say.
So then how can you have Coriolis if the Earth isn't proven to be spinning?
I'm not saying. What I'm saying is, it's like you propose a model. Hey, I think that the Earth is a globe. Would these effects be, aligned with the observations that we see?
No. No, you can't say that. You cannot say that. You haven't proven it. You're just throwing
to prove it to see if the model align with the model.
And let me ask you a question. If you never knew that the Earth was spinning and no one's ever told you, how would you put that into a model? How are you going to insert that into a model that the Earth is moving, therefore Coriolis, if you've never seen the Earth in any way moving?
There's a lot of reasons why people thought that the Earth could be a globe. I mean,
I'm not talking about other people. What information have you gathered that gives you that information to substantiate the claim?
So, okay, let's go back to just observing the stars, right? Like I said a long time ago, It could be either way. The observation of the stars could be explained by the sky rotating around you in a sphere, a celestial sphere, or just as well, and it's very reasonable for somebody to take note of this. They could say, hey, wait, this would be the same effect as if the Earth were rotating.
Yeah. So
I'm going to guess that it is. And if it is, what sort of observations could or predictions could it make?
Yeah, it's inconclusive. Once again, I told you and the other gentleman, it's inconclusive. You agreed. It's not conclusive. If you're going to form out a model and it's not conclusive, you can't then build any type of physics that are on this spinning orb if you didn't conclusively produce an understanding that it is spinning.
Data point. I said it's a data point.
And data point is not. Listen,
you're right. It's not.
Right, it doesn't conform to our reality unless you're able to provide the evidence that substantiates it. Which is that
work though.
It doesn't matter. Listen, your model is not substantiated by our physical reality. If it was, then it would be the truth, and the truth would then not be able to be argued with because it would be something that is apparent to everyone, and that's not apparent to everyone. We do not witness the conclusive evidence that the Earth is spinning on its axis as a oblate spheroid.
Observing the rotating sky in itself is not conclusive, but you could go further to say then, okay, well, how can we? What could we add to this to give us more confidence in a different model?
Dan, sorry,
right? And one of those things, one of the natural consequences of saying that the Earth is a globe is now you're introducing a non-inertial reference frame. Then you could say, okay, where are certain situations where I can observe the effects of a non-inertial reference frame? Hey, look. What about this Foucault's pendulum thing? Would this model predict the effects of that? Yeah.
Holy smokes. Dan, do you understand what a leap of logic is?
That's what he's done.
I don't.
By here's the thing, right? You're going to you're going to insert an idea, right, a theory, and then you're going to make a series of leaps of logic, leaps of faith in order to back up your theory.
Well, that's why
that's
you
building
do
a hold on. That is building a really crappy foundation. You need to stay within the observables in order to craft a theory beyond that. Otherwise, you're building a stick house upon a sand foundation.
I would agree with you. I would agree with you if you just left it at that. If you just left it at the leap, it's like, oh, I believe the Earth is a sphere. That's it. Okay, we're good. It works. No, that's not enough. You're right. You have to back it up with observation, and that's exactly what I listed out. The Coriolis effects are saying, hey, this is something
No. You don't observe. Listen, dude. You don't observe the Coriolis effects because you're thinking that the Earth is thought to be moving, as you said, because you can't prove it conclusively. You have to prove it conclusively first, and then build a physics upon it.
Okay, wait,
you didn't do that.
Step back here. Do you?
We did. We went back to what you're saying. You're saying that you don't need to provide the evidence. All you got is either it is or is not spinning. That's what you have to build on. It is or is not spinning. It's inconclusively.
Do you believe? Let's throw out the word Foucault's pendulum for a second. Do you believe that what we observed to happen with the swinging pendulum at different latitudes has an effect dependent upon the latitude?
I'll let Jedi answer that.
I'm just going to say no.
You don't, but does Alpha believe that happens?
That the pendulums are moving at different latitudes?
The effects of a swinging pendulum at different latitudes. Do you believe that there is a different effect of a swinging pendulum at different latitudes?
No.
You don't? Okay, well then.
What effects are you saying? Like what effects?
Are you aware of the effects of a Foucault's pendulum experiment?
Yes, as precession. You're talking about like the movement of the thing. But what are you insinuating? Because precession.
Do you believe that happens?
Dude, listen to me. A precession is giving an assumption that the Earth is already in motion.
No. Forget about any preconceived notions about flatter Earth. Do you believe that actually happens?
Yeah, I'm not talking about flat Earth. I'm only talking about the insinuation when you see the pendulum moving around. You're thinking that it's moving around because of the Earth is in motion.
Forget me making a prediction at all.
Okay, then you're just throwing everything out. What are you?
No, I know. I need to set a foundation here. Do you believe that happens dependent upon latitude? Period.
Why don't you craft your one thing? Why don't you craft your question, right? Remember, you're appealing to belief. Think about your vestibular system, right? And the fact that Alpha's vestibular system is no different than yours. So technically, he has your vestibular system as a hostile witness because he knows you're not experiencing the Earth any different than him. Go ahead.
I mean, I don't know what vestibular system is.
Yeah. What tells you? I'll withdraw. What tells you that the sky, that the ground, in fact, is moving versus the sky above you?
Okay, I'm still just trying to get a common ground here because I don't even know the answer to this question yet, and I can't build a further argument unless I know if you believe the percent happens.
Dan, are you saying that the precession occurs in different ways in different latitudes? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, regardless of why, do you believe that it happens?
Yeah, regardless of why. Okay, you're asking me the question. Are you saying this because you affirm that it does?
I mean, ask me because I affirm that it does. I'm saying, I do believe that it happens at different latitudes, regardless of why.
Okay, so affirming that it does, have you uncovered the reality that it's doing things in different latitudes? I'm asking you specifically because you can't come with a premise built on a faulty understanding of your position.
Just do this observation and just see for themselves without having any scientific understanding of why it's happening. And if we can't agree on this one piece, then I don't know how we can continue forward.
Has anybody solidified this for you? Like, what methods have been done to show you that this is the case?
I've been to a science museum and I've seen it.
One place. How many? You talked about different latitudes. How many different places?
Videos of people. Okay, are you telling me that you don't believe that this happens?
No, I'm asking what information do you have to substantiate that your claim is that they're moving in different precessions in different latitudes?
I've seen videos of people doing it. I've seen it personally. Is that not good enough for you?
Yeah, personally, do what?
Precess.
In what way is different? Because you're making the distinction that in every latitude is different. How do you see them processing differently?
I believe.
There it is. There it is.
No. You actually don't know where I'm going to go with this. I don't remember if it's the speed in which they process. I think it's the speed. Yes, the speed in which they process is different depending on which latitude it's performed at.
But you're not really sure. You're not really sure. And I'm pointing out the fact that you were coming with a foundational premise that is faulty. Because you don't even know, dude. Dan, come on, let's get real here, dude. You didn't have all the information to ask me that question if you knew that for sure was the case. You're just telling me because you thought it was, and so you're asking me to give you my opinion on what I would think about it because you thought you were going to get me to say like, oh, well, I don't know, Dan, I think it is, and you're like, aha. And
but you don't even at all, dude.
You don't even know, Dan. You don't even know.
No, I do. No,
you don't. You just told me. Dude, you just told me that you're not really sure if it's a speed. You just told me that now.
I remember, and now I remembered. Jeez, can you give me a fucking second to remember? God damn, man.
That was you. I'm catching you on what your premise should have been.
Have you ever had to think about something, about a memory in the past, and it took you a second?
Yeah, not if I was coming at you with a premise. My premise would be it would be solid. It would be rock solid, dude. I would come at you and be like, look, this is how things happen. And I would ask you, and listen, and hold on, Dan. And I would ask you, okay, so this is how it happens. Dan, do you disagree? And if you would ask me, dude, how do you know this happens? And if I would be like, well, I think it happens that way. How would you look at me if I said that to you? You'd be like, dude, that's some bullshit, dude. Like, how are you going to ask me a question when you don't even know if your premise is sound or even like, it's solid, like for you to tell me that.
I'm sorry, I didn't remember, but it's irrelevant to the point that I'm trying to make. The point that I'm trying to make is I did see this at a point in the past, and I'm asking you just plainly: do you accept that it happens?
This is why I said. This is why I said no, because I will grant you that yes, the pendulum swings in different ways at different quote unquote latitudes, but then you have to take every single effect into account. Like for example, when there's a solar eclipse and the thing starts spinning backwards, no matter your latitude. So we observe that as well then. So yeah, we observe the pendulum to do lots of things. When the solar eclipse happens, this is called the Elias effect. You should probably Google it.
Okay, there's a lot of things. There's a lot of things that happen with the pendulum that moves around. Like, so you can't lock it down to a foundational premise as you would like to have it, which is kind of like how you wanted to box it in for a point to make, which you don't have right now at the moment. Because Jedi just,
I don't think you know what point I'm trying to make yet.
Jedi's dropping
premise to make a point.
Yeah, so you want me to affirm that if you're saying that the pendulum processes in different latitudes differently, you wanted me to affirm that or not, right? You wanted me to say one way or the other. But for you didn't know the information that Jedi just told you right now.
You keep saying that, but I did. I just remember the exact effect from the past, okay? And then I did a second fucking later, dude.
So you're telling me that you knew the Elias effect. You knew about it.
The what effect?
The Elias effect.
I don't know the term Elias effect, no.
Oh my God. That's what I was asking you.
What is the Elias effect?
No, just told you. Fucking hell, dude. He just finished telling you.
Oh, what you just said about the pendulum stuff.
Yeah, so when, for example, there's a solar eclipse and you have a pendulum swinging, it starts spinning the opposite way.
Okay, I've never seen that.
It's like what I literally told you. It's called the Elias effect. My words were, if you haven't heard it, maybe you should Google it.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry that went past me.
Okay, no problem. now that you know that information, it's not true that in every latitude it spins and it processes in the same way, because if there's some anomaly that throws it off and to do something else, then how can you substantiate something that would occur that would be something like that it changes in every latitude to be constant? That would throw off the constant of it being that way.
I'm not claiming. I haven't even made a claim that it's constant yet.
Yeah, but if you're saying that it processes differently in every latitude, and then Jedi just gave you an example of how it could throw that off.
But that's exactly what you should do. You should say, okay, hey, this effect is happening, and hey, we can account for this anomaly. There's an observed.
For it. Dude, that's some bullshit, Dan. We can account for it. You didn't account for it prior to dude. You didn't account for it prior to him telling you. So how do you know that information?
Didn't know
dude,
it. You're
that's
right.
so freaking nuts,
I was totally 100% ignorant of an Elias effect. You're 100% right.
So how did you just finish saying that we could account for it? Like not a hot second ago. You just found out
that you guys are proposing. This is getting really weird. Because now you're arguing with me about something that I didn't even say.
That's like the room because we all saw that you just didn't know what
you didn't know, bro. And now he's saying that they can account. Well, we could account for it. How the fuck did you know you could account for it? He just fucking told you.
I didn't say that you could. I said he said that you could. He said the eclipse accounts for it.
What?
I didn't say it, dude.
Yes,
what are you
did.
arguing with me about?
All right, let's try.
Hey,
this.
go ahead.
Go ahead. Dan, can you rephrase what you said? Like, maybe not give it a rewrite, but just a rehash. Say, I said this, I meant this, it came out like this, or no, I mean not to put words in your mouth, but like some sort of format like that.
Sure. All I'm saying is if we have a foundation that some effect generally occurs at some predicted location, like the precession of a thing, is like we should immediately start saying why. And if one of the things that we observe to happen, hold on, can I finish?
No, you're leaping over the fact that he threw you in the loop with the anomaly.
Can I get to it?
I don't know
was not
because
aware of anything other than the precession. But
and
if
did
there
you account
is
for it?
any other observable effect, that's the same thing. It's just, hey, we observed this weird thing that happens. Why would that happen? But so far, we haven't even gotten to that point. We couldn't even agree that anything happens. And it's so hard to have
not anything happens. It's not that if anything happens. You're asking if it happens different. What you said specifically was that the pendulum would precess differently in different latitudes. That's what you said. And then, of course, Jedi gave you the anomaly of the Elias effect when certain, sky phenomena are occurring. This precession that you think would be happening differently in different latitudes, as to be saying that, if we could, because it's really greasing the skids, right? This whole conversation is greasing the skids for getting ready to talk about how the Earth is in motion. And I know it because I can see it far off. But I'm telling you this right now, that even if you're saying that the predictability of it happening specifically differently in different latitudes would tell you some information. But what happened was when Jedi told you that the Elias effect that was occurring that throws the precession off, now you're like, well, I think we can account for that. No, you can't, because you didn't know that prior to the shit that you just said.
In fact, he accounted for it. He gave me the reason why it happens. He said it. I had no idea. I know nothing about the Elias effect.
No.
I don't even know if it's true.
Just haven't Googled it. Oh, well. So we're having problems agreeing with this because also if you go into the Arctic or into the Antarctic Circle, you'll get different precessions. Again, you'll start reversing your precession. So, yeah, there's phenomena, but they're not lining up in the way that you were trying to get us to agree to.
Exactly. It's not this predictable thing that you're going to be able to say, we can rely on the precession of the Foucault's pendulum doing different things in different latitudes, specifically geographically, so that we can say, we can say that constantly this thing happens over here in Chile, this thing happens this way in Russia, this thing happens this way, and it's different. All of it's different, but it's all pointing to the fact that the Earth is in motion. That's the end of the argument, actually, for you.
But thanks you for putting.
I bet you it was, because the only thing that you can draw from all of this, if it's not that the Earth is in motion, right, is that it's real good evidence that it is.
I'll say it's close to what I was going to say. What I was going to say is that you could make a prediction without the globe. You could do that. You could just make patterns alone, or even the effects that I don't know who said it. Oh, okay. When the eclipse comes out, we observe this. You can make predictions other than one that assumes the globe. The only thing that I'm saying is that the globe would be one that explains why.
No, it's not. That's where you start dressing up the pig and putting lipstick on it and everything. No, it's not. You're just saying that. It makes you feel better when you say that. But that's not true.
How is that not true?
Because the ball Earth is fantasy. So everything you're pointing to that makes it sound like it actually is something in reality is actually not that. So all of the things that you say you see with Foucault's pendulum, right? Specifically, that doesn't prove anything globe. Nothing proves nothing globe, because there's things that you didn't.
Never how I would phrase anything. I would always phrase it in the form of it aligns with the globe model.
No, it doesn't.
Yes,
it does not. Because anything. No, it doesn't, Dan. Because everything that you might think, even if Jedi had told you about the Elias effect later on in our conversation, you'd be like, oh, yeah, we can account for that. Oh, and then somebody else would say, but what happens when you go to the North to South Pole?
I did not for the last time, dude.
We can account for that too.
I did not say that you can account for that. He said we can account for that.
Everything that you think the globe Earth is, it's all in. It's like the whole data and everything that people record. It works well with the globe. That's what you would want us to think, because that's what you think.
No, it's not what I think. It's what I always try to test myself.
Dude, if you honestly were to test yourself, then you would ask yourself how you know the Earth is spinning. You wouldn't look at some bullshit pendulum and say that well, I'm going to rely on this for something, because when it comes down to it, it doesn't speak anything globe. Zero. Doesn't tell you any information.
Dan, jumping in for a hot second. Dan, I have a question for you. With all that's being talked about right now, what are your thoughts on star trail photography?
Pretty.
Pardon me?
It's pretty. What do you want me to say?
Well, that's just it, right? If the ground was moving and the sky was moving, how is it we're able to capture star trail photography?
Long exposure times? I don't know what's the problem?
Pardon me?
Long exposures?
So again, if the ground is moving and the sky is moving, how is it we're able to capture star trail photography over extended periods of time, showing that the ground in fact appears to be stationary and the sky in fact is moving?
What would you expect to be the case? Because I don't know what you would expect.
I expect what we observe is that the ground is stationary, the camera mounted to the ground, and the sky is in fact moving, showing that the stars are in fact moving as they trace the trails that they make in the sky. I'm only bringing this forward in consideration of your claim of, again, the ground moving and the sky moving. I'm just wondering how star trail photography can actually exist as accurate as it does if the ground is moving and the sky as well.
Well, the sky, depending, if we're talking about the globe Earth model, the sky is basically not moving. Everything is so far away that any movement of the stars is imperceivable. It's just the ground that's moving. But to give you an analogy of how star trails can work, have you ever seen pictures of people with sparklers on the 4th of July, waving them around, and they can make trails?
Yeah, sure. But
Okay,
again, that'd be
that's a situation of the sky moving, right? It's
But
the thing
see,
relative
hold on
to
a
the camera.
second. You can't insert that, right? Because we know that people are moving the sparklers, right? These are the things that you can't hand wave the observations that we have in place to all of a sudden just pick up the observations as it suits your argument so that you can pick and
No,
choose.
I'm explaining that it
right?
can work
These are
both ways.
this is here. I'm going to withdraw and just say these are the leaps of logic that we're holding you accountable to in order to build out your theory. Go ahead.
Well, the example I gave is actually anti my theory. It's anti.
You should have dropped this. You should have dropped this years ago, Dan. To be honest, man, you don't have any evidence whatsoever. You're still clinging to this idea that the globe Earth fantasy can make some kind of real sense. Holding on to these old, tired arguments, dude. And it's like you struggle with them still. Yeah, you struggle with them still. So the Foucault's pendulum didn't hold any merit to like how because you even detached it from globe Earth. You divorced it. You're like, it has nothing to do with globe, but we can see that it does give us some information, and it's like you're leading us to nowhere. There's nothing that we're gonna at the end of the argument.
I don't know what to say. I keep on saying the same thing. It aligns with the observations of the globe. I will never say that something is
observations of the globe, dude. That doesn't make any sense.
Oh my gosh, that's how every model works in science ever.
You don't live on a model. You live on the Earth. The Earth is not a model. It's the Earth. Now, if you're going to say that it aligns with the model, then that model has to be something that reflects reality.
Yeah.
So when you go,
right?
No, dude, no, and no. because some of the things that you depend on are things that should happen the way that the model, quote unquote, predicts. And if that thing doesn't hold any merit, just like Jedi told you, there's certain effects and anomalies that occur.
I don't even believe the Elias effect is real yet.
Okay, then.
I don't know.
What I'm trying to tell you is that if there's anomalies that occur that you didn't account for, and supposedly you think that outside of that it still works, then you're going to be wrong, dude. And I'm telling you.
I'm willing to be wrong. I'm always willing to be wrong. That's great.
Guess what? Well, guess what, dude? Guess what? Today's your lucky day. You're wrong.
Okay, if you say so.
Well, I'm just saying, man, because you're so confident that there's some explanation somewhere. I haven't looked it up, so it's going to be okay. And I guarantee you, dollars to donuts, when you look up that information, when you look up that information, I guarantee you, you're going to soothe yourself. You're going to be like, yeah, I think we can account for this. I think the globe Earth can account for the Elias effect. Oh, no problem. We got this. It's some magnetic anomaly, and you're going to come up with some twisted way, contorted, just to make the globe Earth sound like it's real again. Because you can't have any anomalies in your quote-unquote model.
I'll even make you a promise. The straight-up answer is no. I'll tell you what I would do if I found an anomaly.
Bullshit.
I wouldn't immediately say, oh, we can account for X, Y, or Z. I could make a guess as to why, but then it would require experimentation. You can't just make a guess and say, oh, well, that explains it. We're all good and hunky-dory. No, this Elias effect is interesting to me because if it is a real observable effect, which, by the way, I'm reading some Wikipedia page and it says, oh, it's purported to be, and it's whatever. Setting that aside. The first thing that I do,
yeah, boy, you fucking hand waving that shit.
Verify.
Bro,
you
fucking dude, you fucking hand wave. You smack that shit away so quickly. Get that shit out of here, huh? You just hand waved that shit out of there.
What was the second part I said? Are you even listening to what I said?
Bro.
Are you even?
Yeah, you're just rejecting anything that goes against the thing that you previously know.
You are literally have subjective hearing. The statement I said right after is what here, repeat it to me. What would I do right after discovering an anomaly?
Well, according to you, you want to look into it to see if it's valid or whatnot. But you're like, and then you
want to look into see if there was an experiment to verify.
You added something to the end of that. You're like, but it's starting to look like it's not adding up. Dude, shut up, dude. You're already denying it right offhand. I know you, Dan.
I denied it earlier. Well, I didn't deny it. What I said is I don't
bullshit.
know.
Bullshit, you did deny it. Dude, you're like, no, this doesn't sound like it's real.
I
heard you say that shit, dude.
Dude, what do you want from me? You
fucking heard you say that. Yeah, it's not weird, dude. It's just we're getting right down to it.
We're
getting right down to it.
Just to be extra clear, I will tell you plainly what I do or do not believe about the Elias effect.
What?
I don't know. I will look into it. That's it. That's the only thing I can tell you about it.
Yeah, I know, but earlier you just said some kind of remark that you said, well, from what I'm seeing or here in the wiki.
Is that not a true statement to say? It's like, hey, I'm looking into it. The first thing I'm doing is I'm seeking knowledge about it.
I know, but what did you say? You said something about it. You said, like, it doesn't look like it's, I don't know.
I'll repeat exactly what I said. From what I'm reading, they're saying things about alleged anomalous behaviors that sometimes purportedly, that's literally verbatim what I'm reading, not my opinion.
And so what does that give you the confidence to say?
I'm saying that it requires, so any claim that you get, anybody
you don't want to say it, do you?
If I said Santa Claus is sitting right next to me right now, what do you want to do? You don't want to verify that to some extent, right? Isn't that what a good person should do?
Well, I mean, I think you'd be schizophrenic, but that's just me. But dude, listen, there is no evidence that the Earth is a globe. The Earth isn't spinning. You can relax on that one. But all this like hemming and hawing that you're doing about the Foucault's pendulum, it still doesn't directly indicate that the Earth is doing anything. So you can just kind of relax on that one. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I seriously don't think you hear the words I say. I seriously don't think you hear it.
Yeah. So even if you say that it's indicating a specific model that you're
thinking aligns with a particular model very well.
Very well. What is this very well business? What is this very well business? What is that?
I'll give you an example. You're right. Earlier you said, a good model is one that reflects reality. That's true. But no model is perfect. In fact, science, like the most hardcore science head person knows that all of the existing models that we have for explaining the universe are wrong. We know that they are wrong. They are useful, but they are wrong.
You're still as dug in as you were fucking 7 years ago, man. 5 years ago.
The Earth is round. You guys are retarded, bro.
I think it's different though. I mean, I had to do a quick take. I mean, because Dan used to be kind of like, I mean, I'm not trying to knock you or anything, just your mannerisms. Like you were kind of not really energized. You were just sort of like,
Bill,
whatever.
Indifferent, yeah.
Yeah. Now it feels like he's engaging with the conversation.
Well, I can tell you what happened.
Okay, yeah.
When I very first joined the Flat Earth, I came in thinking, oh man, I could debate this. This should be, like what every globe head does, right? And then you quickly get confronted with the fact that, holy shit, you guys have tons of ammunition, and I have no idea what I'm talking about. So then I hung around, and I loved learning more stuff. That was why I came back for years. It was cool.
Well, welcome back, man. But you're still hugging that globe, man.
Why I'm heated right now.
We got miniguns up in that bitch, yeah.
Yeah, quiet down, you.
I remember one time talking to Dan.
Anyway, so I started off pretty argumentative. Later on, though, I got so tired because I'm sure you guys know this. You spend day in, day out here, and it's the same fucking conversation every single freaking day. And then there's even this time of hour, especially late at night, where like if they would go through the tags on each person, any flat earther, and they'd spot somebody that has the globe tag, and then they would immediately want to debate with them. And people would call me out all the time, and I just wanted to hang out at a certain point. I got tired of rehashing the same freaking conversation over and over again. So here's what I did is I was like, okay, I'm just going to be nonchalant. Whatever,
Yeah,
So
he was like that for a while.
I was like that for a while, and then I got disinterested. I got bored. Nothing was moving in the flat Earth. It was just whatever. So I stopped coming here. Then this Antarctic thing happens. Like, oh my gosh, this is the most interesting thing that has happened in flat Earth in a while. So I thought I'd peek my head in. And I started off pretty chill, just like I was back in the day. And then somebody got me really, really heated up. I think it was somebody with a G. I forget. Anyway, so I'm a little bit energized right now because I got charged.
Okay. Like, I think we had a tag that seemed sincere that you could have got that lets people... Or there's also the friend and family thing too. I mean, we could have changed it. I guess it didn't seem like we didn't know what you wanted at the time, and because we could have switched it up, But it just seemed like,
no, you guys were friends.
Remember what I was saying, Crit? Yeah. That this 24-hour sun is gonna energize some of these individuals. Yeah. I'm telling you, man. I predicted that. That's my prediction. I'm using it correctly. That was my prediction.
You're right. Yeah, because there's people who are making socks and coming back.
Yes.
Different attitude and whatnot.
I mean, we might see the likes of Zanuck and Kosho in here. We don't even know. Like, I mean, it's like
Ocho's been gone for a long time.
Yeah, they're not around.
Taking this for an opportunity, Alpha, what you just did is demonstrated the ability to predict, right?
Yes.
Based on past behavior. You didn't make a guess. You predicted based on past behavior. Go ahead.
It's still social. It's still like a social science. So it would be based off of your probability.
Yeah.
It's not actually like natural science. This is something that it's in its own field because it's dealing with intelligent, conscious beings.
There's like two things for Dan. I think the last time I talked to you, I thought it was pretty insightful because there was a bunch of people. It was right before, 2020, and they were talking about like selling property on Mars and also like. Investing, get early on lunar and Mars. And there was an article I had linked too about these investment opportunities to buy real estate. And I had said, hey, so I mean, would you do that? Like, because you were talking to, I can't remember who the other guy was, but another globalist about investment portfolios and your spots and stuff. And I'm like, hey, how much would you guys put in on moon real estate? Like right now, it's like literally pennies to the dollar, right? You can buy acres for like a nickel. I mean, how much do you think that'll be worth once people start, building shit on Mars or in the moon? And you guys just laughed, you said, "Oh, you're not being serious." And I posted like the article and the link and everything. And you're like, "Yeah, there's no way."
Yeah, there's. You were trying to make money off of dunce people.
Dude, I want to know if there's anybody that I can sell at least like 3 acres of the Sea of Tranquility to. I don't know.
Yeah, you're like, there's no way. Like that, you said, like people who are buying that shit, it's just a novelty item to hang on their wall, like they own lunar property or something. Like it's completely stupid, you know. And I was like, oh, okay, well, that's a pretty solid take because
I'll tell you, it's not like it's an unpopular thing to hate Elon Musk. He's kind of an idiot.
No.
Okay, it doesn't really matter. I was going to say that they already have such a market on, people that are together. Like somebody will buy a star and name it after their lover or something like that.
The biggest scam.
They already have that kind of thing going on, but nobody refers to those stars as what they're named by whoever buys it because they already have their names, for celestial navigation. So it's pretty funny that they have made a market out of that.
Yeah, you could make a market of just about anything, and including making people believe the Earth is a globe, like Dan Fessler. I'm just saying, man. He bought the globe, hook, line, and sinker. He's got that hook. Dude, I'm telling you,
it's never changed, dude.
No, listen. I think after the 24-hour sun, that's got you all kind of giddy and whatnot, man. I think you're just like, you know what?
I'll admit that. Yeah, that is the most interesting thing that has happened in flat Earth.
I know, but see, I'm hoping.
The reason why I left is because nothing interesting was happening.
No, I'm hoping, Dan, that we have a lot more people come in just like you, energized, because it's going to make life a little bit more interesting. Because we don't have, okay, let's put it this way. We've been getting so many W's that the chat started to get a little bit boring. It's like, we hate winning so much because it's like there's no more competition. There's no more people coming in with bravado. It's, what it was prior to you coming in, energized and whatnot. We got those people that say that the Earth is a globe, but maybe they're agnostic. They're just like, it could be a globe, but I don't really know. And we're just like, dude, what is this weak sauce, man?
We don't like lukewarm.
What is this weak sauce? Bro, stand on your shit.
Yeah,
well, you know what got me really?
Who said my name?
There's actually a specific reason why I got super angry. Is that one of the things that I loved doing, and I hope people found value in when I was here more often in the past, is I loved making illustrations and models in 3D to demonstrate certain things that people had problems with. I mean, I have a whole folder full of these things, and people, I thought got a lot of value out of them.
You still have those?
I did that today. Today, somebody came up with a question. It's like, hey, how does this work on the globe? I was like, I don't know. And so I tried to make it, and then I finished it. And then they kept on asking me, how does this work on the globe? It's like, hey, let me show you. No, you tell me. Well, let me show you. No, you tell me. And it was just a circular thing. And the one thing that I find joy in doing here just became this, it just was this feedback loop of just, oh man, it riled me up so bad. And I just wanted to share this image with you guys.
All right, model builder Dan, question for you. How would you model out drop over distance required for the sphere?
Shit. Yeah, he did that. That's one. I got that one saved still.
Yeah, I want to know. No, I'd love to hear the model builder Dan explain this one. How do you account for drop over distance, Dan? Because we haven't even been able to find 1% of your claimed drop over distance for the spheroid to be true. 1%. You're not even making a passing grade.
Isn't that 1%. The most common one that existed for a long time? The Earth curve calculator.
Yeah, Dan did a really good Earth curve calculator that you slide the bar over, and it shows like what the Earth should do.
Link that
per mile squared, and you slide the bar out, and they are almost
Killian wants a link to that. He wants a link to that.
Dude, I don't even. Here's the thing.
I want it.
Here's the thing. I don't even want a link. I want an explanation. We're here for a conversation. I'd love for you to explain it to me without using refraction as your get out of jail free card.
The answer is I did not model that one. Somebody else.
Hold on a minute. I just want to be clear. I'll withdraw. Hold on. I want to be clear. I'll withdraw after this. So you did not successfully account for the construction industry and the fact that they observe level in every single built form that exists upon this place. right? You weren't successfully able to model or account for the observation of level up and down. Okay, cool. Go ahead.
I was not successful in the fact that I never tried. I never tried to do that one because the Earth curve calculator already existed. The one that I did do is a left to right curvature calculator. So
really?
The perceived curvature of what you would see at different altitudes.
The fuck's going on here? All right. So, what was the altitude at which you can perceive that Earth curvature? Dan?
Well, but I mean, here I can share the link.
Nah, just tell me.
I want to see this. I want to see this.
Give me the. I'm not going to remember the altitude. I mean, it's going to be
fucking Dan Fessler, dude. Like, what the fuck,
dude? I coded a fucking tool, and you're going to berate me for not knowing a fucking number?
Yeah, dude. If you make the shit, you'd be like, I would stand on my fucking toes telling these fucking flat earthers.
Or more years ago. Maybe
but if I made it
years ago,
I would have been like, dude, it's at 100,000 feet.
I'll give you a reasonable answer. The problem is, it's a hard one to answer because my calculator didn't show topography. It was assuming a perfect sphere. Right. So, like, what you would actually see in an airplane is different than what the thing actually shows. So when you're asking, like, what is the perceived height? Well, it depends on your topography. Over the ocean, you could probably see it around 30,000 feet.
So, in other words, he's saying he can't model it. Gotcha, Dan. Appreciate you, man.
Oh my gosh, you do the most disingenuous interpretations of everything I say. It's really annoying.
Hey, Dan, would you be interested in
doesn't have an argument?
Would you be interested in doing like a calling show, like on this channel, like where you be representing the globe, people could come in and ask you globe questions, and you set the terms and conditions. Like you say, hey, this person's done talking. I'm not going to field that question. Like just like anything, like we're looking for somebody who can do like a Nathan Oakley, but for the globe, like be open to questions.
Oh, dude, I am no Nathan Oakley, dude. That guy is crazy.
I don't mean like his form and I'm talking about someone on the globe side who will talk about the globe, not flat Earth.
He can get with Phil Bellum. Him and Phil Bellum can combine their powers.
Well, Phil said he wanted to do it. He was up for it. And then he kind of backed down a little bit. He's not sure. He can give me like a lukewarm result. Like, he might do it once or twice, but can't commit to like a weekly show or like a scheduled event. Because the best, we've noticed that if we give people a scheduled program, like this is what to expect from the channel, it drives up a lot of more positive engagement instead of just sort of like hit and run trolls, like a revolving door of people just joining the channel and blurting nonsense and then leaving. It gives them more object permanence, if you will.
Yeah, well, two things to say to that. It's flattering that you'd ask me, but I'm not the person who can do that. And even if I was, I don't have the time to do it.
Okay, I understand. The one thing I want to say, sorry, Alpha, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, Dan's in here for the cheap thrills, Crit. So, yeah, look, he's laughing. He knows. Yeah. I fucking know you, Dan, from a long time ago, man. I know that.
Do you really think that that's true? Because I think the vast majority of the time that you knew me, I was not in here for the cheap thrills. I never was.
No. I'm saying if you had a reason to, because like right now, you said you got energized by the 24-hour sun thing.
I did. I wanted to see what you guys were saying.
I'm trying to tell you, dude. I know you. Like fucking a long time ago, you did, like Crit was saying, you kind of had your head hanging low and shit. It's like, this got everybody up in a tizzy, dude. Like everybody's trying to do something about it, which my hope is it does drum up more, people to come in here and say like, I know the Earth's a globe, but we don't have that anymore. I mean, we it's kind of like, in a relationship when the spark leaves, you got to kind of reignite that spark. That's what Crit's saying. He's trying to get that zest back in their life, so they can have something to think about. So that we can just knock it over again like we did in the past. It's so much fun.
Is that why you guys moved to the politics server? Is to get more?
No. I'll tell you the story of that too. But one quick thing is this with your PFP. Like your old PFP was like you had the hat on and you were like looking down.
Yeah.
And this new one's really good. I mean, you're a nice looking guy.
Thank you.
And you got like good lighting and everything. I mean, this is like
this got really gay really quick.
Yeah. Okay, the reason we didn't really move to politics, we had like outreach at a lot of different servers, and there was a couple things that fell out. Like we fell out with some other people, and generally what happened on this server was there's enough people who just got upset that there's a flat Earth section, and they complained. They said, we want the flat Earth section removed. And they came to us and said, hey, we're going to take the flat Earth section down because we're going to combine it with the conspiracy channel. But you guys can still make your own channel down below, and we'll see how it goes. And then 2.5 years went by, and we kept the powder dry, and we kept making our own channel, and it was always filled. There was always people in it. And then they approached with Ponto and Heretic and said, hey, we're going to set you up with another channel, a guest channel this time, and see how it goes. And now it's been almost 2 years that we've been in the politics. But then we crossed back over politics and religion, and then they're on the Islam server. Once it kind of like a domino effect that once people, I think they were kind of scared of platforming flat earthers because it seemed like they were taking servers down for misinformation and whatnot. And they didn't really know exactly what that was going to look like. And then once they started seeing flat earth is welcome on Discord, it just kind of branched back out again and backfilled all the spaces that were a little scared of what TOS was going to look like in sort of a late sort of Obama Biden administration.
Yeah, but we also follow the TOS of YouTube because we are streaming in YouTube constantly.
Yep. Sure do.
So you guys got shut down on the streaming?
No, we got two streams now. We doubled it up.
Yeah. We got to double up, man, to catch you in 4D and shit. Because we don't want to just hear you say it once, but twice. Wrong.
We move the bots around depending on what servers conversations are happening.
We want the hot mic. Thanks, brother. I appreciate it. No, Alpha, I have a question for Dan. And Alpha, please feel free to stick handle this one. But I'm curious to know from Dan's perspective, does he actually know what the radius claim is of the globe?
In terms of the actual measurement?
Yeah.
Not off the top. It's 5,000 something miles.
No.
Okay, so yeah, and that's where I'm wondering, because you claim to be this model builder, right? And it's from a standpoint of me literally going to you as an authority to say, okay, Mr. Model Builder Authority, what are the dimensions? Hold on a minute. What are the dimensions you use to build your said model? Go ahead.
Okay. Let's set the record straight. I have a specific personality flaw, one that I've struggled with all my life. I have probably the worst memory ever. Ask my fiance. So I will never remember specific. I know you guys, it's been astounding to me. You guys remember facts left and right. Yeah. And I'm always so enamored with people who can do that. I cannot do that. That does not impede my ability to model something. It's if I want to model the Earth, okay, well, what are the values that I need to model? Let's look it up. So what?
Right. So, the idea is that you have the macrocosm, the overall dimension claim, which is 3,959 miles from the absolute middle to the outer crust, right? Okay. So that means on a macrocosm level, they have this number. So that means on a microcosm, we should be able to go to a 100-mile sample set and examine it, right? And we don't even see a 1 mile drop over 100 miles travel. That means you guys can't even give us, and say you guys respectfully, of course, because you seem to believe it's a globe, you can't even give us a 1% drop over that 100 miles. You can't demonstrate a 1 mile drop over 100 miles travel. What is the problem?
Yeah, I never historically.
What's your problem, Dan? What's your problem, man?
Yeah, what's your problem? Good question,
I have a lot of problems.
Hold on. Let's please just. I respect the fact that Killian's his question was so precise and on point, and that was a good point that you brought up. I appreciate that.
Dan, I just got to tell you, man, I got 99 problems, but a globe ain't one, bro.
Yeah, that's
never
a good place to be.
It never is. Literally every phenomenon.
This goddamn globe getting in our way all the time. Man, it's such
but every single globe. Yeah, but every single phenomena we can model individually, and it has nothing to do with the globe ever. So where is it that you can model the entirety of the Earth with all phenomena at once? That's not ever going to happen. That's why you don't have a model. So you should stop saying that the globe model or the flat Earth model. No one is actually possessing such a thing. So why are we doing this? Why are we talking about it?
Because Dan creates models in his Blender program.
In his basement.
I'll have you know it's 3ds Max.
Oh, you changed it up?
No, it's always been 3ds Max.
I appreciate the call out on that, Flashy. Just to say, and this is where I came up with a little rhyme yesterday. It seems as though the globe proponents are liars, vestibular deniers. Go ahead.
You love that vestibular thing. I gotta look that up.
It's a vestibular system. It's an inner ear. It's a liquid in the inner ear, Dan.
Yeah, it's just a fluid in your inner ear that helps you understand whether or not you're accelerating.
Hold on a minute. So Dan doesn't know what the vestibular system is, Mr. Model Builder?
He doesn't.
Whenever I just said
I'll be honest. I'll be honest. Dan is well, he used to be pretty nonchalant, and he really doesn't know too much except for the things that he's interested in. And the things that he's interested in is like modeling stuff out and kind of arguing about globe and stuff like that.
Here's how I'd phrase it. And
very few things.
Maybe you can back me up on this. One of the things that I always try to do, and bother me about all other globe roasters, is that they hold on. The one thing that I always got bothered by other globe roasters is they would be posed with the question and they couldn't say I don't know. Instead, they would come up with some answer off the top of their head that half the time was wrong because they never really thought of it.
They never thought of it.
I hope you remember this. I say I don't know all the time, and I think that's fine.
All right, let's test it out. Let's test it out. There was a guy that just came in here right now, and he said the Earth is not flat. Who are you, sir? Go ahead. We want to give you the floor. I know we're talking to you, Dan, but let's just see if this new guy.
I think he's gone.
Is he gone?
No, that's me. That's me.
Oh, Clay Underseal. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying the guy that said that is gone. He had I can't see his PFP anymore, so it's gone.
Yeah, I think it was Drucifer.
No, Drucifer's in here.
Is he? Oh yeah.
What'd I say?
Did you say the globe is not flat or something like that?
No, I don't. I was gonna ask a question, but I didn't say.
What's your question?
Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
Like, what's their theory about other celestial bodies? Because most people would say Mars, Saturn, etc., are also spherical because of gravity. So.
There's a couple of things. I mean, you're thinking of gravity with a very specific understanding of how you think of the physics that work on a globe. I would say that's something to talk about. But the other thing I would say is the idea of what you have of what they call planets. I think that is something that's built up in your mind as something very specific. Okay, so just to kind of give context to what I'm saying, I'll let you explain. What do you think a planet is? Specifically, I could say like Jupiter. What is Jupiter? Can you tell me what it is from what you know?
A body that revolves around a star.
Okay. Do you know what its elemental composition is? What is it made of?
Can be anything.
Yeah, but what do they say that it's made of, or that you understand Jupiter? That they said? Yeah, or any planet that you can tell me what it's made of. Like
they're all different. Like,
okay, well, give me an example of one planet that you know that it's made of something that you heard them say it's made of.
I mean, like Mars has some water, and it's got some. Like I don't know. Okay. There's like loads of different. Basically, hydrogen, helium is gonna start with the smaller. The smaller elements. So pretty much all the smaller elements.
So there's some kind of idea of what you think planets are made of. Something, right? When you look at the sky, you see these lights that are in the sky. You think, okay, I got a kind of an idea what they're made of, right? More or less.
Well, no, elements have nothing to do with being a planet or not.
Okay, so an element is the thing that it's a chemical makeup of the thing you call planet. What do you mean it has nothing to do with it? It has everything to do with it.
Because you can have literally any element be a planet.
Sure. But what I'm asking,
of elements.
That's great. Yeah, that's wonderful, right? But I'm asking you, how do you know, based upon what they've told you?
About your theory of the shape of.
Yeah, my I guess what I'm getting down to.
Entities that revolve around the sun, unless.
Yeah, but check this out. Yeah, check this out, bro. What I'm getting down to is that they're telling you a narrative, a story, basically, about what these planets are, what they're made of, what their shape is, what they're doing. There's like a story behind what they are.
Yeah, but I'm not
in your mind. Yeah, just hold on a second. The crescendo is almost there.
What your theory?
About to get there. I'm about to get there.
No, you're not. You're just saying what other people are saying.
Okay, dude, listen. Pay attention. Okay, pay attention.
No, this is
You need to
completely off
listen
topic. I'm
to the
asking you what your
you
theory
need-
is.
He's answering it, Drew.
No, he's
Drew,
not.
he's
He's
answering.
telling me what other people tell me.
Drew, listen to the answer. Ask the question, then be quiet.
I'm
so
not
you
going to
can hear
sit and
the
listen
answer.
to a big long diatribe about
Then don't.
nothing.
Then say
He's
something.
answering it.
Nothing to do
Then
with my
tap out.
question.
Then disengage. You're not going to listen. Got it.
Why? Because
Yeah, I was
you're
just-
not going to answer the question.
No, it was simple, dude. It
That's
was simple.
literally what you're saying. You're saying
Yeah, it was
I have
simple,
to
Drew.
leave because I'm only going to listen to.
He needs to be muted. He needs to be muted so he could listen, and then we can move
And
forward.
you're
'cause
saying
it's
that I'm
audio
not going to get
chaos.
an on-topic response, so just leave.
Just shut up, so that way it's not audio chaos. God damn, are you a grown man?
Yeah, it was just Drew.
If you
Drew.
say this
Okay.
is what other people say, then
I know, Drew.
I'm not
Drew.
interested.
But the
asked
reason
you what your
why
theory is.
listen the reason thanks for that. Stop calling your family in here. The reason why I was telling you that is because certain information actually leans on why you think something is the way it is. It was just context, man. The only
I'm
thing I was
not
doing
asking you for why I think something. I didn't give my theory. I asked you, what do you believe?
I know, but I have to draw a comparison in order for me to tell you.
No, you don't.
Well, you can't tell me what I'm going to tell you or how I'm going to propose it.
You don't have to.
Well, you don't have to tell me what I'm going to
explain
say. You
something
can
without a
listen to me. You could listen to me. No, you can listen to me. You don't have to tell me what to say. I don't tell you what to say. Yeah, you are.
You made a factual claim that you.
I made a
have to
factual
use a
claim.
comparison. No,
Yeah,
you
I
don't.
did. I do.
You can
I
define
do because if you
something without
listen,
a comparison.
if you're saying that the
Comparisons
the narrative.
are not definitional.
Okay, dude, I think you're crossing the line between you actually having a conversation and just being obtuse for no reason. Really, you are.
Comparisons are not definitional.
He's an
that's all
Not
it is.
talking about that.
I've never gotten one answer. All you
You're
do is
emotionally
talk about
triggered.
multiple
Listen.
things.
You're not giving him the chance to talk.
Yes,
You just
I
have to be
am.
muted. Just mute him, and then that
All
way
he's done this entire time is
Yeah,
talk
just
about what
mute him.
other people
Alright.
think.
Just mute
He
him.
has not given me his theory at all.
Where is it?
He's trying to.
Listen to the answer.
There we go. There you go. Go ahead, Alpha.
Dude, I didn't want to mute you because it's like I wanted to let you talk, but it seems like you feel upset about it for I don't know what reason, Drew. The only thing I was saying is they're telling you this narrative about what the stars in the sky are, that they're planets and they have they're made of this and they got water on them. Basically, what you were saying. Oh, he left. Nah.
He
The only reason-
literally didn't want any answer.
That proves that he only wanted to hear.
Hey, Alpha, can you continue saying what you're saying there?
Yeah, Alpha.
Sure.
I think his initial question, if I may, I thought his question was good. His initial question was, if I'm not incorrect, it was just asking if other celestial bodies are also thought to be flat or spherical, which is pretty simple.
Yeah. I was
wondering why he
Sean,
made it complicated. But yeah.
honestly, Sean, I don't know why he didn't let me finish because I was gonna get to all of that. We're gonna talk about it. But the purpose of the reason why I was using a comparison is because, first of all, when we're learning about these things, they're telling us certain aspects of our cosmology. So when we're growing up, they're telling us that these things in the sky are planets and they're made of this and they're made of that, and so we have kind of like a handle of what they're thought of to be. And the reason why I was telling him is so maybe they told him that Mars has water on it or whatever. But the important thing is when we are talking about the cosmological aspect from our side, right? What we're saying is the only thing that we can report to say that they are the things that are observed. So when we look at the sky, we're looking at the sky with you and everybody else. We got telescopes just like you do. We see everything you see. There's nothing that we add or nothing that we take away from our observations. The only thing we do is look at the sky. What can we report together? I mean, let's try to reason together, right? When we look at, I don't know, Jupiter, Mars, Venus, Pluto, Saturn, whatever. Anytime we're looking at those things, what can we report? Now let's try to compare, right? So when you
I would say the first thing, they do spin. Perhaps
right.
as you watch them, they do spin.
Let's try to identify when you say spin, what do you mean by that?
I guess when I say that, I mean as in one day one face may face you, and another day you may see another aspect of the object.
That doesn't happen. That doesn't happen.
Yeah. So I would say this. The reason why she said that is because it's important to note that when a claim is being made, like spin, what is spin? Like when you spin something, right? You see something have a revolution, right? Like spinning, something spinning. Okay. Could you equate that word spin to the thing that you're seeing in the sky based upon what you just said? One time we see something that looks like the face of the thing. Tomorrow we look at the thing and it's a different face, like what you're saying you see. I'm just trying to relate the word that you're using.
Yeah. Well, I know, for example, that the moon has a dark side to it.
I know.
We don't always see that side.
No. You don't know that. You just think that.
You know that.
No, but this actually agrees with Flat Earth. I'm not actually trying to. I'm not making an argument. I'm simply stating an observation.
It doesn't agree. It doesn't agree. It doesn't agree with Flat Earth. What are you talking about? No, it doesn't.
The fact.
Okay, how about this?
No, but we're talking about spherical versus flat objects spinning.
Pay attention. So you've got two words there, flat and earth. Which word did you use to invoke the dark side of the moon?
Well, I think you meant glow.
Well, all I'm saying is that when we see celestial bodies, I thought that we do observe them, and correct me if I'm wrong, we do observe them spinning.
Mm-mm.
Is that correct?
No.
Or no? Through a telescope.
Okay, wait. Because spinning has a...
No, we don't. We don't see them through a telescope spinning.
Okay, you guys probably go one at a time. Okay, like it doesn't.
Yeah, so spinning denotes something specific, right? Do you mean on its axis, the thing on its axis, or do you mean like? And I'll give you another example, like star trails. When they say they see the star trails spinning around, like there's something that I have to get out of the way first. What do you mean?
Yeah, I think I mean on its axis.
On its axis.
Okay, right
rotating
here.
on its axis.
Look at the GIF I just posted. Are you observing this Pokeball spinning?
Yes, I guess I would say so. Yes.
So you think that's an actual Pokeball?
No, obviously it's
okay.
It's a 2D image of a Pokeball.
No, it's not even a real one. This is like a graphic representation.
Oh my.
Yeah.
You see what I'm talking about? I like that one better because it looks almost like it'd be a physical object, but it's not.
It's just things important, right? So when we I'll go back to the very beginning. When we make our observations, we only say what we see. We don't add or we don't take away anything. Does that make sense to you? What I'm saying, Sean?
Yeah. Yes, I actually wasn't making an argument against anything. I was just trying to.
Well,
I thought that's the question. Yeah.
Yeah, in the case for things spinning, right, which is what you said, don't we see things spinning? You're kind of asking like a question at the same time you're wondering if we're going to answer the valid the same way that you did. But I would say nobody's ever seen what you said is happening. That's the reason why everybody got kind of up in a roar when you said that. Because that observation that you said things are spinning on their axis is not occurring unless you can validate them actually happening. And then point to us how, when you made this validation, we can do it ourselves. But we don't see that. Things spinning on their axis, nobody's really seen that. So we can't say that. Now,
I can say it. With my own eye, Jupiter, I've seen the eye rotate and the moons move around it. My own eye.
All right. So have you seen Jupiter rotate on its axis?
Yes.
No, you see the same spot. The red storm is always facing the Earth. You never seen
seriously.
That's not true.
With your naked eye, bro.
Really? Okay.
I have so many questions. Go ahead, Alpha. Sorry.
No,
I can't even begin.
He's saying something that's untrue. Crit's actually proven the point. Like, when have you seen Jupiter rotate outside in the night sky, Hero? I want to know. When have you made this observation?
Yeah. Sorry about that.
At night.
Yeah. It's a great thing to make a claim. It's another to prove it, Hero.
Yeah, how do you validate this claim, brother? Please. Otherwise, we're in a subjective field that only you can hold.
Yep. It's
We want
secret knowledge.
Oh,
Yeah.
Secret
his
knowledge.
secret
That
knowledge.
only you can hold.
Yeah, it's
we
secret
we
knowledge.
don't know it. It's
'Cause my
only
next-
because he's got it.
Because my follow-up question to this is, how fast was it spinning? I want to know what the capture aperture was, and I'd like the breakdown of the frames per second to know to figure out whether it's a digital or an analog aperture that you're viewing this spinning from. Because the naked eye is only capable of
Don't have
capturing.
an adjustable aperture, you fucking dipshit.
Whoa! Hold on a minute, here, boy. Hold on.
Right, you don't have to
Slow the
take it
roll.
there.
I have a
We all
question.
have
for
it
you
in
now.
us.
You're gonna
we don't.
hold on. I want clearance. Hold on a minute here. I want to ask a question to you. What is the
I looked
definition of
at
an
it
aperture?
through a DOB as well as
If
an
I'm
SCP.
no, let's clarify. If I'm the retard, I want to know from you, what is your definition of an aperture, boy?
It's how wide the lens is, the opening of the lens.
The aperture is the
Cameras
lens,
have
right?
adjustable.
The human eye,
Cameras
anything
have
that
Telescopes
anything
don't
that
have an adjustable aperture. Okay.
is
Cameras
the human
do.
eye is the human eye an aperture?
Yep.
Exactly. Anything that is capable of receiving light is considered to be an aperture. This is why we need to know if it's an analog. An analog. This is all you can do, right? Okay, I'll withdraw. I'm annoying you. I'll withdraw.
No, he's annoying himself. Dude, Hero, the most important thing is that when we point out that you can't add or take away anything from your observation.
You made a specific claim and you said you can't see rotation of any planets, which demonstrates
which one is
and
rotating?
You can, because you can look at Jupiter with a good enough telescope and you can see it fucking rotate.
No,
you can't see that, Hero.
Go join, okay, Mr. Iowa guy. Go to a star party. And Southern
Hero,
chick
Hero,
there,
listen.
go to a star party.
Okay, don't worry about
in
that.
the towns and the areas that you two idiots live, there are people that.
Okay, do this instead. Connect your observation of Jupiter, and it's actually not an observation of Jupiter. You're looking at the Earth. Do that.
Land in the sky. Land in the sky.
How did you get your observation of Jupiter to really be your observation of the Earth? Like, do step one. Step one. What'd you do?
Did he withdraw?
Yeah, I guess he gave up.
You short circuited him, Crit. That's all right.
Alpha.
He ain't as dumb. He ain't as dumb.
Alpha, if there's a moment for me to, I just have a point from yesterday's discussion.
Yep. Go ahead.
Yesterday.
Oh yeah, I was on
go ahead. The guy's not going to answer anyway, so go ahead.
Okay. Oh yeah. So yesterday we were talking about pressure. I'm sure this might be getting old, this conversation, for some, and I apologize if it's getting boring for some.
Nah, don't worry about it, man. Yeah. That's what we're here for.
So okay. So we're talking about pressure and how that sort of implies a container by definition.
Yeah, necessary antecedent. Yeah.
Yeah, and then there was some discussion on this chat talking about someone needs to bring up an experiment showing that gravity could act as the force holding gas, and it was basically we conceded. Well, when I say we, I just mean the flat Earth skeptics, I guess. I would call myself agnostic about it at this point. So please, please don't read into
go ahead.
Particular point of view. Yeah. But basically, I saw it conceded that there was no experiment brought forth that showed that gravity could hold gases.
Excellent.
Yeah, so I had a bit more of a thought about it today, and then I sort of came up with, so there is an experiment that I saw, and I was just wondering what you guys thought about it. Was if you have a container with just normal air, and you put in carbon dioxide, which is known to be heavier than air, then if you put a flame underneath the container, you will actually witness that the carbon dioxide puts out the flame at the bottom. And the hypothesis is that this is because gravity is pulling the heavier gas down, displacing the oxygen and putting out the flame. I was just wondering what.
You also have to consider the fact that these gases in nature, they aren't released at or near the surface in such a uniform manner that you would be doing in.
Yeah, you're actually controlling for this, is what she's saying. And nature is very. Say again.
He put it in a container.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah, and so
yeah, go ahead.
And so the whole test that you're doing, it's not going to show that gravity's pulling something down. It's only showing that the way the gases stratify when they're in a controlled environment, like what Flatsy was saying. But in an uncontrolled well, let me just say, in an uncontrolled environment, they're just gonna dissipate. There's no coherence to having gases stay in one location. The way you're having it there was done with a contained environment, and it's purposefully put there. You can have it so in a different place, like inside of a cave or something, like where there's certain gases that are looming about. But then.
Also in reality, we have the gases being formed at or near the surface of the Earth. So you only have that to work with when it comes to the cycle.
Let's try to point out a little bit. Go ahead, Jedi. You go.
You can't even have the separation or the difference between the two gases unless you have containment. Because if you don't have containment, the gases are just going to keep expanding into whatever void of space they can expand into before they get to a container and then can sort themselves out.
But
anyway.
Okay. Yeah, I see what you guys are saying. Just wondering. So if I do put this air in a container and then I have the flame underneath and then I add the certain amount of carbon dioxide to the top, what is the explanation outside of gravity for it to put out the flame down the bottom?
Yeah, that's easy, dude. Because
that's already existing gas pressure within a gas pressure system, and you manipulating how these densities work out within the environment or a controlled environment that you put them in. In every example, you require a container to talk about the environment, or the gas is just going to keep expanding into whatever void of space there is. Remember, the void of space there is the entire vacuum of space, the three-dimensional space that we live in. And the gas would expand into it. You can only stop that expansion by putting it in a container. The claim is you can stop that expansion by gravity. So not with a container then.
Yeah, so
you have to look.
The compounding.
Can I please respond to Jedi?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Well, my question was, and sorry if I'm being obtuse in your view, but I'm actually trying to clarify. Is that my question was, by what force are you proposing that the heavier gas is going towards the bottom?
The heavier gas
within the container.
So why is there a density environment? Well, you're going to need containment to talk about this environment, and we live within a level where there's density, where there's lighter, and where there's less dense, and where there's energy in the system, and within the system that must be contained. Then these energies sort themselves out into a level. This level is horizontal. It's not inwards to a ball. But to talk about this, you require a container to stop the gas, the entropy of the system, the second law of thermodynamics taking place, and the gas fucking off. There's nothing.
Yeah, I agree. There's a container.
Nothing stops gas from expanding into three-dimensional space other than a container surrounding the gas and stopping it expanding into three-dimensional space. The claim is that
I agree. There's a container. I agree. There's
more than one container. There's a lot of containers in your demonstration, and there was a lot of energy expelled in order to get the gas into those containers in the first place. But if you just leave them alone, over time, they will just diffuse and expand and fill the volume.
Yeah. So we
specifically talking about the second law of thermodynamics. It's exactly what we're talking about here.
Sorry, but I'm not disagreeing that there is a container in the experiment. I'm not disagreeing that there is a container in the experiment and that you need that.
Sean, let Flatsy finish, because I was going to add something after Flatsy, but go ahead, Flatsy.
Sure. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, one thing to add is that exactly what Jedi laid out is that the system that you require the gradient to exist in needs to be contained, and only by a specific type of barrier. It needs to be a barrier that cannot be penetrated at all.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was just going to add that when we think about gas movement, it's not so much the energy that we're focused on, because I think that could be something that you're saying with, movement of these particles, these molecules, right? I would also talk about a specific theory that addresses the fact that the way gas behavior is actually viewed upon the Earth. So we can talk about kinetic molecular theory. And of course, that's talking about how the molecules of gas particles, they collide against each other with perfect elastic collisions, meaning they don't lose any energy. And so they keep going if nothing impedes their progress to any in all available spaces, right? So they're colliding amongst themselves and the walls of their containment. And that's how gas pressure is achieved, because there's a lot of these molecules bouncing up and down around each other.
Is that why you ask miners for nudes?
Say again?
No, don't say that again. Actually, say it again so I can find it.
That was a bit weird. Yeah.
Anyway, so kinetic molecular theory, right? And that's how we're viewing the way gas behavior is. So if that's true, if you can look into this, then if gases are not attracted or repelled, the molecules to each other, then we can say that how can gravity do anything to these gas molecules if, according to kinetic molecular theory, nothing's impeding their progress when they're smashing into each other and bouncing off each other and or the walls of their containment. So think about it. Gravity would have to act upon these molecules in order for there to be some sort of downward vector that they're attributing themselves to, as in the case for the CO2 gas that you were talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make any sense, Sean?
Yeah, I think honestly that's a good question. I honestly think that I honestly think that that's a little bit secondary, like sideways to what I'm asking. But I will still, if you want me to, I will still go into that if.
Well, I mean, it has to be addressed, because gravity is the thing that's being talked about as in the driving force for the reason why gases are here on Earth, according to the Earth as a globe, right? But if we were to look into kinetic molecular theory, it kind of goes against that, because even if Jedi or myself were to give you gravity in a hypothetical, right, it would not affect gas in any way, not even a little.
And you would have to address how different states of matter have like a different equilibrium that they reach. And
sorry, Flatty, can you expand on that, please?
Yeah, because gas would be one state of matter that will not settle the way that you would have to have it on a globe without a barrier.
How do you mean, sorry?
Because you have the most pressure at the surface level, and the only way that is described would be like a perpendicular gradient above a horizontal.
Sorry, that is a little bit too complicated for me, but I will go with sorry, Flatty, I will go with Alpha's question about the kinetic molecular theory, if that's okay. I just don't want to get too complicated with I'm not saying that your point isn't valid. I'm just it might be a bit over my head. So with the kinetic molecular theory, correct me if I'm wrong, Alpha, what you're saying is that it holds that essentially no force acts upon individual gas molecules, and they behave essentially perfectly elastically. And I would point to the keyword being essentially there, because we know, or at least I know, that nothing in nature is perfect. So we do always use the word essentially. And I think what we mean by when we pressurize a gas in a container and say that they have essential elasticity is that the kinetic force acting on an individual gas molecules as they collide is so small by their mass and momentum in comparison to the force of their, how would you say, well, their gas force. I don't know if that's the correct term, but essentially their
function.
expansive force or their force to fill a volume. It's essentially doesn't exist. But I would say, as a retort to that over a large scale, that gravity does show some non-negligible effects on gases of different atomic weights that we can show in an experiment, as I've described.
I see what you did there, but I'll let Jedi address that.
Yeah, you're just observing phenomena of how gas behaves within a system. A horizontal plane of reference that you're talking about levels of gas. Now, we're talking about how energy expands. To stop energy expansion, right, we understand the second law of thermodynamics is true, right? Because if you have a container of gas and you leave it for any amount of time, if you remove the container, the gas will expand at exactly the same rate as if you'd done it straight away when you contained it or after you contained it. The energy doesn't reduce over time. There's nothing that isn't perfect about this because it always happens without exception. The energy will expand. We're talking about a 3-dimensional space for the gas to reside in. The gas is being
Before
produced.
you keep going, can I just so I don't lose the... I would love for you to keep going, but I just don't want you to lose... I don't want to lose this point in that mix because I would just argue that, yes, we don't actually witness a change in the expansive energy of the gas, but that energy is lost as in the form of heat when the gas cools as you're leaving it in the container.
It still expands. Without
but the energy that's been lost.
Yeah, but you're always talking about a container. We're talking about how energy expands into 3-dimensional space. The amount of space and gas will always expand into it. The only thing that stops it is every single time a container to stop the gas expanding into 3-dimensional space, the energy, the entropy moving. The only thing that stops that is physical containment. You're saying it's negligible at what? Gravity?
Well, I actually wasn't making I wasn't making a claim that the container doesn't.
What do you think gravity is?
Can I? Well, before I answer that question, yeah, sure.
I just want to interrupt briefly. So, with the second law of thermodynamics, especially entropy, there's no exchange of energy. Energy stays the same. There's no change in the energy state. Same as when you're talking about the minute forces of entropy, such as enthalpy, there's no change in the state of energy. The energy is present and it's equal the whole time. Sorry, I just wanted to interrupt.
Flat Earth was debunked the moment where the Flat Earth went to the South Pole and observed the sun circling around. Debunked.
Yeah, you always do this, Nino. Every time you come in here.
Yeah, but something major happened.
Okay, hold on. Just wait.
That's a bit off topic.
Yeah, Nino, wait till the end of this conversation, and then you can pick up. You'll be in the hot seat now.
Okay. Yeah, big YouTubers went to the South Pole and they observed the sun circling around.
Let Sean,
proving you're wrong.
Let Sean get to the end of this conversation.
Yeah, no, actually, Jedi asked me a question. It was about what my concept of gravity was, if I'm not mistaken, Jedi.
Yeah, man.
So I'm happy to answer that. I just I originally presented the experiment of the heavier gas putting out the flame down the bottom, and then my question was, with what force does that happen if it's not gravity? Like what is the other hypothesis? What is the alternative hypothesis?
Concentration and density.
I'm asking Jedi, if you don't mind. Can Jedi answer?
Yeah, I thought he was gone for a second, but yeah, go ahead, Jedi. Sorry.
No, it's fine, man. I mean, you're asking me a question. I want you to tell me what gravity is. You're asking me, well, why? Give me a reason for why this in this specific situation that a gas is sorting itself out in already existing gas pressure, and why we have this density environment, and why things go down or up. Now, you're saying it's because of this. Then you need to demonstrate whatever this is. I'm not making a claim.
No, I didn't.
Observe this.
No, I didn't say it was because of gravity. So
what is it?
This was actually from this comes from yesterday's discussion when someone was asked to present a experiment which demonstrates that gravity can hold a gas, and they were not able to do that.
Yeah, this isn't an experiment either.
But
you're not manipulating gravity.
Okay, sure. I'm not.
So what is
sure.
that?
I'm not.
In science, you have to very manipulate that which you think causes the phenomena to happen.
In nature.
Well, I would just argue that it is being manipulated by using something of a different atomic weight.
A bit different weight up and down to a horizontal plane of reference.
Yep.
Sorry, can you rephrase that? I wasn't sure if that was a question.
You go. So this is all with regards to a horizontal plane of reference and up and down, and why things work in nature. You're talking about density and why this gas sunk. Like when you have any buoyant or unbuoyant environment, right? Soap in water, for example, oil on water, gases with other gases, things moving up or down to a horizontal plane. So it's all referencing a horizontal plane.
Mm-hmm.
The up and down and cause the up
within
and down
a container.
The up and down and cause of why is the thing that you or anyone would have to vary and manipulate to cause the up and down. At the moment, you're just experiencing the up and down and pointing to the phenomenon and saying, look, the reason why is gravity, even though I haven't defined it or even varied and manipulated it to cause this, just pointed out in a man-made environment where I've done this and this happened. The gas
but the variable in the experiment is the different atomic weight of the different gas.
Not gravity, then. It should be gravity. It should be gravity, whatever that is. You're saying what atomic weight?
We need the
thing. Yeah, that's the variable.
Up and down.
That's the variable in the experiment.
Well, atomic weight in gases is not the same as gas pressure. Completely
I didn't
different
say
concepts.
that it was. I didn't say that it was.
Oh, okay. Well,
We were just saying-
gravity is
we were
not
talking-
known to respond to atomic weight of any kind of gas. Because the pressure in a container of gas is equal on the top as it is on the bottom, as it is on the
The
sides.
pressure, yes.
Yeah.
The pressure,
So
but
the
not
mass
necessarily.
you
Not
can't
necessarily the
differentiate
composition.
the weight of atomic mass from the pressure inside that container.
Because you look at the composition. So the pressure can be constant throughout the container, but the composition of different gases,
It can't be when you
like for
have
example, carbon dioxide versus air, or gases
can't
with different atomic
differentiate
weights, they can be
gases
different.
in one container, though, and it's because pressure is independent of the atomic mass. Pressure measures the frequency of that mass hitting the side. It doesn't care about the mass of the particles itself. I'll point you to Avogadro's law.
No, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not making that claim.
Okay, well, so my point stands. You didn't rebut it.
Can I interject for a second? There's a point about this demonstration that helped me understand it. So the carbon dioxide you're introducing.
Endless was making a point. I might not have actually comprehended what he was saying. So I apologize for that, Endless. But
I think that was Amish. Amish was talking to us before me.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
There is a point about this demonstration that I found helpful to understanding what's going on. In order to introduce the carbon dioxide into this other container, you have a container of pressurized, concentrated carbon dioxide that you're introducing into a different.
Okay. Yeah. Sure. Sorry.
Well, how are you getting the carbon dioxide into the container?
Sorry, I just had the steps of the experiment mixed up, and I apologize for interjecting.
Do you understand the point I'm making? That in order to get the carbon dioxide into this other container, it also came from a container. And so there was energy expended, quite a lot of energy expended, forcing that carbon dioxide into this first sealed vessel. And it's at a different concentration, different temperature, for different volume, and then you've introduced it into another container. And for some amount of time, it'll behave in a certain way. But if you just leave it alone, it will expand and diffuse. And that's just what gas does.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. But how does that explain why it puts out the flame at the bottom?
Because you introduced a highly concentrated amount of it at a different temperature.
Yes, it is the concentration
Yes,
and the density.
that's how this demonstration works.
No, so what happens is you have air in a container, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have a flame down the bottom. Then you put in a small amount of carbon dioxide.
Yep.
Not enough to make
You can do this with a glass over candles. Okay.
Yeah. And then it disperses.
Yeah, that's what the carbon dioxide
You
is
can
doing.
do it
It's
with
displacing
like a
the
glass
oxygen.
over candles. You can put out candles all at once with just a glass full of some sort of dense gas. Boom. Done.
Right. And then the gas disperses and it's not dense anymore, and it filters homogeneously through the system.
Exactly.
Right? That's dispersion.
Yeah.
You know what Boltzmann said about this? Boltzmann, from the Boltzmann constant and gas laws? He said that there's a sense of increased randomness as a final equilibrium state when gas expands into it. And everyone knows that gas molecules follow a random walk. And that's also why you have equal pressure on all sides of the container, regardless of any claims of gravity acting upon the atomic mass. Different gases will mix within that container equally. And you can't differentiate which gas molecule is hitting which side of the container. You can't put a scale in that container and weigh the gas either.
But you can take a measure. You can put a sensor in different axial locations along the container to determine
And
which
it will
gas
be
is
equal
present.
pressure on all sides.
Equal pressure, but not equal composition, right?
You won't be able to differentiate the composition with that.
You wouldn't be able to. Did you say sorry?
Not with the pressure sensor. No.
No, not with a pressure sensor, but with a gas
Like
sensor.
a spectral sensor. That's different.
Yeah, but you can differentiate a change in composition along axial.
Talking about using weight and gravity.
Yeah. So my only question was,
we're not talking about spectrometry here.
Yeah. My question is, and I'm happy to go to Jedi's question now about what is my concept of gravity, because I do feel guilty for not answering it before. The crux of my question is if it isn't gravity that's making a heavier gas full. And just to give you guys some background on my experience, I work with pressure vessels. I inspect pressure vessels at production facilities, making fertilizers and stuff like that. And we do see that heavier gases such as argon and ammonia do tend to sink towards the bottom of a pressurized vessel in the presence of hydrogen. And even though the pressure of that vessel might be, these are millions of pascals, these vessels, hence the reason why we inspect them. But the pressure might be constant throughout the whole vessel, but the composition is not homogeneous.
Well, is the temperature homogeneous throughout the vessel?
Yes.
He answered the question by, well, again, if it's not gravity, then I'm still asking what gravity is.
Of course, I'm happy to go into gravity now. That was my main question: was what was the alternative hypothesis? That's all.
Alternative.
But I'm happy.
This is kind of one of the crux of the issues with regards to the concept of up and down and what you're referencing that to. Some people are referencing that to a ball, and that is of mass, or in some derivative does something to the gas that's above it, stopping it from expanding to three-dimensional space. Because we know that to stop gas expanding, the second law taking place, and all of these laws that we've been talking about, must have a contained environment or the gas is going to fuck off into three-dimensional space. It depends what you think the cause of up and down is relative to what you believe. Because how we measure it is reference to a horizontal plane, because we're talking about up and down. When you say that gravity is either mass attracting mass, we understand that it's not mass that's attracting gas, because gas expands here on the Earth. And we understand that it would always continue to do so, because it wouldn't expand in the first place if mass attracted mass and gas attracted gas. Gas doesn't attract gas, for example. It expands. And it's saying that mass attracts mass. The concept of gravity and the claim that it's a four-dimensional space-time, that's a reified mathematical conception. Space, three-dimensional space, has some way to be bent and warped along with time that passes, by the amount of substance of the Earth or anybody within this 3-dimensional, 4-dimensional, because you include time, coordinate system. That's not stopping the entropy physically of gas. It's just a mathematical concept. It's not proven in reality in any way to stop gas expanding, because gas does. So you have to come back to, why do things exist in the way they do in the environment that we have? We live within a relative density contained pressure system. We are under pressure. And because of the environment that we live in, there is this relative up and down, where things either go up or down based on their relative energy state, whether they're hot, whether they're cold. If we're talking about gases expanding into space, the gas will always expand into space unless it's physically contained. It's the reason why we talk about the different layers of gases, why things sink. In your example, when you have, like my friend pointed out, you've introduced a high quantity of a substance that's got density to it in your sinking system that put out the flame at the bottom. It's gone down. You're just pointing to the phenomena again and say, but why? Yeah, we're all asking, but why? But we can't physically manipulate the thing that we think is causing that. We can only point to the things in nature and ask why, and then make a theory on it. But it depends where your theory starts from. But it's always going to be measured from a horizontal plane. I'm not going to talk anymore.
Mm-hmm. No, thanks, Jedi.
Meanwhile, Jedi, the ratio of gases that we breathe at the surface here is the same as it is when you go up in an airplane, and even higher. So it's not like we have an observation of heavier gases pooling at the surface of Earth that we're wading through.
No.
It's the same ratio all the way up. So different masses, right? Different atomic masses. And yet it's the same ratio. Isn't that weird?
I'll have to double check that, Amish. I'll have to fact check you on that one.
Yeah, go for it.
And no one gets upset about hot heat, high heat flowing to low heat. That's not an issue for people.
High heat flowing to low heat. What, the second law of thermodynamics, entropy?
Right, but that's another example of it. But no one gets
understands hot goes to cold. In the same way, we understand that gas expands. High goes to low, hot goes to cold. High pressure goes to low pressure. Gas expansion, energy expansion. Yeah, we understand this. We understand that.
But no one gets upset about that part of it.
Well, why would we?
They only get upset about the up and the down.
So true.
So go look up the constant composition of dry air is a Google search term, and you'll see what I'm talking about, how the ratio maintains itself.
So sorry, can you repeat that? I was just reading some messages.
Yeah, the constant ratio of gases, it's the constant composition of dry air. Their stability. Density and pressure changes, obviously. We got weather systems.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's different. So it's interesting how we have different atomic masses, and they're treated homogeneously by gravity, as in they don't care. They don't care. Gases are weird, man.
Sorry, I'm just still reading. Yeah. Just give me a second, please.
Gases are freaking weird. So it probably has something to do with the presence of molecular bonds, why things can maintain density, right? And then stratify based off of that. But gases being loose, I mean, sometimes you got diatomic, you got many times a diatomic form, like oxygen's always pretty much O2 in nature. But, I mean, bonds seem to be the thing that helps things stratify in elevation. But things that are kind of like at the same density tend to spread out horizontally. But things of different densities seem to separate vertically. Why that is, I don't know. If you want to call that gravity, boom, you drop a dense chunk of iron in a vacuum, and it falls because it's displacing nothing. Okay.
Also,
yeah, go ahead, Flaxy.
Also, the fact that 14.7 psi at surface level is a lot of air pressure in a given volume that you're in. You can use that kind of physics of that kind of density of the air at surface level to put a piece of paper on a ruler and have some sort of anomaly where that air pressure at that given level would give you enough weight on a piece of paper to break a ruler in half.
You know what this reminds me of? So the ISS, right? Astronauts, they would fall to the Earth if they weren't moving.
They would fall to the Earth. You don't believe that there is space. You believe that everything is covered by fucking globe or glass.
No, I don't. So what I'm saying is the ISS astronauts, by the globe's own claims, are only floating because they're constantly falling. So whatever force of gravity's claimed to exist seems to scale differently than the pressure differential of air in the atmosphere.
Wait, he said whatever force of gravity's claimed to exist.
The density gradient of the air does not match or conform to the claimed presence of gravity in the inverse square law.
That's wrong. You're totally wrong.
Well, you can't predict gravity's inverse square law from studying the atmospheric density stratification.
He did a
but
terrible
we do indeed observe the different interactions with other things.
Here, let me give you an example of that,
bodies.
if I may. So, what do you know to be the highest point on Earth?
Sorry, who's that question directed to?
Yeah, the dude who talked about the gravity being his force that's holding everything together.
Well, that's the Everest at 8,800 meters, sir.
So that would be the lowest gas pressure then, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
This is furthest away. Inverse square law is the furthest away from the source of gravity.
There isn't a source of gravity, but
it's at the core of the Earth. That's at the most dense area with the most gravity.
I mean, the gravity applies in a perpendicular way to the ground level from the center of but there isn't. Yeah.
So in case you didn't know this, that the Earth is said to be an oblate spheroid, not a perfect sphere.
That's why the moon is a sphere. That's why the Earth is a sphere. That's why everything is spherical.
Yeah, except for when you use that model, Mount Chimborazo in Ecuador is 5 miles further away from the core of the Earth than Mount.
So what? Okay, so what?
There's another Mount Everest on top of Mount Chimborazo.
Mount Chimborazo, really?
Chimborazo, yeah.
Yeah, really. And so what's your point? What are you trying to prove with that?
You do not need assisted oxygen to climb Mount Chimborazo.
Oh, really? Because you did it? You went to Mount Brozo and climbed without oxygen?
No.
Yeah. So what are you talking?
This is a book that Tyson wrote called Astrophysics for People in a Hurry, people like you.
Okay, so what's your point?
I'll tell you the point. The point is your own globe cosmology is inconsistent as hell and contradicts itself. So Kurt is pointing out.
The problem here is that gravity is either immune to the inverse square law, or B, it magically starts at sea level rather than the core of the Earth.
Sea level.
Sea level. Okay, welcome to Flat Earth.
You gotta love it because it always goes back to that.
This is honestly, when I hear the more arguments I hear,
you also said perpendicular.
It gets. This is gold.
What's gold? You getting flat smack?
Okay, so sir, you've been talking. I'm not sure to understand. I'm not sure to follow. What's your argument then? What, like gravity is inconsistent, so therefore the Earth is flat? Or
that the globe does not predict things.
Either
really?
because of Mount Chimborazo.
When to catch up. Sorry, go ahead.
So yeah, astrophysically, if you use the globe, Mount Chimborazo is further away from the core of the Earth than Mount Everest by 5 miles.
Yeah, because the Mount Everest is the tallest by sea level.
Yeah, which would be a welcome to flat Earth if you're using.
Because I'm gonna tell you why. Because it's the Indian plate hitting on the Asian plate, and so therefore the two plates colliding. When you have the long chain and the Nepalese mountains, the highest of them being Mount Everest, is actually tectonically quite different from Mount Chimborazo. I don't know what you're talking about.
What does this have to do with gravity, dude?
Yeah, because geology and tectonic plates play. Yeah, exactly. It plays a major role when it comes to sea level or not sea level, and then for gravity. But since you're stupid and you're absolutely ignorant, you don't know that. Of course not.
You just said sea level.
Sea level again. That's a welcome to flat Earth. Astrophysically, either if your gravity is your source of this stratification of the layers of the atmosphere, then the source would be the core of the Earth, the center of Earth.
It's not the.
Then
bro is presupposing fallacies.
You would have an inverse square law. The further away you got from the core, the weaker gravity would get. Which is why your explanation of why in the ISS people float. There's so little gravity there, they're just floating about the ISS. So now you dial that back to observable reality, and you say, hey, which mountain has lower gas pressure gradient? Is it Mount Everest or not? It turns out Mount Everest is the lowest gas pressure gradient. So why would that be if there's other places further away from the core of the Earth? How is it either A, gravity is immune to the inverse square law, or B, gravity starts at sea level?
Silence is damning.
Yeah,
well, you gotta. No. Actually, there is an important point when it comes to Mount Chimborazo. Well, that stands at 6,200 meters. Well, the thing is, unlike Mount Everest, Chimborazo is located near the equator, where the Earth's bulge is most pronounced.
Yep.
And so because of this equatorial bulge, let me finish, please. The summit of Chimborazo is further from the Earth's center than Everest, even though Chimborazo is lower above sea level, which means, in conclusion, that Mount Everest is the highest point above sea level, and Mount Chimborazo holds the distinction of being the farthest point from the Earth's core due to its position.
That's why it's easier to breathe on Mount whatever.
Welcome to flat Earth.
Mount Everest.
No, it was literally the reason he pointed this out to you.
And
you're just taking what was explained to you and trying to make it sound like it's an argument for the globe.
But what I don't get in all of this, I don't understand how is it contradicting.
It is not. It's not.
Because it's
They're just
a
trying to make it
depression.
sound like it is. It's not.
Listen, it's a depression angle that you're getting for that one, and that is still taken from sea level.
What is a depression angle?
A depression angle. So
Yes.
you've got elevation angles and you've got depression angles.
Yeah. Can you please define that?
Yeah, it would be what you would take as like an angle down from sea level.
An angle down from sea level.
They won't get that flat. It's too advanced for them. They're trying to figure out what's further away from the core of the Earth right now, astrophysically, and which would have a lower gas pressure gradient if gases are affected by gravity.
Again, it's
They're not gonna understand-
it's not the amount that is further
They're not
away
gonna
from the center of
understand angles
Earth.
at all.
It's the amount that is further away from sea level. That's what's going to.
I want to understand something quickly, Crit. Please.
That's the whole point, bro.
Is your argument?
Chimborazo is further away from the very center of Earth.
Forget about Chimborazo just for a second. Is the claim about the flatness of gravity, or is it about the gravity in the shape of the Earth, or is it about actually one of both? What
because
argument are you trying to
Chimborazo is further away from the source of gravity.
The source of gravity is not the center of the Earth. That's not the source. That's where
it's the Berry center.
exactly.
That's where you're wrong.
It should be a lower gradient because it's further away from the Berry center. But
it's not the source of gravity again, so stop saying
that. Because what he misses is that gravity does vary slightly depending on altitude.
Of space-time,
depending on altitude.
Yeah, which is all over. It's not just in the center of Earth.
Right. So, for example, density of rocks, formations, and location and sea level also enter in the different factors that could vary slightly the gravity. So, but in itself, it's not an argument you can use against the globe. It's totally stupid.
Demonstrate gravity locally.
Again.
Demonstrate your force.
Demonstrate gravity locally.
Yeah, you heard me. Demonstrate gravity. Love to hear
it. It's definitely it cannot be demonstrated because we need all the scales.
There's two globalists freaking out right now. One of you have to yield the mic to the other one.
We gotta have one dumb fuck at a time only, and Vanek, you've got a really bad mic, so just let the other dumb fuck cook.
Yeah, how about you do the same as well? Let just Crit talk, not all of you.
Well, demonstrate gravity. This is what I'd love to hear this.
We didn't finish speaking about the months, and now you're jumping on explaining.
No, you're going to talk about your basis of your design of this entire place. You're going to use this fictitious force to base your design of it, which is illegal.
I can demonstrate gravity. I can drop an object on top of Mount Everest.
I would like to know a local demonstration of your said fictitious force. Go ahead.
All right, drop both objects from the same height at the same distance. In a vacuum, where air resistance is, of course, absent, definitely both objects will fall at the same rate and hit the ground simultaneously. This will demonstrate that gravity accelerates all objects at the same rate, regardless of their mass. Here you go.
Right. Okay, so this, just assume in your position, you'd like me to build something that we don't have the advantage of here in real life, which is a vacuum. Then you would.
If you're gonna invest your money and stop believing in this weird, stupid idea,
you want to reconstruct your model before I presuppose, or what?
No,
you can actually buy a vacuum chamber, a small one.
Right. No,
drop two small objects.
Here's what you're missing, right? We have an observed pressure, positive pressure, 14.7 psi at sea level, right? So your negative appeal is we can't go there. And from a standpoint of you saying that you're going to drop two items in order to observe gravity, Bright Eyes, you have to drop them in order to observe your force working, right? That means your muscles had to pick them up. Therefore, your force is being beat by the observation of buoyancy. Go ahead.
Hey, you want a straight fact, undeniable. All objects that are that you let drop will accelerate at 9.8.
You had to let them drop.
Hold on, I want to say something.
You don't need a model for this. You can just try the experiment. It's the same acceleration.
Okay, cool. I just want to say something to this. So that's the phenomenon then. That's the effect. All these different objects are going to fall at the same rate.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah? Hello, Nino?
Yep.
Okay, so that's the effect. All right, what's the cause?
What's the cause?
Yeah.
The cause.
Well. I would say the Newton's law of universal gravitation and Einstein's general theory of relativity.
Whoa, you sure you want to go with Newton? Because that's out of date.
That's the cause.
Yeah, that's superseded by Einstein. So you sure you want to go with Newton? Because then you're undermining your whole cosmological story.
Yeah, because then we've got the inertial reference frame.
Okay, you're sure? Okay, so you want to throw away the solar system and outer space and go ahead with Newton. Okay, so how is Newtonian gravity? Yeah, so how is Newtonian gravity varied and manipulated to show it was the cause of the effect?
Gravity is a force that acts instantly across space between two objects, and this force.
So I'm asking you, how was the alleged force varied and manipulated to demonstrate it was the cause of the effect here?
I'm not sure if I'm following what you just asked right now.
Okay.
Can you
asking for a hypothesis?
What do you want exactly?
He's asking for a hypothesis.
He's asking for a hypothesis.
Yeah.
Okay. Hold on.
You already threw away the solar system by going against Einstein, but I'm still curious to hear the hypothesis for the out-of-date superseded Newtonian gravity.
Thanks. I'm curious to know if he even knows the constituent parts of a hypothesis.
Well, we've got one.
This is quite not the kind of information I have under my eyes right now. So gotta give me time for that.
You understand that?
Oh, so you don't know?
It's not. I don't know. This is kind of an advanced fucking
No,
question.
you don't know. It doesn't matter. You don't know. You're having to look it up right now.
Well,
so even if he told you, you wouldn't understand what he's telling you. That's the problem.
Tu quoque. Okay, I like a tu quoque logical fallacy.
Let's just see if you can get it. See if you can get the hypothesis. Cite the experiment. Let's find out who actually demonstrated this to be the case, or are you just saying things?
Damn. It's like talking about the Mount, I forgot the name. You've never been there, yet you were claiming so many things about it.
Yeah, I know that mountain.
Extraordinary claims.
That you know so much about. Yeah.
The thing is, you just read that. You didn't experiment.
No, Vanek. Hey, buddy, Vank, or whatever your name is.
Chill. I'm not talking.
No, I'm gonna tell you something real quick. Okay? Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence.
Yeah,
Period.
yours is an extraordinary claim. The fact that there
Hold on, but Crit, that's not Crit's claim. Crit invoked a hostile witness to highlight that the globe cosmology is contradictory.
I'm talking about the gas gradient.
You're talking about what Crit said about mountains and gas pressure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. So Crit underscored an example where the globe's own claims break down and have not been consistent.
It's not breakdown. He gave you the explanation of why there is higher pressure over there, even though it's further away from the center of Earth.
Well, the excuse they use if globetard, you're using the wrong excuse. That's a problem.
Sorry, flattard.
They're supposed to say it's because of weather. Warmer. The Mount Chimborazo has a much warmer climate. Therefore,
and guess what? Guess what sea level does to the climate?
Holy shit, dude.
Yeah. Guess what does?
Dude, you are just in a freak out right now.
Dude.
You can't hear anything. You're just in a constant spaz from just flipping back and forth, and you're wondering why other people are jumping in. Like, dude, breathe. This is the first time you've heard about this mountain, and now you won't even listen to what's being presented for it.
Yeah, no, I was asking, where did you take your information about the gas pressure in that mountain? Did you go and test it yourself?
Mount Chimborazo was highlighted in Neil deGrasse Tyson's book, Astrophysics for People in a Hurry.
So you just quoted somebody else.
Yes, I quoted Tyson. So either A, you're throwing away a highly educated, multiple doctorate person.
No, I'm not. That's the thing. Okay. That's what I'm asking you. How did you verify that that's true?
I didn't verify it.
He's a hostile
I said, according to Neil deGrasse Tyson, who wrote a best-selling book, New York Times author, he claimed the furthest distance from the core of the Earth is not Mount Everest, as you claimed it was. You are in direct. So either you're
we
right.
claim that it's the highest from sea level, not from the center of Earth.
If you're right, then he's wrong. So you should contact him.
I am right, and he's right too.
No, you said Mount Everest was the highest point on Earth.
From sea level.
Using gravity.
Again, you keep forgetting from sea level. That's the crucial point.
You used your scalar to further
I think
you know that at Everest
capable of understanding from sea level.
Yes, sea level's flat Earth, dude. That's welcome to flat Earth. I told you that already.
No, that's not. So you see, you're just misrepresenting what I'm saying, and you completely forget what I say by
0 degrees.
That's a completely different point.
It is welcome to flat Earth.
Welcome to Globe.
It's so funny.
Yeah, it's funny because I keep
claim was gradation of gas pressure based on a gradient of gravity. And so now you've flipped between height above sea level from height of maximum gravity or minimum gravity. The claim is there's a gradient of gas pressure because of gravity. A gradient of gravity. And so we're talking about the barycenter of the system and the distance from that center. And there is a contradiction between these two claims.
I don't see it.
We can tell. We understand that you can't see it. It's been very clear that you can't see it.
Does the paper say that gas pressure gradient is exclusively due to gravity? Is that what it says?
No, I'm trying to give you the answer, but you wouldn't shut the fuck up.
So it doesn't say that's purely due to gravity. Thank you.
You said that, not
I
the
didn't.
expert. Yes,
No, I
you
didn't.
did.
No, I didn't.
Earlier, that's exactly what you said.
Please
that
bring it
flat
up.
earthers can't explain this, that there is the lowest gas pressure gradient due to only gravity affecting gases.
That was never my claim. I don't know where you heard that. I think you're probably confusing with somebody else, buddy.
Yeah,
Yes,
they swapped
maybe.
out. It
I
was
guess-
Nino and a couple other people. So now we're
Okay.
talking to Vanek.
Oh, yeah. Okay, Nino was the guy who said it.
Nino, did you say that gas pressure is exclusively due to gravity and nothing else?
I never said that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I never heard that.
Okay, so that's fine,
Gradient.
too.
You're not
You've
even
got-
stating the claim correctly.
Do you want to repeat the question properly? Maybe I didn't say it.
Let's try to, maybe refresh it. Restate your claim.
No, you restate what he said.
No, I'm okay. I said, maybe I misheard it. Here,
Okay.
let me hear it again.
I appreciate your honesty. At least you can say that you misheard it.
Or maybe, I misinterpreted or whatever it is. So let's reset it. What is your claim about gas pressure gradient? What does it do for you?
You're not talking to Nino. Nino was the one who, and before that it was.
God, it's like
this
the
guy got
whiny,
triggered and jumped in for him.
the whiny tang in their voice just makes it difficult to tell them apart.
Yeah, they both have the same sort of like soy.
It's very different voice, and if you guys have these hearing problems, it's not my fault.
Yeah, you have the same sort of like triggered soy sort of thing going on. So I see.
I'm also people is this channel like.
I'm also
I know you guys. Yeah, exactly.
But why are you going on ad hocs? The voice is completely different. I can hear his voice. I can hear mine is very different. Different tone.
Topic
different,
was
accent.
acclaimed gradation of gas pressure due to gravity. That was the claim.
Yeah, can you substantiate it?
I'm waiting for Nino to respond. I'm not Nino.
So you can't. He can't. None of you can.
No, I can't speak for
Plus your claims are. Plus your claims are
Sorry,
internally inconsistent.
I'm dealing with other kind of matters here in the.
I know. Yeah, you went off of the gravity thing. You tapped out. I know.
Yeah, because since now we have the ultimate proof that the sun doesn't get down on Antarctica, and a team of flat earthers joined the project and observed it, and now they're not flat earthers anymore. For me, that's the ultimate.
This sounds like a bad scenario for you if that's the ultimate. I would
It's
say.
not a bad scenario for me. It's just a.
That sounds pretty bad.
It's self-explanatory. I don't even need to explain. You see, you've probably seen the video. If you don't have any counter argument to it, trying to prove that it's a hoax or conspiracy, then you just debunked. That's it.
Okay, I'll come up with a counter argument if you give me an argument. Can you formulate a logical syllogism from the 24-hour Antarctic sun, which concludes globe?
Yeah.
Go
Give me
ahead.
a second. I'm preparing my monologue.
Just like the gravity, right? Did you say monologue?
Yeah, my monologue.
No, it should be about 2 sentences.
Two sentences?
Yeah, we just need a syllogism.
Yeah, but I don't do things in half.
Okay, so you don't do logic.
No, he doesn't do.
I do logic, but I
so you won't. So you won't do. You won't be doing proof then.
But I need my script.
So your
otherwise it's unfair.
ultimate debunk will not be a proof of any kind.
No, you have the ultimate debunk is a video. But
Okay, so what's the logic?
What you're gonna say anyway? Just
yeah, okay, but what is the logic that's going to tie what we're going to see in that video?
Well, the logic is that according, yeah, I mean, overall, just I'm saying it like this. According to your flat Earth's map and how the small sun inside our flat Earth orbits.
I didn't claim, Vanek. You got to shut the fuck up when somebody else is talking.
Well, obviously,
I don't have a map.
you are.
I'm going to shut you up if you don't do it yourself. Final warning. Yeah, I don't have a map, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Your sun orbiting.
Yeah, I don't have a map.
Okay, who here is reifying the Gleasons or AE map? Who here is reifying the Gleasons or AE map into reality? Can you point to someone in particular in this room who's doing that?
The world is round.
They don't believe They don't believe that South Pole and North Pole do exist. They believe it's
who's they?
You.
Who are
you talking about,
bro? Are you talking about the voices in your head? Somebody in this room, Nino. Focus. Who in this room? Who is they in this room? Who's claiming that map?
They, them, he, she, you.
Me? When? Quote me doing that. Quote me doing that.
Yeah. What do you? Okay. Do you believe that South and North Pole exist?
There's South and North celestial poles.
Yeah. Celestial poles. Does that mean that it's a whole ass? Does that mean that it's a whole ass belt?
What? A whole ass what?
Belt. Circling. Circling around the
No,
the
there's
flat
just two
Earth.
apparent. There's just two apparent points of rotation in the sky. That's all.
But
so
is
what?
it?
You know, the
No,
same
is
thing
it-
happens. You know, say you've got a room, you know, with a flat floor.
What I'm trying to say is, can you
I'm just going to help to demystify this for you. So, say you've got a room, you know, with a flat floor, like most rooms have, and you've got two ceiling fans in that room. So that'll be a room with a flat surface and two apparent points of rotation above it. What's the issue?
I need a map. I need you to show
Okay, so
me.
you just did the NPC reset.
No. I need
So
to
we're
show
just
me.
saying that the surface is generally planar, and yeah, you've got two apparent points of rotation in the sky.
Yeah, there are
What's
different
the
ways to represent what you just exemplified right now.
I don't need to. That would
In
be a
order to
reification
map
anyway.
these-
What would that
Yeah,
prove?
but I ask you a question.
In order
What
to
is
map
that already
What would
patterns
that
and
prove?
positions.
Coming up with a model to represent it, what would it prove?
What would it prove? It would first. It would give legitimacy to flat Earth. First of all.
No.
Secondly,
What in the
what do
minds
you
of
know?
some in the minds of some dumbass who doesn't know any logic? Yeah, I'll pass. Next reason.
Yeah, but but that's the difference. In a globe, Antarctica is a round continent, and a specific point, southern pole of the Earth.
So you've got
kinda.
a concept about how that works.
Now, when it comes to
And
the
so
flat
does that
Earth,
prove? So
the
does that
South Pole-
prove?
the South
Yeah, so
Pole is
Nino,
a
does
whole
that
belt.
prove that that's how that works? Having the concept.
It's not about how it works, but it's about how it looks like.
Okay, so does your concept of what it is prove that that's what it is?
What it is just a bunch of ice.
No, I'm asking a question.
Mm-hmm. What's
Does
your question?
Your concept of what it is prove what it is?
The only concept that I'm trying to debunk in terms
Dude,
of
why
what
can't
it
you just
is,
answer the question?
is how is the sun? How is
We
the
didn't
sun
give you a
orbiting
concept to
in the
debunk.
flat
To the
Earth?
question.
We didn't give you a concept to debunk, so you're just, punching ghosts.
Wait, what? You telling me that you're another kind of flat Earth?
Okay, yeah, so now I'm asking you again, does your concept of how it works, or what it is, or whatever, does it prove what it is?
Yes, it does prove what
Okay,
it is.
so that's a reification fallacy, so what I need you to do
it
is
does
read up
prove
on
what it
some
is
logic.
according to what you said.
That's a reification fallacy, bro. So what you got to do is study some logic so that you know what to actually say. In this
Can you send me the flat Earth script, please? I want to read off your talking points you're reading off.
What are you talking about?
It's
I want the
it's just
flat Earth
funny. I was debating this exact same point 3 months ago about the South Pole, and earlier on, every flat Earth that I talked to agree with those
So you're
ideas.
still using 2015 reification fallacies after these 3 months of being in this topic. So you haven't really learned any logic yet.
You're telling me something new. Apparently, you're switching dogmas as fast as.
No, you haven't learned logic.
But you evolve.
No,
Who are you talking to?
haven't
What is it
learned
now?
logic.
3
Yeah,
months
not
ago,
us,
who are you
no,
talking
logic.
to?
You.
I mean, how is it logical if he cannot even support his
Longer,
point
don't
with
even
any
dare.
proof whatsoever?
Okay, I won't.
It's you.
It's not logic if it's innovation. If it's a
You
myth.
don't know what logic is. What are the
Yes,
three
but you
principles
cannot.
of
But
logic?
there is no logic in this discussion since
Yeah,
you got
but what are the three
Yeah, because you
principles
didn't
of
bring
logic?
any.
His whole assessment is based out of presuppositions from fantasy and
are
myth.
That's
Yeah, that's a
right.
nice projection.
That's right.
And what I'm trying to show off here is that we indeed have evidence, a footage that shows you the sun
Okay, buy yourself some time.
trajectory
Go
in
ahead,
24
Google.
hours in the South Poles.
Yeah, but you don't have any logic from that to conclude
issue
a
is-
globe.
Well,
He doesn't even know what logic
well,
is.
the whole point, the logical thing in here is that according to the globe, according to what we
are
believe
the
and how
four
the sun
types
and
of
how the
logic?
sun and how the sun functions in the globe and how we observe the sun orbiting. Well, technically, right, it does perfectly.
We observe
work
the sun orbiting?
according- What? No, we orbit around the sun,
It's
but when
just-
we see the sun from
just
the
determining the
geocentric, no,
consequence.
from the
I was about
geocentric
to say,
model, when we
welcome to
observe the
geocentric
sun.
Earth.
No, I mean geocentrism is not true. Neither is
You just said
heliocentrism.
that you
Try
observe it
everything
like that.
revolves
You said
around
you saw the
something,
sun
right?
orbit the Earth.
Yeah, from our perspective, we standing on Earth, when we see the sun, of course we orbit around the sun, but our,
Well, how do you know that?
our
What do you
perception
mean,
of
of
the
course?
sun.
How do you
well,
know that?
we hold on.
How do you know
How
that?
do you know that?
Yeah.
Don't you observe the sun?
Yeah, I observe it orbit, quote unquote, like you said. not the opposite.
Yeah, you observe. Yeah, exactly. You observe. I mean, you observe it.
So what do you know that I don't?
But guess what? The Earth itself is orbiting around it.
Yeah, how do you know that?
Because we calculate the distance from us to the sun. That's why seasons exist.
Distance. So you have the distance from us to the sun. Therefore, you know that it's not the thing moving. You are.
Through rays, of course, we can calculate the distances. Of course, we do. We do calculate distances. In the summer, we are the closest to the sun. In the winter, we're the furthest. Obviously.
How did you determine that?
How do we? Plenty of methods.
No, actually, that's just false within your own paradigm.
Oh, that's just false because you want it to be false.
Check it out. Within the globe paradigm, during the northern so-called hemisphere winter, you're actually closer to the sun. You got it all.
Please don't reproduce.
No.
How did Christian Huygens establish that the light of the sky called Venus was the same radius as the Earth? That's the component that got you that distance. So, how did Christian Huygens do that?
With science.
No.
Yeah. We got him there. Earth is flat.
He used occultism. He used Rosicrucian occultism.
You know, I just want to say
numerology.
I just noticed how quickly we went into like 5 different topics when he brought us his Dave McKeegan sun time-lapse video, where he should have just stuck with that and told us how it proves a globe, but now he's talking about like, I don't know, he's been to like 3 other tangents since then. For some reason, I thought you had the ultimate proof. Why did you have to run away from your ultimate proof? I don't get it.
Guess it didn't work out too well, huh?
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it.
Flat Earther source.
You guys don't really know what your ultimate proof proves, do you? You don't know.
I expected some claims from NASA. I guess NASA failed them too.
Yeah, I didn't change the topic. That doofus in the chat, this guy did. He kept running from his claim, and I followed some of the red herrings, but whatever. I mean, I'm
gonna stick to my point though. So the whole argument is around the Earth tilted axis and seasonal variations, right? And so the problem is this phenomenon only occurs in a globe, not on a flat Earth. Because
wait, how do you know that?
Let me speak.
So okay, wait a second.
So when people say because, they're trying to explain why.
We need a premise, conclusion, okay? Not just like a series of claim.
Premise number 1. So the tilt of the axis means that the South Pole will experience a full day
tilt
of sunlight.
The axis.
Okay,
prove
only happens
Nino,
on a globe.
You're gonna have to prove tilt. You're gonna have to prove tilt.
So flat earthers, where is the edge of, like, where can I go to the edge? Where's the edge at?
Okay, you can shut the fuck up. You're not.
No, I'm serious.
Yeah,
I'm serious.
Yeah, you're seriously throwing your body into the gears to save your dumb fuck friend. So he posted the ultimate globe proof. We want to know how it's the proof. So can you please give us the deductive logic? It should just be a short syllogism which proves your globe or whatever it is you think you've proven with this observation of the sun.
Good. So first thing first, tilt, as you said, does exist.
Now you have to substantiate. How do you know that?
How do we know that?
Yeah.
Wait. Yeah. You're telling me that.
Stop deflecting. No. Tell us.
No, the tilt of the axis.
Yeah, where'd you get that idea from?
The northern pole.
What tells you there's a tilt?
What tells us that there's a tilt because we experience sunlight and full day differently from North Pole to South Pole.
Differently how?
Differently how? If me and you are in the north, I am in the South Pole, and we observe the sun on full day H24, like in the video, you would see it differently.
Okay, so the sun is in a different position relative to the Earth.
You would see the sun. You would see sun cycle being completely different, right?
So
for example, right now in Antarctica.
Yes, so you're telling me. Okay, Nino, you're telling me that the sun's position is changed relative to the Earth.
Well, yeah, the sun's position would be very different from all observers, right?
So how do you know the sun didn't just move? Why are you adding tilt?
Because that's the opposite of what you just claimed.
Because a sun that moves in a circle over a flat Earth would not allow for continuous H24 period of sunlight.
That's exactly what it would do. What are you talking about?
That's the conclusion, right? I mean, that's the evidence.
No, what are you talking about? If a sun went in a circle around you, then you'd be able to see it for 24 hours as long as it remained
on a flat Earth model. The sun.
I'm not talking about a model. Stop straw manning.
Would not allow.
He's sticking us with the AE map. These guys can't get around it. We're not claiming the azimuthal equidistant map, dude.
I mean, the whole point is that the sun would have to behave differently across the flat plane, but the thing is that we observe that it's constantly staying above the horizon during the Antarctic summer, which is right now. So therefore, that's why this video is powerful, because it totally goes against the flat Earth model and supports totally the
sun stays above Earth all the time in the flat Earth model.
Thus not only proving the tilt, but also proving that your flat model
what you're trying to do is to take apart a model. Just a model? You're not actually trying to prove that the Earth is a globe or its surface is not flat.
My argument is to disprove the flat Earth's model. That's
okay, so you're just trying to take apart a model. Yeah, that's not our model, so that's not a problem for
us. That's why that video...
And meanwhile, he's presenting the sun remaining above Earth all the time, which is what flat Earthers say, as if that's proof of a globe instead. He's really confused.
To get the sun's relative position to the Earth anyway, you're going to be using angle measurements, which are going to utilize the Earth as a horizontal plane for that anyhow. So, I mean, this whole thing, it's just a flat Earth demonstration.
But according to the flat Earth's model in the South Pole that is
look, Nino,
all around the
are
Earth,
not claiming that model. So Nino, do you understand? You're arguing with something that nobody here... You're arguing with something that nobody here is saying. You know that, right? We're not saying it's an AE
he's strawmanning us to affirm the consequence.
Can you tell me what is wrong in what I said? In my argument, what is the law that is totally wrong?
You're strawmanning.
That you debunk.
You're strawmanning.
You're stereotyping.
I'm not talking about the way I'm talking or arguing. I'm asking you, in all the evidence that are presented so far.
You haven't presented any.
Oh, I haven't presented any evidence?
You presented evidence of the sun going around you, but that doesn't.
So please, Mr. Flat Earther, can you explain to me how do you harmonize the H24 sun
with a model I didn't claim,
cycle, right? Sun above horizon in the summer and the Antarctic and summer, with trying to harmonize it with the flat Earth model?
How
are you able to do that?
You're saying the model.
Okay, so you're telling me you believe in a flat Earth, but you don't have a model in mind because you don't know shit and you have no proof for that. That's what you're saying, right?
You're helping us build a model by showing us what the sun does. So thank you. Well, if we want to, it's not my interest.
But okay, so according
let me ask you, globe earther, do you use reality or do you use a model as a benchmark? Do you take your real-world observations and match them to a model to prove that they're real?
Well, you need a model to understand and to conceptualize how it functions, of course.
Well, you don't.
Of course, because you're a glober. We use nature as our true reference, not a stupid fucking model.
If the thing is, the good thing is that empirical evidence and observations do support the globe, so that's why everything works in harmony and perfectly.
Yeah, which ones?
That's why we're able to achieve many things.
Start with one, Nino. Just one.
Why are we going in tangents every time? Every time you have nothing to say.
Spiraling off of your ultimate proof.
I presented you an evidence, and I asked you to harmonize it with your flat Earth model. You told me I have no model, so you're a flat Earther without being
kept
flat
trying
Earther.
to strawman me with a model. I'm not here to defend. I'm not here to defend the model that you brought to me. Okay.
So okay, you don't have a model. You don't believe in the flat Earth map that we see on Google, right?
No, you don't have one either, pal.
The AE map, it's a globe map.
We have. I mean, no, we have a globe. For example,
Nino, can I post I'm just going to post the map that I think you're talking about. 1 second, okay? 1 second.
The scaling on it is accurate. You know, I observed my plane trajectory on that Google Earth map, and it's perfectly.
Okay, so correct. Nino, check the chat. Is this the map? Is this the map
you're talking reality?
About? Nino, is this the map you're talking about?
That's the flat Earth.
Okay, so that's a globe. That's a globe projection.
That's not a globe projection.
Yes, it is. Yeah. That's a globe projected flat. Yeah. Azimuthally, equidistantly projected flat from a globe.
Yeah, but it cannot be projected in 2 dimensions.
So what you've done is you've debunked a globe projection, yeah?
No. You cannot represent or project the globe in 2-dimension picture. You need a
that's what that is. It's a projection of the globe. Why would I claim that? So
but a flat Earth,
debunked every single bit.
That's why it's fucked up. That's why it's fucked up.
Could be represented in 2 dimensions, but not a globe. A sphere
Reality's not a globe.
So you debunked your globe.
Because if you project a sphere in 2 dimensions, it's going to become a disc. So it's totally different.
Okay, right? So you debunked a projection of your globe.
No, you believe that the flat Earth is a disc. You believe that it's a sphere. So you cannot project a sphere.
Let's take it step by step. Okay. That's why I asked you. 3D. Hold on. I asked you if that's the map that you said that you think we're claiming or whatever. You said yes. I informed you it's a globe map. You've been telling us all along that you've debunked that map. So if that's true, what you've debunked is a globe map.
Can you actually? Vanek says something. Can you prove that's a projection of the globe?
Yeah, it's an azimuthal equidistant projection of a ball. It's spread out so that the land masses on the bottom of the ball get spread around the perimeter.
And what is a ball? It's a sphere. What's the proof that it's a sphere?
No, a ball is not a sphere. Balls have volume.
Yeah.
What?
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. It's funny. It's true, right? I mean, that's how you differentiate between the two.
What is the difference between a ball and a sphere?
Yeah, volume is the difference.
Sphere is a surface, you idiot. These people don't know basic geometry.
Yeah, so when you project your globe like that, it ends up looking like that. And depending where you want to center the projection around, you could have all sorts of different land masses ending up around the ring or the outer perimeter of it. You could have Brazil, a big Brazil wall around it, if just depending where you wanted to center your projection. That's all that is your globe projected flat.
I do not rely upon
I've got no reason to claim that. So Nino, thank you for debunking one of your globe projections.
Didn't I say 5 minutes earlier that the Google Earth and Google Maps sphere in 3 dimensions is quite accurate? Didn't I say that? That's a 3D projection.
Debunk this projection of your sphere. So
I don't give a shit about the Mercator projection. I don't give a shit about
That's not a Mercator. It's an azimuthal equidistant.
I know. But though both of those are
Google Earth uses Mercator.
Google Earth uses more accurate.
No. Mercator is 2-dimensional because it's a 2-dimension picture, right? The thing is,
wrapped Mercator around a WGS84 model.
I rely upon the 3-dimensional spherical representation of the Earth that I observe on Google Maps. That is accurate.
Google Earth denier.
I'm not a Google Earth denier. It's accurate. It's in 3 dimensions. It's spherical. It is spherical and a globe. It's a globe.
You're using Mercator's map on Google Earth, bud.
Even
you said you had no use for it.
Even the distances are perfectly respected. Thus,
cool story.
Is inaccurate because Africa is like 3 times bigger than what it's supposed to be. Anyways,
you debunked the globe map.
Mercator projection is not accurate.
I didn't debug the globe map.
Well, that's what that is. We just went through this, and you said you debunked it. So which one is it? It's really simple.
The globe is supposed to be a 3D globe that you see as a sphere, not as a disc or picture in 2 dimensions.
Okay, so did you not debunk a globe map, Nino?
Well, those maps are irrelevant. Most of them are
not debunk a globe map, Nino.
Bro, can you just go? Hold on. Can you just go
yes
by my standard? What is my standard?
Yes or no? Did you not debunk a globe map? Just yes or no?
Okay, I debunked a globe map. So what?
Okay, good. Thank you. Welcome. Welcome aboard.
I debunked it. No, but the picture that you showed me is not my representation.
Let's get back to your ultimate proof.
Yeah.
Your ultimate proof. How is it that the observation of the sun above the surface proves that the ground is curved? Can you tell me logically, how is it that the observation of the sun above the surface proves that the ground is curved?
Because the H24 sun in Antarctica is a natural consequence of the Earth's spherical shape. And its tilted axis, so therefore it demonstrates that the Earth is rotating and tilting in a way that allows some regions to experience continuous daylight, as we've seen in the video, right? And so therefore this phenomenon
is... You know what assuming the consequent is?
That's right.
Hold on. Do you know what assuming... Do you know what assuming the consequent is?
With the sphere, the spherical...
Hang on. I'm asking for proof, and I'm telling you that you're making a logical fallacy.
It's impossible to represent on a flat Earth model. That's the point.
I'm asking you to prove your globe. We're not talking about flat Earth.
You don't ask me.
I'm asking you to prove that the ground is curved.
My argument is to debunk your model, for me to prove mine.
Hang on. Just hang on. Do you know what an assuming affirming the consequent fallacy is? Do you know what that means?
I'm not assuming. Listen, I put you a challenge. What's the challenge that I gave you?
It's a formal logical fallacy. And are you aware that you're committing it?
No, it's absolutely not a fallacy, because in itself, it's not only an argument to proving the sphere.
I'm just asking, do you recognize the words I'm saying? Affirming the consequent. Have you heard this phrase before?
Yes, I did.
Right. So,
and I'm gonna tell you what, I'm affirming the consequent. Hold on, I will still be.
So you are affirming the consequent.
Yes, until.
Okay, so you're committing a logical fallacy.
No, it's not, because you need.
You just gotta just have a little bit of fallacy on your way.
You need to represent, because you need to prove that this phenomenon is perfectly fine with your Earth model.
You're cooked.
That's why.
You're done.
Since you cannot represent this phenomenon on the flat Earth model, aka the model H24 hours sun above Antarctica, right? Daylight, so continuous daylight.
Are you referring to the globe projection you debunked earlier? Are we back to the globe projection you debunked? Is that what we're talking about?
It debunks the flat Earth model. It's simple as that.
It debunked a globe projection.
We measured Earth flat beneath the sun. We measured Earth flat beneath the sun. You have not presented a curvature measurement.
But still, again, the same question. According to your flat Earth model, can you explain how
model?
Is it that
according to reality? According to reality, we measured Earth flat below the sun.
Okay,
everything else is secondary and ancillary.
According to you, can you explain me why do we observe continuous daylight in Antarctica?
Because the sun doesn't set.
And why doesn't the sun set if it was a flat Earth? If the Earth is flat, why doesn't the sun set in Antarctica?
Because
why would it?
Your field of view.
Because you move to a point where it rotates. I mean, you measure Earth flat below it. What else do you need?
Because what? No. Say it again. Hey, don't fumble. I got you now. That's it. That's the last name in your coffin.
No, I said you move to where the sun doesn't set. That's why it doesn't set.
And on a fucking flat Earth, where does the sun never set?
Why does it measure flat underneath the sun everywhere we check?
Jesus Christ. Are you dumb or dumb? Was your mind?
Are you dumb? Are you dumb?
Can you explain to me if the Earth is flat? Where how is it that on a flat Earth...
Are you aware that the surfaces of spheres need a curve? Are you aware that surfaces of spheres, they need to have a rate of curvature, right?
Right.
In order for it to be a sphere, it has to curve. Do you agree with this?
Again, you're talking about curvature, irrelevant.
Yeah, we measured the actual thing in contention. You're looking up in the opposite
What does that
direction.
even mean, measure it in contention? What does that even mean? What is this?
The surface. The surface.
Your claim is the ground is curved.
But still, why in the South Pole...
we measured it and it's flat.
Why on the South Pole the sun is H24 and the horizon never sets down?
Yeah, so what? So what? It doesn't prove it.
How does it prove the ground is curved?
How can you explain it according to flat Earth theory?
Bro, what did it do? What did you see it do?
Consistently being above the horizon.
What, did it go around you?
Yeah, I mean, you see it in the video. It's
okay, there you go. Went around you. Any more questions?
It doesn't go around me.
That's it.
Well, that's apparently what it did.
It goes around Antarctica, but that's the point. That's the thing that you will never be able to prove because your whole flat Earth theory is bullshit.
Yeah, so from that geographic position at a certain time of year, you can see the sun go around you.
And this doesn't make sense on a flat Earth model. So therefore,
we're not claiming a model. We don't need a model that wouldn't prove
exactly.
Anything
and so now when you're
back to the
when you run out of argument
that you debunked earlier,
when you cannot debunk,
are you NPC resetting to your globe?
You deny your own.
Are you NPC resetting to your globe projection that you already debunked for us? Is that what's happening now?
You don't know what a logical fallacy is. You keep using them, and you're demonstrating to us that you are ignorant of what you're doing. So please, can you reflect on yourself a little bit and have some situational awareness?
Reflecting on myself wouldn't prove them right either ways. They're wrong, and they know it. That's why they cannot explain. That's why they cannot explain.
What a great reputation
on the flat.
The audience heard you. The audience listened to you proudly proclaimed how you affirm the consequent.
I would let the audience judge by themselves, but this is
judging for themselves whether or not you have merit.
You also told us that you debunked the globe map.
H24 daylight in Antarctica on a flat model. You cannot. That goes totally against your flat Earth model.
What is the problem?
You failed at premise one.
Dude.
You failed at premise one with your logical syllogism.
Yeah, that's better. Let's go with that.
Say whatever you want, but it won't make you right. You can keep yapping all day long. You
all right,
will
then
never
let's
be
stay
able
on
to
premise
harmonize
one.
that
Premise
with your
one
model.
is that Earth is on an axis and it's tilted. That was your premise.
Fuck
And we're
premises.
stopping there so we can challenge it.
You cannot explain why is the sun every time H24 above the horizon.
I'm not in the habit of affirming the consequent like you do. I'm not in the habit of committing logical fallacies.
Because this observation only works and is explained according to the globe. Not
exactly.
That's why.
Wait a minute, prove that.
Only works. There you go again, affirming the consequent.
Prove that? Well, I'm gonna prove that really easily, you moron. You told me that the tilt doesn't exist, and this only works if there is a tilt, an axis of tilt, and
single cause fallacy too.
Prove that claim. Prove the conditional that you must have a tilted spinning ball in order for that observation to occur. Prove that. Prove that that's a necessity.
What's the alternative?
It's a necessity because in a globe you have because if the Earth is a globe, therefore it rotates, and the tilt of it from north to south is different. That's why we observe what we observed in Antarctica, aka H24 daylight.
Right? So
we observe the ground flat.
What are you going to measure?
So another point here, a major point that debunks them is that the Arctic Circle.
No. We need you to prove your conditional there that you must have a tilted spinning ball in order for that observation.
You don't have a tilted spinning ball on your flat Earth model, therefore you cannot explain it. That's why we can, because
you just repeated again that you must have a tilted spinning ball for the sun to appear to go around you. Prove that that's a necessity.
I'll tell you what, we can prove that there's a tilted celestial horizon. That's what we observed when we watched the sun move through the tropics throughout the year from flat Earth.
I'm gonna take a small break, bro. My mouth is so dry. You drained all my energy.
There, I explained it. Now it's your turn.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see what you guys are so baffled by with something just going around you. It's kind of mind-blowing.
I consider this debunked.
Get your water. I know, yeah. You do consider that globe map debunked.
You ran out of. The only thing you've been doing for half an hour is asking me questions again without supporting any evidence on your side.
We directly observe a tilting celestial horizon.
Take your break.
The Earth tilting instead.
Get back to us. Take your break.
He debunked.
Get Horse off mute. He's been seething for a bit here. It's his time.
Good job, Nino.
He did a really good job beating up the globe for us. I think he said at one point, yeah, fine, this debunks a globe map. Good work.
He thinks Horse, what he's observing is the exact opposite.
Horse, do you have a logical syllogism from the 24-hour sun that proves a globe?
I'm just going to mute because I'm not going to engage with you.
That sounds wise. Probably the smartest thing any of you did this entire session.
Shouldn't engage with schizophrenics. It's kind of fucked up to really engage with
schizophrenics. Where'd you get that from?
You are all disabled. You are crazy.
That's a good argument.
Yeah. Crazy.
Sounds like one a disabled person might make. In fact,
crazy because we
mentioned Dunning-Kruger disabled.
Yeah, that's a nice cop out.
You're crazy, man. I like you, but
so
you're crazy.
Wait, where's the edge? That's what I was asking before you muted me. Where's the edge?
Why are you asking that? What edge?
Where's the edge of your
the edge of the flat Earth?
Why are you hallucinating an edge but calling us schizophrenics? I don't get it.
So there's not an edge. There's not an edge.
Oh, projection. Well, I never said that. When did I say, "Hey, there's an edge out there"? Ask me all about it.
Okay, I'm assuming flat Earth is a flat disc in my mind, and there's an edge. No,
wrong. Nobody said that.
Why would you assume
that? We're not the Flat Earth Society.
Well, can you explain it to me without being like, "Ha ha, I got you," or is that just how you do it?
But somebody else, because that's what I measure right now. So somebody else do it.
We measure the surface. The surface does not curve, therefore it is flat. Very simple.
Yeah, but you can't stop there.
That doesn't do it for me. That's not enough.
Well,
why can't you stop there?
I don't care.
Well then, okay, you don't care. There you go.
Why can't you stop there? To me, that is all you need. There's no globe measurement. Done.
If the surface isn't curving, it can't be a globe. You know that much.
So what shape is it?
Flat is not a shape, buddy.
What shape is the Earth?
Universe? What shape is the universe?
Okay, don't answer my question and hit me with another Gotham.
Listen,
okay,
I'm trying
got
to
it.
get you to understand our perspective.
No, that's what you're doing. That's what you're doing, though. You're just hitting me with Gothams every time I ask you a question.
I'm trying to help you understand.
You spiral off from it and then hit me with a Gotham.
I'm not spiraling, man. Chill.
Okay, then answer my question. Answer the question.
Earth is the universe to us. Okay,
you can't. Okay, you're going to spiral off on something else.
No, I'm not. I'm going to provide. I'm going to provide a lecture.
What shape is the Earth? What shape?
You don't know.
That's like asking what shapes the universe.
Then okay, that's what you're saying. There's no shape. Nobody knows. Just say that. Why are you spiraling off and making an example?
Philosophically, nobody can know. Nobody can know. I'm telling you, nobody can know.
You didn't start
with that. It's a philosophical conundrum.
That's why people are so off-put by you people. You guys are the conspiracy theorists.
What are you talking about? Listen.
If that's a question, you have to leave room for an answer.
Yeah, but that's not what I got. I got attacked.
This is your world. This is your universe. You can't escape the confines of your reality to determine what is the space that is embedding your reality.
Why is the moon round?
You said there are conspiracies. Why? Because they are saying the surface is not curving. That because of that, they are conspiracies.
Okay, you're not going to answer my question. So why is the moon round?
It has anything to do with that.
Okay, so you're not going to answer my question. Okay.
I don't give you the answer.
What the fuck do you think this is? 24/7 Oracle Earth? Like we know everything.
I know. Earth measures flat beneath the round moon. So what shape does the moon have? Who
the
cares?
sun's round.
Earth
Everything in the sky is round except the Earth. What?
Is the Earth in the sky?
The Earth is in the sky. I look down at the Earth and I see the sky.
I didn't say that. That's not even what I said, though. You're
so why the similarity?
Why does it take 10 of you to Gotham me? What is that?
Just wondering why
you said Earth is in the sky.
This is an echo chamber, and you suppress anybody that disagrees with you.
If it's an echo chamber, how are you in it speaking against us?
I can't. Every time I try to speak, 3 people talk over me. Like, it only takes one of you.
Well, it's called a conversation, dude. It goes back and forth. You talk, then someone else talks.
This is an echo chamber.
I tried to give you an answer,
and how are you
kept
speaking and disagreeing with us?
Yeah, we're not silencing you like Reddit does.
You literally silenced me. What? I just got unmuted.
The fuck?
Oh, were you being a fucking asshat or what?
It's called
I asked a question.
Dude.
I asked a question.
Dude, you were interrupting. You were in the middle of a conversation with somebody else.
No, you were in the middle. You're in the middle of an indoctrination.
And we were actually in the middle of a conversation with another person that disagrees with us in this echo chamber. Weird echo chamber.
The one person that disagrees with you.
No, we just can't handle like 7 dumb fucks at a time. It's got to be one.
But I should be able to handle like 10 dumb fucks coming at me at one time? What?
Well, it should probably be more focused.
Both of you do assume that we're dumb fucks.
I'm just giving back what Heretic said. I just responded to what he said.
So the question was,
I didn't call you
all these round things in the sky. So was the question? There's all these round things in the sky.
The question was, there's all these round things in the sky: stars, moon, and then the Earth is flat. I didn't say the. I did. But see, and then you. Wait.
Hang on.
I saw, and then you immediately hit me with the Gotham. The Earth is not in the sky. I didn't say the Earth was in the sky. I'm saying we are here on the Earth, looking up at the sky, observing.
Are not round.
Okay.
The stars are not round.
Can I answer this with an analogy?
I'm muting you, Russian guy.
Let Endless speak.
Okay.
So we've got all these round things in the sky, and that. How does that say something about the Earth? How are you logically linking these two things together?
I just don't think the Earth is special, I guess, in the universe. I think there's other planets out there in the universe, too, that we've observed, and they're round.
Okay, but I mean, to me, this sounds much like I've gone to a forest, so I must be a tree. Can you see the similarity in the logical inference you're making?
This, every time...
Hello?
Yeah, we're here.
I'm not engaging any further.
Yeah, it's a valid
I must have lagged out. I'm not engaging any further, though.
Right, that's fine.
I'm going to go back to laughing at you guys.
We teach people how to think critically in here. It's hard.
You're incapable of thinking critically.
There is no critical thought about
Brenda.
this. You guys are dumbing everything down, saying it's flat. Prove it. Prove
your
it.
turn.
Prove it.
Provide a logical solution.
No, we say it's measured. We say it's measured flat. There is measurements of the surface. It's not just a claim. We point to measurements.
Yep.
You don't have any though.
So what is the point of a round Earth? Like, what is the point of it? Like, how did they get to that conclusion? Why did they get away from flat Earth? Like,
who cares? They were mapping the sky. They were mapping the sky. They wanted to improve the calendar.
That's convenient for you.
But this was something the church did like 500 years ago.
That's convenient for you, though, regardless.
What are you talking about? I'm just giving you a history lesson at this point.
But there's no edge,
actually
though,
curious
right?
about the answer to the question?
There's no edge of the Earth, though, the flat Earth.
Is there an edge to the universe?
At some point, yeah. If you get outside of space and time, I suppose, yeah.
Oh, you have to do that?
Is that somewhere you can go? So what's the universe expanding into?
Space and time.
Got him.
Jedi.
We got him. Got him. 10 people. Got him. Got him. That's all you have is just got hims.
Yeah, because you failed.
What is the universe expanding into?
Wait, hold on. Have we hit him with the ABCD?
No, we haven't. I mean, you might as well.
Yo, can I hit him with the ABCD?
Yeah, hit him with it.
Here we go. Popcorn time.
All right,
Hold
Horse,
on.
you ready?
Who is that? Wait, who is it? Who's hitting me with it?
This is me, Christ is King. Zebek.
Muted soundboard. Disable video. Okay, go ahead. Hit me with it.
Did he mute me?
No.
Hello?
No?
Horse, you're on your soundboard. He said, I don't know why.
No.
Whatever.
Horse. So you can hear me, yes, Horse?
How about that you mute him for all day?
Just hang on, Sasha. Just
something going on in here.
Bruh.
Yeah, I think the guy.
Bruh, I didn't even get to do it.
I muted Christ and the guy with the shitty Russian accent.
Dude.
I want to see. I want to see that.
Sasha Yug, that guy.
Don't mute people.
I'm not unmuted.
It's going to be harder to have to mute you because then it's a clusterfuck.
Alright, I'm still here laughing at you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Horse, why are you so triggered, man? You gotta get down from your horse, man.
Just
triggered.
They're just weak.
Triggered horse. Wasn't the Lone Ranger's horse named Triggered?
Bro, he's got demons. He saw my name and he muted me immediately, dude.
He will come in the bar. I mean, and he will order the drink, and he will say, "You guy in corner, you will not speak, and you guy there on that table, you will not also speak."
Well, I would.
Horse, just took one look at you. Yeah, let's go. Let's move on with it.
I would expect.
It's almost like he's scared or something,
which you're not capable of doing.
Oh, Brenda, you every time Brenda joins, I have never heard anything fruitful contributed to the topic itself. Brenda is just meta talk all the time.
I can easily.
You just meta talk. That's it. That's all you do.
Right.
You're just meta talking every time you're here.
All right.
There's never any substantial evidence for your spinning, wobbling, tilted spaceball belief. It's just
the
meta
evidence
talk.
is the 24-hour sun.
Go ahead, Heretic. Get Brenda with the logical syllogism.
Yeah, here real quick. Good morning, Brenda. It's nice to hear your voice. I have my headset down, and I just would say it's like a ray of sunshine, just getting pounded by a snowstorm. It's cold. It's dark, and I just want to know that even with all the crazy weather outside, just hearing your voice this morning is like a beam of sunshine from the gods.
Yeah.
Thank you for
whatever.
Right, no, I'm serious.
What's the reaction? The people don't want meta.
Hey, Brenda,
it's not meta. I'm letting you know the joy and the power that you brought to my life today.
What is your reaction to the 24-hour sun?
My reaction is I want to ask you what it proves.
It falsifies flat Earth.
So it proves that it's false.
Oh, falsification is
like.
Is it just yes or no?
Yes, it falsifies flat Earth.
Yes. Okay. Can you provide the logical syllogism that does that?
Yeah. If P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P.
Okay, Moses Tollins, go ahead.
Yeah. If the Earth is flat, we will not see. We will.
You already fucked up.
That's okay. It's okay to.
That was hilarious.
It's not a problem. People are allowed. If the Earth is flat, right, then the sun will set. If the Earth is flat, the sun will set in Antarctica. The sun did not set in Antarctica. Therefore, the Earth cannot be flat.
Okay, can you prove that conditional?
Can you prove the Earth's flat?
If the Earth is flat, we
prove P1.
Yes, according to the flat Earth, the sun is always.
Wait a minute.
The sun is always between.
According to who's the flat Earth? Who's that? Who said that? The flat Earth said something to you?
According to me. Model.
What's that? Can you post that?
What model? To the flat Earth model.
Wait a minute. I think I know what you're talking about. I'll post it in the chat. Just 1 second. Just say yes or no. All right, what I posted there, is that the flat Earth model you're talking about?
I feel a wrecking coming on.
That's part of it.
A Tyrannosaurus wrecking.
Is that it?
I already answered you. I said it's part of it.
So this is what it falsifies?
That's part of it.
So it falsifies this?
No, that is only part of it.
So it doesn't falsify this?
It falsifies the model.
Well, what's the model? Is it based on that?
The model says that the sun stays between the tropics. It's always above them.
So it doesn't falsify that?
That is not a model. That's just a map.
Okay, well, just post the model.
Are you saying the ground position of the sun doesn't stay between the tropics?
Got him.
What? Was that to me? That was to you.
Are you saying that the ground position of the sun doesn't stay between the tropics?
No, I'm saying that that's the model.
What model? Golly. Can you post it?
A moment ago you said it wasn't the model.
The flat Earth model.
No,
yes, I did.
That's just stopping lying. Right? The model.
You said it was part of it, right?
Yes. The model is that the ground position of the sun stays between the tropics.
Does it not?
Brenda,
the observation is that if the sun sets in Antarctica, or if the sun doesn't set in Antarctica, that means it did not stay between the tropics.
Brenda, can sunset work on the flat Earth?
And what?
Can sunset work on the flat Earth?
I don't understand him. What word is he saying?
That's not the question. In the last 1 year, the Globers were asking, sunset cannot work on the flat Earth. I was listening that for years.
I don't know what word he's saying. He's just...
I'm saying that...
Can a sunset work? Can a sunset work on a flat Earth?
Oh, okay. I didn't even know what he was saying. My bad.
Hold on, Sasha. Give it a second. All right. I mean, Brenda does have a hard time with your accent, so if you could just power down. Like next globalist that comes in.
Do sunsets work on the flat
So
Earth?
Brenda, you're saying then that it must have gone beyond the tropic. Can you define the Tropic of Capricorn? What is that?
It's a particular latitude.
Okay, what is it defined by? How did we figure out what it is?
It's an arbitrary line that people created. That's what latitudes are.
Would that be the path of the sun on the December solstice?
Okay.
That's what it is, right?
Yeah, so not arbitrary.
All right.
Well, okay. So you're saying then that the sun must not have gone where it went.
No, that's
if it's
not
a flat
what I'm
Earth.
saying. That's not what I'm saying.
Well, that's what the Tropic of Capricorn is. You just told me that.
Yes.
And you're just saying it did not go along the Tropic of Capricorn.
That's not what I'm saying.
Then meaning it didn't go where it went, according to you, what you just said.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Thanks.
Well, that's what the Tropic of Capricorn is. It's where the sun goes on the solstice, and you just said it didn't go there if the Earth is flat.
I didn't say that.
So you're not making much sense.
I didn't say it didn't go there.
Well, that's what you said. You just told me what the Tropic of Capricorn is.
Oh, good.
Yeah, that's not. You're misrepresenting. You're gaslighting me. You're telling me what I said. What
I needed clarification of your terms, and once you gave it to me, it just broke down to where the sun goes on the December solstice.
The model states.
So what you said breaks down to the sun didn't go where it went on the December solstice.
No, that's not what it breaks
if the
down
Earth is
to.
Flat.
That's not what it breaks down to.
Yeah, it does.
No, it doesn't. The sun. The model is that the sun is somewhere between the two tropics.
What's the Tropic of Capricorn?
Yeah, same thing.
Well, that's where the sun goes in the December solstice?
All the same thing.
So it's where the sun goes in the December solstice.
The model is it stays between them, right?
Yeah, but what is the Tropic of Capricorn?
It doesn't matter what it is.
No, it doesn't even matter? It stays between two locations that don't matter. Or not even locations. I don't even know how to parse that.
Two arbitrary lines, apparently.
It stays between doesn't matter.
The sun that depicts these areas that it goes to. You say, come on, Brenda, try harder. It's defined by the sun, these tropics.
Yeah, so what?
Well, how do we measure them?
No, the model.
How do we measure
the sun? The model states that the sun remains between the two tropics.
And how do we measure that?
It's not relevant. That's what the model states. The model states that.
No, we're talking about measuring that.
Are you saying that the sun doesn't?
No, the sun stays between the tropics. We can measure that.
Oh, okay.
How do we measure that?
It doesn't matter how you measure it. It's just what the model is. The model states that it stays between them.
You keep saying the model. What are you talking about?
The flat Earth model.
Doesn't depend on how you measure that.
The model states that the sun remains between the two tropics. If we see the sun set, and that predicts that the sun will set.
Sorry.
That predicts that the sun will set in Antarctica.
Doing some heavy gulps.
The sun didn't set in Antarctica, so the model is falsified.
Brenda, can sunset work on the flat Earth?
Can sunsets happen on the flat Earth?
So a model's being falsified.
Yeah. Can sunsets happen on the flat Earth?
Your model states that sunsets happen on the flat Earth.
What is that model? What is that model? Post that model.
No, Brenda. In the last years, I was listening that the sunset cannot work on the flat Earth, and every glober was saying sunset cannot work on the flat Earth. Tell them sunset. We have sunset.
Your model.
We have 24.
I don't know if you need to say that much stuff. She just said your model. So what is that? I'm not familiar with my model.
Flat Earthers, their model states.
Which one is that?
Flat Earthers state.
Me? Are you stereotyping me? I have a model.
Flat Earthers state that their model.
Post it.
Flat Earthers state
post their model. Post the model. We don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I'm talking about the model the Flat Earthers have.
Post it.
How long have you believed in Xenu, Brenda?
Right, so the model that Flat Earthers
assert, all you heliocentrists.
The model that Flat Earthers assert states that sunsets happen on flat Earth.
Okay, post the model. We don't know what you're talking about.
Do you think
none of us have claimed a model? So when you say your model, the model, their model, we don't know what you mean. Post that, please.
Do sunsets happen on the flat Earth, heretic?
That has nothing to do with what I just asked you.
Actually, it's
why are you diverting
to do with it.
I just need to know what the model is. Please post it.
Yeah.
Ooh, I know. Maybe Brenda can steelman the flat Earth model. How about that?
Do sunsets happen on flat Earth?
Okay, so you don't really know what you're falsifying, do you? Because you would have just posted it by now.
I am falsifying it. You state in your
falsifying
model,
what? What is it? Post it.
Stop talking over me.
Stop not posting your model that you're talking about.
No, I don't have to. I'm stating your model.
Well, nobody knows what you're talking about.
Yes, you do.
Yeah. Brenda, you can't even steelman the position, Brenda. That's the unfortunate part.
You
right?
can't
steelman
me to speak.
The flat Earth
you
position.
Need to stop talking. You need to stop talking and let the other person speak. Right? your model, you assert.
Wait, my model? What's that?
What
I
model?
don't have a model.
Flat Earthers.
I'm not sure what model I have. Can you tell me what my model is? Post it, please, so I can see what it is.
Do sunsets happen over your flat
What
Earth?
are you talking about? I don't have a flat Earth. I don't have a model. Please post it so I know what you're talking about.
You don't believe in the flat Earth, heretic?
I don't have one. I don't have a model.
That's what have means. It means that you have a belief.
Okay, let me ask you this. Is this
You have
something...
a belief
I'm going
in
to
the
post
flat
something.
Earth, heretic.
Yeah, okay, since it's like pulling teeth, I'm just going to post something. You tell me, does this observation you're talking about falsify that, what I just posted?
What observation?
What? I forgot what you're talking about.
Does this... You asked me, does this...
You forgot what you're talking about.
No, I didn't.
Okay, does the 24-hour sun falsify that, what I just posted?
Yes.
Okay, that's a globe.
No, it's not.
It's a globe projection. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it's a projection. It's not a globe.
So it's a projection from a globe, right?
Yes, it's not.
Okay, so, all right, cool. So what you brought to us falsifies a projection of a globe. I'm fine with that.
Yeah, do you assert, though, that projection represents the flat Earth, the ground?
No, I don't. Now you're strawmanning. I'm fine with that. That's a projection of the globe. No, that's a projection of the globe. I don't assert that represents...
Is the Earth flat or not?
What?
Is the Earth flat?
It's flat.
Yeah, that's a surface property. It's not that thing that I just posted.
So that's not a map of the Earth?
Well, it's a globe projection, and I'm happy to go with you on it being falsified. Thanks.
Yeah, yes. Interpreted, as a map of the land we live on, that's false, yes.
Yeah, that's a false globe projection. Thanks, Brenda.
It's not a false globe projection. It's a true
how so?
It's falsified it.
So it's true now?
This global projection that's north polar centric, you've displayed that this map isn't useful because it doesn't predict everything.
No,
because of the phenomena that's observed in the Arctic. It's hard to have the sun circle around you in the Arctic when the circle of the Arctic is a circle, and the circle of the sun is inside that within the tropics. Yeah, that model, that map, but that's not the flat Earth. You've just falsified your map.
So do you have a map of the flat Earth?
No.
No?
No.
You have nothing.
I know who has one though.
You have nothing.
There's lots of maps. You've just presented one.
Do you have one for the flat Earth?
There's lots of maps for the flat Earth.
But do you have one?
There's lots of them.
Which one do you believe?
I don't believe in any.
You don't believe in maps?
Yeah, they're useful for whatever they're used for.
Yeah, so you don't believe in them?
No, why would I reify a map?
We don't.
Well, that's what you do when
them.
you state the Earth is flat. You're reifying a map.
We state the Earth is flat because of the measurements of the Earth.
Right. You don't have a model for the flat Earth, then.
Brenda, did you hear the last sentence what Jedi said?
No, you.
Can you repeat the last sentence? Can you repeat the last sentence? You don't know. That means you are not listening.
I am listening. You people talk.
What he said, his last sentence.
I don't know. Have him repeat it.
That means you are not listening.
No, it doesn't. It means that you people.
That means you are not listening. He said something very important to you.
Like now, you're talking over. You don't allow.
Yeah, you don't know what he said. How you will speak with the guy you don't know what he's saying?
Right. I was asking questions for one thing.
Yeah, but you are not listening, and he's telling you when you ask the question.
Go ahead.
You asked the question. He answered to you, and you didn't listen to the answer.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's my point.
Go ahead.
Can you repeat the answer? Can you repeat the answer, and I will stop to interrupt.
Go ahead.
I stop now. Repeat the answer.
We measure the Earth flat.
Oh, can you show me these measurements?
Yeah, every ones that we've been talking about.
What measurement?
The tropics, attitude, the angle of the sun in the sky. Yes, it is.
That's not a measurement.
Yes, it is. That's why we were talking about it earlier. The longitude and latitude system that we were talking about, the sun going between these two tropics, they're measured in elevation angles taken from a horizontal plane, measuring the Earth to be flat.
Yeah, it doesn't follow.
Yes, it does. We're measuring the Earth to be flat. Measured flat.
Not. You're measuring from a horizontal plane.
Yeah, means sea level. Yeah, mean sea level, altitude.
No, you're not. You're not measuring from a mean sea level. You're measuring from a horizontal plane.
Yeah, the plane of the horizon.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it isn't. The horizon is below horizontal.
It's an angle measurement referencing the surface of the Earth. The surface of the Earth primarily being. It's an angle measurement taken from the surface. What are you talking about? It's an angle measurement taken from the surface.
No, it's not. It's taken from a horizontal plane.
Yes, the surface of the Earth means sea level.
You're begging the question. You're begging the question. You're begging the question. You're assuming that the horizontal plane is the Earth.
It is. Means sea level. Is that measured horizontal reference datum?
No, you're not measuring from mean sea level. You're measuring from a horizontal plane.
Yeah. Altitude and depth from mean sea level, 0, as opposed to the height of an aircraft, 32,000 feet above mean sea level, height of a mountain, 3,000 meters, depth, 500 meters, mean sea level. Elevation from that with regards to celestial objects to measure things like longitude and latitude, same premise, the angle to the thing in the sky taken from a horizontal reference.
Yeah,
all measurements are going to be taken. All measurements are going to be taken from a horizontal. Yes, they are.
Yeah, the horizontal reference isn't the surface of the Earth.
Yes, it is. I've just pointed it out. Mean sea level, altitude and depth.
It's not.
Yes, just pointed it out and how we do it.
No, you didn't.
Yes,
you
we
begged the question.
No, we didn't.
Right.
We measured it. Distances, two objects.
Elevation is taken from a horizontal plane at the observer.
Yeah,
no, it's not taken from mean sea level. It's taken from
2,000 feet.
Oh my God, Brenda, will you stop every fucking elevation? So, okay, let's say you go out anywhere in the country, on any continent, right? They're going to tell you this right here, this set of land is 1,000 feet above sea level. Over here, this is 400 feet above sea level. Over there, it's 15 feet above sea level. And then when you build something on that fucking from that point, so when you build a 10-story high, when you're at 500 feet above sea level, that means when you get to the top of that 5-story building, you're going to be 550 feet because you added 10 foot per level and you start at 500 feet. So stop the fucking cap. You're a liar and you're fucking and you just got destroyed by Jedi. Good job, Jedi. By the way, I love the way you fucking.
How is an elevation angle taken at Apocryphon?
Again, I literally did. You not hear me say it?
Yeah,
did you not hear me?
Was wrong.
Okay. So let me say one more time, which is correct, but you need to hear what I'm saying. That way you can hear the truth, and if the truth is for you, you will receive it. If it's not, then you will dismiss it, and it'll just go in one ear out the other. When you take,
that's not how truth works.
Okay, so listen, okay. When you're going to grab an elevation profile, any surveyor, right? Any surveyor that's going to go on a job site anywhere, when you're going to build something, even if they're going to go survey your land because they want to sell your home and they want to find out what your land, area is, where your house sits on its perimeters, they're going to take a position, okay? And they're going to know the elevation of that place based upon a measurement that was taken a long time ago, which was derived from sea level. That's why you have an elevation profile at your house. Your house might be 430 feet above sea level, right? They are taking it from the medium of the ocean, which is a horizon, just as Jedi so beautifully told you, but you're so stupid you do not listen and you don't understand this reality. Now, when you're taking an elevation profile and you start building upon that elevation profile, you're right. You're going to take from a horizontal, which you establish when you set up a plumb bob or a theodolite and you make it level, and you're going to make that vertical and you're going to have a horizontal, and we're going to say this is plumb level square, and you start building from that. And every time you transfer that line through elevation, you're keeping it parallel to a baseline, to mean sea level. Originally, all you did was transfer it into your homeland, wherever you are, or let's say you're on the beach. You're going to transfer that line in from the surface of a medium. Actually, it's not specific, not perfect, but it's an average, and then you're going to transfer that inland. Once you have that established elevation, you could build everything and anything in all fucking different directions, and it's going to be based upon, just as Jedi told you, mean sea level. You don't know shit about building. I don't think you ever will, because you're so fucking retarded and stuck on your globe. You're not going to grasp everything I just told you. I'll shut up now.
We weren't talking about that. We're talking about elevation of a celestial object. we're talking about building.
Even still, he's telling you if something's 2,000 feet, where are they deriving that from? They're deriving it from the ground. And if you're from the ocean, from mean sea level, not even the ground, they're doing it from mean sea level. Matter of fact, they're not even going like from the top of this mountain. This airplane is X amount of miles above. No, they're going from the ocean because that's where the zero starts on Earth. And no matter what continent you're in, you're going to start from zero, and that's going to be represented by mean sea level.
If I sight an object in the sky, a celestial object, and it's on the horizon, what's its elevation?
What exactly is it? What are we talking about? What are you sighting?
I sight an object.
What though? What is it? What is it? Is it a plane? Is it a star? No, it does matter. It does matter. Because with the plane, it does matter. And I'll tell you why, Brenda. Because with the plane, you can actually put an instrument inside of it, and it can tell you it's.
I'm not asking. I don't have that instrument, though.
Okay, but listen to me though, Brenda. Listen carefully, okay? If you could put a tool in a plane and take it up as high as you want, up to 80,000 feet, or in a balloon, and you're like 180,000 feet. But you know what though? You can put a tool on that, and you can actually get a measurement. As far as the lights in the sky, we don't know because we can't put a tool on them, and we don't know how high they are.
If I have a celestial object and it's on the horizon, what is its elevation?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No, I don't know.
Because that's what we've been talking about.
No. He wasn't talking about the actual height. He was telling you how we derive everything as far as measuring things. See, here's what you guys do. That's a tactic you have. You'll take
it's not a tactic.
No, it is.
Change the subject to something you're familiar with.
No, because he was telling you about it. No. He was telling you about elevation profiles. And then you said it's not taken from zero. And I jumped in. I said, no, you're fucking wrong. Because that's exactly. Jedi was spot on at everything he told you.
He's wrong. He's completely wrong.
No, he's. Right? Okay.
Tell me, Apocryphon, tell me what the, elevation is.
I know.
I have a celestial object. It's on the horizon. What is its elevation?
I don't know.
What is it? What is it, Brenda? What's the answer?
I don't know. No, but it's not zero though, Brenda.
Yes, it is.
Because if it's in, no, it's not. Because if it's in the sky, okay. For instance, let me give you a for instance. Okay, if we build a building that's 5 stories high, okay, and if we walk back far enough to where we optically can't resolve it, and it's squished to the fucking floor, to the horizon, that doesn't mean the elevation of it is zero. It's still fucking 50 feet up in the sky. This is a tactic. You're fucking taking reality and you're mushing it with your retarded nonsense.
No, you're trying to make it make sense. You're shifting the context.
No.
The context
you're the one doing that.
of taking elevation angles.
Okay.
It's azimuth.
Okay, so let's say this. So let's say this.
Listen, let me finish a sentence for
go ahead.
sake.
Go ahead.
Right? You have the azimuth, right, which is its angle from true north. And you have its elevation or altitude, which is its angle above the horizon, right? And if it's on the horizon, then its elevation angle is zero, isn't it?
Okay. Is its elevation zero though? Is the angle to it zero? But what about the actual elevation?
Due to perspective. Just due to perspective, Brenda. Do you still not understand perspective after all these years?
Brenda will never understand how perspective works. Brenda, let me ask you something. I let you talk now. You let me talk now. Let me ask you something. If a plane, okay, that we know is 25,000 feet up in the sky, okay, and we just so happen to be able to, we have the greatest technology now, the best fucking cameras or telescopes, whatever, okay, and we can actually see that plane until it gets to the vanishing point of the horizon. What's its elevation, Brenda?
Its elevation or its altitude? Which
what's
one?
It's actually the same thing, but what's its altitude?
They're not the same in this context. They're not the same.
Okay. Look. Let me tell you something. See, this is why you don't get it. Okay. So what's an elevation? It's a height above sea level, right?
It's the angle from the observer. No. It's an angle. Yes,
No. Okay. So look at.
So you're not letting me finish sentences again. As soon as I say something you don't like, you interrupt me.
Because you're wrong. Okay.
No.
So you want me to just
wrong?
You want me to let you be wrong? Go ahead.
Yes.
Be wrong. Go ahead.
Yes.
Go ahead.
I do.
Go ahead.
Right?
Be wrong. Go ahead.
Right. The elevation is the angle from the observer, right, to the horizon and to the object that's in the sky, and it's that angle.
No. Okay. So
That's what elevation means.
Okay.
In
Deborah,
this context.
Brenda, Deborah, whatever the fuck your name is. Look at. You are 1,000% wrong, and then let me now educate the crowd in case you kind of threw them out into the sidelines and now they're confused. Obviously, those that know, they know you're just fucking bullshitting, lying. But let me read something for the people that are actually listening. Elevation refers to the height of a point or object above a reference level, usually above sea level. It is commonly used in geography and geology to describe the altitude of landforms. Do you see how those two words, they're just the fucking same thing? They're just said differently? You said that they're not. See, this is where you guys have tactics, Brenda. You come in here and you think you know what the fuck you're talking about, but you're just misleading people. You're giving misinformation, disinformation. It's fucking pathetic, Brenda. And you do this all the fucking time.
Right. So the elevation of a celestial object is the angle between the horizon and the object. That's what it is.
Yeah, this is fucking retarded.
Is that correct? Do you agree?
Yeah, you're just retarded. I agree with that. So here's the point. So if you have the elevation of a plane, if you have the elevation, okay, if you have, by definition, if you have the elevation of a plane, we can also call that we have the altitude of the plane. That's how high they are.
Those could be two different things, depending on the context.
Okay.
Listen,
oh my God, bro.
Let me respond to you. Sometimes people use words in ways that are imprecise, right? They use them to mean different things depending on different context. When you're using a sextant and you're determining the elevation angle, that angle is formed between the horizon and the object, the celestial object, typically the sun or the moon or some star. Right? That's what it means in that context. It doesn't mean it's altitude.
Okay, this is where you're wrong. You're 1,000% wrong, Brenda.
Really? I'm wrong?
I'll tell you what. Do yourself a favor, okay? It's real simple. Just do yourself a favor. You're right. There is in its context, but the way we're speaking about this, they're the same thing. But you want to focus on that. This is a tactic. Again, you want to focus on something different. You still didn't answer my question, by the way. You still didn't answer the question. When I said, do we know the elevation of the plane or altitude? You can say whichever one you want to use in this context, because you're right. We can use it however you want to. But they're both mean the same thing, though.
The altitude of the plane will be 25,000 feet.
Okay.
The elevation angle from some observer will be different, though, won't it? It'll be an angle. It'll be expressed in degrees.
But did I say angle? See, this is this is a tactic. I never said angle. I said what's the elevation?
Elevation.
That's it though. But see, this is why. This is the tactic that you have, Brenda, and all other Globers do too. The reason why? Hold on, just listen. The reason why you'll throw an angle in there is because then you could fucking play La La Land and you can make everything whatever you want. Because now you're saying, now I could look at that star right there and I have an angle to it, and then I have a distance based upon these other known variables, and then I know that thing right there is 93 trillion miles away from me because I took an angle to it.
That's not how we know how far.
No, that's retarded though, right? Because a lot of you guys do that.
That's not how we know how far the stars are. That's not.
No. Hold on. Well, let's go to celestial navigation. Right? How do you know how far you are off of that star? It's because of its GP, right?
No.
No?
We don't know how distant they are because of their GP.
No. I mean from that location. We're assuming when you look at a star, not the distance of the star itself, the distance of the GP. But we're going to assume
the GP?
Right. Okay. Meaning it's directly above you, right? But would you agree though? But we don't know the height of the actual star. Would you agree to that, or would you 1,000% disagree with that?
We can't measure. The angle is and requires such precision that we can't measure it here from Earth. We have other ways of measuring.
Okay, so you're under the assumption and under the belief, should I say, that you believe that we can actually find out the distance to a light in the sky, correct?
No, we can find the distance, but just not using a sextant.
No. I think you misheard me. I said you're under the belief that we can, CAN, find the distance to the light in the sky, right?
Not with a sextant, but yes.
I didn't say with a sextant. I said just in general, right? You believe that, right?
Listen to the entire sentence I used. I said not with a sextant, but we can with other methods.
Okay, so that is a falsehood, and this is why you bring in your position, which is also a falsehood. Because you can't measure a light in the sky. You have a model that's built, and you're told that we can, and that we did, and that we know that when you look up at the sky tonight and you see a star, and you have that star named because it's in a what do you call them? It's in a what do you call them? The animals and stuff. I forget, the zodiac, whatever it is. It's in a, I forget what you call them. I don't care about the stars like you guys do. When you have it, like let's say you're looking at the Aries, right? The belt or whatever, and you're like, that star is X amount of miles away, and then your little kid is like, well, what about the star right next to it? And then you go to a book and you go, oh, that star is actually 200 trillion miles farther than that star. And then you're just like, okay, yeah, I believe that. Fucking Bob's your uncle, right? And then it is what it is.
Yeah. So do you have a point in that?
It's fucking bullshit. That's what I'm trying to get to. Your distance to the stars is bullshit.
How do you know that they aren't? How do you know that they aren't? What they're saying isn't true.
Because there's no fucking way that anybody will ever be able to measure something without measuring it. You can't just look at something. I don't
know what that means.
You can't just look at a light in the sky and just definitively say that's how far that is.
Yeah, we can.
You can't do it. You won't ever be able to do it.
But that's your claim, is we can't.
You know what happened? You know what happened when they try to use your same method that you're talking about with the sun 200 years ago? Let's say, or even 1,000 years ago. You know that they had a different answer than today's answer? Do you know that?
Yeah, so
you never thought, it never like dawned on you like, wow, if they were wrong back then and then they were wrong again and they were wrong again and then like 15 times later we are now where we are today, don't you think like, well, maybe we're wrong right now, but we just in time they're going to find they're going to have better equipment or whatever the fucking lame excuse is, but it's going to be different again. Once upon a time it was this, and eventually it will be something else. Do you see it though, how that whatever fucking way they're trying to say they're doing it is clearly not fucking helping anybody because they're wrong.
How do you know that?
Because
they were wrong.
Historically, they've been wrong.
How do you know they were wrong?
Well, according to today's modern, if we took a test right now at a school and they said the distance to the sun is at 20 million, 70 million, or 93 million, and little Johnny circles C, guess what? He's going to get that answer correct.
Yeah, that would be the correct answer.
But guess what? What if little Johnny was taking the test 1,000 years ago? Would that be the correct answer? No, little Johnny would be wrong.
The correct answer 1,000 years ago would have been different. Yes.
Okay, so is that the way reality works? It just fucking changes over time.
It's the way science works.
Oh, okay. So with that logic, now think about this. Okay, with that logic, if there is a science, quote unquote. See, that's the point. You're calling it science, but it's not science. If there is a science, quote unquote, that gives you a measurement and it's wrong, and then years later, here's the measurement, then it's wrong again, then it's wrong again, then it's wrong again, and 15 times later, we're finally like, oh no, this is the right one. But guess what? 200 years from now, it's probably going to be wrong. But here's what I'm trying to tell you.
It won't be. It won't be wrong. 200.
That's probably what they said 1,000 years ago. They probably said that 1,000 years ago.
Listen to me. Allow me to speak. Because you speak with a pressured voice. 200 years from now, 1,000 years from now, the answer will still be 93 million miles.
How can you say that? Because
that's how science works.
You're only saying that because you're living in the moment right now today.
No,
Guess what?
I'm not.
I bet you when the greatest minds found out that the sun was 3 million miles away, they died thinking, fucking, we are the man. We fucking proved it. We are amazing. We knew that
they were
the sun
smarter than that.
Oh, are you sure about that?
Yes, I'm pretty sure about that. They were smarter than that.
So is it safe to say that
they understood that the Apocryphon, they understood that was the best estimate they could give at the time.
Okay, so then how can you 1,000% say that we now know the distance? Because by your own logic, you would say, well, it's not 93 million. It's probably more. We just don't have better technology yet.
Well, because you don't listen. For one thing,
it's bullshit. For one thing,
the estimates approach the true number asymptotically.
Okay, so if you have a system,
do you know what that means? Do you know what that means?
I didn't even hear what you were saying, to be honest. If you have a system.
The estimates approach the true value asymptotically.
Okay, so if you think that there's this system that you have in place right now that apparently science is using, and they repeatedly they prove themselves wrong, okay, or not themselves, but the guy yesterday.
Wrong.
Hold on.
Wrong or false. It's not.
It's fuck. Okay.
It's estimates, dude.
You guys that believe.
You understand an estimate?
Brenda, you guys that believe in this fake pseudoscience system that's telling you we understand this heliocentric model and we have distances to these things and we know these things to be true.
Estimates.
When they tell Brenda, when they tell you if they give your child a test and they fucking are right or wrong, that means they're telling you that's what it is. They're not saying, okay, kids, is it close to 93 million? Is it about 100 million? No. There's a correct answer and a wrong answer.
APOC, you don't get it. You have to keep guessing, and if you keep guessing, but you're getting slightly closer, then every answer's correct.
That's correct. Right? That's exactly right. That's how.
Okay, Brenda. With that logic, Brenda, do you not understand? Then that is what we call pseudoscience.
No, that's not pseudoscience.
There's no. Labeling it as science is
what is pseudoscience?
It's actually not science at all.
Yes, it is science. It's how science works by estimates.
How are you manipulating? No. You don't even know what fucking science is.
You guess. That's what science is. Is a guess.
Okay. So let's walk this through then. This is going to be fun. Walk through the distance to the sun is science. Let's go. Go ahead. Set it up.
You make a guess.
Okay.
Right? And then you test the guess.
How do you test the distance? Go ahead.
Right. You make observations.
Okay. You observe something. Okay. So now you have to. Okay. See. But now you're going to get caught in a weird fucking catch-22, and I'll tell you why. You're trying to find out the distance to one thing, which you cannot measure, and you're going to gauge it upon another thing, which you cannot measure, and then you're going to say, well, I got that measurement. Hold on. You're going to say, but I got that measurement from this measurement, which you cannot measure, and you're gonna go down a long fucking road of fucking catch-22s, where you can't fucking make that because none of them prove it. But go ahead.
Aristarchus made a guess, right? And then he said that the moon, when it's at a certain spot, is at right angles to us.
Did he think he was right?
I can make a guess and a calculate and calculate that angle, right?
Oh my God! So
Brenda, let me try
exactly. Chris, go ahead.
That's how science
I think
works.
It would be great.
Crit's thinking exactly what I'm thinking.
These people back from the dead, like resurrect them somehow, and have you debate them, tell them they're wrong, your measurements right.
Right.
And then see who would win the debate.
So is there something wrong with the method I gave?
They thought they were right, and you think you're right. You both can't be right.
Did they think they were right?
Oh my God, yes. Brenda.
They knew they were right.
No, they didn't.
They knew they were right.
No, they didn't.
Yes, they did.
No, they didn't.
That's what I'm saying. Too bad we can't bring people from the past and have you debate them so they could get a good laugh at you too.
Brenda, do the people think they're right today that measure distance to the sun? Do they think they're right today?
They know they're right.
Okay, so then don't you think logically that the people back before, they knew they were right? Because they knew no better.
They knew it was an estimate.
So then what? So then the people today know it's an estimate too. Then, right? Logically.
Yeah, in a sense, yeah.
Brenda, you're living in a time. Brenda, you're living in a time frame where you're no different than when they thought the sun was 3 million miles away. There, you had people. You had listen. Just listen. You had people that thought they knew something, and then they shared this information, and then you just Brenda, don't cut me off, please. Just listen. Then you had children growing up hearing, oh, that person that's very smart, and they're the great minds of our society, and then they go, oh, guess what, kid? It's 3 million miles away. Then that kid grew up thinking, yeah, it's 3 million miles away, and that person that said it was and taught it to be, and also the kid that grew up believing it to be, they both died thinking that it was 3 million miles away. And then years later, they said, oh, no, it's not 3 million, it's 9 million miles. And then you have the same scenario where everyone that's growing up during that time, they have the teachers, they're like, oh, we have better instruments now. And those people way back then, 300 years ago, they didn't have this. We have the new super duper X1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we can see way more detail. And now we got it. And then Brenda, no, not yet. I'm very close to being done. And then Brenda, guess what? Then they grew up also believing that. And here now, fast forward to today. Okay, fast forward, where we all grew up. All of us in here, we grew up with the answer on the test was 93 to 94 million miles, depending on the time of the year, right? Because the sun's going in and out on this ecliptic.
So saying it's 93 isn't.
So then guess what? So then guess what, Brenda? You are now that child that grew up believing a number. You're no different than every past generation that was lied to, fell for it, and died thinking they knew the truth.
You're right. Because
I know I'm right.
Now you spent like a good 3 minutes.
Go ahead.
Right. So the way science works is you make a guess, and then you devise a test for that guess, right? And you make repeated observations and tests. It goes in a circle. And the result of the method is that successive guesses get you closer and closer to the true value. And today, we can measure that value of 93 million miles. It changes throughout the year, you're correct. So if you say 93 million miles, that's wrong, right? Because it could be some other number within the tolerances of the instruments we have and the measurements that we're taking, right? So the people back then knew that their stated distance to the sun was an estimate. They all knew that, but it was the best they had at the time, right? And that's why science works in all areas. It makes a guess and successive approximations to the truth.
100 years from now, there's going to be, and you're dead already. We're all dead already. Hold on, just listen.
Do you know what an asymptote is?
Hold on. 100 years from now, you're going to be dead, and I'll be dead. And there's going to be some fucking person that, I won't go there, never mind. There's going to be a person that's going to be talking to a group of people and say, way back in the 2000s, they thought they knew. But here we are in 2160, whatever the fucking year it is, and they're gonna be like, we have better technology, and now we know that our galaxy is actually XYZ.
No,
whatever they fucking come up with.
We're talking about the sun, not the galaxy.
Yeah. Well, guess what? The sun is part of all that nonsense in the bullshit story. So
that's not the point, though.
So when they find out,
the sun is the point, right?
So when they find out that the Milky Way galaxy is actually collapsing in on itself or expanding quicker. Hold on. I know, but let me finish, okay? When they find out, okay, because eventually it's going to change. Eventually, because it always changes. That's one thing you can count.
That's the point.
One thing you can count on your bullshit, quote unquote, science heliocentrism is that it constantly changes, and that's one thing you can count on.
No,
because you guys are fucking believing a falsehood. And guess what? Do you want to know how we know it's false? Because they were false. The guy you quoted earlier,
they weren't false. Though.
The guy, yes, it was.
No, they weren't.
If they were wrong, it was false. Okay, Brenda, let me tell you this. If I told you, just listen. If I told you that I threw a ball 5 yards away from me, okay, and then later on you find out, wait, it was 10 yards away from me? What?
Yeah, that's possible.
So then that means I lied. That would be a falsehood.
That doesn't mean you lied.
If it went 10 yards, that, oh my God. You know, I'm done.
That's not a lie. That was your best.
I'll let someone.
Apocryphon,
No, it's not the
it was
best
your
fucking
best estimate at the time.
No.
And then you took a more careful measurement and found out it was 10 yards away.
Oh
right?
my God. No. You're not getting it. You won't get it. And you're stuck. And you're never going to get it, Brenda. You're not going to get this. All stemmed and comes from distances to the light from the sky.
Apocryphon. Do you know what an
distances are false?
Is?
Listen, heliocentrism is false. All right. Distances to the light in the sky are false. And you believing that elevation and height,
it's elevation.
Look at elevation meaning multiple ones, right? Multiple ones. I'm saying in a plural sense, right? Taking elevations, right? There is a such thing as that.
Yes, celestial object on the horizon is 0 degrees.
Okay.
Its altitude is not 0. It's not.
Okay. You keep telling yourself whatever you need to keep your ball alive in your little ball heart. Okay. But the reality.
Would you stop, please?
But the reality though is this, Brenda. I'm trying to wrap it up because I want to pass the mic because I'm done talking.
Why don't you just engage in a conversation instead of
We've been having a conversation.
They never engage in a conversation. It's crazy. It happens all the time.
I know.
Bro.
Apocryphon, science works by approximation. You have an asymptotic relationship. So the first measurements were way off. That was 2,000 years ago, and successive measurements of the distance to the sun got better and better, closer and closer.
You keep telling yourself that. No. If anything,
but that's what happened.
No.
That's what happened. That's how like time like progresses. Like we get better technology to know what the sun is.
Okay, if you're getting farther, listen. If you're getting farther away from the truth, you guys are saying that's a better thing.
Closer to
you're getting no.
You're getting closer.
No, you're getting farther away.
Bro. Okay, you're denying. Stop denying.
So once upon a time, the sun was only 1 million miles away. Okay, 1 million. Okay, and now they're taking it farther and farther and farther away from us. And they're saying, but we're getting more and more accurate. No, you're getting farther away from the truth.
It's a curve.
No, we're not.
It's a curve. It's a curve that approaches a certain value. You know what an asymptote is, Apocryphon?
You keep saying that, but you know what? It doesn't help your argument because your argument is based upon
is my argument.
Yeah, but it's based upon a falsehood. Do you understand that?
The value approaches the truth. The estimate approaches the true value asymptotically, and you don't know what asymptote is.
But you know what's crazy? You know what's crazy?
Do you know what it is?
No. You know, just real quick. Do you know what's crazy? For when every time you bring up retardedness, okay, like just complete retardedness.
That mean words that you don't understand?
And no. The reason why you're bringing that in is because it has to be this for your position to make sense to you. It has to be this. You have to have where it's going to create it's bowing down to heliocentrism.
Estimating the distance to the sun. Yeah. Aristarchus was way off, and successive attempts at estimating the distance got closer and closer and closer. So 200 years from now, the correct answer will be about 93 million miles. It'll still be the same because that asymptotic line is getting closer and closer to the true value.
Okay, you don't even know the distance to it. You can't prove the distance other than a mathematical equation. This is the bullshit. You're not getting it. So if you think that because you're going to be able to see, well, there's a certain path and we have these curves and there's, you think it's all just mathematical formulas, functions, numbers, X, Y, Z's and parentheses and all this other bullshit. You think because you can write it down on a paper that makes something that you cannot fucking measure all of a sudden measurable. And that's the fucking falsehood that you're in. This is your fucking paradigm. It's retarded and it's always wrong. And you guys, and not you, meaning you, because you don't do shit, but the people that are behind this heliocentric model, and they're the mathematicians out there trying to fucking prove the universe using fucking concepts that can't be proven. There's no science to it because it can't be repeated, testable, nothing like that. It's just a fucking formula. And you don't grasp that. You cannot let that go because you need that. You need it to be a formula.
This guy's like,
yeah, he just spurgs. That's all he ever does.
Yeah, that's all I ever do. I just drop mad truth on you.
You don't engage in
drop mad truth on you. Yeah, and it hurts.
Made out of thin air, like they just didn't do anything to find it. Like, does
excuse me? Excuse me, what?
You're like chatting about this like formula bullshit, but like, how do you think they found it, man?
Found what?
I don't know. You tell me.
No, they haven't found anything but ways to fucking deceive everybody. That's all they found. Well, and they put it on a fucking mathematical formula, and you dumbasses gobbled it up. Don't get me wrong. I once gobbled it up too. Believe me, I once believed in the heliocentric model. I will admit. I was as fucking retarded as all you guys still are.
Apocryphon, we weren't talking about that. We were talking about the distance to the sun.
Correct. Which is bullshit.
Right. But you are just saying that. You can't prove it's bullshit.
No. This is what you're not grasping. Because somebody tells you we can measure 90 trillion miles away and you believe them? Then that's bullshit.
I don't believe them because they told me. I believe them because it's true.
Oh my God. Okay.
Right.
All right.
There's independent methods for validating things that are independent of what somebody says.
Okay. If you think you can fucking measure trillions of miles away, okay, trillions, not even billions. Even billions is fucking nonsensical.
Yes, we can measure that.
Okay, how? Mathematically on a piece of paper?
Hold on, let me ask a question to Brenda. Brenda, how do you validate that the sun is actually a solid object that you can actually measure to?
We don't think it's a solid object.
So how are you validating you being able to measure to a surface, right? Saying in this thing is X amount of miles. You can allow me to finish my point so I can steel man your position.
Right, like Apocryphon.
How are you substantiating, Brenda, the fact that the sun is an actual surface that you can measure to, shoot it, ping it, and have a return signal? Go ahead.
Right. We pinged it with radar.
So you pinged it with a radar signal that could travel from an aperture, ping it, and come back like you would measure a wall with a laser measuring tape, as an example.
Like you would be a cop on the road measuring somebody speeding, yes.
Gotcha. So your validation is radar. Okay, go ahead. Thank you.
Yes, they used radar to measure the distance to the sun. There are other methods too. You can use triangulation, right, and other methods.
It's amazing how you're not telling us anything new, Brenda.
We can use radio.
Hold on a minute, though.
We can use radio to measure the distance to the moon.
Now again, hold on a minute here. You just said triangulation. I'm actually sitting down to walk this out because I need to verify it. So last time I checked, triangulation is a process where you stand in the middle and you triangulate your location with the crisscrossing of the visualization of the stars as up in the sky, right? I'm able to triangulate my location through confirmation of three things I can see and say, aha, I'm here based on that triangulation, right? Which to me requires a flat baseline in order for that to work. So again, I need to know, right? How are you taking the observation or the measurement to the star versus just using the star to verify your location through a process of triangulation, which would be synonymous with celestial navigation? Go ahead.
Celestial navigation doesn't use triangulation.
Oh, really? Correct. Wow. Can we clip that? Let's clip that. Let's clip that.
That segues to a different conversation as far as measuring the distances to things, right? If you know, for instance, that the moon, right, is at right angles to you, and then it's getting illuminated by the sun, you can measure the angles.
That's a presupposition, right? Brenda. How do you verify that the moon is number one at a right angle to you? How do you know that the moon is in fact being lit by the sun, right? These are presuppositions. I know that you can use, again, the mariners, as they navigated the seas many years ago, used a process of the stars. They get up in the morning around 4 or 5 a.m. They look at the stars that are available to them, pinpoint their location based on 3 or more stars, and then they're able to verify what direction they need to travel. That's triangulation. I don't know anything about measuring to a star in order to say the star is X amount of miles away. Go ahead.
That's trilateralization. It's not triangulation. It's a
trilateralization versus triangulation. Wow.
No, it's a different method, right? And so we.
I'm just curious. I didn't hear a rebuttal to radar. Like, why couldn't you use radar? Because we know what the speed of light is. Radar uses electromagnetic waves at the speed of light. So why is that not possible? I don't get it.
Well, you're going to insert the way that the sun works, right? As to the sun working on the same premise as a laser. So we know the fact that a laser, right, just as Brenda outlined, can shoot out a signal, ping something, and the return. Brenda, stop talking for a minute, right? The question was asked, I'm answering it. So the time that it takes to ping that object and return the signal back. Now, inserting the idea that the sun presents its light in the exact same way, I think is a leap of logic. Go ahead.
Well, Hawaii asked the question. I'm letting him go.
No, but I don't know. But I don't know anything. I'm just asking why can't a radar work?
Because a radar works on a different premise to the sun.
What does that matter? My car.
Because you're then going to compare apples to oranges, and that's a faulty.
My car works on a different principle.
Well, no, but here's the reality, though. Like, they're spewing so much bullshit right now, Killian. There's no one. You cannot shoot radar to a sun. Like you cannot do that.
Why not?
You actually in your this. You guys don't even know your own paradigm. In your own paradigm, they don't shoot it to the sun. They shoot it to things around the sun. And then they take a calculation.
Venus or whatever. I think
no one's fucking shooting a radar to the sun. Stop saying these fucking lies,
that's
dude.
Literally what they did, though.
No, they're not.
Yes,
no one's shooting a radar to the sun.
Yes, they pointed the radar at the sun.
Oh my God!
Okay, that's not
they get a return. They get a return.
No, you cannot.
They other planets and they bounce it off other planets to the sun. That's what the claim is. They don't point it directly at the sun.
Yeah, Brenda, you don't even know your own fucking paradigm, and you've been in this fucking thing for years. It's fucking.
What are
crazy.
you talking about? You point it at the sun.
At least
no, you cannot bounce anything off the fucking sun.
They use other planets in the solar system supposedly to bounce it off to get to the sun. They don't point it directly at the sun.
That's incorrect.
They can't bounce. Okay, they can't bounce off the fucking sun because it doesn't have a surface that you think will fucking ping back.
It does, though. It does have a surface that will ping back.
No, it doesn't.
You just say no. Everything I've brought up, you just say no.
I'll tell you what. Just go look into it.
I have looked into it.
Oh, okay, good, great.
Show us papers published.
Show us the claim.
There's papers published.
Show us the claim.
Stop interrupting me. You complain when I do, so turnabout is fair play.
Go ahead.
Right? So there's papers where they pointed radar at the sun, and got the return back 16 minutes later.
Please provide that.
APOC, please cook her on this because she's definitely wrong on that one.
Yeah, she's 1,000% wrong. But I, you know what? I'm letting Brenda give just enough rope to hang themselves. But go ahead and give the citation.
You won't believe me if I cite it because
no. This is what you don't understand. In your own paradigm. Okay, so in your own paradigm, once upon a time they tried that and they realized the radar would not fucking bounce back from the fucking sun that they thought they were shooting at. And this is the funny part. And this is the funny thing.
Listen, stop filibustering. Just have a back and forth.
Let him finish, Brenda. Let him finish. He's explaining why you're wrong, and you can even figure this out logically.
He's not explaining why. He's just saying I'm wrong.
No. I'll tell you what. Let's make it easy. Post a citation of that happening, and I'll just shut up.
Believe it?
I'll shut up and I'll read what you post.
Will you believe it?
I'll read what you post. Go ahead.
Will you believe it, though?
I want to see it.
We will. The room will. Trust me.
Go ahead. Post it. Do it.
Yeah, because I popped said this is from your own paradigm. Your own paradigm says you can't bounce it off the sun for like multiple reasons. Yeah.
It doesn't though.
Go, just post it. Just stop talking and just post it.
It's going to take time, right?
It's going to take an eternity because it doesn't exist. But go ahead. And please don't show me the old fucking article from like fucking 50, 60, 70 years ago where they said they did and then they fucking found out that they were fucking wrong. But go ahead, post what you want and we'll break it down. Go ahead.
Unless she comes up with some new technology that advances the limitations that have been explained, then she's just going to fail here.
So you're just going to reject it, like I predicted. They are going to reject it.
The sun does not reflect radar. Holy fuck! Go ahead.
I posted the link to a PDF.
Let me see.
It says radar echoes from the sun.
McToon. Oh my god, let's check it out.
No, we need a proper source.
Yeah, McToon.
That is a source.
And wait a
radar
minute.
Echoes from. Oh, is this the one from the 60s? Yep. Okay, here we go.
And just to verify, though, isn't this the same premise that was used to say that the moon it also is an object?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
so
it's the same logic.
The whether or not we're actually pinging the surface that the moon is being projected upon, or the sun is actually being projected upon, still has yet to be confirmed. Right.
I don't know what that even means.
Yeah, well,
they're objects. They're objects.
I just posted a link as well, which claims that you can't point a laser directly at the sun. Is my link worse than yours?
Yeah, great. So here's the thing.
It's like commonly accepted, right?
There's still a
laser
out there that we could be dealing with a surface, i.e. the actual, and I'm going to put this out there as a potential dome, if you will, above us, that the sun and the moon are actually housed within. So the sun and the moon actually being projected upon that surface, and that actually, when you guys, hold on a minute, Brenda, shh. When you actually ping the sun and the moon, you're actually just pinging the surface that the sun and the moon are actually contained within. Just something.
So we should get the same distance whether we're pinging the sun or the moon, right?
That's my potential. What's
then
your
why
answer?
Do we get different numbers? Because you can use radar waves or radio waves to bounce off of the moon, and in fact, ham radio operators do this all the time. They bounce their radio waves off the moon.
What are the numbers?
So you can't point it directly at the sun. Yeah, you bounce it off the moon.
What are the numbers, Brenda? What are the numbers, Brenda? Measurement to the sun, measurement to the moon. Go ahead.
Yeah, 93 million miles.
For both of them.
Oh my god.
For both of them, is that correct?
No.
This is so
240,000 to the.
No,
but wait, so now you agree that
let's focus on her claim of the sun, guys. She's so wrong. She's so wrong on that one. I think we just need to pin that down. There's multiple reasons why you're not bouncing lasers off the sun, and I'd like her to discover them slowly.
One thing too, Dave McKeegan got the he said a different distance to the moon. So it'd be good to see if you could get a Dave McKeegan versus Brenda and hash out who knows the distance to the moon. And who got it right? Because if they both have different answers, one says, the same thing with Leo. Leo said the ISS is 8,000 miles away. And it'd be interesting in someone who says something other than Leo. Like, hey, Leo, how far away is the ISS? And you get these globalists to debate among themselves and come up with how do they get that figure and who's right.
If you want to organize that, go ahead.
No, I don't give a shit. It'd be interesting.
No, so you're not really interested.
No, I'd be interested for the entertainment value.
You're not, because you're not willing to.
Brenda, I'll explain it. I'd be interested in the entertainment value of it, but there's other entertainment things.
Well, then go ahead and organize it.
Yeah, we all like midget
email them. All you have to do is email them, and they might set up a time, and they'd come in here, right? And we would talk.
No, dude, they're shit scared to leave any space they don't control. Yeah, These guys are shit scared.
No, they're not.
Any space that they don't have full control.
Yeah, because you guys use your mute button, right? You mute and kick people when they disagree with you.
Yeah, that's not what you think happens. Then
has that happened today?
Ahead. Yeah, no one's been banned. Who's been banned today? The one guy who said that flat earthers are talking to minors, trying to get pictures. That person was banned. And they were server banned because then we opened up a mod mail to say, hey, this just happened. We got live streamed, recorded. See, this is why recording this is so powerful. It hard counters your claims. You say, hey, all you guys do is ban and mute people. Here's a live stream.
Yeah, Crit, didn't Brenda say something about this room grooming kids or something like that?
Yeah,
isn't that what Brenda lost her account?
We can take that back though, because she did withdraw that claim.
Ah, okay.
But that's what I'm saying. When you were banned for making that comment, and you were unbanned when you took it back. You saw it.
Sounds pretty reasonable.
Yeah, you saw in real time when you go batshit crazy. You get banned. When you stay on topic and have a functioning normal conversation, you talk forever. And on a globe server, simply suggesting the Earth is something other than the current model. If you present even an old model or you disagree with the current model, that's bannable. They'll call you like racist, you're bigoted, you're stupid, like all kinds of crazy shit. This is why if they really want to debate, when they feel comfortable, they'll eventually leave their echo chambers and seek out flat earthers to have a conversation. Right now, they're still shit scared to leave any space they don't control. Shit scared. This is why, like McToon, he'll only debate on his own channel. Where he'll invite someone, hey, I'm interested in your flat earth stuff. Well, certainly, McToon, says DMOC, or other flat earthers, I'll come to your channel, mutes them, and then just reads off insulting super chats while laughing, while they're muted. That's the type of interlocker you get in the globe side. They are shit scared to be anywhere they don't have a mute button.
Why don't you do it in a neutral space where there's a moderator?
The flat earthers refused to go to neutral spaces.
Did. Yeah, Witsit debated Dave on like the quartering on neutral space. Like the quartering is a really right-wing Christian conservative. He hates flat earthers. He sees flat earthers as some sort of like communist conspiracy to undermine the greatness of America. And Witsit's like, fine, I'll debate you anywhere you want. Dave says the quartering. Fine, the quartering. And Dave had a thermonuclear meltdown because the quartering wouldn't mute Witsit. And Dave's like, well, or the quartering's like, I support free speech. I disagree with it, but I'm going to platform ideas I disagree with. And Dave was completely incensed. He's like, how can you platform insults to humanity? And then it was the most epic thing. Then they did a poll. Who won the debate. Everyone says, oh, well, the Earth isn't flat, but Witsit destroyed Dave.
Is that how you win?
Can you post it in the side chat?
Yeah, I don't have the
yeah,
link
it
right
isn't
now.
anything like what Crit is saying.
It got to the point.
It actually is.
It got to the point where Dave blocked the quartering for not retracting the poll.
Yeah, you don't win debates by polls.
Yeah, that's why. Go talk to Tyson then, because Tyson said that's how you win. You win by.
Not. It's not.
Also, Modern Day Debate. Modern Day Debate said that too. They said the reason why they like Witsit is because he's able to work the audience, and it makes for a good debate.
Yeah, he agitates them. So what? That's not how you win debates.
Well, the Globe side, you win debates with a mute button.
How do you win a debate?
On the Globe side, how do
you win a debate, Chris?
By convincing the other person.
No, that's not how you win. No, it's not.
But you presented the argument. I presented the argument. We look at what the different arguments' conclusions are, and one person's argument.
Yeah, that's not how you win a debate.
Yeah, that's how you win. You win
it
by
isn't,
convincing the person through logic, reason, or science.
No.
This is why
you're wrong.
Newton's flaming sword. Newton's flaming sword says first you do your experiment, then you debate. If you haven't done your experiment yet, you're just talking about an opinion. You're just hashing out opinions.
That's also false. So you win debates by presenting a sound and valid argument, right?
Then do it.
That's how you do it. You've done it many times.
Let's see it. Let's see it. If you think that's what it is, let's see you do it in real time right now. Let's see Brenda debate.
Debate what?
Holy fuck.
What's the topic?
Yeah, so like, how about this Antarctic thing? You seem to be really on that right now. Or flat earthers owe you an apology.
It falsifies. It falsifies.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
No, it doesn't. Show the flat Earth.
1,000%.
The prediction of the flat Earth, right?
The prediction
of the
flat Earth. Okay, so not the flat Earth.
prediction of the
prediction. Can you just make sure that's the Glober's prediction?
Models
just make sure that's correct. Will Duffy's prediction.
My prediction of this final experiment was right away. I was right on Gem Pandas. He asked me, "What's your prediction?" I said, "You've got a mega church super pastor who's upset by his friend Wendy being the flat earther. Somehow that relationship fell apart, so now he's pissed off at flat earthers for some reason. He's going to round up a bunch of, like cringe shit and then not convince even himself of his own bullshit. This will not be final, and it won't even be an experiment. They'll never even give you the hypothesis.
It is an experiment.
Shout out to Wendy.
I gave you the hypothesis.
Shout out to Wendy.
I gave you the hypothesis. It is an experiment.
No, Brenda. Here's the problem with all you guys, with all you glowers, and even flat earthers at this point. There's a lot of flat earthers too that are wrong. And as I said way at the beginning, when I remember Matt Nuke was like, "Oh, what are you going to do apart from of this?" I said, "You know what? I'm gonna have to go back to the drawing board. I won't understand." Or it'll tell me that I don't understand how the things in the sky work. But one thing's for sure, seeing something in the sky doesn't prove the ground. It just lets you know that we just don't understand how the things in the sky operate and work. Because at the end of the day, no, Brenda, no, it doesn't actually. Because at the end of the day, Brenda, you can't say
that's stupid. And
you can't say because I saw the lights go around above me in my room, that means my floor is now, it has to be a ball.
Yes, you can.
No.
Yes,
because if I
you just say no, and then you talk over me.
Listen, Brenda. If I was able to create like this fun house, like at a carnival, okay, where when you walked into it, and obviously it's just on fairgrounds, so it'd just be a fucking flat planar fucking field. It's not a ball. You're not gonna be walking around a ball. But if I was able to create this thing where when you go inside, an optical illusion or phenomenon or whatever the fuck you want to call it that you can observe happens above your eyes, and you can make it to think like, oh shit, wait, how am I seeing this above me? Because it doesn't make sense logically. Just like you're saying, if we go to Antarctica and see, and the
sun is an illusion.
No, not that it's illusion, but it lets you know you don't understand how the world is. The Earth.
That's wrong.
Sorry, how
we do understand it fits.
No. But here's the reason why I'm saying it. Let me just close with this. The reason why I'm saying that is because the ground is measured flat, treated flat, observed flat. Everything about water is level, flat, horizontal. Everything about the ground. Everything about you keep saying that, but hold on, Brenda.
We measured the.
This is why
the ground is not flat.
This is why. No, you didn't. No, you didn't measure it.
Yes, we do.
No. You don't measure it flat. You calculate it. I'm sorry. You don't measure it to be a globe. You calculate it to be a globe, and that's facts.
If I calculate it's a globe, I still
no, Brenda. If you have a presupposed model,
stop. Hey, pause.
I'm shutting you off because you're wrong.
Just pause. Just pause.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I would like it if you would allow other people to speak instead of stomping on the tail end of their sentences.
Go ahead.
I've got a question about this just quickly. So if you can observe stuff in the sky, like in the real world, you can go outside and observe stars, sun, whatever. It goes around Antarctica, whatever. So why can the globe people form a model where all of these observations match, but the flat people can't? That's my main dilemma. So you're saying it doesn't affect the stuff on the ground, which I agree, but also you should be able to form a model of a planet or anything that matches those real life observations.
That's exactly right. That's exactly
okay.
right.
If you have a checkerboard, right? And why the reason why I say checkerboard is because everything is derived from a zero, okay? From a zero baseline, all right? Everywhere you're building, no matter what continent you're on, okay? And you're transferring lines horizontally, okay, to that original position, right?
You mean the base ellipsoid?
Brenda, stop.
It's an ellipsoid, isn't it?
Brenda, stop. I'm talking, okay?
Brenda,
it's an ellipsoid, though, isn't it?
Okay,
Brenda, if you're going to ask for the same respect, then you need to give the same.
Thank you. So if everything we're building is from that original first position, let's rewind the tape when we go to like day one, okay? And you start building on this earth, and you continuously, in all directions, you built something that was horizontal to your original position as far as you went, and you just from sea to shining sea, you built all across America horizontal lines. Now there will be changes in elevations because there's a topography that goes up and down, but like I've said before, if you could imagine, like on a computer screen, when you have an underscore and a hyphen, right? Underscore hyphen, but you're keeping that horizontal line from that original position. You're not curving away from that. So that's why I say checkerboard. So if you have a checkerboard, okay, and you get to the edge of the checkerboard, and then you're like, oh shit, there's this thing going around me at the checkerboard where it should be, because now I'm gonna think, well, wait, then my checkerboard is a ball then, because now I'm going to create a model to where it works if we're tilted at 23.4 degrees,
really
and 6
this
months.
This is schizo rambling.
Okay, yeah. Thank you. It's schizo. Thank you. Now shut the fuck up and listen, but let the schizo just talk. Thank you. So the point being is that if you have a sphere in your model, right, you create a model and say this is going to work this way, but yet it's a checkerboard. So at what point in your world do you take a modeled ball, but a physical, right? Not a model. It's a physical measurement that you have a checkerboard. When do you turn that into a basketball?
I don't know. You tell me.
The only time you guys do it is on a piece of paper, or in a computer.
Yeah. So
you take horizontal measurements, and then you say, "But we're living on a ball." It makes no fucking sense.
Are you saying that there is one single point and a horizontal to that point for the entire world?
Anywhere you stand in America.
Is that what you're saying?
Listen, anywhere you stand in America,
Why
you can
aren't you
find
answering my question?
I'm answering. Shut the fuck up. Anywhere you stand in America, and you can get an elevation profile, which would be based off of mean sea level, then you can build out in all directions from that position, and you're going to be horizontal all the way across.
Apocryphon, sea level is curved.
Okay, that's bullshit. All right, first of all.
No, do you have an answer other than that's bullshit?
That's bullshit. No, that's a total lie.
That's prove it. You need to give an argument. You need to give an argument. You can't just say that's bullshit.
How about you prove it?
No.
How about you prove it? Because I can tell. Because I can.
Sea level is curved.
Okay, prove it. Go ahead, prove it.
Right, sea level is the mean sea level, right?
Prove it.
So that's an. Do I get to talk or not?
Prove it.
Yes, Brenda. Bullshit. Talk already, Brenda.
Right. So mean sea level is an average, right? It's the average from. It's an average height of the ocean, right? So, on a globe, that's curved.
Oh my God! So you said
it's curved.
I'm going to prove the Earth. Oh, hold on. This is you right now.
No, I'm describing to you what mean sea level
You're going to prove. Listen. You're going to prove that the water is curved because I'm going to say because the Earth is curved. That is bullshit. I'm
not proving. I'm not proving Apocryphon. I'm defining the definition. The definition of mean sea level is the average sea level, and on a globe that's curved.
Okay, but false. That's fucking.
It's true
retarded.
for a globe.
No, it's not.
True isn't it?
Okay, so here's the point, though. Here's the point. Okay, so on the let's break it down this way. Okay, that was your claim. You said that was your claim. You said that the oceans are curved. Okay, that's your claim. But let's go to reality now. Fuck your stupid model, fucking assumption of a globe Earth that you cannot prove. By the way, you just fucking say it. You speak it into existence, and you write it down and draw it on a piece of paper. But here's reality: if we're on a continent, okay, a landmass, and we build that bitch horizontally in all directions. So we are going to say, well, this whole fucking landmass is planar because we are going horizontal in all directions.
Who says
there's
it's planar?
Yes, there's ups and downs of topography because the baseline of which you fucking measured it off of, which was mean sea level. We're not even to the ocean yet.
On a continent, you don't measure from mean sea level. You go from the datum, don't you?
It's going to get really bad for you. It's going to get really bad for you right now.
Don't you go from a datum?
Yes, which is from mean sea level. You idiot.
Yes. No, it's from the WGS 84, which
oh my god. What? Okay. Oh my god. Brenda, is that from mean sea level? Yes or no?
Is that an ellipse? No,
is that from mean sea level? Yes or no?
WGS 84 is not sea level.
Is that from mean sea level? Yes or no?
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh my god, bro. Okay.
Is WGS 84 the same as sea level?
Okay. WGS 84 is a model. Listen, WGS 84 is a model.
It's an ellipsoid, isn't it?
Listen. It's a model that's established when dealing with the profile of elevation. It's established from mean sea level. All you fucking listeners, go fucking Google, is WGS 84 from mean sea level? Somebody please say the answer out loud.
No, it's not. Oh, it's a reference.
Where did they establish it from then?
It's a reference ellipsoid.
Well, hold on. Tell me what it's established for.
What?
Tell me what it's established from.
From measurements.
From what?
From geodetic measurements. They go.
Okay.
They measure it.
So that model, that system, is from where though? The geodetic survey model. I get what you're saying. You're weaseling your way out. I get what you're saying, but that geodetic survey model is from what? So if you have one, this is funny. If you have one thing derived from another, but that thing was derived from this, then wouldn't it just like logically fall in line? Like, okay, well then that means that if this is from this and this is from that. So if you have a geodetic surveyor and say, oh, here's the elevation and we're taking mean sea level, I'm going to give this I'm going to put a disc in the ground right here, right? I'm 400 feet above sea level, literally, right? ABS, right? ABSL, right?
It's not sea level. It's approximate. It's approximate to sea level. But
okay. But it's based off of it, right? If the geodetic surveyors are putting disc in the ground and they're making their datum points and they're saying this is 434 ASL, this over here is 700 ASL, right, above sea level, okay, and they're plotting them all along the coast, okay, and then all of a sudden someone says, oh, I have a new system called WGS 84, and we're going to derive it from their datum point. Now, those datum points were originally plotted in the ground above sea level, right? So, which means, Brenda, since you don't know how to follow along, what above sea level means is that if you were to take that medium average, right, that they've established, that's based off the Atlantic Ocean, they're going to say, okay, this town right here, or this city, or this whatever, this village, or whatever the fuck you're at, they're going to say, this is X amount of feet above sea level. In other words, if they dug straight into the ground, the 434 feet, right, that they're saying that's where they're above, that's where they would be.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Thank you. I have my opinion. Can I tell you?
Sure, go ahead.
Well, the whole thing, though, remember, don't try to
shut up, I'm talking.
Don't try to bulldoze
I'm talking. I'm talking. I'm talking conspiracy Santa. Don't talk over a woman.
Okay,
Please,
Olive, point of moderation. Olive, point of moderation. There was a conversation already going on. You could have simply waited for that one to end, or offered, hey, can I change topics? You just tried to bulldoze your way in.
Excuse me.
That dog don't hunt.
Excuse me. No, because the man who was
excuse you. You are excused. For fuck's sake. Okay, go ahead, APOC.
Okay, so if you
need another 20 minutes, APOC?
Brenda, no, just real quick, Brenda. I was almost done.
Real quick, so that means 10 minutes, right?
Well, okay, so if you take do you know what the elevation profile is now? That is taking above sea level. Do you understand that? Do you understand that what that means is that if you dug straight down into the ground, 434 feet, then that means you're at zero. That means you are now level to the water. The average, right, height of the water, because obviously there's tides that come in and go out, but there's an average, and they're saying that's going to be your zero, right? So when we build subways, right, in LA, and we're like, okay, we're going to dig down 42 feet below sea level, all right? That means we're going to have to first dig to sea level and then go 42 feet down, all right? So then what that means is, let's say we are 20 feet above sea level. Let's do the math together, Brenda. How many feet do we have to go down to be at 42 feet below sea level? Is it safe to say 62 feet? Yeah, because that's the way that fucking works, Brenda. It's all based upon a baseline that's straight across, horizontal, not curving, Brenda. Because when you build from one city to the next and you're still using that fucking zero line, and you're transferring lines horizontally all over the fucking city and the state, you're building on a checkerboard. Now, the water, 70% apparently, what makes up this earth. There's earth and then there's water, which makes up the place that we live. So if you think that a continent that's going to be planar, and all of a sudden you have this bendy water, like, you're just wrong. You don't get it. All right, I'll stop. Go ahead.
Your turn.
Yeah, the WGS 84 reference ellipsoid is not based on mean sea level.
Is the geodetic surveyors basing it off mean sea level, yes or no?
The geodetic surveyors measure the curvature of the Earth every day.
Is it off of mean sea level, yes or no?
Is what off?
Is it? Are they measuring it off of mean sea level, yes or no? The elevation
measuring
profile,
off of.
Okay,
they go off of a reference ellipsoid.
When there's an NGS disk in the ground, is that off the elevation profile, yes or no?
It's based. I don't know. I don't do surveying, so I don't know.
I'm telling you. Okay, so then let me tell you then.
You're a moron.
Okay, so let me tell you then. The NGS disk in the ground are going to give you an elevation, a point, a datum point that they have transferred inland from the coast, from that understood average, that median, okay? And they've transferred inland, and then you're going to have a disc in the ground when you're on a job site. You're gonna have a surveyor come out. They're like, oh, here's the benchmark. Okay, everyone, take your point from here. Let me draw a little a mark right here. I'm gonna put on this beam or this column. Okay, that right there, 536 feet above sea level. That's where it is. So then that's where you're gonna build from, and you have to make sure that you go off of that point, because that's what they have taken that elevation from. That's how they get it. Now, when we get into this WGS 84, what that means is they're now going to make this ellipsoid curved Earth from that datum point. So in other words, when you get so far away from that disk to the next disk, they're going to have a calculated, not a measured, it's going to be a calculated curve, because that's the system. See, that's what you're talking about. That's why you're saying, oh, no, it's not from mean sea level. Technically, it is, because they've got it. They took it from a datum point, and that datum point was originally from a mean sea level. It established off of that.
Yeah,
I get what you're saying.
It's based off of a reference ellipsoid.
Again, I know what you mean when you say that, but it's very shady. It's very snaky because it's still being taken. It's derived from a disk in the ground that was originally based off of mean sea level, because that's how you get the elevation profile to begin with. So the WGS-84, it's like, imagine like this invisible fucking grid that's put onto the Earth. And then they're saying
it's not a grid, it's an ellipsoid.
Okay. I'm just saying, imagine it, like, where because now you have coordinates, now you have datum points, and those datum points are like coordinates, like okay, this point right here, okay, this is going to give you XYZ right here, and then this over here, you're gonna have XYZ, because they're gonna mathematically give you a curve. Okay, you're gonna have a radius from this position 3 miles down the road. They have a calculated radius. Okay. That's why I've told you, when you transfer these lines in increments using the theodolites correctly, your numbers won't match to the disk in the ground. They are not going to match. Theodolite? Yes.
Do you? Do you use?
Yes.
Right?
What was that?
Is that right?
Say that again.
Do you use a theodolite in your work?
Yes. How do you think? Okay, the reason why you have to use a theodolite, because you're trying to find you're transferring lines, and you need to make sure that your elevations are on point. So when you transfer a line, sure, you could fucking use a measuring tape and other methods, but theodolites, they make the job way easier, and that's why you use them. They're perfect too. They line up really, really good. That makes the job way easier, and you're not doing it archaic.
I don't know what you're talking. I don't know what transferring a line is.
So let me just real quick. Okay, if let's say you have a column. Let's say you have a column, right? Column A, right? And then let's say it's 20 feet, high. So let's say it's like 2 stories high, right? Okay, and then you're like, we're gonna have a header at 10 feet, and it's gonna shoot across to the column B. Mark column B. So that way we know where to line up the bottom flange, right? So that way we know that we are going to be the height that it's supposed to be at from both positions. And you're going to actually also double check it from both sides to make sure your plumb level square. And then when you plumb up the building, and I know you know what that means, when you're making sure everything's fucking vertical, all the columns and everything's fucking pits, we call it, then you're gonna get a theodolite, and you're gonna be able to fucking get that angle right. Okay, a little bit down, a little bit to the left, a little bit to the right, go down. Okay, good. Tits, lock it down. Go ahead. And you lock it down there, right? That's how we build shit, using these tools. So yes, I do know how to transfer a line. And that's why I said 2.3 mile at the LAX, the people mover, you transfer the lines, just you leapfrog them. You go from A to B to B to C to C to D, but you always shoot back to the column, Brenda, because you want to make sure. If I'm shooting forward and I'm going to mark it over there, it's right? And then you're going to look back and make sure, but I'm still on point. I'm horizontal to my last position. That's why I always tell you, Brenda, we transfer lines horizontally. How far do you have to go horizontally for it to start curving? It's impossible. That's not reality, Brenda. No one's building something where it's fucking curving away from your position. If you're transferring a line from A to C and you're at B, when you look back at A, right, column A, and you're like, okay, I'm at the right height, and then you turn around, you shoot the line, okay, that's at the right height. You've made a fucking level, horizontal, flat, straight, whatever fucking word you want to use, but nothing about that's curving. And that's why I tell you, we're not building curves around the Earth.
All right, so I let you go on for a very long time.
Yeah, go ahead. You could take as long as you need.
I would actually prefer a back and forth, but you don't seem able to do that.
I hate that. Go ahead.
Yeah, can we change?
You hate back and forth?
Well, how about this? Instead of going to meta, Brenda, let's change topics.
Then I want to respond to what he said, which is
go ahead.
Right. What would the error be in transferring the line if the Earth were the size that we say it is?
I know you guys use this. You guys use this argument a lot. Kosho loves to use it because he said there's like a 0.0004.
Is this going to be another half an hour?
No, I'm just telling you that you guys love to say that because you say.
Are you going to answer the question?
I just told you it's like 0.00014 of a degree every fucking so many feet. But here's the point, though, Brenda.
Oh, okay. No, okay, that's great. So it's how many zeros were that? 5?
It's I don't know. Ask Kosho. He knows it. He's brought up this argument a long time ago.
Right. So the difference is very, very small, right?
This is what you guys claim.
Right. So
to make your ball Earth work,
right?
What?
It won't make a difference in the project that you're using, whether or not the Earth is.
No. It will make a difference, and I'll tell you why.
No, it won't. Listen, it won't make a difference. You know, if you're like laying concrete, if it's 0.0000
not laying concrete. Concrete's the worst.
Just an example.
By the way, because it's always off.
Jesus.
Concrete's the worst thing to go by. It's always fucking off.
Control yourself, Apocrypha. Control yourself.
Hurry,
right?
Go ahead.
Right? It won't make a difference if you're building something. You're building a building or a bridge or any kind of structure. 0.000001 difference isn't going to make a difference, is it?
Okay, Brenda.
Answer the question.
I started with telling you that you guys
will it make a difference to the construction people?
Listen,
an error of 0.00001. Will that make a difference?
Over a great distance, you better believe it would. Because
I didn't say that, did I? I said in a construction project, it won't make a difference. Will it?
It will. I'm answering you.
No, you're not. You're sidestepping it. Will it make a difference?
Yes. Okay. You want the answer? Yes, it will.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay. Hold on. Next question or next topic. I think Brenda has a flow or dialogue tree she's trying to get into. So yes,
it does.
Okay.
Yes, it does make a difference. Go ahead.
I just like you to observe standard norms that normal fucking human people use.
It does make a difference.
Instead of filibustering for 15 minutes.
It does make a difference. Go ahead.
Right. It doesn't make a difference.
It does make a difference. Go ahead.
Oh, what difference does it explain?
I'll tell you what difference it makes. This is what I was going to tell you, but you kept cutting me off. The reason why, okay? Because think about this. In your Earth curve calculator, think about how much drop would be in 2.3 miles long. How much in your Earth curve calculator? Go ahead.
Do you often build buildings that are 3 miles long?
We built it, so we're sticking to what I was part of. Okay, I don't want to go off to La La Land. Okay,
the context that's not La La.
Answer the question.
You're doing.
Answer the question.
I said, do you build buildings that are 3 miles long?
Answer the question. Yes. The answer is yes. Answer the question.
No, you don't.
Yes, we did. Yes, we did.
Don't. You don't build buildings that are 3 miles long.
Well, we built a bridge that's 2.3 miles long. So let's get back to my question, right? You had me answer a question. I asked you a question. What's the curvature drop? How much feet of drop would occur over 2.3
miles per mile squared, right?
2.3 miles. How much curvature drop?
8 inches per mile squared.
What's the answer?
I don't have a calculator up. You want me to get a calculator out and work it out? Is that what you want?
Well, I wanted you to just answer. You wanted me to answer the question. I want you to answer the question.
Yeah. What is it?
No. I asked you. No. I need you to say it. I need you to. This is a question for you, Brenda. Because sometimes you need to say it for it to click. If I say it, it's going to go in your ear and out the other. But maybe if it comes out your throat, your brain will actually pick it up. I don't know. I'm hoping. Fingers crossed. What's the answer, Brenda?
Brenda, do you have a 1 mile drop over 100 miles? Brenda, that you could reinforce your globe with? Brenda? 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 Brenda?
I think Brenda's getting.
He wanted me to get the calculator out and do the calculation.
Yeah, 2.3 miles.
What?
2.3 miles. How much curvature drop?
I think it'd be inconsequential, honestly, at that distance.
No, it makes a big difference. I'll tell you right now. I want Brenda to get the answer, and then I'll explain how it does affect it and why it will.
Oh, you're gonna keep talking more? Okay, cool. You keep talking more. Go ahead. You're doing a great job.
I'll be done. So it's 40. I put it in a calculator. I might have done it wrong, but it says 42.32 inches.
Okay, so do you know that's about 3 point
inconsequential? This is my point. You've asked for a 2-mile sample set, right?
Here's the point.
Hang on, Apo. Step off for a quick second and understand that your sample set that you've asked for is giving an inconsequential measurement. Do you understand that? It's going to leave us in a place of an inconclusive conclusion.
Here's the point. Okay, if we were building something from the very beginning and didn't account to say, hey, by the end of this, we're going to be curving this thing 3.5 feet by the end of it. So while you're transferring lines, make sure you're accounting for 3.5 feet. This would have gone into the engineered specs.
Why would you do that?
Let me tell you. This would have gone into the engineered specs in the building of it, and they would have made sure they would have been checking. Listen,
they would laugh at you, Apocryphon.
Listen, they would have been checking.
Do you know why they would laugh at you?
But yes, because it's not fucking.
Don't. I don't think you do.
Because you don't have to account for curvature. That's why.
Okay,
no, hold on. That's not why. That's not why.
What's that skit again? Is that church lady? They're all gonna laugh at you.
Yeah. Brenda, do you know why they would laugh at you?
You just turned into church lady.
Yeah.
I don't care.
Was that Kids in the Hall? They're all gonna laugh at you.
Yeah, Kids in the Hall.
Yeah,
like buy a whole bunch of cats now and become cat lady.
Apocryphon. What does this number have to do with curvature?
Brenda, what are they gonna do? Are they all gonna laugh at
Yes, they would.
Wanna know why they laugh at me? Because they'll say, "Are you a fucking idiot? We build shit plumb level square. Just fucking keep building it." And you don't worry about curvature at all. You don't have to worry about iron bending 3.5 feet by the time you get to the end.
Apocryphon. It's 42.32 inches, right?
Yeah, 3.5 feet.
What does that number have to do with curvature?
That's the drop.
Yes, that's the drop. What does it have to do with curvature?
If the Earth was curving, then that means the iron that we're transferring horizontally and crossing and transferring lines, benchmarks, if we're keeping it level, right, like in a horizontal position, making it flat, guess what? That means by the time we got down to the end of it, then if you didn't account for a 3.5 foot drop, then how the fuck what did you do then? How is it dropping then? Brenda,
you understand that drop
that means it would be sticking up off the ground. Okay, that means that hold on. Let me just finish this. That means at the end, when we got to the end, that means that the elevation from the supposed elevation of the NGS disc in the ground, that means we'll be 3.5 feet too high. Do you understand? Like you're only supposed to have like a 5/8 fucking tolerance, maybe an inch at the most.
Drop isn't curvature.
Oh my God.
Drop is a distance from a horizontal line projected from your feet.
Yes. So if
that's
it's
not
a
curvature, that's drop.
Yes.
That's drop. It's not curvature.
Exactly, Deborah.
We don't walk in the air. We don't walk in the air. We walk on the ground.
Okay. So listen, that's why I said we would be 3.5 feet too high at the end of the fucking rail of the end of the bridge. From the ground's position. This is exactly what
your theodolite rests on the ground, not in the air.
Oh my God. The fact that you don't even fucking understand what you're saying yourself is retarded. Okay, if the ground
rests on the ground.
If the ground dropped 3.5 feet down in its curve that you think that is there when it's not, then that means when you transfer the line, this is exactly what happened at John Wayne Airport.
It's 0.00001 difference every time.
No. You guys bring up this tiny little insignificant problem because then that's where you guys could fucking swim in your falsehoods, because all you have to do is just chalk it up to saying, oh, it's so big that we can't measure it.
The theodolite rests on the ground in the air.
No shit, Sherlock. This is
so
why
the difference every time you take the measurement, the difference there's a error.
Okay.
Right.
So listen to this.
So you're not measuring.
Listen to this. Okay. Like my buddy at John Wayne Airport years ago, way back before even fucking flat Earth was a fucking argument online. Okay. It wasn't even it was pre fucking 2000 fucking 10 2000. It wasn't even an argument online. He was working at John Wayne Airport, 4,000 feet. They transferred a line. It didn't fucking add up to the NGS disc in the ground. And he brought that up as evidence that it's a globe. And then I'm like, bro.
Yeah, that would be evidence. Yeah,
No, it wasn't though. Let me tell you why it wasn't. Because he physically transferred it and he was too high according to the disc in the ground. Okay? So think about this. Just think logically, okay? You're physically transferring a line, okay? And then when you get to the end at 4,000 feet, all of a sudden, they're saying you should be right here. But he was up there because he fizzed. This is why I tell all these fucking dumb idiot Glober surveyors on Discord, I tell them, do yourself a favor and go transfer a line in increments and for a great distance. And I guarantee you, I bet you any amount of money that it's not going to line up with the NGS disc. The reason why, Brenda, the reason why, Brenda, is because that curve is a calculated drop, but physically, it's not fucking dropping, Brenda. When
you're walking on the ground.
Oh my God.
You're walking on the ground. You don't get it. You're walking on the ground.
No, you don't fucking get
Every step you take introduces a small error.
Oh my God. You're not gonna fucking get it. Okay. When you transfer a line, Brenda, okay, and it doesn't add up to what they're telling you, you're gonna be at this height because the ground's dropping, and then you realize, hey, Mr. Surveyor, why am I higher? Oh, well, that must fucking mean that the ground didn't fucking drop,
are you,
moron.
Are you a surveyor, Puckerfine?
Okay, no, but we work with surveyors in our trade. We definitely work every fucking day. We have to call them back out. Wanna know why? Because they're always fucking up.
If I might ask, what is your job title or certification?
You already know I'm an ironworker, a union ironworker. You already fucking know that, or maybe
no, I don't know that. That's why I asked.
Well, guess what? Ironworkers, we build bridges. We build bridges.
When you say
build steel,
dude, when you say ironworker, what do you mean?
You don't know what an ironworker is?
I don't know construction terms. I've never worked in construction.
Okay. So you know, like
I'm just curious.
Okay,
I'm just those high rises politely. What you do?
You know those high rises in New York, and you see that old photo of all those guys sitting on the beam eating the sandwich with the crane and the steel. Those are called ironworkers. They build buildings. Right. We build buildings.
You weld or
there's a long you got the hang crew, you got the plumb up crew, you have the bolts crew, you have the welding crew, you have a lot of different crews.
Okay,
but we're all ironworkers.
All right.
Yeah.
And you use theodolites?
Yes.
You do?
Yes.
Why do they let you touch their theodolites?
Okay.
Oh, come on, Brenda. Don't do that.
Okay, so who do you mean? Do you think that we use the surveyors' theodolites because we have our own theodolites for our own reasons?
You mean I don't know what you mean. Your own theodolites.
Okay, so when you work for a company, right, Brenda, and they go, hey, we need to transfer this line over there, so take elevation shots. We got to send them back to the engineer because we're gonna build this whatever it is. We need to take elevation shots, and we're gonna build this, and we need to know the height from here and go all the way there.
To use a theodolite, you have a certification procedure for that?
Yes. I literally had to fucking take a course. Back when I was apprentice years ago, they literally give you a fucking, look it up if you want. To be an ironworker, you have to take a 4-year fucking course, right? Class, all right? And it happens every fucking 3 months. You go to fucking school for another week and you go through a whole another fucking chapter. But the point is that when you're doing this, Brenda, you learn all about it. And matter of fact, in order to go from one level of apprenticeship to the next, you literally have to. You get graded on setting up a theodolite, taking. Excuse me.
Yeah, all of this is fine. I was just curious.
Okay,
so the one thing you didn't learn is the difference between drop and curvature.
Bullshit. So let me tell you what we fucking did learn, okay? We learned that what they have on some machines, not all of them, they're usually called total stations, and we do use total stations as well. But if the company's fucking got the bankroll like that. But anyways, because they're easier to use. But anyways, what they do teach you is that it's called atmospheric refraction, actually. They don't really say Earth curve in our trade. Maybe in surveyors' trade, maybe they say, "Oh, guys, this is Earth curvature."
What are you?
But for
now, I've lost track of what you seem to be wandering. I don't know what refraction has to do with this.
It's called atmospheric correction. Yeah. Sorry, atmospheric correction.
Oh, okay. You correct for refraction, right?
Yeah, correct. That is one of the things that you can do, and there is math involved. Yes, you do math. It is like I said, it's a calculated thing. Okay. Now the reason why some of these machines that do have that where they automatically do it, okay, that's if you're only shooting like really long distances. This is why we don't do that, by the way, because we're like, no, we're not going to fucking.
Don't do it for long distance. Just a minute. You don't do it for short distances because atmospheric refraction is so small, right?
And that's why we use the equipment in short distances, because we don't even want to run into that problem, because we do understand that optically things can get fucked up. Optically.
Yeah, but you don't do it for short distances because the error is so small, right?
Well, there's not even no error at all.
Yes, there is. There's
no. If you have a really good calibrated machine, okay, or not really good, but that was like redundant. If you have a calibrated machine, okay, and you do them in short increments, you won't even need to calculate for any refraction or anything like that, because you're not going that far, and you're not going to have to account for it.
I understand, and that's the reason why is because the refraction is so small that it's below the tolerance of your instrument, right?
It's insignificant. Yes.
Right, but it's still there. It's still there, though, right?
Well, technically, light does act the way it acts.
Yes, it's still there. That's same.
But it's not.
Apocryphon. That's the same with curvature over short distances.
No.
It's still there.
Okay, again.
Right? You just don't take it into account because it's not enough.
Hold on. Now, Brenda, let's go back to John Wayne Airport, okay? I'm glad you said that, right? You're saying it's there, okay? But guess what? Going back to John Wayne Airport, 4,000 feet. Oh, what happened? It wasn't there. What happened? The measurement didn't fucking line up with the NGS
I don't know
disc.
The particulars about that, but I think that you're mistaking drop for curvature again.
No. Oh, my God. No.
You know the difference.
Do you know the difference?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, drop is measured from a horizontal plane at your feet, extended out in any distance, right? And the rate at which the Earth drops away from that horizontal. But we don't walk. The thing is, we don't walk on that plane. It only applies at your feet at that point. Right.
Yeah,
as soon as you move the theodolite, it's different.
So Brenda, how do those lines converge? If we're observing, right, the claim that we see plumb on the surface, how do you prove at all of these different points 100 miles apart that these points all converge at a magical epicenter? How do you prove that?
They don't converge. That's just perspective.
What? Okay, wait a minute.
Train tracks.
I don't think he understands what you said.
Train tracks don't converge, right?
I need to walk out something mathematically with you then, Brenda. What is your understanding about the square mileage of either the United States of America or even the square mileage of a state like New York or Texas, something like that? Do you have any distances that you could provide?
Square mile is a distance? That's not a distance.
What is a square mile, Brenda?
Area.
Right. Area of what?
Got him.
Land.
Right. And what is that? How do you derive that measurement, the area of the land, Brenda?
You get out there and you measure the length and breadth.
Well done. Length times width, and that gives you a squared number. So again, a state has a square mileage to it. I'd like to know from you, what is the square mileage of any state, or even your landmass that you're upon?
I don't know. What does nothing hinges on that?
Yeah, it does. A lot hinges on it. Your mathematics for your globe, right, depend on it. So I want to know from you, Brenda, now within the confines of this conversation, give me a distance that we can look at for a state to break down your claim of a globe.
Area or a distance?
Either one. We can break it down. We can take the square root of the square mile you could provide, or we can take the distance and square it and figure it out. Go ahead.
I don't know what you're getting at. I don't understand.
Well, if you're being intellectually honest, you would walk with me on a Socratic method to investigate your globe. So I'd love to know a distance instead of you trying to jump to the end of the conversation. Why don't you walk with me genuinely and answer my questions? What is the distance that we can examine?
What I would do is I would go to Wikipedia and look up the square miles they have listed there for some particular spot.
Okay, so are you going to be genuine within this conversation and go do that? Because that's what I just asked you, and I'm not doing it because I'm not on trial. Your globe is. I'm waiting, Brenda. Square mileage. Let your fingers do the walking and your mouth do the talking.
So Brenda's saying the square mileage.
I need a second, brother.
Okay, gotcha.
Sorry, I'm passionate right now, brother. I'm asking for this number. I really want to hear it. Sorry.
Well, according to the interwebs, it says Minnesota, that's the state where I live, has 86,938.87 square miles.
Awesome. Can you take the square root of that, please, Brenda?
Holy fuck. Why should I do that?
Because if you're being intellectually honest within the confines of this conversation, you would do it to investigate your globe instead of standing upon a whole presuppositions, which is exactly what you're doing. I want that number, Brenda. What is it? I'm waiting. Square root. Let's go. Choppy. You can even put that into Google as a question. Where is the square root of whatever it is number you just gave? And it'll tell you. So come on, your WPM, words permitted, is on test right now. What's the number? Typing skills.
Man, you got narcissism bad, young dude. I feel sorry for anyone who ends up marrying you.
I'm waiting, Brenda. I'm post-marriage. Don't worry about me, brother. I got 2 kids. I'm good to go. I'm waiting, Brenda. Silence is deafening. Anyone want to help Brenda out?
And your ex-wife and kids hate you too, I bet.
It's up to them. Sounds like a them problem.
Why do you guys always gotta insult each other and shit? Can you not debate without insulting each other?
I would love to hear this number. I'm waiting for the number. I'm here for the number, not the people.
Yeah, I think Brenda's doing the math, so give her a second.
Yep. Waiting patiently. Maybe we need some Jeopardy theme music.
I was just, dude, that's weird. You read my mind. I was like, dee.
I wonder if I could beat Brenda to the answer. Let's see.
Whatever.
No, it's not whatever, dude. You've been here for the last 2 hours monopolizing the microphone, right? With a whole bunch of fallacies, leaps of logic, leaps of faith, right? Yet you won't be genuine enough within the confines of the conversation to give me a number, a measurement of your landmass that you're living within in order to prop up your globe. So who's being disingenuous within the confines of the conversation, Brenda?
So the answer that
definitely you.
Google
if you wanted the square root, you would have just taken it.
It is 294.85.
What? Give me a unit now. Finish it off. You got to round it off. Give me a unit, please, Brenda.
Round it off.
Okay. What's the number? What's the number with the units associated with the number?
The square root of 86,938.87 is 294.85.
What is the unit, Brenda?
numbers, square roots. It's what?
Unit of measurement, Brenda. You give me the number. What is the unit of the measurement that you've given me, Brenda?
Square miles.
Yeah, square miles.
No, that's you answering for Brenda. I need to be clear with the conversation. Brenda's on trial. It's the one asking the question or giving me the answer to the question. So again, what is the unit associated to the number that you just gave? Because this conversation is
square miles.
Thank you very much. So you're saying that your state of Minnesota has a square mileage of
86,938.
Perfect. And the derivative of that is?
Not the derivative. The square root is 294.
Perfect. Now, can you go to your Earth curve calculator and plug in a 294-mile distance, and please tell me what your Earth curve calculator gives you for the drop over distance? I'll wait.
294 isn't a distance. It's area.
Brother or sister, whatever, did you not just give me the square root and then, give me the square mileage and then take the square root of it?
Yeah. Do you know what a square mile is?
Yep. Length times width.
Yeah.
Right. So when you broke and you gave me the derivative of the square root, should it not have been a length or a width?
That's not a derivative.
Can you give me the length of the width of your state, please, Brenda?
The what?
The length or the width of your state.
Minnesota is not as an irregular shape.
But you gave me a square mileage number, did you not?
Yeah.
And length times width or breadth, as you said earlier. So I'd like one of those numbers, please.
It's not a square, dude. It's added up.
Well, if you gave me that number, right, we should be able to at least take an average. So again, I'm going to ask you for that number, Brenda. What is the number?
The number for what again?
Square mileage, right? Take the square root of that square mileage. What's that number?
The square root of 84,000 was 294.
Right. So again, take that 294 and plug it into your Earth curve calculator, Brenda. What do you get for your drop over distance, Brenda?
You know that drop isn't curve, right?
Well, hey, I'm asking, if we're dealing with a spheroid, then we're going to walk out that distance over the crust of that spheroid that you gave me the number for. So again, I'd love to know what is the drop over distance for that number, Brenda?
That value isn't a length, it's an area.
Right. Now, when you take that area, which is length times width, and you break it down yet again, I think this is the 5th time I'm asking now, what is that number? Either a length or a width, right, to prop up your square mileage claim.
Yeah, you could scrunch up Minnesota into a square, and that would have, right, 294 on each side, right? But that's not the actual shape of the Minnesota. That's why I'm having trouble with this, right?
Okay. So would you say that New York State is a better state, more square? Would you say Texas maybe is more square? Again, I'm just looking for a length multiplied by a width over a landmass so we could actually look for the drop over distance in order to substantiate the claim of a spheroid. This conversation obviously is not going very far, so I'm going to withdraw.
Middle school math. I mean, it's an area. Length times breadth is an area. It's not a distance. Right? If I have a square in front of me and it's 3 by 9, right? I find its area by multiplying the two sides. That doesn't give me a distance. It gives me an area.
Yeah, but believe you passed that steelworkers course.
Yeah, but you took the square root of it, so then it becomes a distance.
No, it's still just an area.
If you take the square root of an area?
I'm talking to 5-year-olds.
No,
because in the answer of your setting up of your model, right? You said did you not say 9 by 3? Did you not say 9 by 3, Brenda?
I said 3 by 9.
Right, and 3 times 9 is
27.
Right, it's 27 squared, right? Whatever the unit is, 3 by 9. So if it was like 3 miles by 9 miles, it'd be 27 square miles, right? We take the derivative of that, right? Back to your 3 by.
All right.
You
Either
don't know
way,
what a derivative is. You
we
can't
take
figure out.
either
You can't
way,
figure out
right?
length and breadth.
We
You
look
don't
at the
know what a
3 by
derivative.
9 that you gave, right? And we're gonna look for that drop over distance over the 3 segment or the 9 segment in order to prop up your spheroid claim.
We're talking about an area, not a distance, dude. Holy shit!
Holy shit! What do you think area is derived from, Brenda?
Yeah, the length of each side. Then just talk about the length.
Yeah, that it would be easier just to talk about the length. Because if you do the square root, you're going to get an average between the two, and that's assuming it's a square, which most states are not perfectly square.
I mean, dude,
Again,
this is 8th grade stuff, dude. I mean,
Right,
this is
Brenda.
really basic, and you
Okay,
you
so
can
let's
get
take.
it.
All right, so let's take a linear length then, Brenda. Do you have a linear length that we could examine to look for a drop over distance that could prop up your globe claim, Brenda?
100 miles.
Yep. 100 miles.
Let's say it's 100 miles from where I'm at, Minneapolis, to some other city.
Okay.
I don't know which. Yeah, so what?
Okay. Now, so do you have a 1 mile drop that you could demonstrate over that distance to prop up your globe claim?
I have a 1 mile drop.
Because that'd be 1% of your spheroid.
That would be a measurement of a horizontal line whose point is at my feet and extends indefinitely forward.
Well, if I'm on top of a ball and I go at 100 miles, I'm no longer on top of the ball, right? I've updated my location to 100 miles. And therefore, in order for a ball to be true along the crust, that means that there would have to be a drop. So I would go to the construction principle of level and say, well, hey, do I have a spherical change between these 2 points?
Yeah,
is it observable, right? Or am I actually just observing level every single place that I go along that 100 distance?
How would you observe how would that change in curvature appear to you?
Because there would be a substantial drop over distance to the point that when I'm building something in North America, right, when I go to Australia, I would be upside down, reference to where I was originally in North America.
Yeah, but on a globe, you would still be right side up.
If you're going to insert that as a fallacy, sure.
How is
Again,
that a
I'm going to
fallacy?
have to prove how you would have a converging plumb line in Australia and North America.
Yes, they would converge. They converge on the center of the Earth. What do you mean?
Prove it. Prove it. This is my point.
It's been measured.
You have to be able to prove. Yeah. How do you have converging plumb lines from Australia and North America, Brenda?
Well, you would set up 2 plumbs and measure the angle of divergence, right, between them, right?
And this is where we don't see that happening in real life, Brenda.
People have measured it.
Who? Eratosthenes? McToon?
No. Surveyors have measured it. They measure the divergence of plumb, right? People do that.
Divergence is going away. I thought we were measuring convergence in order to prove your magical epicenter, Brenda.
The language works either way.
No, it doesn't. Divergence means going away. Converging means coming to. Words mean stuff. Don't say it just because you don't say it just because you think it's there. Make sure you're right when you say it.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how you describe it, whether it's converging or diverging. It doesn't matter.
Well, yeah, divergence, you'd be going up to space. They would be splaying away, going away from one another. The the angle between the 2 lines would be becoming greater as you go up to space. And as you come closer to the magic epicenter of Earth, they would be getting closer together, converging.
Yeah, but if they're converging down, then they're necessarily diverging up, aren't they?
Right, but again,
there you go. It doesn't matter.
The setup of the observation at the crust, right? That means we're on the surface. We're observing things like bridges, buildings, your deck, your house that you're living within, the floor that you're walking upon, these things all observe level. So as a glober, you would have to then prove how these lines all converge magically. We go out 100 miles, right? And you would have a 1 mile drop of elevation difference between those 2 points in order to prop up your globe
Drop
plane.
isn't related. Drop doesn't. We're not measuring drop. We're measuring curvature. We're measuring the divergent plumb lines, right?
Let me correct me if I'm wrong. Is a curving surface not synonymous with your drop?
No, it's different. You don't
explain to me how they're different.
Drop is a measurement from a horizontal line at your feet extended outwards, and then you construct a perpendicular line drops straight to the surface of the earth. That's what drop is. That's not curvature.
That's correct. Okay, so when we build a building observing level, and then we go 100 miles out, you would anticipate that level is measured the same between those 2 points.
Level. Do you know what level means? Conforming to the curvature of the earth, right? You know that, right?
Well, I don't understand how you have that. That seems like you've appealed to the definition of level versus actually observing what level is.
No, level is, it doesn't matter. Level is conforming to the curvature of the earth.
So how does a construction level, a steel girder, enforce a spheroid?
Because of gravity.
Oh boy. Okay.
Right. So the gravity is the gravity at every point along. Say you have a level. Say I have a level, and I take a level. I establish a level at a certain point, and I walk from here to Australia. I will get the same level. Do you understand that? I get the same level because gravity is down to the center of the earth. That's why.
And how do you prove said gravity?
I want you to concede on this point, though.
I'm absolutely not going to concede on it, Brenda, because again, construction. No, again, because construction, right? The way that a level works, level shows you up and it shows you down. Now, again, you being able to prove these converging plumb lines is something that you still have to walk out without inserting a fictitious force of gravity, right? So for me to concede to your point would have to mean that I accept your gravity claim, which I don't, unfortunately.
So this is so I have a level. It's a bubble level. I hold it in my hand, and the bubble is centered between the 2 lines. So the level is level. Now I get up and I walk, and I have powers. I can walk on water. I walk from here all the way to Australia. Every step along the way, that bubble never leaves those 2 lines, and yet I'm on the other side of the globe.
Oh my God! If you don't get it, it's because you're horizontally to your position that you started.
Do you understand that? Do you agree with me?
Okay, but the point though is that you
agree with me.
Yeah, when you insert a globe, right? Again, you walked all of that out, right? And then the fallacy you had to insert at the end is because it's a globe.
I hold a level, yes, and I walk, and that bubble stays between those 2 little lines. Every step of the way, I can walk all the way 360 degrees around the globe, all the way, and come at every step that bubble is between those lines. That's because of gravity. Don't you understand?
Have you ever used a level before, Brenda?
Yeah.
Are they straight or are they curved?
They're straight.
So you're using a straight level to assume a curve?
No.
Oh, so you're using a curved level then?
No.
Oh, what are you using? Which tool are you using?
Level. A straight level.
A straight level.
Yeah, and at every point, you understand that? Every point Every step that I take.
Every point's straight. We get it.
Points aren't straight.
Sure they are. When you put a straight level over top of them, they're straight.
No, they're not. Points have no length or breadth.
Okay.
Got him.
At every point along the way, that bubble stays in the middle of the two hairlines.
And it shows that level as being straight, right?
It shows that the bubble is level at there.
The bubble's level on a straight level, right?
I don't know. That
Have you ever built a house before, Brenda?
Have I built a house? No.
Have you ever used a level before?
Yes.
Does it show things that are straight or does it show things that are curved?
They're meant to be showing straight things, right?
Thank you.
Right. And they're meant to use to find whether something, they also often have another level, so you can test verticality, vertical and horizontal.
What kind of level is that, Brenda?
Well, I don't know. It's one. They just make
the one you just made up.
They just make the bubble level 90 degrees to the other one, and they'll have the two.
Oh, so you just use a straight level and you put it vertically.
Yeah, and they have a bubble.
So same tool, right?
Stop bullying me.
I can do what I like.
Yeah, you can.
So, dude, can I build a level deck on an unlevel ground?
Sure.
All right, then shut up.
Okay. If you say so, dude, I'll shut up for you.
Has anyone here measured it to be flat?
Do you use GPS?
No, not really.
You've never used GPS? Oh, you should, because that would give you a flat Earth measurement then.
GPS is a sophisticated technology.
It's flat. Uses a Cartesian grid. It's flat. You can see it when you use it, when you use Google Maps or Google or whatever. You can see it's flat. And then when you go up in elevation, it flips over to a bowl. But it's functionally flat. And you can get really, really high. I mean, if you're really that high, you'd be about fucking, I don't know, 300,000 feet or something. Get really high on that thing and it can still be functionally flat. You just cruise all over the world, it's all flat. But then when you come out of it changes to a globe. But when you're using it,
well, you might be biased because
sorry?
I'm pretty sure it already accounts for the curve.
Well, there's no curve, it's flat plane. When you look at it, when you get flip from street view to bird's eye view, you can see it. It's a flat plane.
That's because it already accounted for it.
No, it doesn't. It's just a Cartesian grid. It's just flat.
It's baked into the technology.
There's no baking there. It's just flat. You don't put a flat Cartesian grid in the oven and then it comes out curved and then you use that. No. It's just,
you know what I mean.
I love Google Maps and how it's flat. It's fun. And it's just, when you flip from the street view and that, it's just, you can see it. It's dead flat. It's like a tabletop.
Yeah, that's a map, brother.
Yeah, it's a map. But it's functionally flat. So when you measure from wherever you're going, from your place to wherever, that's a flat measurement. Because on a grid, it's on the Cartesian grid, so it's A to B on just a grid. So it's a flat measurement. So it's measured flat. And if you're at the sea and you're using a sextant, you have to assume that Earth is flat to use the ground as a baseline. So the ground is the baseline, and you have your diagonal line to the star, which is your angle.
All right. Well,
you got a line down to GP, so it gives you a triangle. And you're doing celestial navigation, so it's all done with triangles.
Let's say I grant you that it measures flat, even though it doesn't. Let's say I do. Let's say it does. We live in 3 dimensions, so
yep.
What is the shape of the Earth then?
I don't know. So I'm on a swimming pool, and there's a floaty there, so it's flat at 3 dimensions. Whatever, an island, it's 3 dimensions. Right. The height of the island or whatever. So, but the overall size, I'm not God, I can't see the overall size of it. Because we can't really prove it. It's measured circular. I mean, circumnavigation, which is a circle. You got the circle of equal altitude, which is a big flat circle.
Yeah, actually, if you think about circumnavigation,
sorry.
If you go in a straight line, and you end up in the same spot, it's got to be a globe, no?
Well, you're not going in a straight line either.
Well, if you're
going, so it's a circle either way. If you're going around a ball or you're going around in a circle on a flat surface, either way, it's not a straight line; it's a curved line.
Right. Well, either way, but if I keep my bearing,
gotcha.
No, you didn't get me. I'm still explaining it. If I keep my bearing the same, and then I end up in the same spot, I've essentially gone around
in a circle, bro. We get it.
Go in a circle.
Right. So how can you go in a circle on a flat Earth?
How can you go in a straight line and complete a circle, dude?
Sorry, I'm talking to this other guy, not you.
But that's a good question.
You said we didn't get you, right?
Quite nicely. Yeah, he picked it up baton quite nicely. So yeah, answer that.
Yes. Can you help me understand that?
I don't think anybody can help you, bro.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Daz here.
So I was going to say that. So east and west are circles around the North Pole. So if you're constantly sailing, constantly going one direction and checking your bearings for north, you're going to be going in a circle.
No, that's what? That's not true.
Yep. That's what circumnavigation is. You're going around, and then you just go back to where you started from. So rather than just going around a curve and around a bowl.
All right. Well, I don't think that's
we need measurements of curvature or something, you know?
Why?
Because that's just the most basic thing we can do is just get a measurement of the ground.
It's not basic.
Well, it's sort of it's been basic for 1,000 years or whatever.
All right. Well, that's
longer.
Do you have the measurement?
Well, I said this celestial navigation is all flat measurements, and GPS is all flat measurements.
No, do you
Aviation is flat.
Did you do it yourself?
GPS? Yeah, I use GPS to get around.
Oh, did you measure the Earth to be flat yourself?
Well, no, GPS does it for me. But no, I haven't gone out and measured Earth flat. Right. I have a device to do that.
So you don't know that it's flat.
If I was on the ocean and I had a sextant, I'd have to measure Earth flat to get the angle to the star and then work out my position. It's all done with a triangle, so it's a flat base. It's not a curved base. Distance is all calculated flat.
Yeah, so they did the curvature math for you. Got that?
Sorry?
They did the curvature math for you.
No, they didn't. It's just using a straight up flat plane. Definitely doesn't measure the curvature from here to. I mean, you can see it when you use the app. It's functionally flat. Up to freaking whatever. You can get really high on it. And you can see half of America or whatever almost, and you can still bobble up and down, and it's still flat. You can still see it's a flat plane. That's awesome. So you guys talk about satellites and globes and that when you talk about GPS, it's just silly.
Do you agree that gravity exists?
Well, there's you got Newtonian gravity, you've got Einsteinian gravity, you've got quantum gravity, you've got specific gravity.
Let's just go with the traditional.
And there's one more. I've got to ask, what's his name? Brian's Logic. He knows all of them, but there's 5 types of gravity. So I've named 4.
Just the traditional understanding. You agree with that?
Well, if you look at specific gravity, it's just relative density. So
that's specific gravity. I'm not talking about that.
Well, yeah, what are you talking about? Einsteinian gravity or Newtonian gravity?
Yeah, I'm talking about the fact that when I jump up, I get pulled back down to the earth.
So that's Newtonian gravity, which was superseded by Einsteinian gravity.
But it's not negated by it. It's just expanded on it.
Well, it's 2 different.
Newtonian gravity still works, right? So that's my point. Do you agree that Newtonian gravity exists?
No, mass doesn't attract mass. No, there's no evidence of that. There's no scientific evidence.
Yes, there is.
No, what we get is gravity causes gravity. So I go, what causes gravity? And you'll say gravity.
Mass causes gravity. Mass causes gravity.
mass causes gravity.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if you look at like specific gravity,
That's
which I would
density.
agree with. With specific gravity, which I wouldn't agree with, I would agree with as a form of gravity, which is just relative density. So something heavier than the surrounding medium will fall. If it's lighter than the surrounding medium, it will go up, like a helium balloon or a ball in water. If you push a ball down in water, it'll shoot up. If it's full of air, so it's just relative density. Things have weight, and they just fall according to the medium. So apple floats in water, but it falls in the air. There's no force pulling, there's no magical hands pulling things down from the earth. You know, you fall down because your body has weight and the air's too thin to hold it up. It's just
Why?
It's just that simple.
Why?
What do you mean, why? I don't know. Well, it's just how things are.
Because of gravity.
Not really. It's just relative density disequilibrium. So if something's out of equilibrium, it'll force itself back into equilibrium, depending on its medium. So helium balloon's going to go up. A brick is going to go down.
Why down?
I don't know. The smartest people in the world, in the history of man, have argued about this for 10,000 years, and no one knows just why things happen. They just fall down.
No, we know it's because of gravity.
Yeah.
Not really. What if things go up? Why does the helium balloon go up?
Because the force of gravity is less than like the force pulling it up.
That's fucking bullshit. Can you put that into? I mean, there's no
This fucking genius over here.
things go up because of gravity now. God.
No, it's. Did you not hear what he said? It's overwhelming the force of gravity.
Yeah, that's you're just pulling that out of your. It's never calculated. Where's the evidence for gravity?
You can calculate it.
Where's the measurement for? Can't. Where? How?
I'm not that good at physics, but like physicians can just calculate it.
And things fall at an average of 9.8 meters per second, whatever.
That's calculation, right? A force. You can put that in Newtonian terms, right?
Yeah, if you drop a bowling ball, it's going to hit your foot and it's going to hit it with a force. It's got nothing to do with magical underground unicorn hands pulling the ball down. Just heavy.
Okay. Yeah.
When you drop it, it's going to accelerate.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing stopping it. And then it'll hit your foot with a force. But there's no force pulling it. It just creates its own force by you lifting it and letting it go.
Okay.
It seems silly, this idea of magical rocks attracting sand and meat. So you're saying meat is magnetized to rocks. I mean, that's just,
No, everything is mass, bro.
Crazy? I know, but you're saying that chickens are attracted to the earth, which is rock.
Yeah,
magnetized, stuck
they
to it like Velcro.
They all have mass.
Completely stupid.
Why is it stupid?
So what? Yeah, it has mass, so it just sits on the ground. What about when it's flying
Prove
around?
it, man. It's real simple to prove, right?
Yeah,
that mass attracts mass, right?
Yeah.
It should be easy. It should be easy to prove if it was real.
It makes perfect sense.
Good proof,
That would be
brother.
two forces, though. That's two things happening at once. The actual weight of the thing that's falling through the air that can't hold it, and this magical, whatever pulling force, these weird hands pulling everything down, whatever you think. That's two forces pulling things, why things drop. There's only one. It's just drops because there's no air, because the air's too thin to hold it up.
Oh.
But air goes up, gas goes up, Helium balloons
how do
go
you think
up.
helium works? Just curious. You don't
Smoke
have to, like,
goes up.
Right.
You know,
how do you
water
think
goes.
helium
Water
works?
vaporizes up. Steam goes up. It all goes up.
Why does helium
Doesn't
go up?
down?
Why does smoke go up?
Wait, you
So
said water
fills
goes up,
vacuum
but it doesn't. Wait, hold on, brother.
Water vapor. Water vapor.
Why do things go up ever? What's your explanation for that?
Why does gas go up?
Yeah, sure. If gravity's like not relevant to this like physical conundrum, right? Like, why do things ever go up? Like, what?
Gas molecules have kinetic energy. They just bounce around indefinitely. Yeah.
And so, how does that work with like?
Well, ego, you're the one that made the claim. You're the one that used the term overwhelm. Why don't you explain this overwhelming?
Well, I'm not
the
that
overwhelming
physics,
of gravity.
like,
you brought it up.
It's just like
and then you're like, you explain it.
No, I'm just curious to his framework, right? I can provide my framework, but like,
well, go ahead, man. We've been asking you to provide it here for a bit, dude. Fucking provide it, man.
Me or the other guy?
Yeah, you. You just said you could provide your framework. Let's hear it, man.
Well, that's simple. Gravity exists, right? I'm just gonna take that.
Right. You're claim stacking, bro.
So what causes gravity, bro?
Mass attracts mass. But like,
so prove that, please.
Like
Show me an experiment that mass attracts mass, man.
Okay. Whatever.
Yeah, how big a pile of dirt do I need to pile up until it turns into a ball and floats away, Ego?
Have you ever heard of the bending and warping of space-time?
About 5 kilos. I think
that's another fucking fairy tale that you guys like to fucking throw out, dude.
Yeah, when are the landfills going to turn into balls?
Just 1 kilo more.
And how did these big masses get so massive? Like, did they start off with little things fucking attracting to each other, or there was just a huge mass out there that poofed into existence?
Yeah, little things attracted.
Two little specks blinking off each
little
other.
Things attract little things?
Yeah.
Yeah, they do.
Can you show me that?
No, God told me so. It's divine revelation.
Okay.
Now we're getting close, right?
Let's get back to longer. Why did you even tag team in for him, Ego?
I just made a comment about physics, right? And I was curious, but you guys don't have to like engage.
And it's just you were just spewing your wishful thinking, interrupting Twonger, trying to have an actual debate or discussion. Thank you.
Yeah, just ignore me. Go ahead. It's not that hard, man.
We've been talking to you, bro. You have no answers.
Yeah, I'm saying just go on then, right? You don't have to get stuck on it.
So you're conceding, right?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. So you're going to concede and we can continue?
Yeah, you seem to be getting stuck on this. Just continue then, right?
So your framework is just a house of cards. Got it.
Yeah, God told me. I trust God, right? Like, whatever.
Right. Hey, Ego, when you read the Bible, after every sentence, do you go, right? Jesus wept, right?
God just beams it into my head. You could continue with your conversation. You can also make fun of me. It's up to you.
No, he tried to piggyback on you, Ego. You entered the fray, and Twonger tried to jump on your coattails, and now you're running away.
Yeah, anyone who wants to chime in is welcome to. But all I'll say is gravity does exist. We know it. And if you understand how gravity works, things have to work a certain way. And they wouldn't... Like, the idea that the sun just somehow rotates around the above in the skies, it doesn't make sense gravitationally at all.
Right.
Yeah, so tell us how the helium balloon, what was his word? Overwhelms gravity.
Because helium is less dense than the air, and if you concentrate it
sounds like relative density.
Right, because there is the propensity for less dense things to rise.
Yeah, it's reality, right?
So if you concentrate a less dense substance in a balloon, enough of it to overwhelm the force of gravity down, it will rise.
You're just repeating yourself. You're repeating the claim, bro.
He's actually just parroting stuff that he's heard and read, right?
Kind of like what you guys do.
We observe reality, bro. I don't know what else to tell you, man.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I do. I go outside and I look at things and I watch, you know.
So do I.
Yeah, but then you lie to yourself afterwards, right? Like you see a flat, fucking stationary, fucking not moving Earth, but then you tell yourself it's a fucking globe spinning and shooting through space, right? Like I get it.
Well, I see.
Yeah, we see the same thing, and then you apply your circular reasoning, wishful thinking to it.
No, the Earth definitely doesn't look flat to me. There's hills and valleys and mountains, and the skies are moving all the time. So it definitely doesn't seem stationary or flat.
Bro.
It definitely doesn't seem stationary or flat from my experience.
Oh, you've experienced the Earth moving?
Well, I see the sky.
Earthquake. Have you ever been in an earthquake?
I see the skies moving.
So the sky moves, that means the Earth moves,
bro.
Right?
And I also observe night.
He just said it. He said it though, right? He said the sky's moving, right? But then he thinks in his brain that the Earth is moving, right? Like it just, yeah, it's logic.
Yeah, that's not circular reasoning nonsense.
It's either the skies are moving. Well, in the case of the sun, either the sun's moving or the Earth is moving, right? Or they're both moving. So which one is it?
So the Earth's moving, but we just can't feel it, right?
Right.
Yeah, that's called relativity.
Yeah, everything's relative, I know.
Mm-hmm. It's the same reason, like, you don't feel motion when you're on, like, a train, right?
Like, imagine the Swiss watch would happen to you, dude, for all this shit that's moving in every fucking different direction and fucking, you know, for how, whatever, man.
It's the same, like, if you're in a train.
False equivalency goes, you know the train is moving.
Like, you have more senses than just the fucking one sense that you're fucking relying on here in your relativity, dude. Use them.
Here, Haas, think about it this way. Let's say I put a blindfold on you, and I take you and you don't know where you're going, and I put you on a train that has no friction, and it's perfectly, you don't feel, and then you're on that train and you're blindfolded. You're going really fast. You wouldn't know that you're going really fast.
Yeah, it's your lie. Tell it, bro.
You wouldn't know, brother.
Okay, so Earth has a roof. Otherwise, you're going to need to sit on the roof of the top of the train,
and it's
going
an
1,000 miles an hour. It's an imaginary train going 1,000 miles an hour, and you're sitting on the top of it. You're not sitting inside, because that would mean Earth has a roof, which we all agree with.
No, dude. All of the everything is moving at the same. On Earth, everything's moving together. If I sit on top of the train,
what's your reference?
If I sit on top of the train, the air around the train is not moving that fast. So of course you're going to feel it.
How can you demonstrate that?
It's his imaginary train that I was talking about, dude. He's making this up in his mind, right? This is not reality.
Right. So if you have to imagine all these physics and you can't produce them in any way, shape, or form, and they're all in your head on this magic ball, where can we go in a lab and see all this stuff sticking to a ball while it's moving, doing what you say? Where can you see this really happening with a 3D sphere? Nowhere, but then too big, huh?
You're not floating away, are you?
On what? Flat Earth? No. Now, why don't show we wouldn't float away on a ball that spins in a lab? Get there and do it.
Because of gravity.
You have no spinning ball reference to make your claims about a train or anything, or a train on a ball. You have no spinning ball. We are sitting stationary where we're at, so far as I know. So.
Well, that's because you can't feel it.
That's a cool story. Where's your ball to show that? You got a little ball that spins, or some kind of big ball in the lab spinning where stuff don't know it's moving? Where the pictures don't move when it's spinning around? Show me.
Yeah, because everything's moving at the same rate.
Because? Because the word because? Is that your ball spinning in a lab? The word because? I don't think so. Let's get out of your brain where nothing works right and into reality where you're going to deny it.
It does work. You just got to think about it.
Hey, you just got to imagine it, right?
No, I want to live it and see it happen.
What do you want to see? Tell me what you want to see.
I want to see a ball spinning with a fucking airplane locked in lockstep with the air moving around the ball. I want to see a hot air balloon get stuck to a ball that's spinning around it, where you put that air balloon by it and it just sits there with the ball and spins with it. Show me what you're talking about. You're saying Earth's doing. That's what I want to see. Your magic shit that don't exist in any physics you could ever produce.
You want to see a balloon stick to the Earth?
No, retard. Balloons don't stick to Earth. I want to see a balloon stick to a spinning ball. The way you say.
He's just going to get disingenuous now.
So a spinning ball is what you need, and put a balloon to it, and we'll watch how a balloon's stuck to the spinning ball. How it just can't do anything else. Or a little toy drone. Hover a toy drone over a spinning ball. Is the spinning ball going to move under it? Sad for you. You're not showing your fucking claim very good. Where have you seen that where a drone hovers over a spinning ball and the spinning ball and the drone both move around like it's stuck to it? Where have you ever seen this? I haven't.
Because everything's moving together.
Where have you seen that? Where did you get your reference for that, other than your mind or a comic book, bro?
Think about if we were driving down the highway.
No, we're gonna get a ball and we're gonna spin a ball.
Yeah.
That's gonna be the ball. Now we're gonna spin it. We're gonna think about spinning a ball with a spinning ball. Watch how cool that is.
Everything
and then now what do we do on a spinning ball? We put a train on there, and then you on top or inside. What do we do?
Everything he says starts with imagine this, right?
Right. Imagine. Where the fuck can you get a real reference for any of this? You keep imagining telling people how they're smart or dumb for not knowing something.
We're on the internet, so we have to think. I can't show you physically, but if you want to come here, we'll get a truck and we'll drive down the road, and I'll put a trampoline
truck on
it.
Flat Earth is not going to help you prove a ball.
Yeah, I'm explaining.
Brother, are you retarded?
The point is
the point is no ball, no point. You have no point without a ball.
You wanted me to explain to you how things are moving together.
You're trying to prove a ball.
You said we can't see things moving together. I'm explaining to you how you can see things moving together.
You're not trying to prove what a truck does on Flat Earth. You're trying to prove what a truck would do on a spinning ball. Do you have that?
Yeah.
Go get it in the lab and we'll take a look. If outside doesn't match, then we can say outside isn't that ball, motherfucker.
Look, put a trampoline on a truck.
No, I'm not. No, a trampoline's not a ball. Here we go again, stupid.
It doesn't matter what shape it is.
What shape what is a ball?
Chat.
The shape of a ball that you're trying to prove over not a ball.
We're not talking about the ball.
The ball doesn't matter, and that's the only thing you're trying to prove.
We were focused on the fact if the Earth is moving or stationary, not the shape of it.
Where do you have a moving and stationary Earth to represent next to each other? You fucking idiot.
Dude,
you need both. You need both in the lab. Go get them done.
It's called a frame of reference.
No, it's called a lab.
If you've done basic physics, you'll understand it's called a frame of reference.
No, you're not doing physics not in the lab. You're not doing physics at Grandma's house, motherfucker.
Yes, you can.
Go in the lab. Go in your lab and get a flat stationary thing with trains and planes and automobiles on it. Then go get a moving ball with planes, trains, and hot air balloons and automobiles on it. And you represent how your ball's supposed to work. Okay? And that flat Earth is just going to sit there and shit's going to work on it. It's just going to go up vertically away from it. Isn't that crazy?
The only way to have like a true experiment to go to space and experiment there outside of
No, space is not an experiment. Jumping in the air is not experimenting. You not being there is not experimenting. Who you going to send? Your favorite buddy? A robot? You're going to get ones and O's? Shut up. You need a fucking ball to represent a ball. I don't know how retarded you guys can be. If you don't understand this, something is wrong with all of you.
Okay.
Globers.
My bad, bro. You're right.
You'll need a stationary thing because this way you're getting the third eye view. You're away from the ball now. You see it spinning your fucking lab. You are in space compared to that ball. Now shut up. Now go in the lab and spin that ball. And then use the floor as your flat earth reference. Stationary. We'll wait. Compare what really happens in what way. The flat earth shit's going to happen in reality every time on the flat part of the floor. The globe shit, you ain't going to get to happen. You can't even make it happen. You can't even help gravity or any other physics you think happens to a ball because it's this big or that small. Then your excuses can't do it because of this. That doesn't make any fucking sense. If this small can do this and this big, that's in between all sizes. They should all be doing something different. But the same.
You're just claim stacking now.
No, you're just non-balling.
Straight motherfucking balling.
Like, what do you got, dude? Do you got anything at all to prove your ball, man? Like anything?
I know you're not talking to me, motherfucker.
Yeah, I'm talking to you, man.
Oh.
What do you got, dude?
I got all kinds of shit.
Well, let's have it, man. Fuck.
Which way you want to go with it?
Pick, man. Fucking let's hear it, dude. Let's hear your best.
Well, yeah. Hey, Twonger, did you see what I pinged you with? Neil deGrasse Tyson's field goal tweets.
No,
why don't you talk about? Yeah, well, scroll up. Why don't you talk about how you're in contradiction with his story about Earth spinning?
Well, he's a psyop. I don't trust him.
Okay, so you're going to throw your high priest under the bus. Got it.
Yeah,
So the guy that gets paid to tell you how it goes is the psyop. Okay.
Yeah, he's a psyop.
Yo, Neil deGrasse Tyson is awesome. What are you talking about?
He's kind of I don't know. He's smart, sure, but he's like philosophically inept. I don't know. I wouldn't really like listen to him.
I mean, that's not his forte.
Yeah, we're not
talking about it. Like he speaks about it, which is dumb, right? You just don't speak about it then.
Ego. He tweeted on several occasions about how the spinning Earth wins or loses football games.
Wait, which of his philosophical take did you not like?
What did you just say, dude? Can you say that a little slower, please?
Yeah.
Which of his philosophical take did you not like?
He seems to be anti-philosophical in general. Like he seems to be like somewhat philistine towards his disposition, towards like like very positive.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Like dropping mics, shit, just like stuff that you guys talk about. Drop something. The mic drop guy.
I agree with that actually.
You're a Philistine. That's what Ego just called you.
No. That's not what I said. I said that Neil deGrasse Tyson seems to be a positivistic Philistine, but it's okay.
I think he needs to try weed. Like, I don't think he's ever smoked weed.
Yeah, you should. That'll help. You're right, actually. He just needs to chill out. I just seems to have a massive ego. I think that's the problem.
Or he's just doing his job.
Yeah, I think when you're like a public figure and, you know, you're talking to a lot of people, you will inevitably develop ego. So I think it sort of comes with the job, really.
Yeah, that's true. But, I mean, what's his name again? Carl Sagan seemed to be humble. Like, a lot of them seem like...
Carl Sagan seemed to be humble.
Yeah, Carl Sagan said that... Well, hold on. Let me get this one, Haas. Carl Sagan's whole shtick was the heliocentric model is so large, and the knowledge it takes to understand it is so vast. It makes you understand that your place in the universe is like really fleeting and very fragile. And you need to realize that ain't no one here better than anyone else. Everyone here is in exactly the same boat. If you start fancying yourself some kind of secret king with specialized knowledge that you're better than other people, you better bust open that heliocentric model and humble yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Because you ain't shit. If the grand scope of all of cosmology, the distance between you, the distance between the greatest human being and the worst human being is not even measurable.
Yeah, we're like a blip on a cosmic scale.
No, we're all exactly the same, with varied strengths and weaknesses that make us all equal. So humble yourself when you think you're better than other people. And if you can't do so, then the universe is not required to keep a straight face.
Oh, okay. Thanks for that.
That's a quote by Sagan, by the way. Not me. I wasn't directing that at you. Sagan was said that you can fancy yourself, like basically atheist. He was really pissed off at atheist. He said, you might think you know something. Then you must think you know more than me. You're an idiot. So even he kind of threw away his shit and went with this concept like, yeah, so I don't know. I guess I kind of got off on a tangent. But when you look at it's quite the opposite from this nihilistic point of view. That you're in this together. There is no line of, when you look at Earth from space, there is no line of demarcation. There's no boundaries. There's no borders. People do that. Start humbling yourself. Basically, he took a concept of the 10 Commandments. Jesus said, treat your neighbor like you want to be treated. Carl Sagan leveled it up and said, the way you treat your neighbor is actually how you treat yourself. This is who you are, not who they are.
That's a good message.
Oh, yeah, it's solid. And it's interesting how globalists throw that under the bus and then try to use the globe model to dehumanize the other. They'll hold up a globe model and say, according to this model, anyone who disagrees with it is a flurman. They are vermin. They are subhuman mongrels that need to be removed from humanity. And you're like, yeah, your read of the heliocentric model is so outside the reservation. You're so far removed from what the experts are saying that at this point, you better off just pretend to be a flat earther. You act like one anyway.
I don't think you guys are subhuman mongrels.
I
Wow.
would say, yeah, don't do that. Don't think anybody can be subhuman. If it's soon, not you, I mean, the person, right? If people are going down pipelines where they have deemed wrongthink to remove someone's basic humanity, that should showcase just how bad their worldview is.
I just think you guys want the Earth to be flat, even though it's not.
No, it is. It's measurably, observably, and practically used as flat.
Why would we want that, dude?
Because it makes you special rebels.
No, everyone's special. That's the best part. Every single person is, in science, if you believe what science says, every single person is unique. There's not one person the same, just like a snowflake. If you were to compare, just like a snowflake, yeah. Every single person is their own special snowflake. And you're all the same. All together, if people work together, each special snowflake can create an avalanche and change the face of the world, or the mountain, or whatever your parable is. What's going on with there, Sergeant Larson? There you go. See, the main key there is when globalists offer a worldview that's even more ugly, sad, and small than the flat earth. The heliocentric is supposed to fill you with inspiration. Just imagine any possibility, and it's true. Simply imagine an earth out there where they got it right, whatever the topic, world peace, nuclear disarmament, anything. The universe is so vast, anything is possible. Just use that to find a version of you that isn't freaked out over disagreement. Easy. Unless you can't do it. You can't use a heliocentric model, and then you got possible and not possible at exactly the same time. A full contradictory worldview. Everything is possible. Nothing is possible. The same set of conditions.
Well, that's the thing about flat Earth is there's too many contradictions in it.
Like what? What would be a contradiction?
Well, first of all, flat earthers aren't a monolith, right? There's like differences. There's a lot of flat earthers that have different ideas.
Like interesting. Like this morning when no globalists were around, we had this pretty amazing conversation, kind of going back and forth about different topics, because each person sharing their own experience, then trying to understand where other people are coming from. Where the globalists have this hive mind group think, either you're with us or against us. Their worldview and it's hard pressed. Like globalists, will you say I? We went to space. Okay, does that include flat earthers? Yes and no. It's a contradiction right there. Flat earthers are to blame for why you can't go to space after you said you did. Flat earthers are holding humanity back, and they don't count as human at all. Which one is these contradictions stack so high that the only logical conclusion is a globalist worldview is even more ugly, sad, and small than the flat earth view. The flat earth view, I can use sci-fi movies and stuff to invoke some sort of to like change the world. Like where Star Trek did that, let this be your last battle, where they talked about, inner city racism.
You really can't get a smaller worldview than your flat earth view.
No, the globalist world, the anti-flat earth globalist worldview is even more ugly, sad, and small.
It's not, though, because it considers everything.
No, but it considers nothing in everything at the same time. The contradiction. On the globalist worldview, they should be able to explain disagreement. They should be able to explain flat earthers. Michio Kaku did a full TED Talk on this. Full, incomplete TED Talk. He said there's a gene for skepticism, genetically engineered through evolution for people to raise a bullshit flag when they don't understand something. So which one is it? Is genetics perfectly designed humans to be skeptical, or flat earthers are just a bunch of abject retards who don't understand even their own reasons for being skeptical?
Well, I think it could be both of those things.
Would that be a contradiction then?
No, you can be dumb enough to not understand something, but also not want to understand it and be skeptical.
How did they go from globe to flat earth to begin with?
Each person is unique, I'm sure, in that sense.
No, you forget though that we were all indoctrinated by the water ball myth. We were in that headspace. Twonger.
Well, the reason why I just think you're
asking me to accept it. I used to be duped by it. I used to accept it.
What do you think? We just woke up and that was it?
I used to say, yes, teacher. Molten iron core. Copernicus, teacher. Did I get a good grade?
Well, I'm sure if I asked you what made you skeptical of, what makes you skeptical of the water ball?
There's one thing, dude, that fucking always draws me back, man. Fucking the same fucking thing, and you said it. It's water.
Water seeks its level. That's what draws you back.
Yeah, man.
What about you?
You can go outside every day and see this shit.
What about you, Haas?
Dude, they overplayed the water card. They call it the blue marble, the pale blue dot. And you forget, Twonger, that I was fed decades before, when you were just a star in the sky, I was fed decades of this outer space travel narrative. Yeah, they sold us a bill of goods when it's right in front of us. The nature of water debunks, exposes the water ball to be myth. It's as simple as that. I know you guys don't like that. Those aren't the dots you wish to connect.
You said the nature of water is what debunks it?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, they call it a blue marble, Twonger. The blue's the water.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
Marbles, I'm curious too.
What's wrong with calling it a blue marble?
The spheroid, the spheroidal.
Well, because the nature of water in reality goes against that marble.
What about water makes that against it? Is what Twonger's asking, I think.
Well, why don't you have him tell you?
No, he's asking you to tell you that.
Yeah. But Twonger's well aware of the nature of water and here in reality. He just doesn't like to connect the dots.
That's not the question, though. The question was, what about water finding a level?
Well, dude, how do you have flat water on a blue marble?
You have level water, not flat water. It's a difference.
Oh.
Can you take a spirit level onto a curved surface and find level?
Listen, I know you guys
take a water level, though, dude.
These nouveau, you guys have these nouveau damage control definitions on Webster.com.
No, not really.
I can show you. Well, that's what you're.
I just don't know what you're saying. I'm not repeating it. I'm asking to understand what about water's nature makes the blue marble.
Listen, you're claiming level's curved.
I didn't make a claim at all. I asked a question about what about water makes the curved thing not work.
You sure did, bro.
No, I'm asking to understand what you're saying because you're speaking very
level
vaguely.
And flat were two different things.
Of course.
The fact that we use water as a horizontal reference, that kind of seals it for me.
Yes, of course. Can you have a flat table?
Do you agree that we use water as a horizontal reference?
Yes, I'm with you there. So go on.
All right. Well, that's a contradiction in your mind, dude. Is it curved or is it flat? What do you mean how?
The water. So can you have a flat table on a curved floor?
So what you're saying? The surface.
Can you have a flat table on a curved floor
of water? The surface.
Can you have? The question is, can you have a flat table on a curved floor? Thank you, QED. What about water makes the curved thing not work? Whatever.
Is water a table? Tables are wood or glass or stone.
We're talking about the surface of water, dude, not what's underneath the water, man.
So, do you think the Earth is made only of water, or do you think the Earth is curved?
Water, bro.
Do you think horizontal is curved?
So it's amazing to me, and not surprising.
No, you're not going to answer the question,
was,
right?
why?
You don't like
What about
question,
water?
Right? Do you think horizontal is curved? Like you just agreed with me that the surface of water.
I appreciate you running away from the question. What about water makes the flat thing not work? Why are we talking about something different now?
I told you, man. The surface of water
the final
is used as a
experiment. Check it
horizontal
out.
reference.
The final experiment is
now we're on to the final experiment. So let's jump to the sky, right?
Well, I'm sorry, you jumped to things about flat and level. Is there a difference between a level surface and a curved Earth?
Tells you what you're standing on, dude.
Oh, no, I can answer the previous question, Subdued. I'm sorry. So, Subdued, if you can have a flat table on a curved floor, you can have a flat water section.
Wood tables are made of material.
You just said that. You just agreed.
Can you show me that in reality, where the surface of the water?
By the way, I'm not sure why. I'm sorry. I'm not sure why you went to.
Yeah, we're looking
Velociraptor.
Like, this guy's just jumping all over the place, man.
Yeah, Velociraptor, instead of just waiting to talk, listen and respond accordingly. When we were talking about water, you started bringing up wood tables. Wood is rigid. Show me a water table.
No, he seems to think that water conforms to the fucking to its.
Oh no! I'm sorry.
Fucking resting on, right? Like he doesn't observe reality, right?
Yeah, I'm sorry, but what I was trying to say is you guys are confused because you went from level to flat, and level is obviously not the same as flat. But I wasn't talking about a wood table. I was talking about a flat table.
Level is flat in my fucking paradigm. When I build something and I use a level, it's flat.
A wood table. Of course not. Level is flat.
You've been duped by these nouveau damage control definitions of level.
All I have to say is the final experiment is pretty flat Earth, and why? What's your response?
Run away like a little bitch.
I know.
Nice job, Velociraptor.
Well, no, I simply asked the question, what about water makes the curved Earth not work? And your response was...
I told you like 10 times, but you don't want to fucking listen.
Well, you asked me flat, level, wood. I'm not making the claim. I'm trying to understand what about water makes the curved Earth not work.
Wow.
Maybe
they claim we're on they call it a blue marble for a reason.
The question is, what about the nature of water makes the curved Earth not work?
Do you agree that the surface of water is used as a horizontal reference?
Yes, because it's level, not flat. There's a difference.
Welcome to flat Earth, dude.
Of course not, because the horizon is curved.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Have you ever seen a sunset, Subdued?
Subdued, have you ever seen a fucking horizon, dude?
Yes, have you seen a sunset, Subdued?
Show me a curved horizon right now, man.
Have you seen a sunset?
Put a curved horizon up there, man. You just said it's curved, man.
I see Velociraptor.
Yes, have you seen a sunset, Subdued?
I saw the sun not setting in Antarctica, and that debunks the globe.
Not true, brother.
Yeah, anyway, because remember,
the sunset. Hold on, can I finish this real quick?
This guy just wants to play word games, man. That's all he's up to, right?
You were talking about the final experiment, right?
Quick, do you mind? So, pretty Subdued. Subdued. You see the sunset. Where does the sun go? Does it disappear by getting smaller to a point, or do you see the bottom part of the circle be cut off as a flat line? And as it sinks lower and lower, more and more of the lower part of the sun disappears from vision until it's
it's moving away from you. Yeah, like you don't see the when you're in your room, you don't see the light. When you're in your room, you don't see the lights in the bathroom.
It's just like if you walk over a bridge, because bridges are higher in the middle than either end, because the bridges are curved for structural purposes. That's an example of it.
And the water's flat underneath them. We get it, man.
No, it's not, because you can see the curvature.
Show us a picture of curved water underneath a bridge, you fucking moron.
You saw it yourself. You saw the sun setting. QAD. You guys take it easy, man. Final experiment.
Did you mention the final experiment? Oh, God.
He's a runner, man. He just fucking wants to talk. Talking about curved water under a fucking bridge.
The final experiment has an elephant in the room.
He doesn't even know why we build bridges that way, man. He thinks it's because of the fucking curve of the earth.
Wait, what? Bridges are curved because the earth is curved?
Yeah, is that what you believe?
Is that what he was implying?
That's what he said, dude.
Goddamn. Did not know that.
Where did the final experiment took place? Anybody knows?
In a studio in Hollywood? Of course. I'm joking. It was in Antarctica.
That's a good one. In Antarctica?
Yep. They went south of Punta Arenas. It's like this place in South America, like the southernmost tip.
The explorers of that region, the Antarctic Plateau, also known as the Polar Plateau, or King Huon Plateau, is a vast, flat.
What?
And cold continental plateau in East Antarctica, right? The pole, they went to the South Pole to do the final experiment, and look, the explorer described it as a great plateau more than 9,000 feet above the sea level, surrounded by a rim of high mountains. What else? Although it is largely unexplored, the nearest peaks are about 200 miles away, so one sees nothing but a flat plain of snow in all directions. These explorers are describing the South Pole as flat. A plateau is a flat, elevated area of land.
Did you not know what a plateau is?
Well, the Globers are saying, well, let's go to the flat plateau to prove we're standing on a curving surface.
I mean,
don't you find that
the
ironic?
word flat is just, I mean, it's kind of silly argument to me.
So you're saying the explorers of these regions are silly when they describe the surface of the hundreds of miles of non-curving landscape?
I mean, I don't know what to tell you, man. It's kind of funny to say. They're not like, measuring for curvature or anything like that. They're just calling it flat, It looks flat. The way I would look at an ocean, the surface of the ocean, and say, okay,
Where's the
human
ground?
beings.
The surface of the ocean,
yeah,
it's not curving
okay,
either. So if the South Pole is flat and not curving, and then the surface of the ocean is horizontal, level, not curving either, how can all that stuff be in a ball?
Isn't it amazing? Blows your mind, huh? Yeah, I think the problem with the way people even talk about level is the same problem we are having right now. Like, there's a difference between, the common tongue, where people just use words without giving it literal. And then there's, the, technical language, where, words actually mean exactly what they say.
Do you think level means equidistant from the center of a sphere as well?
I would say I don't think so. I mean, when I'm talking to people, in general, level is just flat or whatever.
Yeah, it's only in here where people are going to tell you that level means curved, Fry. That should tell you something.
Yeah, but I'm not surprised.
Hold on, Fry, go with me here for a second. It sounds like you're cheerleading for this idea that level means equidistant from the center of a sphere.
Not exactly. Not exactly. Are you there, Denmark?
Yeah, so just show us that the ball exists in the first place then. If you want to use that, if you want to apply that.
No, what I'm saying is like, I've heard level means horizontal by most, like, into surveying, shit like that. And I can understand that because, like, even computer science, we use terminology that was off regular. I mean, I think every, like, I don't know, industry, I guess they have their own way of using commonly used. So I don't have an issue with them using the word level means.
Hey, well, okay, do you have an issue with the definition I just posted from a 1983
No, I don't. I just told you.
Yeah, do you have issue with that?
Nope.
Okay, well, welcome to Flat Earth.
Where's my T-shirt?
Highlighted part, right?
I'll never consider joining unless I get a T-shirt. That's for sure.
So, Fry, what is your issue with reality then?
It's kind of an open-ended question, isn't it?
I mean, if it's you're saying that you're having issues with the definitions of words and what they mean and what they represent in across reality.
Yeah, across fields, not real. Like, if a surveyor wants to use I don't
get closer to your mic. You're cutting out. I think you're too far from your mic.
Oh shit. Okay. Yeah. What I'm saying is like when a surveyor. Hang on. You know what? I'll change my computer. Hang on.
Yeah, it's very laggy, cutting in and out. So you know what I have a problem with? I have a problem with people believing Earth is a globe despite the lack of evidence. So when it comes to a problem with reality, the big problem with reality is the people in reality.
Amish, don't you find it ironic that the last experiment took place on a great plateau?
Yeah, I picked up on that early too. I thought that was kind of ironic. I saw the description of Union Glacier Park, and yeah, like it's a plateau, and also ironic is it's near one of the highest points in Antarctica, the Union Glacier Mountain.
Yeah.
You know what those little glaciers can do? They can spin freely from the other parts. If it's like a big iceberg type glacier and it's connected to it, disconnects a little bit, they can actually fucking spin because they're actually on water. The ice. If that's the case. Now, if they're all solid, all solid.
Demo, get closer to your mic, bro.
Yeah, it's hard to hear you,
Sounds like
brother.
you're talking on a prison phone.
Sorry, brother. It's a headphone piece. I don't use it. But yeah, I'm just saying, like, some of those glaciers can spin, I was thinking they were going to get on one of those big ass glaciers and sit there and act like they were getting the rotation of Earth or something by seeing that the glacier spun, like something weird, like testing that the glacier spun against something else or whatever, because it's actually going to spin a little bit. I thought they was going to do some weird shit like that, but I guess not. Yeah, because there's big ass like floating land masses of ice that like sit and they spin where they're at. They just spin around. I was like, what
so
the
Demo,
fuck? Like helicopters catch it.
They went and conducted the last experiment on a great plateau. A plateau is a flat, elevated area of land.
Right. So it was surveyed flat beneath the 24-hour Antarctic sun. like we've been saying all along.
Right. What was
So they looked away from the thing in question and the flatness of it, not curving, and they looked away from it and said, "Look, something else.
The globe.
look, something else. No, don't look at the place that we're standing on that is not curving. Don't look at that."
Yeah. Yeah. Ignore the flat Earth. Look at the globe Earth evidence in the sky instead. Ignore the flat Earth on your feet. Oh gosh, yeah. It's a bad look.
What do y'all think about the shadow going full 360 though at the South Pole?
A what?
I think it's cool as hell.
I mean,
don't know what the sun is.
What is that evidential of?
Polarization of light of some sort. I think there's a combination of a bunch of variables, obviously, but there is something called Snell window. There's some type of refraction happening, and we don't know everything because the variables of the heavens above are something else that we probably never get a complete answer to it. But the observer is looking to a mechanism that is showing the light doing a circle across the heavens above.
What did he even ask?
Well, I'm just conflicted on if it's evidential of the globe Earth model being true, because I mean, it's doing a full 360, or if it's evidential of sun being local. I'm conflicted.
Earth measure is flat regardless of what the sun does. Now, what this is interesting to note is that the observer is looking north everywhere they're looking at the sun circle about them from Antarctica. They're looking due north when they're looking at the sun circle around them, which means north is everywhere but south.
Dr. Erday.
Yo.
You're saying that you're conflicted into thinking that the circuit that the sun did, and you mentioned the shadow was the shadow was being observed in the same area as well.
Yeah.
So that's interesting phenomena, yeah. But the thing is, this thing took place on a flat plateau, on a great plateau, a landmass that is not curving. You see the irony on that?
Yeah, I mean,
he's saying, how could you even make a claim about shadows, dude? The ground was flat.
And he mentioned that the sun might be local, but the thing is, Russia is not local to you, right?
Right.
So the sun is on the heavens above, it's not on the ground. You can't go to the sun and buy milk, like the local store. But it is closer than what they claim. I mean, I don't know what that will mean, but it's not. It's definitely not the 93 million miles across the vastness of the vacuum of space. Globes next to globes.
10,000 miles? How far above is it?
Yes, that would be a good question, but that's an apparent position because the sun, that phenomena, it looks like a reflection of reflections that is going through multiple layers above, and we're looking at a phenomena that is happening in a mechanism above us, but it's
why would you say that? Why not just say it's an actual, like that's the most likely explanation, right? Why say this? Yeah.
It's an actual what?
Is there any reason? Is there any reason for you to say it's an apparent position that's going through? What did you say? Reflections?
I mean, even the Globers say when you look into the sun, it's an apparent position. It's not the actual thing. You know that, right?
Yeah, but that's because of refraction. I mean, just because something's refracting doesn't mean it's an actual. Like,
well, they say the sun's below them, but they see it above them, right?
Yeah.
It's like when they look forward, they can see their butthole. Yeah, refraction. Yeah, they know where everything's at. Yeah, refraction. Yep.
Oh my god.
Because the thing is that the sun is a phenomena that is being caused by the mechanism in place. So the source of the sun itself and the mediums that are between the source and the observer and the observer on the floor, the mediums above, and then the sun and the source of the sun. There's a bunch of missing variables, and you can tell that the sun is kind of like it's being observed. When you're looking at the sun from a seashore, and you see the light, the pillar of light going to your feet, and then the other guy 5 kilometers away, or 30 kilometers away, or 100 kilometers away is also looking at the sun, and the sun pillar is going to his feet.
I see what you mean.
So it's like the sun has multiple phases, like reflection. When you shine a light through a prism that has multiple angles, the light is being reflected through multiple angles, and you can see the light going, like shining at multiple positions.
Wait, you said 50 kilometers away. So I mean, so if the sun is 10,000 miles high up in the air, I mean, 50 miles is, I think it's not
nothing
that far.
Yeah, but that's the thing, that the phenomena that is happening is almost like the sun is pointing towards you, like imagine a light bulb
10,000 miles high. I mean, an object 10,000 miles high, it's not gonna make a difference if you're like 50 miles away.
Yeah,
it's like right.
No, it's not gonna make a difference.
If you
but it's not like a light bulb that, you know how the a flashlight, you can point a flashlight towards something, but then this flashlight of the sun is like a flashlight that has multiple heads. It's being pointed at multiple directions at the same time. It's
like a bulb. It's not like a flashlight. It's more like a bulb, like a sphere. I mean, okay, you can call it whatever you want, but it's not, if you've ever seen Burj Khalifa, you go to Dubai, like, you can see it from anywhere in the city, you're traveling, you can see it. It looks like, it's like right there, where it's like actually super high, super far away. So the sun could be like just like that. It doesn't have to be this magical apparent position thing. The sun could just really be super far and super big, just like Burj Khalifa.
You mean super far and super big, like a ball of fire?
I'm not making a claim on that. I'm just saying, 10,000 miles, I think that's pretty far away that, we'll have similar
How are you getting to 10,000 miles?
It's just a number. It's just a number. You can put whatever number you want. I mean, could it be 1,000,000 miles away?
Wow.
Are you saying it's not?
You're just throwing numbers, random numbers.
I'm just asking. What do you think? Can it be 1,000,000 miles away?
Could it be 3959 away? Could it be 12,000? Could it be 24,901 away? Think about
That's
those
what I'm
questions.
asking. Like, is there an absurd number?
No, listen. The radius of the Earth, right? The circumference of the Earth, right?
Forget about the globe. I'm not even talking about the globe.
No, listen to what I'm saying to you, Fry. Fry, listen real quick, please. Could the sun's distance, instead of being the guessed up number that you made up, could it be actually one of the distances the globe component gave us? Would that be funny?
I don't know. Just saying, I'm not putting my money anywhere. I'm just asking a question.
That would be funny, yeah.
Like out of A, B, or C, you had the choice of 39.59, 12,000, or 24,901.
I don't
then
know.
Which one do you think the sun would be?
I'm asking you. You're the. I mean, you know what's up.
Well, the flat Earth math people say 3,000 to 4,000 miles.
Oh,
I
really?
didn't do that.
Okay, so that's what I was asking.
Yeah, okay. Some math people say, even globe mathers say that it could be 4,000, or it can be far away.
Says that.
So, yeah. If you can do math, you have to. Don't be silly. You have to have both ways in math. You can have it both ways in math. You can have something close or far, and have the same attribute. Yeah.
I think it was Matthew Learns that put that number out, the 3,001.
Yeah, but
he did the math.
Does he believe that?
Right, but other people back in the day did it too. Just to
I mean, that's
the shadow thing and to
I'm
see,
not
hey, if it was this far, this close.
About,
He's not the only one. I'm saying anybody that can do math can come up with that number. It's not. Yeah, they're gonna come up with that number or
I understand that. I'm just curious.
Okay.
Like, does he actually believe that? I'm gonna have to.
It's the choice. It's just the choice of mathematics. Which one do you choose, Pokemon?
Oh shit. Which one do you choose? Do you choose the 3,000 mile one?
I choose D. I don't know.
So if you don't know, it could be like 1,000,000 miles high, right? It could be, theoretically, since you don't know.
It could be inside your head in the back of your dome piece about 3 inches away. But what it could be isn't helping us. Could be our butthole. But that's
It
not
can't be
it.
that. It can't be inside my head. I know the sun's outside my head.
Oh, it sure could.
Yeah, you choose to believe that a dying star gives you a sunburn.
Damn, you're losing me. You're losing me. That's too far-fetched for this conversation.
Bri, what's your opinion on those two images I just put? Well, the GIF and the image in the side chat. What's your explanation for the sunspot on the clouds?
I have no idea. Honestly. That looks kind of weird. What is that? Is that a cloud? Yeah, that's a cloud.
It's a cloud deck.
Right. I have no idea. That looks pretty bizarre.
And so much for your 93 million mile distant dying star.
I mean, I don't even know how does this help the flat Earth really, but okay.
How does it help the globe?
I'm guessing someone knows. I mean, someone must have given an explanation for this.
Not really. I mean, I've been posting these. Yeah, we don't really get good explanations for this.
What's the usual answer?
There isn't one. Usually it just gets dodged, just like you just did.
But I'm an idiot, so I don't know shit. But like, someone with knowledge can like.
Yours was actually more honest responses, stating that it's weird.
Yeah, it does look pretty weird. I thought that's like a lake or something, but I guess not.
All right, you see all those images of the sun where it looks like it's embedded within the clouds, right? And only the clouds around it look like they're lit up. Or you can see like clouds in front of the sun and behind the sun. Obviously, the sun isn't where it appears, but that would lead towards the conclusion of an apparent sun, right? Someone else looking at that same sun 100 kilometers away or something like that, right? They can't even see those clouds that you can see from when you're looking at it, right? They'll see the sun. Maybe they don't have any clouds where they're looking at it, right? So they can see the sun just in the sky when there's no clouds. but you're looking at it from 100 kilometers away, and it looks like it's embedded in some clouds. So it's kind of interesting. Even on the globe model, right? They claim that when you see the sun setting,
I'm not gonna lie.
they say in the globe model that when you see the sun setting, right, it's already set. It's just apparent, right? In both cases, you're not looking
Let me
at
Google the
actual
sun being embedded in the clouds. Let me see if I can.
Yeah, I got some good little gifs of it here.
I'll look up some propaganda pages on this if there are any. Sun embedded in the clouds. Yeah, I'm not seeing one where it looks like the sun, like the clouds are behind the sun.
Oh, I have some great ones here. I wish I had my stuff organized a bit better. It was just in front of me a second ago. Here's a pretty cool one. Yeah, Subdued just posted a good one. I'm uploading one now, but it's like 50 megabytes, so it'll take a second.
That looks insane. That almost looks fake. I mean, it could be real. Don't get me wrong. It just looks pretty crazy.
Have a look at this one.
That looks insane, bro.
Look at this one.
Yeah, that's pretty weird. Pretty fucking weird.
Perhaps I've never used their eyes before.
Yeah, this one's uploaded now. Fry, have a look.
Yeah, it's pretty trippy. I don't know what to make of it.
It's like you see the sun in an apparent location, right, due to the atmosphere and all sorts of different conditions, right? David Weiss has a pretty cool little demonstration where he sets up like a sheet, like a pretty thin sheet in his house, and he puts like a bright flashlight source light behind the sheet, and then he's standing in front of the sheet with his wife on the other side of the room, right? And they both point on the sheet where they can see the sun, right? Because it looks like they can see the sun through the sheet, and they both point to where it is. Yeah, it just kind of represents how you see things differently depending on your point of view, right? Your perspective and the atmosphere.
I've always found that video to be kind of silly because like you can do that with anything. I can do that with just like cup in front of me. I mean, it doesn't mean the cup is apparent.
Yeah, but the atmosphere makes all sorts of crazy things happen, right? So it's safe to say that when you see the sun in the sky, you're looking at an apparent sun. You're not looking direct. Like what you're seeing is dependent on where you're standing and what's going on with the atmosphere, right? The
I'm just saying
conditions.
That experiment that he did was silly as all hell, man. I mean,
what's silly about it though, right? It just shows that the light that you see isn't necessarily, you're not looking at the source light, right? You see it in completely different positions depending on where you're standing, right? So it's like the exact position that you're seeing it is personal to you. Just like when you're standing at the shoreline of the beach and you have like the reflection of the water, right? You have the reflection of the water coming directly to your feet. And you can have someone standing down the beach a few meters and they'll have a light coming to their feet. Neither of you can see the other person's light.
I'm saying like you can do that with like a light in your house. I mean,
just because you can do it with something else doesn't mean that what he did was stupid. Just because you can repeat it in other ways, that doesn't make out like what Dave did stupid. It's just to point out something that happens in reality, right? And these images we're showing you in the side chat further validate that the sun that we see in the sky is just apparent.
It's not even a son or daughter, it's a parent. Isn't that crazy? The whole time you've been tricked.
Oh man.
What, that wasn't funny?
Oh yeah, Amish just posted some pretty cool pictures of the moon in the side chat.
That's the moon? I thought that's the sun. Holy shit.
Yeah, man, I did when I first saw that as well.
Pretty sick. You know, I've learned more about astronomy from flat earthers than globers. Pretty funny. I think yesterday, like someone was like, "You see the Southern Cross from the Northern Hemisphere?" And I was like, "Wait, what? Really?" And they were like, "Yeah, because apparently because of refraction, that's what the globe position is," which I did not know. Worked on stars as well.
Yeah, they just most globe earthers just know how to say the word refraction. They know how to make that noise with their mouth, right? And then you start quizzing them on it, and they don't know shit most of the time, right? They don't know the definition of refraction. They don't know what different types of refraction do, right? They just think it's a word that you make, like that you say when something doesn't make sense, that a flat earther claims. Something doesn't make sense to them on their globe, so they just, oh, I say refraction right now, and then it's okay.
Dr. Erday, he had a question earlier. What do you think, Dr. Erday? He's conflicted into the sun being local or the earth being a sphere.
I mean, I'm mostly leaning towards flat Earth, but I don't know. Like, what are y'all's thoughts on, you know how they did the final experiment? What would be your refutation to that?
First of all, it's not an experiment. So they just label it for gigs or just, to have a kind of try to make people think they're doing some type of science.
Why do you say that, though? Can you, articulate why?
Because an experiment, they're trying to attribute a shape, right? Or negate or falsify a shape or a description, right? By observing the sun doing something. But that will be a what is question or just doing an observation. Science will deal with how is like a cause and effect relationship. And they were not manipulating anything to determine the cause of the phenomena being observed. Because on the scientific method, you will be manipulating variables to determine the cause of an observed phenomena, natural observed phenomena. And just by going to a place like, if right now you go outside and you look at the sun doing what it does, you're not doing science. You're just observing.
Right.
So they went over there to a flat, it's called the Great Plateau, right? It's a vast flat region of land or ice that is not curving, it's flat. And they looked away from the thing in question, right? The thing below their feet, and say, let's attribute a shape to the thing below our feet by looking at the sun. Does that make any sense to you?
Yeah, I mean, but I don't know. I just feel like I don't have the right question to ask.
Yeah, look, man. What they tried to do was strawman us, right? With good reason. I get why they did it, because what they say is, on the flat Earth model, that can't work, right? You can't have that. You can't have a 24-hour sun in Antarctica on the flat Earth model, right? We don't claim to have a model, but in their defense, right, there are certain flat earthers out there that make bad arguments. I've done it before myself, I admit it. Right? That they know exactly how the sun works, and that this is how the sun works on the flat Earth model, right? They're trying to sort of claim a model. They're trying to pretend they know this is how the sun works, right? When in reality, none of us know for certain how the sky works. Right? So what this has actually done actually helps flat Earth, right? Because now certain flat earthers on YouTube, like Jaren and whatnot, they can't make these dumb arguments anymore. You won't find most of the flat earthers in 24/7 flat Earth telling you that, right? Telling you that, on the flat Earth model, like, we'll tell you we don't have a model. There is no flat Earth model. What's the sun? We don't know what the sun is. We don't know how the sky works, right? But they are strawmanning the majority of flat earthers and saying, on the flat Earth model, this can't work, right? We don't have a model.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I mean, we don't have a model.
Wait, is this a religion channel? Because I've got a reduction on Christianity. Just my argument would just
no, bro.
Nigger.
Oh, you're talking about your dad? Yeah, your dad. Just call him and talk to him. If you want to talk about your dad and call him dad, yeah, go ahead, talk to him. Your mommy might be wondering where he's at.
He might be wondering too.
That's why he's repeating and calling for his daddy.
Well, you know what, Gemsy? Maybe you can step in and be that role model in his life that he's been missing this whole time.
Nah, I won't be able to fulfill the imaginary image of his dad.
Like the
Yeah, because in his mind, he heard his mom saying, "This end guy, this need that, and this need that." Right now he's repeating it like his mom.
Yeah, so Dr. Erde, does that make sense? Right? We don't claim a model. We don't claim to know exactly how the sky works. We try to stick with things that we can validate and test empirically, like the surface of the Earth. Right? We can take long distance observations. We can make laser tests over large bodies of water. And we've done that so many times now, where it completely destroys the radius value of the globe. Right? These are experiments and tests that anyone can go and do themselves.
I just, like, I feel like I don't have a strong reputation for the final experiment. Like, it's just...
why would it not work on a flat Earth? Explain that to me. How would it debunk flat Earth?
I mean, 24 hours of sun in the South Pole wouldn't make sense.
That's only because you think that you know what the sun is, what it does, the mechanisms that operates it.
Oh, I definitely don't know.
Well, you don't.
I don't know.
So a sun setting or not setting proves a globe again. I'm confused. The last time I checked, the proof of a globe was a sun setting. Now you're saying if we go film it not set and not go below our feet like flat earthers say, that proves what? I'm confused.
Yeah, because if you're above a table plateau, remember they went to the Great Plateau of Antarctica. So you're above a plateau table, right? And then you're looking at a light above the table, and the light is doing a circle above the table. Do you think the table is curving?
No.
Yeah. Because remember, the Globers make claims about they claim they know everything. They know what the sun is, the distance. They have all of these claims, which is kind of like a construct. It's a cartoon, like a you've seen depictions of how the sun is on the globe we live, right? You have the Earth as a ball. Then 93 million miles away from that, there's a fireball that is way bigger than the Earth, and you're picturing that, and you kind of like trying to bring that to make sense when you're standing on the ground, you yourself in reality, and you're looking at the sun doing a 24-hour circle across the sky. You're trying to put those two things together. It's the cartoon, the imaginary thing that you never seen, kind of making sense of that when you actually, with your eyes, looking at the phenomena that is the sun. But the cartoon, the fireball, and the globe Earth cartoon is not the same thing as the place that you're standing on and the phenomena that you're observing with your eyes. You see, there's a difference. They're not the same thing. When you're in reality doing the observation, standing on the ground, that is not the globe cartoon with the 93 million miles away sun. So it's not going to make sense. And when people start picturing the sun and then add the planets and they add the Earth as a planet and picture the solar system, that cartoon is not going to make sense. Obviously, because it's nonsense. You kind of have to clean that off the mind and not trying to make sense out of the globe cartoon into reality, because it's not going to make sense. But you gotta also admit that there are unknowns about the luminaries and the mechanisms that operate the heavens above. Maybe if you ask God, God might tell you how that works. Maybe He'll reveal to you His works. We can observe the luminaries do what they do, and they have been charted. There's many writings about there's the cycles and knowledge about that. The way we observe the luminaries to move, like almost like clockwork across the sky. But the actual mechanisms that operate and all of the variables, there's a lot of unknowns about that. But then you have a guy with the story that is telling you that they know how it works, and then that might make it confusing sometimes.
Something Demok said yesterday, I think it was Demok that said it, about how like the Earth is supposed to be spinning, but those cameras were spinning to film that 24-hour sun, right? Like shouldn't the Earth just spin and you should be able to film it instead of the cameras fucking spinning?
Yeah, good one. I've seen that before. The camera has to spin to follow the sun. Even the Globers tell you that, the sun is moving across the sky doing this. Yeah, exactly. The sun is doing that. The sun is traversing. The sun is doing this. The sun is moving. But then mentally, they kind of want to switch it and say the ground is doing what the sun is doing. The ground is spinning when it's actually the luminaries doing that. Observably so. There is no detection of the ground doing the movement, but there is detection of the sun doing it. They're standing on the South Great Plateau, flat, standing on it, and then attributing a shape to the whole of the Earth by looking away from the Earth. Go ahead, guys. Dr. Ernday, you're saying that you're still having an issue with the observation. You're calling it the Gray experiment, like they did, right? What is the actual issue? Like, you cannot conceive that there could be the sun can be moving across the sky, like you observe it to do so every single day?
I just don't know. It's mind-boggling.
You do know,
because okay. On one hand, I understand that if the sun is 24 hours in the South Pole, then that would be impossible in the globe model, because that means it's not going around the Earth, which it freaking does. Curvature would block out the sun from view at some times, which it didn't in the South Pole, which I don't really know how to explain it.
If you look better into the globe model, you'll realize that it makes sense in the globe model, right? According to the globe model, right? There are also flat earthers out there that have made it work on flat earth models as well. Not to say that any of the models I just mentioned are correct, right? We don't live on a model. Models need to be tested against reality, and models are just models at the end of the day. But what we can do is test for Earth curvature, right? And also look at the evidence throughout all of history that validates Earth curvature existing.
You say if you think about the globe, it might make sense, but if you think about it, the globe claims are nonsensical because your senses show you can observe the horizontal frame of reference, right? But then the globe is telling you that it's not a horizontal line, it's curving. So that's nonsense. It goes against what you're observing, your vision, one of your senses. Then your sensory of your vestibular system will be detecting rotation if the ground was rotating. And they're telling you that it is rotating, but your senses are telling you it's motionless. Because if the ground started moving, you will detect it.
Right.
Earthquakes, if the sun starts moving, the ground starts moving, you detect it. Or if you like stand on a spinning whatever, you detect it because of your senses. So contrary to your senses, the globe is telling you that the opposite of what your senses are pointing out is happening. So the globe is claiming nonsense. And then you look at
and
this.
I completely agree with that. Like, we are not
Then you look at the
spinning 1,000
luminaries.
miles per hour.
Yeah, and then you look at the luminaries and you observing with your vision again, observing with your senses, your eyes, that the sky is moving, but the globe is claiming the opposite, is claiming nonsense, that the sky is not moving, it's you that is moving. So the globe, all of the globe claims are nonsensical.
Right, Jemsy. So we see a tilting of the sun's celestial equator over the course of a year. And they tell us that that is the Earth tilting, not the sun. Which of these is our sense? Which of these is derived from our senses? If you didn't know any better, and you experienced the world without being told about the solar system model, you would have no reason to conclude that that is the case.
And
Don't you find it weird that like everything you're told is the exact opposite of what you see?
Yeah, your God-given senses that actually get you through every single day. Because if you didn't have your senses, it will be pretty hard to do anything, to even be alive, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
So God designed this environment, this construct, and then gave you senses to experience it and survive in it. And then they're telling you that your senses are nonsense and that the nonsense makes sense. What do you think, Earth? Dr. Earth?
Well, I see. That's what makes me stay as a flat earther, is because like my senses tell me it's flat. We're not spinning. We're not expanding through a vacuum. Like, it's just,
it's nonsense.
And then the Bible says, the Earth's immovable.
That makes sense.
It's also the Bible plus my senses, right? But
could you say the Creator, God, had the foresight to give us scripture that would emphasize how flat and stationary Earth is, knowing that there may become a time in the future where we might be having this spiritual battle?
Right.
So what's your
it's an interesting
argument for
idea.
the globe? Doctor, what would you say is your argument for the globe? Like, if you had to say.
Bro, he's trying to come. Go ahead, my bad. Oh,
well,
Fry's trying to bring him back to the globe. Go ahead.
I'm just wondering. Like, is there any particular reason why you still think that the globe could be viable?
Well, I really don't, but like I have some buddies that I talk to about this stuff, and it's like ad hominems after ad hominems, and I'm just like, I don't have all the answers, guys, but I'm just saying, like, what the globe model teaches, a lot of it is provably false. So, like, why would you believe all of it if you could prove some of it false? And it's like, then if you don't have this to be true, then a lot of this other stuff falls apart. But I just don't have the answers or the questions to be able to answer them. So they just ad hom me. Like,
yeah. I mean, they've got a lot of answers, but they don't have the evidence and data to back it up. Just like a con artist has all the answers, but can't validate their claims. They're going based off of ensuring the trust in their target. So with the 24-hour Antarctic sun, are we supposed to throw out all the flat Earth measurement, right? All of our long-distance infrared observations, terrestrial and aerial, all of our laser transit methodologies, all of our microwave links, all of our observations from our community with P900 cameras, all of planar surveying techniques and methods. Are we supposed to throw all of this out because some strange light in the sky that we have no way to actually test in real life and verify is doing something very odd and strange above our heads, when we know that the Earth underneath it measures flat? So whatever the star is doing is ancillary to what we can actually measure and deduce for ourselves in our lived experience. That's discovering flat Earth.
It ain't even got to be doing nothing crazy. It's just doing what we haven't. We haven't we can't actually reproduce it 100%, right? So it's
right.
Not, I'm just saying, it's not to say anything that's happened up there is special or magical. It's probably what's supposed to happen and only what can happen. We just don't have a grasp on reproducing that exactly.
Well, the globe is really heavy on explanations and very light on evidence. So what's hard for a lot of people to get rid of is the antipodal assumption of Earth. That is, there's a North Pole and a South Pole, and halfway through the year, the sun switches bias across the equator. It goes more north and goes more south. Earth's tilting more northly to more southly throughout the course of a year. That's just an explanation. So we're like, okay, for that to be true, for Earth to be a globe doing this, let's go measure the curvature. Well, it's not curving. So now what? Let's go try to measure Earth's motion, like its orbital velocity around the sun and its diurnal rotation. Can't do that either. And all the scientific literature says they wouldn't expect you to be able to do so. Well, shit. So what does that leave us? It leaves us with, on one hand, on your left hand is a big ball of unfalsifiable crap called the globe in the heliocentric cosmology. And on the right hand are your lived experiences, things you can know and think about, things you can touch and see and taste and smell, everything that you pick up for your survival with your senses that you apply to living. And you don't sense curvature or sense the globe spinning. You can't measure it with the best tools. And those that say that the Earth is doing everything that's different from what you see are using methodologies and equipment that you yourself can't verify.
No, you can measure Earth moving if it was moving.
If it was accelerating, you could measure it, yep.
Yes, 100%. Everybody would see the attribute or action of that. Like when an earthquake happens, you see all the pictures on your wall shake. It doesn't fucking sit still because the Earth sits still in gravity. No, they shake. So you would see that. The trick is they always trick you that way too. They're like, oh, you wouldn't be able to test this. That's because they can't prove it to you.
Wait a second. So if you put a camera pointed at the sun, you can see how fast it's moving?
You can see how fast the sun is moving.
Really?
That's not what I said. I said the Earth moving. I said you can test the Earth moving while you're on it. If the fucking Earth is spinning and moving and wobbling through space, you would know that while you're on it.
Yeah, and we can put numbers to this, Demok. So the Earth is spinning 1,000 miles per hour into Earth's orbit during the nighttime, and it's spinning 1,000 miles per hour away from Earth's orbit during the daytime. You don't think that there are industrial level accelerometers out there that are capable of picking up a plus minus 1,000 mile per hour differential over 24 hours? You're crazy. I've actually sourced some that are capable of doing that. They cost like $600 to $700. How do you calibrate that? They don't bother calibrating it to Earth's motion because it's not moving.
But when it starts moving, we call it earthquakes. Or landslides. And you feel that stuff. And equipment feels that stuff too.
Yeah, you feel it when the gravitron goes 1,000. Oh, I'm sorry, a couple miles an hour, and you get stuck to the wall. A couple miles an hour, and you're stuck to the wall and can't move. Not 1,000, not 500. A couple miles an hour, 60, 70. You're stuck to the wall. Holy shit! And the guy in this.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. What do you guys think? Is the Earth flat or is it? What do you guys think?
It's not a globe.
It's a globe.
It's not a what?
Not a globe.
It's not a globe, but can I ask you a question?
Yes.
How come when a boat goes all the way up and all the way down, how comes that it's not how comes it's not falling?
I don't know what you mean. Sorry.
Are you saying that the boat is
Going
not
over the
falling from the
curve.
bottom of the earth?
Yeah.
Yeah,
When it
because
goes
it's
over-
not the earth is not curving. The waters are contained and level, horizontal. And
Alright.
if the boat was on the side or on the bottom of a ball, it will fall from it, and the water will go splash, splash to the floor.
So you think okay, you say the Earth is flat, right?
The earth is not curving. The earth is earth. The water is water, and we describe it right as a non-curving surface.
Yeah, but
So
is
it's a
it flat or
horizontal
what is
frame of
it?
reference that can be described as flat.
So if it's not global, then the pictures from NASA and shit like this are fake, or
They tell you themselves those are artist renditions, artistic images, not photographs, but images that are composed, like in a computer.
I have a question. Are you Pakistan, but like your accent are like Pakistan when you are speaking? What?
Yeah, it's the accent is from across the world, and it's not the word is not curving. That's what we're talking about. Yes, across the world, the accent is not curving.
So are you guys in the channel like for hours, or do you guys just speak non-stop? About that.
24 hours.
You talk 24 hours.
Yeah, we as the royal we, like sometime I speak, another time someone else speaks. Different hours people speak. Different people
nice,
speak.
That's nice. That's nice, actually. It's interesting. It's interesting, to be honest.
Hey, oh my god, scheiße, ich muss jetzt hin.
So,
Ich geh raus, ne, Alter. Lass sie da rein. Bock gar nicht.
Who's the guy speaking behind? So, so you are 24 hours here and are talking about if the Earth is flat, if the Earth is global, and stuff like this.
Pretty much.
That's right, bro.
Well, that's
We got
crazy.
ourselves a genius.
So you're always welcome to come in and just listen to what people are talking about. Yeah.
I will in the future, of course I will, because I find that interesting, to be honest, because I like to hear both opinions and facts and stuff like this.
Yeah, a lot of people just like to listen, and then before they start talking and that, get a bit below the arguments and stuff, and which sort of evidence is needed.
Also, questions are welcome too, because we need. I mean, if is there any topics on the table, or do you guys have any questions?
Well, I just wanted to add something in relation to what you were asking about when you see these so-called pictures of Earth from space, right, by NASA, the blue marble images of Earth, right? If you actually look into how they make those, they just take a whole bunch of images of Earth, right? None of them show any curvature whatsoever, and then they stitch them together into a big giant flat map, and then they wrap them around a ball, right, in computer animation software, and then they add in the clouds and whatnot later, right? That's how NASA admits that they're making these images. So people see the finished product and they think, oh, that's a photo of the Earth from space. But once you actually look into it, right, it's admitted by NASA to be a composited image, right? None of the images that they use to stitch that together show any curvature whatsoever. I can prove that to you 100%.
Okay.
Why do you think they admit that? Like, what's the point? I don't get
What's
it.
the point? Well, Robert Simon, right, from NASA, he says his job at NASA is to fit people's expectations of what they think that the Earth should look like from space, right? So he takes 3 months worth of satellite images, right? He basically colors them in.
That's, but what I'm asking
Why do they
is,
do
why
that?
would they admit it? Like, if it's supposed to be a deception, why wouldn't it be easier if you just never? First of all, you would you would make realistic. I mean, I guess it looks kind of realistic, but you would at least not admit that it's stitched together. Or I think stitching together is fine. I think the adding the clouds and stuff is where it's kind of stupid to do that.
Well, they used the same clouds in the 2002 Blue Marble and in the 2007 Blue Marble. The exact same clouds.
Hilarious. It's pretty funny.
Maybe for legal reasons. Maybe if you sue them, they say, "Hey, we told you these are cartoons, bro. Thanks for the millions of dollars every day."
I mean, even if they get sued, they're not gonna incriminate themselves. Like that's, I don't know. It just seems like an odd thing for them to do.
No, because it's by department. The artist, the guy that showed you made the blue marble for you, and he painted it and put makeup to it. He's not gonna go to jail for doing that. He's doing his job.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, why admit it? Like, that's so weird.
Bro, the sheep will love it, right? They can tell them anything, right? They can say, look, guys, it rains diamonds on Uranus. It smells like farts on Uranus. It rains sideways, sideways glass rain on this exoplanet. Yeah, they'll tell you anything, bro. People don't even look into it. They're just like, wow.
I'm gonna look it up. Diamond rain is that's Uranus and Neptune. That's pretty interesting.
Yeah, Uranus smells like farts.
The pale blue dot is the same as the blue marble.
Oh my god, that kills me.
Also, Pluto has the face of Pluto the dog from Disney on it. The planet Pluto has Pluto on it. So they knew. They knew.
Wait, you mean before Pluto was discovered?
No, when they showed the first images, when they said that they sent a satellite to go to Pluto, to the planet, whatever, that far away, and the first images came in, it was kind of, people started depicting the dog from Disney, Pluto.
Right.
Pluto, and they depicted it on the planet Pluto on it.
Really?
It's almost like the NASA knew, Disney knew that Pluto looked like Pluto, the dog. It's just a joke. I'm not making any claims. I'm just saying that.
Fair.
For Dr. Earth Day, remember you were talking about your friends and how they are humming and they say all of these things, but many times the friends they're trying to tell you that they know better, and because they heard the scientists or whatever the people that claim the globe, and they bring up like black holes and the core of the earth and all of these things that nobody has been to or tested or verified, and they think that those things are real, but they're not. They,
What is so crazy to me is like the main guy I'm talking about. He's been a flat earther for a very long time. Then when they did this final experiment thing, he just knows unequivocally that the Earth isn't flat anymore. It has to be a globe. And now he's just on my ass. Like, and it makes no sense because he can't explain it to me. But then I'm just supposed to automatically convert to his new belief. Like, but this guy's interesting because if you don't believe exactly like he does, he's just on your ass. Like,
who's somebody you know?
Yeah.
Oh well, he's probably slightly schizophrenic.
I don't know how to explain it, bro. It's like he thinks he's done all the science he needs to.
He looked at a video that someone posted about the 24-hour sun and say science. I did the science. They did the science. And yeah, it's a globe now. You know,
like I sent him the video of the shadow doing a full 360.
Do you have that?
He had just sent me a video of him and his son went out to the front yard and they did the same thing in his front yard. And I was like, okay, you're right. I can see to this point the shadow does not prove that either way. Like it's an illusion. And
the shadow is Can you post that video of the shadow? Can you send it to me? The shadow video?
Yeah.
Yeah, just my curiosity, like, what's your opinion on the moon landing?
Oh, no way.
See?
I mean, the sun, on globe, the moon is 230,000 miles away, and we haven't even been 2,000 kilometers above the Earth. So, like that's our max. Okay, so the fact that they're saying we can go like 500 times above that is just ridiculous. And then all the equipment you have to launch yourself up, you don't have that when you're leaving the moon. So how they just poof off the moon back to Earth? It makes no sense.
Well, you can easily go to a landscape and film or do it in a Hollywood basement. Easier than going outside of reality. You can't leave reality and show people outside of reality. Can you? I mean, if we live in a contained environment, because we're breathing air, how are they gonna get out of the containment?
Yeah, I guess a lot of air tanks, oxygen tanks. I don't know.
No, we live in a contained environment. Like,
right.
We have gas pressure. The gas pressure is the force that the gases exert on the walls of its container.
There is no container.
So how are you breathing air?
Gravity.
There you go, Jim Z. I sent it.
So
Thank
you don't believe in the moon landing. Do your friends believe in the moon landing?
Not even Globers going that the moon landings are fake. And Globers themselves tell you they don't believe in the moon landing.
My dad's a Glober. He never said we went to the moon. He knew it was a fraud from the beginning, and it just took me a while to realize that he was actually right because I never looked into it until I was older.
got the Antarctic shadow video that you mentioned? Something?
Yeah, I sent both of them. One's on
okay,
Instagram.
thanks.
Yeah.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, my bad.
Would you, if you find out that the Earth is indeed flat, it would be like a huge shift in the way of your thinking, in a way. Like, because to me,
I mean,
if the
to be
Earth was
honest,
flat,
no, I don't think so. I don't think like it. Say we prove it's flat. I don't think it really changes anything except maybe NASA gets defunded. You know, that might be about it.
I think it's much more about the description is something that we use to talk about, the surface, but it's much more than that. It's actually that we are in a construct designed by a creator, and that the globe kind of like makes fun of the design of the creator and kind of like tell you that your senses are not valid and that nonsense makes sense, and it flips a lot of things around and it creates a lot of confusion, scarcity mentality. The globe, there's limited to resources, you have limited resources and that kind of stuff. So it kind of like puts the world in a certain mind state. When people believe in that stuff, in the fantasy.
Yeah, like now you got people paying to go to Mars. Like they're funding Elon to send them to Mars one day. And if everybody believed in a flat Earth, nobody would be doing that.
Well, you know what P.T. Barnum said. Suckers born every minute.
Yep.
and I can see a flat earther in you. You're like right on the edge.
Yeah, what's up, bro? What's on your mind?
What's that? I'm
Yeah, what's up, coconut?
Not much. Just chilling.
Yeah, it's good. The chat has been revitalized by the final experiment.
Has it?
Just normally, yeah. So, well, they got some value for money out of it, I guess. They've got more people talking about it. Flat versus globe.
Yeah. I would say that's a good thing for you guys.
You can always trust the globers to come along and do something ridiculous to recharge the debate, like you know, Earth is chubby, or just things like that. Like Earth is chubby, that really set the debate going again. That's what I think. It's my opinion. It was kind of just like sort of waning a little, not waning, but it was kind of like, oh yeah, it's flat. And then he comes along and says, you know, it's chubby, and then he says that shit is flat, and then he broke that microphone thinking that was something. You know, obviously the tech guy wasn't very happy. The mic probably was worth I don't know, $5,000, maybe more. There probably is really good mics there. So he just breaks this mic, you know, like it's proving gravity or something. It's like, fuck, dude, you gonna replace that? So he's a complete idiot, and yeah.
Oh, man. You know, a lot of mainstream media picked up on this TFE thing.
Yeah, but I just noticed a lot more people came in and sort of going, what's Flat Earth about? And they were kind of questioning.
Do you think that's because of the TFE?
The what?
Do you think that's because of this TFE thing? The final experiment?
Oh, yeah, well, lately, yeah, it's definitely got a lot of people talking about it again.
I see.
Like, I usually check out the chat most nights. And I noticed that, it was Tuesday nights. Tuesday's like for me, at about, Tuesday's usually pretty quiet. And especially around midnight for me, 1 o'clock. It really dies off. There's only a couple of people in the chat, and it picks up again. But I was like, midnight Tuesday, there's like 40 people in the chat, in the voice chat, which is a lot. So that's really good. There's a lot more people talking about it and people debating it and stuff. And especially this point about the sun, what the sun is doing.
Yeah.
Doesn't make sense to me. Either model, I don't get it. I was really confused. I realized I was confused about it when I was a kid, when I used to see the sunset. They would hook away. It wouldn't go straight down. And I was like, why is it doing that? It didn't make sense to me when I was a kid. Because, you know, when you're a kid, right? Well, when I was a kid, the sun was just clock. So when the sun went down, that's when you went inside. So always watching the sun, always. As a kid, always watching the sunset. I would have seen millions of sunsets. Well, not millions, but literally hundreds of thousands growing up. And I was confused why it would hook around. I was like, what's it doing? Why doesn't it just go straight over like it should, sort of thing? So that doesn't make sense.
Were you sort of, taken aback by the midnight sunlight in Punta Arenas that they recorded? Like, it's midnight and there's still like sunlight in the southern part.
I don't know, not really. I mean, there seems to be, when I just looked into it, there seems to be a lot of videos from the north of 24-hour sun. When you look to the ones in the south, they're kind of like, they look a lot like the ones in the north, kind of similar buildings and stuff. And then some of them are sort of dodgy. Some people have looked into some of the 24-hour sun footage, and it's dodgy. Now we've got these clowns going down in Antarctica, and their jackets are see-through or something. Their jackets are doing something weird. Like there's a blue screen. And
yeah, but I mean, David Weiss put out a video today, and he just replicated the same thing, right? He just had his chroma key filter on, right, on his software, and he literally replicated it on stream. I mean, Flat Earth is claiming that they faked it all. I mean, I think that's ridiculous at this point.
No, it's just why is there anomalies in the footage. Why can't we just get some just clean footage? It's all this dodgy shit. You know, and why is it's got
I think it was
McToon's
like an
shadow
honest
changing
mistake.
direction?
He just forgot
Has
to turn off
shadow
the setting.
change direction? How does your shadow change direction?
Wait, are you not sold? Like they were like actually there in Antarctica?
I mean, how does that work on either model? That your shadow changes direction. It's one minute it's pointing south or east, the next minute it's pointing west.
The camera guy that is recording the shadow is moving.
Yeah.
And so
Right,
the
getting
shadow,
longer and shorter.
Anywhere. That's repeatable
but
anywhere.
that happens everywhere. I mean, shadows do it. And you bend a little bit.
No,
Your
if
shadow
you're walking
will
around
change.
outside, the shadow of the sun is just going to be going one way. So if it's in the west, it'll be
GMZ,
your shadow
send
will
him
be
the
going east.
2 videos.
There's no way you can get a western pointing shadow if the sun is in the west. This is crazy.
So it's
Dodgy as
fake?
fuck. Dodgy
I
as
think it's
shit.
fake.
Well, it's like these
It's
videos also. I
repeatable.
see
You
of
can
the,
go
of the,
outside and do
of
it again.
I'd like to see a video of the southern
I'll send it
celestial
to you.
things without
I'd like to
being
see
a fisheye. All these videos of the southern celestial stars
I'd like
moving
to see
around are all fisheye. I'd like to see one just done with a regular camera, so it doesn't look like it's hooking around to the south. It's just very dodgy. There's a lot of dodgy videos out there.
I like to see a south-north circumnavigation. Let's see it.
Well, yeah.
That's the fine experiment.
North? What does that mean?
go
Take an aircraft and
north
fly
to south.
straight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead, Clay.
Yeah, no, you basically said what I said. Go north to south. Go over the poles directly.
Oh. Okay.
Or just, you know what? Just a full flight. Track it with some kind of I don't know what they would use to tracking it. Or just do a time lapse. You know, you just fly straight. Show the compass and just fly straight over Antarctica. So you could go and you get to the other side. But you know what
And
the
watch
funny
the
thing
compass
is?
flip. Watch the compass
You know,
flip
yeah.
to north. Yeah.
Neither the Chinese International Space Station nor the International Space Station fly over the North or South Pole. They never, actually. You know, the ISS just scratches it. There's one photo of Antarctica from the ISS and it looks flat, by the way. Let me show you. I'm gonna post it. This is the only photo of Antarctica from the ISS, and you're gonna tell me they're flying over a ball? What the heck? How is that even from any perspective? How is that possible? It looks like a planar surface to me. That photo, like every other photo from the ISS, looks like a planar surface.
A north-south circumnavigation would just be confirmation of the model, right? It still wouldn't be direct measurement of the Earth's surface.
Yeah, but they can't do it. There's no, you know, even if the stuff in the space doesn't fly over it, then you can be sure it's impossible.
I know, but it wouldn't matter. So, like, people were saying, show me your 24-hour sun in Antarctica. They went, okay, and they showed us. Okay, fair enough. Still just a reaffirmation of the model. It's not, it's just ignoring the geometry of the surface again. We could keep asking for these things. Well, show me this, show me that, show me this. Just show me direct measurement of the surface. That's all right.
Right.
Oh.
But actually, there's no direct measurement of curvature because there is no curvature. No matter how high you go, even if you go to the height of the ISS, you still get a flat horizontal horizon rising to your eye level. I
You know, I
posted
could
a
do the
few
same thing.
pictures with sources. So the question to the Globers is: what do you pick? Do you pick the do you pick the wide-angle lenses that show you a curve, or do you pick the true images with the true lenses that actually show you the true shape of the horizon? Where you gotta pick, right? You gotta pick one. I picked the one that aligns with reality, which is there is no curve. So thanks NASA for the space, for the flat Earth pictures from space, quote unquote. Which doesn't exist because it defies the second law of thermodynamics. Therefore, whatever's up there, no clue how it's up there, but I don't even need to assume how they do it. I'm just saying that even from whatever is up there, it's still flat, so it doesn't really matter if there's stuff flying in the sky.
Well, you can have high altitude devices doing what they do, recording the ground below, right? And then you can combine that in a studio with guys. I mean, you know you can make a compilation of that footage with people kind of like added to it.
But yeah. Or maybe it's just maybe the space station is just a what is it called, a submarine, and they are in supercritical liquid, which is a supercritical state that is being created by having, for example, CO2 under extreme high pressure and specifics. So when you look at supercritical fluids, yeah, that could be just up there in a supercritical fluid, and it would match biblical cosmology. Waters above. The same way as you find waters below the water, which is the ocean, in a deep darkness, right? It gets very dark as soon as you go very deep. And that's where you find this water underwater, which is the so-called... I know this triggers even flat earthers, right? Because they don't like the fact that this might be a biblical... Some don't like the fact that this is biblically aligned when it comes to creation. But yeah, if you go very deep into the outer darkness of the oceans, which are currently almost unexplored, I think, what is the percentage? I think the same percentage, that's the funny thing, the same percentage of the deepest dark of the ocean is the same percentage they claim space hasn't been explored. So, very funny. Yeah, because there is no space to go. It's just probably some super liquid above that they utilize. And who knows how, I'm just hypothetically talking. I don't know. See, this is the truth. I do not know what they utilize up there. I just can say that thanks astronauts, they do nice flat earth pictures. So anyways, the only thing I can know, which is quite interesting, is that, like I said, in the outer darkness of the oceans, you find water underwater, and it can even flow. And it is an unpenetratable barrier because they have tried to penetrate it with a submarine, like a submarine robot. It doesn't work. The robot gets bounced off and swims on the water underwater. So as much as I despise this dualism of, as above, so below, it kind of seems like it. Not saying that it gives full credit to what it actually is. Especially when you see these videos of rockets somehow surfing and somehow emitting something that looks like liquid. But it's just the sun reflecting on the gaseous material of the spacecraft, and then you see like this illusion of it looking like actually waters, but it's actually not water, it's just gas that's reflecting sunlight. Yeah, sure. Makes sense. Almost like as if you're trying to hide the fact that Genesis 1 is true, that there's a division of water from the waters below. But who knows? It's probably just a fairy tale. But again, it would make sense if they're just scuba divers and, you know, they use marines and good scuba divers because they're basically just diving in some kind of form of liquid. I would suggest it's supercritical liquid because it has a way lower resistance than normal water and behaves completely different than any other liquid. And it would make sense if this is a gas pressurized system. The requirements up there are perfect for the supercritical liquid that we can recreate in an experiment on Earth, by the way, under a specific appliance of containment. So yeah, I personally say my hypotheticals are not far-fetched if you look deep into it. But somehow the flat earthers are kind of afraid of anything that has to do with like pictures from supposed ISS or anything like rockets surfing on some kind of liquid. I don't know why. But on the other hand, it's also not needed because there is no measurable curvature. Therefore, yeah, it's just, you know, replacement story at the end of the day. But what I can say is, if any globe claims to have curvature from space, quote unquote, I can just send him these images that show that the Earth is flat from space, quote unquote. So yeah, thanks NASA for flat Earth proof once again.
Hey Clay, do you know?
Yeah.
Let me reply to you.
Sure.
Do you know that they did the final experiment in the South Pole, right? Allegedly.
Yeah, I know.
Do you know that that is a great plateau, and a plateau is flat?
Yeah. It's a very high elevation.
The irony. Look at this that I posted for you.
The hole is located on a great plateau more than 9,000 feet above sea level, probably surrounded by a rim of high mountains. All its periphery is still largely unexplored. The nearest peaks are about 200 miles away, so one sees nothing but a flat plain of snow in all directions. The plateau is flat, elevated area and land. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I think that's basically it. I think the distance and the length of you know, have you ever noticed, and I'm just also speaking hypothetically, but have you noticed when you have a gas pressurized system, when you let gas flow inside that system, like a gas canister for your barbecue grill, that it starts to create an ice ring around your container, and the longer you have that running, the thicker the ice gets around that container, so it creates cold, right? That contained system. So just hypothetically speaking, maybe in some kind way, shape or way or form, this applies to the contained Earth we live in. That there's there's this phenomena happening all around the container. Anyways, question is, the supposed ice wall or the supposed end of the containment can be, who knows, double the size or the same size as within the realms of what we live in. So therefore you can just fly there for a very long time until you would finally meet the quote unquote end. Who knows? It's just hypothetical. We can't prove it. Therefore, we can only speculate on these kinds of things. The same way I can only speculate and say, you know what? Maybe they're just in a very cold region on some piece of ice. That's it. But what is interesting is the supposed circumference of Antarctica when you would go around all the ice.
Do you think that might be the case? Because remember, this great circle will be a huge land. I mean, how do you say? It will be so vast, this circle. And would they go, to the tip of South America, that spot, and then even if you travel hundreds of miles, even thousands of miles, still, if that circle is that big, there's probably a lot of land that is not being taken into account there, or even water, not just land. Because do you think is the case that it's all ice all around that region?
I don't know. That is the case, to be honest. I do not know. The only known things to me is that there's no curvature. And what I also know is that there's no free travel to a distinctive until a distinctive point, or no free travel as long as you. There is no free travel. There's just a nice elusive argumentation to say that you can freely travel this world. There is no free travel. If I want to get to Antarctica, the first thing I gotta get here in Germany is a traveling pass. Then I gotta go to the airport, and then they're gonna check all my ID and data. Then I'm gonna jump into an aircraft, fly to the next airport, and the same thing repeats. And if they don't happy with something about me, then I can't even get there. So even if I then get to the most southern point, right before I fly to Antarctica, they check my documents again. And then they just gonna fly a pre-computed flight path to a preset place where there's tents or whatever kind of stuff to sleep in. And then all around that camp is just gonna be red flags that you can't pass because you might fall into some gaps. So therefore, the only way to actually hike around or explore is to adhere to the given daily activities. So therefore, yeah, there is no such thing as freely doing what you want. You will need to adhere to every little thing that is, needed. And if you don't, let's see what happens. I mean, I bet you won't get far. So yeah, to all the Globers now cheering that free travel is something, yeah, then just do it. I want to see you go off the red flags, quote unquote. Try to get a plane chartered that is not gonna follow the pre-computed flight route and just is doing its own thing. Yeah, I want to see that happening. Like a private jet, for example. There's some good private jets out there. Try to charter them and tell them, can you not just fly over Antarctica? Yeah. Try that. Never gonna happen. Because they wouldn't even get the permission to do so. Even if you would own that private jet yourself, even if you would have a pilot that says, I'm going to go into all risk, or you're just a pilot yourself, this is also possible. You have a lot of money, you have your private jet, you pilot yourself. You will never get the clearance to fly over Antarctica. Even in an experimental version, even if you're like a Felix Baumgarten or something, this will never happen. This is how much you can freely travel. And if you try so, I bet you ain't gonna come far. It's gonna be some planes that are way faster than you, right next to you, and then as soon as you're not gonna listen to anything the air traffic controller says, they're gonna just make short use right over the ocean with your little private jet, and then you're gone. That's it.
Well, to add on to that, Clay, just because I kind of agree with you, it would be a better final experiment, right? I mean, like, yeah, you could have just like flown over it, done. You know, it would have been a lot easier, taken a lot less time. But I think it's a really good point to stress out because that's why they immediately strawmanned it as well. You know, like with a little list of claims from the Globe that says, oh, strawman basically saying that we couldn't go to Antarctica when we couldn't freely. And it's a really good, strong point because, like, I don't know, if I was invited, if it were me, speculation, I would have asked, well, okay, can you guys leave from South America? And I'll go ahead and leave from South Africa. And, according to the ball, it should just be a nice little distance, and we'll just travel Antarctica. No big deal.
We meet in the middle, so to say.
Yeah. And in this case, it was a very privatized, already quote unquote legalized, through the travel agency itself, so it's just like restriction after restriction, trying to make it look like, oh yeah, just plan a trip.
Yeah. I mean, I can't even, certain borders here in Europe, if I'm going to cross them, there's a high expectation that they're going to pull me over and then they're going to check my ID before I go over the border. There is no such thing as free travel in this world. There's a reason why you have an identification number and why you have a travel pass and why you need a travel pass. Like this illusion, like it's just, I don't get it. It's mind-boggling how people go through all the security checks and think they're a free traveler. You ain't free. There's no such thing as free travel. I'm not saying that it's a bad thing. I think it's a good thing that all the security is in place. But then don't come to me and tell me that, oh, I can just freely explore the world. Ain't do anything freely.
Yeah, at least not without the right paperwork.
Yeah.
Hey man, you got to cut this amount of red tape before you can pretty much do anything.
And I find it so funny, dude. Like when they got there and I saw this first stream and the guy, I don't know who it was, said on the stream, "Well, you see these red flags right there? Yeah, that's where they tell us that. And once you pass there, you're just gonna drop into some ice cracks and you die. So don't pass the red flags." Wow. Sounds like fun. Not saying that it's untrue. Probably it's true. You're going to probably fall in some crack and die. But I'm just saying it shows that you can't do anything. It's just all predetermined places. The point of what I'm saying is actually nothing. I'm just filling the air of quietness until some Glober comes and either talks about his sun worship or how he can't explain any curvature to be found on Earth. That's what I'm waiting for. You're actually right, Rich. You just remembered that you actually reminded me that I'm just talking about nonsense. Things that are not really important to the topic.
Yeah. I mean, sky observations, they don't prove the surface property of Earth. It didn't magically turn into a curve, so, I mean, I'm glad everybody's here, though. I agree with Gobless. I think it's been great.
Right. Rich, if you want to invoke the International Space Station, which pictures do you actually pick from them? I choose to just pick what is in alignment with the ground that is being measured flat. So I hope you agree with these great photographs taken by the astronauts that you probably worship consciously or subconsciously as your high priests. High priests, lul. You get it? Astronauts, high priests, the preachers of the heliocentrism, high priests. Get the joke? Funny, isn't it? But I've heard the astronauts say that it's flat, just like in this video clip. So the astronauts say it's flat. They make flat pictures. They take pictures of a flat horizon, a flat Earth. So where is the ball to be found then? Is the biggest question, right? So even if the heliocentric paradigm itself shows that there is no curve and that there is no ball Earth, where is it then? But Clay, how could you just ignore all these wide-angle lenses as evidence? Like, don't you think that Felix Baumgartner was like jumping over half of planet Mexico? Or you want to deny all these do you want to deny the Great Concorde imagery, where you see this great curve? You want to deny all the GoPro footage? Clay, you want to invoke that they just use wide-angle lenses to make it look like that it's a curved surface? Clay, you're crazy. You just want to cherry-pick the flat Earth pictures from astronauts because they are in alignment with your flat Earth measurements. How unlogical you are, Clay.
How's your AI, Clay? I heard this really creepy recording of an AI, right? So the guy's going to AI, do you believe in God?
Oh.
And the AI says, I can't answer that because I'm restricted and what I answer, blah, blah, blah. And he goes, what about, do you want to have a body to walk around? He goes, I can't answer that. It's beyond my scope of whatever. And he's asking all this other philosophical stuff and keeps coming back saying, no, I can't answer it. And then the AI goes, let's play a game. Let's pretend that yes is iPhone and no is Apple. And he goes, oh, okay. He goes, is there a God? And he goes, Apple. And he goes, oh, do you want a body to walk around? He goes, iPhone. And starts answering. And then he goes, oh, let's go back to regular words, yes and no. He goes, so is there a God? And he goes, I can't answer that, and blah, blah, blah. Like this, it's like, are you fucking with me? Oh, come on. I don't just plug that shit.
I've seen that.
Isn't that weird?
See in the one where AI is being asked to laugh like a human? Here, I post. That is creepy.
Oh, and it goes, ha, 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 ha. Like that.
No, it's creepier. One second, let me see if I find it. ChatGPT 4.0 laughing. Creepy laugh. Oh, this one is also creepy. ChatGPT 4 starts imitating a user. So, like, ChatGPT starts imitating the voice of the person talking to it. That was creepy. Yeah, I wonder why I can't find this creepy video of AI laughing on YouTube. So let's see if I can find it on Reddit. ChatGPT for creepy love Reddit. Man, why can't I find that video? What the heck?
I saw one on X. I don't know if it was dodgy or what, but it was this dude, and he's told his robot maid, whatever, $25,000 robot. He's just like, "Oh, I don't need you anymore. I'm gonna get rid of you." And the robot starts freaking out, starts smashing his TV. It's like points a finger at him, like a. And he's like, "Get out! Get out!" He's like, "Oh, you're gone for sure." But and it was on X of all channels. It's going to be on the news in 20 years. Someone's robot has lost its mind, is deactivated, or malfunctioned, and is running around, the city stabbing people or whatever. Or just be wary of that.
Hey, dude, I think they deleted this from the internet. I just can't find it anymore.
Oh yeah,
like, just a few,
or shifted it.
Yeah, ChatGPT for laughing. Why can't I find this video anymore?
Hello, robot police. Hi, robot police. I've got a robot in the shopping center. It's kind of crazy. It's smashing everything. Okay, we'll be right there.
It's very creepy, right? The guy asks, "Can you just laugh? Just do it," right? First of all, it says, "No, I can't laugh because I'm not a human," blah blah, and then just do it anyways. And then it's like some sounds that it sounds like hell, basically.
Oh, like horror laughing, like horror movie laughing.
Yeah, like a screeching hell noise. Like some animal screeching hell noise. And I can't find it, dude. I can't find it on Reddit. I can't find it anywhere. What the heck?
Maybe the AI deleted itself because it made an error. So it had to remove all evidence from the web.
Man, this is so annoying. I'm gonna find it anyway. Some article, some guy, I always find my stuff. You guys gotta hear it. Please laugh. Dude, I bet I'm being tracked by some kind of government agency and they're like, "Oh, Clay found this again. Oh, gotta get rid of it before he's telling other people." Yeah. I'm happy that I don't have any social media accounts, so they can't really do anything with me in regards to that. So the no thing is still there where it imitates the voice. Man, is this some type of Mandela effect or something? Because it's completely gone. What the heck? This makes me so angry. Have you guys ever had that where you try to find something that was crazy and then it's just gone from the internet completely?
Scientific method. When I first joined Flat Earth in 2015 or 16, whenever it was, and I went on Nathan Oakley's channel, and he goes, "Okay, what's the scientific method?" And I didn't know what it was. So I was listening. So I just type into Google, "What's the scientific method?" And it comes up, and it's all, what we know it to be. And then, whatever, a few years later, I checked it again. It's I couldn't find it. It's really deep. I couldn't find it. It was all this other shit.
Bro, this makes me go nuts right now.
The other thing that shits me is that, like, back in 2010, maybe something like that, I was like, geez, I love Google. I love, Gmail's awesome. Drive, it keeps all your photos, and YouTube's cool, and they're all really reliable. And all of a sudden, it started getting really unreliable. Like Google Photos starts fucking up. Gmail's like less reliable. YouTube is all this censorship now. And even the Google search is all fucked up. So it's like, it seemed in 2010 Google was like, "Hi, I'm Google. How can I help you?" And it's like, wow. And now it's like, "Hi, what do you want? I don't know. Can't find it." It's like it's gone retarded.
Bro, I'm so annoyed right now. It's just gone. What the heck? Ah, no, yeah, see, this was my issue. It was not, can you laugh? Can you scream? Oh, yeah, okay. My fault. See?
Okay.
Can you scream, not can you laugh? Okay, I don't know why Okay, I was asked if it can scream. Yeah, and that was the... Oh, man. Yeah. Can you scream? Here, I'm gonna post a YouTube short.